conversation. When you read them together, the Shulchan Aruch will begin a sentence, the Mappa will add a comments, and then the sentence will pick up again by the Shulchan Aruch, and it feels like a unitary whole that brings together Ashkenazic and Sephardic custom. Together with the Mappa, the Shulchan Aruch became universally accepted, and the dissent virtually disappeared. And that's why it has become, to this day, the most widely accepted code in Jewish history. Let's see one really important thing in terms of the smicha. Before I go on, one of the criticisms of the Shulchan Aruch at the time, perhaps he wrote this relatively easy code because this was a way of, disseminating the authority of Tzfat. But this was describing like the ultimate code for the Jewish people forever. It didn't work out that way, but it was a kind of democratization of Judaism, specifically in this position. One last thing that's very important to mention that ties this all together. The Shulchan Aruch, the Yosef Karo, was also a profound Kabbalist. He wrote very little works of a Kabbalistic nature himself, but quite often he introduces the Zohar as a source text in his writings, indicating that the Zohar for him, of course, the central Kabbalistic work that was discovered in the 13th century, indicating that this has a part to his thinking. And in fact, as he confided to his students and possibly even wrote an autobiography, with some controversy deduced it from the text, but rather he was visited nightly by a spiritual being, the Magid, who would relate to him everything that he was supposed to write the next morning. Now, there's a lot of debate over whether or not this was actually his position or was ascribed to him by others, but there's no doubt that he was deeply influenced by Kabbalistic thinking, and his work, although we tend to think of halacha as being fairly dry, straightforward, legalistic, I mean, it is law, it's legalistic, but in reality, it is infused throughout with the deeper sentiments of the mystical tradition. He brought these things together in a most amazing way, and particularly when you have the work of the Ramah, making it more of an Ashkenazic style. Shulchan Aruch leaves his legacy on all Jews to the present day. Died at age, and was buried in Tzfat. One of the eulogies spoken over him at that point referred to Pasuk in Psalm 5:11. Rojo Kesem Taz, his head is of fine gold, and the word for gold is Taz, spelled 87 in Hebrew Gematria, the age at which he died, and left a phenomenal legacy to the Jewish people as a whole. I want to thank you very much for your attention and indulgence. If you're on the mailing list, when I've got this loaded to the web properly, maybe Steve will help you with that. Then you'll be able to review this and critique it with your friends. Have an excellent evening.
NetSuite helps you know what's stuck, what it's costing you, and how to pivot fast. If I needed this product, this is what I would use. NetSuite by Oracle, one of the most trusted companies in the world. It's one system, full control, team, chaos, if you're ready to release to the 7 figures, download the free ebook, Navigating a Global Trade.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate. Oh, hi, how are you? It's nice to see you. I appreciate you all coming again tonight. I've decided to put a little bit more energy into these lectures and a lot of my research. So I decided to read a new book of jokes. And it's helping quite a bit, actually. I'm reading Professor Ruth Weiss's book, No Joke, published by Princeton University Press. That's actually a very sophisticated, complicated discussion of where Jewish humor comes from, and I hope to be able to speak more about it later. So this is her opening joke, which is the launch pad for a whole chapter on self-deprecating humor, but it goes like this. Now, I normally don't tell jokes that involve various nationalities, so I'm warning you in advance, this one is okay. Don't worry about it. It goes like this. There Four Europeans go on a long hike. And when they return back to their hotel in the mountains, they're exhausted from being out all day. And so the Englishman says, "I am so thirsty, I must have tea." And the Frenchman says, "I am so thirsty, I must have wine." The German says, "I am so thirsty, I must have beer." The Jew says, "I am so thirsty, I must have diabetes." So she has a long discussion about, why is that funny? And does that say good things about Jews or bad things about Jews? But I'm looking forward to giving a lecture on that topic in the next few weeks. And then this topic happens to be a personal favorite of mine, a subject that I found fascinating. And actually, the truth is, I gave a lecture on glucose 2 years ago, but I didn't give it in this room. If you were part of the series a couple of years ago, you may remember that unfortunately I had to rush up to Canada because my father needed to have an operation. You remember it good? And unfortunately, thank God he pulled through. He passed away, of course. The doctors gave him 6 months, and he took almost 2 years. He was able to take advantage of almost 2 years after that, finally passing away in August. But I was so happy to be able to speak about this topic that a couple of nights before the operation, I just set up a video camera and I sat down in my father's store with a blank wall behind me, and I just talked to the camera for about 40 minutes. So there is actually a lecture online of glucose hormone, but I thought, now we should do it properly. Which reminds me of several other jokes, actually, that are in Weiss's book. Like, for example, a skeleton is shown into a doctor's office, and the doctor says, "Now you come to see me?" Right? There's a lot of black humor that was for. Anyways, glucose hormone, an incredibly important source for historical information and giving us a tremendous insight into the 17th century, specifically the world of Jewish women in Europe at that time. This is the most well-known picture. It is, of course, not of glucose hormone because she died some 150, 180 years before the invention of photography, but this is of one of her descendants, Bertha Pappenheim, who was her first translator from Judeo-German into German, and so a real devotee of her work. She's dressed up like a typical woman, glucose stage of life and class in the 17th century. Basically, who was glucose hormone? She was an otherwise ordinary upper middle class woman living in Germany, who towards the end of her life decided to record her life in a long memoir of 7 notebooks. The purpose of this memoir was to something behind for her children. She specifically wanted her children to know something about the kind of people that they came from, and she also wanted to offer a last chance to leave kind of like an ethical will for her children. It's a very complex and long ethical will, but it participates in a very strong tradition that persists to the present day of writing such wills for one's children. Let me just take a quick moment to stop talking about glucose for a minute and talk to you about ethical wills, and I'll talk to you about something that my wife and I do that I feel very good about. The ethical will, or the tzava, is a document that we have examples of these back centuries where well before a person passes on, they leave a will that isn't about who gets to keep the tea set and who gets to keep the candlesticks. It's a will in which a person writes down for his or her children what their values are and what they think the children need to know the most for moving on once they've passed. My wife and I have what I think is a very beautiful custom. We've been doing it for, I guess, about 8 years now. We write a new one every year for each of our children, and we give it to them on Erev Yom Kippur. It's kind of a little bit, macabre just before Yom Kippur, thinking about what if we were not to live the next year. But my wife finds it very therapeutic, and we have one of my children here who can tell you, is it a good experience to get these things, or is it just yeah, it's okay. It's like, obviously we write it for each child depending on their age. Like the young kid just gets like a kind of a picture saying we love you and that's it, and the older kids get a lot of musser and a lot of direction. But at any rate, so she wrote this kind of book. It was 7 notebooks long, written for over the space of years. It leaves a tremendous record of what life was like for this particular woman. She happened to be an extremely talented storyteller and writer, so it's a very engaging read. Even in the 21st century, it has a certain level of freshness and appeal and drama to it. And so it has offered us a tremendous insight into what life was like for her gender and for her class in 17th century Europe. So that's basically what the story is all about tonight. We're going to look at what she had to say about in which she lived and what we glean from this particular book. So her name, Glückel, is Yiddish. She wrote in what's called Judeo-German, which is a Western European form of Yiddish. Yiddish, the language that we love, was not codified until the late 90s when the Litvaks got a hold of it and insisted that their way of speaking was correct. But in reality, Yiddish, it's a language that borrows very freely the vocabulary, the syntax, and quite often the grammar among which the people live. By Jews in Ukraine, for example, is very different from the Yiddish spoken by Jews in Berlin. They can understand each other, but they will have some very dialectal differences. So she wrote in a language that is called technically Judeo-German. It's written in Hebrew characters like Yiddish, but much more heavily influenced by the German language than some of the more Eastern counterparts. The name Glückel in Judeo-German means little happy one. Word Glück or Glick means happy, fortunate, lucky, right? So, and the little L at the end is a diminutive. Like you name a little baby, Glückel. Oh, this is the little happy one, little fortunate one, little lucky one. And Hameln, of course, is where she was born and where she spent her youth, hence the name Glückel of Hameln. This was before Jews were given, by and large, surnames, as we discussed last week. So, what do we have in the memoirs? She began writing them in 1690 after she lost her first husband of 30 years. As we shall discuss, she was married she was engaged at 12, married at 14, and she remained with him for 3 decades. And they had an extremely close relationship. When she lost him, she began the memoirs certainly affected by the sense of mortality that she was experiencing when her husband passed away, and hence wanted to offer her children something for themselves and so on. But it's turned out to be quite a cathartic device for her, and she extended the writing of these memoirs, this family history, throughout the next 2.5 decades until she finally passed away in 1724. It was intended as a private document for her family, but every now and then you get little glimpses that maybe she thought it would be read a little more widely. And there is a slight gap in the text between years 1699 and 1750, as her children convinced her, after some time spent as a widow, that she should remarry, which turned out to be a disaster, as we shall see as we discuss her life story. So for about 15 years, she's studying as she deals with the marriage, and then when she deals with the aftermath of that marriage, as we shall discuss. She finally finished the book in 1719, which was 5 years before she passed away. The text remained fairly closed. It was only extant in 2 manuscript copies, not actually in her own hand, copied out by some of her children. And then in the late 19th century, a version was published by Bertha Pappenheim. I'll show you her pictures in a second. And that's, well, Bertha also intended it primarily for own generation, although she translated it into German. It was discovered and scholars got a hold of it and they published an even more expanded and detailed edition, and later has been translated into English, French, and even Russian to this day. Her ancestor, or I should say translated it, is shown here. We saw her a little while ago when she was wearing the frilled collar, actually dressing up as her sister. Bertha Pappenheim actually is a very famous woman in her own right. You may have her, perhaps if you studied Freud, she was O, who was the patient number one, patient zero of Sigmund Freud, who has literally hysterical, like in the sense of female histrionic syndrome of being, highly strong and easily agitated and so on, which is hard to say with what we know about her as in real life. She actually was extremely active. Here they have a German postage stamp after Bertha Pappenheim, which belies Freud's characterization of her. She was extremely involved, for example, in setting up halfway houses for runaway girls throughout Germany. And she was one of the pioneering women to set up social service for women who were victims of abuse and so on. So she was definitely a pushover kind of woman. You can see her thinking really coming straight from her ancestor, Glucko. Glucko was also a tough woman, and Bertha, also carried a very profound sense of what needs to be done and how to put it into place. Another famous descendant of Glucko, while we're at it, is the great Jewish poet Heinrich Heine, who is considered by many the finest stylist of the German language of the 19th century, particularly his acerbic wit. He ultimately converted to Christianity, perhaps the most famous aspect of his life from the perspective of Jewish history. He ultimately converted to Christianity and then immediately regretted it, and he spent much of his career publicly regretting it, which sort of cast shame on those who forced him to convert in order to get a position, which he actually didn't get in the end. And he referred to his conversion as the entrée billet to German culture, the entry ticket to German culture. As Dr. Weiss points out, just by using the French term entrée billet, like entry ticket, was in itself saying that German culture couldn't enter world culture. They had to use a French word in order to get in. But anyway, this gives you a sense of some of her illustrious descendants were really world-class people in their own right. Okay, let's focus on what actually do the memoirs say. Critics of the memoirs have focused on the two elements of the text, arguing that it is really a rather mundane statement of bourgeois values, meaning not higher thinking and not earthy, just very middle-class kind of values, and they mean that in a negative way. And reading the memoirs, I can tell you that there's a certain element of truth to that, because there are two words that occur without a depth more than anything else in the entire book. The first word is Reichstaler, which means like dollar. It's a unit of currency. She's constantly talking about money, how much this costs, how much she can make doing this, and how much money this person is worth, and how much money that person is worth. So it's an important topic to her, money. And the second issue is Shidduchim, right, marriage. Right? She's always talking about how, well, I think my daughter would be good for this guy, or how could this guy throw over my daughter for that woman? And Shidduchim and money are the two big topics on her mind, and it obsesses her. Now, you say obsess because, perhaps because of our much more spiritually refined state at the beginning of the 21st century, we no longer think about money and should do important things. But you think about it, she's widowed in her 50s, has to take over the family who are not married. 8, by the way, of 12 surviving children. She bore 14, 2 unfortunately did not live to adulthood, but she's got a dozen children. She's responsible for feeding them. She's responsible for marrying them off. It really isn't surprising that that's what occupies most of her thinking, is how am I going to, pay all the employees? How am I going to make this business deal? How am I going to pay off my daughters? Those are things that are definitely the key themes of the book. That said, she is a masterful storyteller. There's a lot of drama involved in everything that goes on in her life. And she, you're at the edge of your seat wondering if he's going to propose. Will they be able to see this deal? Will the boat get through and the merchandise arrive safely? I mean, she did it with tremendous flair. So get very caught up. So yeah, I think I'll have to edit all that out. It sounds terrible, right? Anyways, another aspect of the text that's been criticized, and the negatives first, because we're going to spend the rest of the hour talking about the positive. It's got a lot of heavy religious moral content. Again, if you remember the context in which she's writing this, she's trying to say something meaningful to her immediate children, to her unborn descendants. She's trying to leave a legacy for them. And so occasionally she does wax a little bit long on some of these topics about, the importance of piety, the importance of scrupulosity and honesty in all one's dealings. These are things that are important to her. The editors, I think, have done her a disservice, certainly done us a disservice, because many of the versions that have appeared simply cut out huge chunks of this material, some of which is simply taken straight from the moralistic literature that was circulating in Europe at the time. She'll read something in a Yiddish language book, Musar, or ethical teachings, and she'll just say, I read this in this book, and she'll quote the whole story there and things like that. And a lot of editors, perhaps with a more secular mindset, will say, okay, enough of this, enough, we get the point. And so we lost a good chunk of Glucko's memoirs because they simply were not translated. I personally, I'm a purist. I like to have slogged through the whole thing, but the text that we have is perhaps more readable by the removal of those things. Also, editors, particularly post World War II editors, are sometimes surprised by the fact that she's not bothered by the strictures of traditional orthodoxy. That she has no questions whatsoever about the worldview of traditional Judaism. She is completely sold on it. She's a very, very pious woman, and you don't sense anywhere in the book that she is resistant to any of the various restrictions placed in her. For example, one very moving moment. Again, I mentioned that she had a very deep husband. And in fact, much of, I think it's the 5th of the 7th book, describes his protracted illness and eventual death. When he was on his deathbed, very close to passing, says to her husband, my husband, you're about to die. Shall I embrace you? And her husband responds, just wait, Glucko, there will be time for you to go to the mikveh, and then we can embrace. Obviously, in a reference to the harchakot, the distancing, where during the period when a woman is menstruating in traditional Judaism, she does not have physical contact with her husband whatsoever. But even at that moment where he is on his deathbed, and she's wondering what should we put the traditional laws in abeyance, her husband says no, and she accepts it. His last words, by the way, were, he essentially told the attendants around his bed that my wife is in charge of everything. She knows everything about the business. Let her handle everything. And of course she did, and there was never any question about who was going to be the president and CEO of their gold and precious jewels business. Okay, now, let's start talking about the positives, because I've given you some of the negatives of the text. What are the elemental values of Glucko of Hameln's memoirs? The first are that this is an incredibly rare and rich look into the world of women of 17th century Europe. We have no comparable documents for any person in 17th century that I, in my limited research, am aware of. I mean, nobody else gives us a book. No woman gives us a book from the perspective of just a regular middle woman who is not famous for doing anything except writing this book. It's not a work of literature. It is a work of nonfiction in which she's just telling us what it's like to be her at that time and place in Europe. And that dwarfs the rest of the historical scholarship. We have no other primary text which is comparable to it. That's the primary value, particularly for students of gender and so on. Secondly, she goes through some pretty incredible periods of Jewish history. She lived through the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648-49. She lived through the numerous expulsions that Jews had to endure in central Germany. She lived through the false messiahship of Shabbatai Tzvi, and she writes about all of these things. So we get a very rare bystander's perspective on some of the large currents going on in Jewish history. You know, one of the problems with the sources that we typically work with in Jewish history is usually history is written by the people who win, who ultimately survive. And so we never get a perspective of people who are losers or people who are not involved. So she gives us a great look at Jewish history from the people who are not involved in the major events of the time. Okay, I have kind of blathered on for 25 minutes, so let me pause and take some questions. Yeah, please.
Would you say that education was not unusual or somewhat higher level than most women at the time? Because you mentioned she wrote in a form of
Judeo-German.
She read Yiddish.
Mm-hmm.
And other documents, so that she's somewhat of a linguistically endowed person. So, and she has a writing skill.
Yes, definitely.
Which would indicate some kind of education.
Let's comment on her education specifically. First of all, what did she know? And what did she think about what she knew? And what did she feel was a lacuna in her own knowledge? She certainly knew vernacular Judeo-German, and she could obviously speak it, read it, and also write it. But she did not feel that was any way exceptional. Like the vast majority of Jews, this is the language they were speaking, and it was also a language that had a burgeoning literary associated with it. There was actually a English language women's literature specifically geared at who were really work with the Hebrew text, because basically the language of learning of rabbinic scholarship was Hebrew. She indicates at one point, as a kind of a praise to her father, that her father considered it very important that his son and his daughters receive a good education in Judaic and in secular subjects. And so she obviously knew enough with the accounting, the books, and things like that. She knew enough, not only of Judeo-German, but German itself, possibly some French, to be able to communicate with the various people that she was doing business with in central Germany. So I would say that her education, just by but just getting from the tone of what she thinks is great and what she doesn't comment on, her education is like kind of solid for the upper middle class Jews of Germany. If she was lower class, you know, she may perhaps not have been able to read even Yiddish, possibly. But for an upper middle class girl, she got an education that was solid both Judaically and secularly. Now, she does refer on occasion to traditional rabbinic books written in Hebrew, and she obviously is able to make some sense of them, but there are also a couple of offhand passages in which she refers to someone else translate certain learned Hebrew books for her. So her Hebrew was definitely weaker than her Yiddish and not at the level of a rabbinic scholar. But I'll give you an example to show you where her strengths are as well. She describes in one episode where, you know, education is really important to her. This is, again, a very traditional Jewish value that we see quite strongly with Gluckel. She sends off her son, I think it was Joseph, to be tutored by a young man, Torah scholar in some other community. And the tutor says, normally I would get paid once every 6 months, but I'm wondering if you can pay me up front because I'm going to need the money, that sort of thing. So alarm bells should have gone off at that point, but she pays him 6 months fee right up front. I think it was 6 months. And then a while later, she gets a letter from her son saying, Oh my gosh, things are terrible. The local authorities have placed an additional poll tax on the community, and we all have to come up with a lot more money. There are all kinds of crazy and prejudicial, discriminatory taxes placed on the Jews at that time. Please, a lot more money so that, we won't be evicted. And she felt a little weird about it, so she showed it to one of her older sons, who went and checked it out. And when he actually met with the brother, the younger boy who was studying there, the brother said that the tutor was just pocketing the money. And in fact, he was so hungry for money that he had cut off the silver button on the son's Shabbos coat to sell them to get money for himself. So right away that relationship ended, but you can see that she had to have a significant business savvy beyond the literary education. Another thing I wanted to mention here, I talked about how what language he was at. Oh yeah. Always regretted never having learned to speak French well. She felt that French would have been like just a way to round out her education. And so you can see about learning French, then it must mean that her German and her other secular subjects must have been pretty solid. She wanted to learn an elective language. Okay, the good question. Yes?
I'm under the impression it was like Yiddish, more like German, because I know my husband used to listen to Yiddish news, and he's pretty good with Yiddish, and yet he had a lot of trouble with a lot of these words that he said very good.
I'll give you a really simple, and this is the kind of thing that can really throw off, especially if you're listening to it as opposed to reading it. The word Yid, which is pretty important, right? Yid means Jew. So that's a Lithuanian pronunciation, Y-I-D, Yid. If you lived in Western Germany, you would say Jud, right? From Jude, which would like the German word for Jew. And if you lived in Eastern Ukraine, you'd say Id, like Idische, like just without the Y. So that's the same word, Yid, Jud, Id, and that gives you a sense of how the dialects shift. Yeah. Yeah. Jid. Well, in the Polish language, Żyd, right? So, but not in Polish Yiddish. In Polish Yiddish, you'd still say Yid. Ayid, yes. Yid. Okay.
How do you know what was edited out if you don't have the original?
I read stuff about what was edited out. I read the introductions and stuff like that. But that's a good question. I'm going to edit it out of this video because it won't make me sound smart. Okay, so let's go. Secondary route. Well, let's see. Now, what was her life? Let's talk a little bit about her life events. Let's try and understand. I made this a little bit too small a text, but basically just running through her life. She was born in Hamburg in 1846. The Jewish community, 1646, thank you. She was born, I'm going to start that over again, we'll edit it out. Right? She was born in Hamburg in 1646. The Jewish community was expelled 2 years later, and they made their way to Altona. Altona, they managed to stay there for a few years, but then the Swedes came in because there was a war going on in the entire region that affected actually far out to the east as well. And so they were driven out of Altona. And you can see right away in her childhood, Jewish existence is highly tenuous. I think one very important idea to underline in this section of her life, we should recall that with the exception of the United States of America, certain parts of actually nowhere at this time, pretty much nowhere, Jews were always considered transient populations. They were considered aliens. Jews may have lived in Germany for 600-700 years, but they did not have the right of residency. Continued right up until the 20th century in some places, like in the Russian Empire, until 1917. Jews were not actually citizens of that country, and they could be expelled at will. Kind of like, they had a visa to live there for generations, and then if the state ever wanted to expel them from a region close to the border or anything like that, they had the right to do so. So Jews lived a very tenuous life where, they would show up in a town, try to keep their head down. No one should notice them. They wouldn't like build synagogues at all because right away they would be like establishing a formal presence. So they would pray in people's houses and hope they didn't get caught. And this could go on for decades. And she describes a lot of the situations, the adventures they had to go through, paying off petty bureaucrats to look the other way because the Jews were convening prayer meetings and things like that. So she spent the early part of her life traveling back and forth between various places from which the Jews were expelled. They finally made Hamon, where they had a little bit more temporary respite, and at age 12, she was engaged to a young man named Chaim of Hamon, who was a person who apprenticed and became a dealer in jewels and gold, the profession that he lived with his entire life, and one, of course, that Glucko took over after he passed away. Jewels, gold, things like that are very traditional occupation for Jews. They're highly portable. So, you know, when you're traveling from one place of exile to the next place of exile, it's easy to take it with you and so on. It relies on far-flung international connections, and Jews with their diaspora are well suited towards that, and so on. So, the age of marriage, of course, was very typical. Jews right up until the middle of the late 19th century, Jews were in Eastern Europe in particular, were still getting married at very young ages. There was often a long time between the betrothal, which could be when a woman was even prepubescent, but marriage before 18 was very common. In fact, the Talmud praises early marriage. At one point, they asked Rabbi Kiel, why great? He says, I got to be such a scholar because I married my wife when I was 18. And if I married her when I was 16, I would have been even much greater than I am now. So the idea of early marriage was very common. We should understand, of course, though, that the Jews had a highly developed culture of multiple generation households. So when a woman who is really just a girl would be thrust into child rearing, she wasn't going to be 13, 14, 15 years old and doing it alone. She would live in a household with a grandmother, a mother-in-law, cousins, things like that. So it was like an extended family nurtured the young. One of the reasons why the Jews enjoyed a larger population explosion in the 19th century than surrounding because of this extended family arrangement. Ironically, she got pregnant shortly after marriage at 15, and her mother got pregnant almost at the same time. They delivered within 8 days of each other and even shared as they were convalescing after their delivery, which was kind of an ironic thing. There's a joke that I'm not going to repeat. I always tried it. My wife said, don't repeat that joke. Okay. So as I mentioned, over the course of her life, she bore 4 every 2 years for their marriage. And 12 of them, which may speak to their social class and economic wherewithal, 12 of them survived to adulthood. At the age 44 in 1689, she lost her husband, devastating blow, and she remained unmarried for quite some time. Did I do those numbers right? Yes, I did. She remained unmarried for about 11 years, and she managed her husband's business just fine, thank you very much, until her children said, you know, it's low tov, it's not good for you alone. We've got this great man named Serf Levi from nearby town of Metz. He was the Parnas, which meant he was the president of the community. He was a very successful banker. Everything looked absolutely wonderful. So she agreed that she would, in fact, marry this Serf Levi. They did so. He borrowed a large amount of money from her to expand his business and then promptly went bankrupt, losing it all and then dying 2 years later. And so her second marriage was a total disaster, at least for the perspective of economics and of companionship, because not only was she alone again, but now she was broke and alone again. And it was much more difficult for her. Nevertheless, she insisted on repaying all of the debts that her second husband had incurred, and she worked incredibly hard in this very late stage of her life to rebuild her business, which did successfully, squaring away all of her debts at the end of her life. And ultimately, it moved in a great irony for the book, she ends up moving in with her least favorite son-in-law, who take care of her to her old age. One of the marriages that she was the most kind of like hesitant and even resentful about, because it's a very long and protracted process of, why do you want us to come visit you first? You should be coming to visit us first. And it goes back and forth for pages and pages until finally her daughter married to this man. And she's always complaining about her mechatenista, about her in-law. She always calls her, for the first parts of the book, she calls her the wealthy Frau Jacket, meaning the rich one. She keeps on talking about her in this disparaging tone of how much money she has, but that ends up that's where she goes to live after she's widowed a second time, and she's treated with such honor and dignity by her son-in-law and by her mechatenista that she takes it all back and has only, very warm thoughts of gratitude to them for the kindnesses they showed to her at the end of her life. Her last entries in the journal are dated 1719, if I remember correctly, and she dies at the age of 78 in 1724. So that's a very quick overview of the major life events that she describes. In between all of these events, she's talking primarily about two things. You'll recall Reichstaler. So Reichstaler is the money, right? And all those business deals that she's involved in, most of which, by the way, are now after her husband passes away. And so she's involved with a lot of complicated things. She's involved. There's shipping issues where they're attacked by pirates. We're talking about pirates. This is the 18th century. 17th century is a crazy kind of time. Corrupt nobles and not necessarily so, honest Jews that she's doing business with. And she's describing all these tribulations of her business life. And at the same time, she's worried about her sixth daughter, who's the right guy for her. And, her seventh son is having difficulty liking his Rabbi. I mean, she's very much involved in these family things. And you can see that she's writing down a lot of these things as she's going through them as a kind of a therapeutic personal experience. Okay.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, we're in the place before you sleep, because I don't want to go. I want to catch a bit while you're up.
Yes, ma'am. Just one moment. How was your day?
Yeah, good. How's yours? I did accomplishment. I finally got a little bit. It's on 98%. So I thank the Lord that I got up and I did some things in this road. I got a strike.
Look at you.
I did. I think my dresser and my shelf. So I did a little bit. I got some trash out of here. So I did a little bit today.
Excellent.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, you're doing good. Yay.
Get it.
That is
2
right.
in a row, Miss Aquarius. No one's touching you today.
You got these three. Yes, there.
Yeah. Get it. know why I didn't get more. Got it.
Oh, biscuit.
That was. Thank you.
Another strike.
Beautiful strike.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Mm,
You got it. You got it.
It's on you. Get it, girl. Oh, yeah. Boy, you got a high score. A really, really big one. Get it. Ooh, look at you in the 90s.
Come on, Rabbi. You got it. Strike.
I tried.
You got it. It's all right. I win, you win. You win, I win.
That's right. Good job, Miss Aquarius.
All right.
You're approaching your 100th win. It's gonna be any night now.
Yeah, in my head. All right, let's go now.
I win, you win.
You got a strike.
Get it.
You got a strike. You got a strike, Rabbi. Okay?
I'll do my best. Nice spare.
Good spare. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You got a strike.
All but one.
You got this. See? Good spare.
Get it. All but one. Get it.
It's okay. You got it, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Strike.
All but two.
I'm sorry. I hurt your ear, my bad.
No, you're good. Oh, come on.
I know, right?
Get it.
Another one. Let's go, Rabbi. You got this. Come on. Strike.
There we go.
Good job.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, man. Get it. Strike. All right. This is a tough split. This is a tough split. You're going to get it, though. You can get it. You can get it.
All right.
Almost.
Come on, I'm doing it. Hey, let's go, Rabbi. Let's go. Yes, let's go.
Ooh.
Nope, you got this.
For sure. No doubt.
Come on, Rabbi. Strike it, strike it, strike. You got this. Get those two. Yeah.
No. That's okay.
Okay.
I win, you win. You win, I win. There you go, ma'am. Thank you so much. I win, you win.
Thank you.
That's my favorite. I love you too. That's my favorite when that happens. When you win and I win, that's the best.
Oh, when you win, I win. It's the best too.
That's right, man.
And when we both win, it's we undefeated in friendship and undefeated in the following game.
That's 1,000% right. Excellent.
I see you in my time, okay? If you don't be speaking.
But if you do, I'll be here with you. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am. I love you. Take care.
All right, thank you. I love you. Take care too. Talk to you later.
Absolutely. What a nice woman.
Earlier this week, 30-year-old teenagers in Elvis received a massive amount of backlash from their interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. And although Netanyahu is widely reviled, he does maintain some support with people.
Any questions at this point? Argument? Yes, please. All their children got married, except for the two that passed away. But, yeah. Yes.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for coming on this. Tell us your story. What's happening in God? You support Benjamin Netanyahu. Yes, Tim, so
Honorary wife. Really? That's interesting. Interesting. There's a great book written about American Jews that's called How Jews Became Folk. I can't remember the author, but the reality in America, when people thought about race, Jews were not included in Caucasian. It just, they were like Jews, Syrians, blacks. Syrians really loomed large in the imagination of Americans before the 1950s. Even here in Miami Beach, a lot of restrictive covenants where people are not allowed to buy property in Bal Harbor or, south of 41st Street if they were Jews, Syrians, blacks, canines, all those kind of things. It's crazy, but true. Okay. So, two observations about that. She gets involved in the business as a matter of course. She does not in any way describe her business activity as something exceptional. She doesn't say, like, most women sit at home and knit and bake cookies or something. She says, well, and then it was time for me to go to work. Not like she was in any way special. So you get this impression reading her book that, of course, women were involved in business. Of course, women were involved in the day-to-day affairs of, whatever economy was supporting their family. This is certainly a traditional Jewish approach. If you will recall the famous hymn in the book of Proverbs and is read every Friday night, I'm going to ask you for a translation of the term Eshet Chayil. Don't translate the first thing that comes to your head. What does the term Eshet Chayil actually translate as? That's what the first thing that comes into your mind, but no, that's not what it means. Eshet obviously means woman of, right? Isha is woman, and it's in the smichut form, and it connects to that word. What is a chayal? A soldier woman, that's right, thank you. A warrior woman. It's not a woman of valor. Okay, if you think of valor in the sense of like courage and like, soldiers, then it makes sense. But an Eshet Chayal or Eshet Chayil means a woman who goes to war, a woman who is out there in the Milchama Shel Parnasa, going out there and duking it out with all of the others. It's not your, Mrs. Cleaver kind of image of a woman. She is a tough woman who, and you read through Eshet Chayil, you can see that she's involved in real estate, that she's involved in agriculture. She's got a lot of employees. She's, directing them and managing them. She's even involved in import-export. She's got boats going, all kinds of. So this is already from the period of Proverbs, in the biblical period. Glucka was right within that mold. She was totally in charge of all of the business, and there was never any moment to say, well, that was exceptional, because it was not exceptional. Because every woman, we can imagine, from whatever class they came from, were involved in the business. Right, okay, so that's the first major observation, I think, is you read from the fact that it's unexceptional that it must be the norm for women to be involved in these kinds of things. It's interesting to contrast that with the way maybe we think as a result of the American experience with the 40-day work week, and the so-called weekend and things like that, which is very different from Jewish approaches in general. Secondly, about this very much throughout the book, it's filled with a deep, pervasive piety that in no way comes off as inauthentic. It's very clear that she is a truly religious woman, that she has tremendous bitachon, or trust in God, and they're not just throwaway phrases for her. She really deeply believes in the power of Torah, the power of the sages to be able to, convey meaning to life, and that one should strictly adhere to the halacha in every way, the way of Jewish life. So she's actually expressing at the same time a hard-nosed attitude to the realities of God, and at the same time, a very pre-modern sense of this is the Torah, and I'm going to keep it just like that. She is clear. We discussed a little bit of her education in there. She is clearly heavily influenced by the moralistic literature that was circulating for women at the time. She cites widely from books like the Tzarena, which was a Yiddish language digest of rabbinic literature that accompanied the weekly portion of the Torah. And it was pretty much standard reading for any pious woman to, Saturday afternoon sit on the porch and open up the Tzarena and read in Yiddish the kind of abbreviated version of what happened in the Torah reading that week, amplified with stories from the Talmud and written in Yiddish. And she also is deeply moved by tchinas, which are these very beautiful liturgical creation. And these are prayers which unfortunately have been largely lost to the tradition in the 20th century, particularly after the demographic upheaval of the Holocaust, and also the linguistic shift away from Yiddish to English that we suffered in this country. There are of these Yiddish language prayers which were intended primarily for women. Like if you look at her, you'll see the prayer Gott von Avraham, God of Abraham, that is typically read on Saturday nights. That's an example of the Tchina. These are typically relatively short but uniquely felt personal prayers, almost always written in the first person singular, and often associated with life cycle events. Births, deaths, miscarriages, menopause, all kinds of fascinating things associated specifically with women's lives, and offered women a very profound spiritual outlet that is not present in the traditional rabbinic text of the Siddur. Quite often quoting Tchinas and materials that come from Tchinas. So you see that she's really, this is not literature that she's read once on a shelf. This is literature that she goes into every day, and in terms of her prayers for her own personal spiritual uplift. There are a couple of offhand passages in the book where she mentions how she was on her way to the synagogue for morning prayers during the week. The impression that here's one at least who was going and, say the Shacharis prayer, which was fairly uncommon in the 17th century. In fact, many synagogues not even have women's section. It was just the synagogue was the boys' place. If they ever had to have a women, then the boys would clear out and would have the whole thing. It was typically a men's club. That's what my wife calls it. So, you're going to that kind of thing. She has a tendency towards supernatural. There are quite a few passages in the memoir she speaks about, citing of illustrious ancestors passed on and missions and things like that. So I don't like to use the word superstitious because that tends to be a derogatory term, but clearly was a believer in, the sensory perception that is possible through the panoply of demonic beings that are present in the tradition. Oh, that was a really, wasn't it? I'm going to have to write that down. Okay, I can't believe I actually used panoply in a sentence. Is that right? Panoply or panoply? Panoply. Wow. Okay, anyways, let's go on. So the other thing that's real, so those are like observations, my two takeaways that say a lot about, living a a woman in the 17th century. What about her bystander perspective? Well, that's also fascinating. I'm just going to look at two most important things that happened in her lifetime on the largest, stage of Jewish events, and give you a sense of how she reacted to them. The first of them is the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, when this man, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, sometimes horribly mispronounced Chmielnicki, because that's the Polish spelling with an American pronunciation, but the pronunciation is Khmelnytsky, led an uprising of Ukrainian peasants against their Polish overlords. This is a gathering of some of those peasants, the so-called Cossacks or Kozake, who were basically runaways from Polish authority, and they were setting up these camps called Siche in the rapids region of the Dnipro River, and they went on a tremendously successful and bloody rampage against Polish authorities in Ukraine. This is not the place to go into a larger discussion of why this was, but suffice to say that Jews suffered tremendously. Jews were essentially the middlemen between the Polish landlords and the Ukrainian peasants, and so when the Ukrainians ran amok to protest against the kind of exploitation that they suffered tremendously from, the Jews were a much more convenient and close-by target than the Polish landlords who were living far away in Warsaw. Now, the Ukrainians did make it all the way through Poland. They ravaged the entire place for a few years until finally in 1654 they made a deal with Russia, and things changed, but there was a period of tremendous pain for the Jews with literally thousands of casualties. The period is known in Hebrew literature as Gezerat Tach V'Tach, the evil decree of 1648-49. From Luko's perspective, she described, and this is, of course, she's a very young child at this time, because she was born in 1646, but she describes how her family took in of refugees from the Khmelnytsky riots. So these riots or rebellions are occurring in Ukraine. She's living in central Germany. So that's how far a refugee movement had penetrated. And the fact that she talks about tens of refugees gives you a sense also of her socioeconomic class, if it could afford to put up such a large number of Jewish refugees. But they brought with them disease, possibly tuberculosis, and in fact some of her family members died as a result of caring for some of these refugees. So early on in her life, she's affected by pogroms that occurred far away, and loses relatives as a result. It's funny, it reminds me of a totally different connection, but my father, in a similar way, he grew up with kids from the DP camps, because my grandparents took in people who were Holocaust survivors, and so my father grew up with kids his own age after the war. Anyways, that's just an aside, totally irrelevant, but nevertheless. Okay, so she described, and we get a sense of the Khmelnytsky Rebellion and how it impacted Jews so far away and what that meant to them. The other event, which is especially important for us to look at, is the whole Shabbatai Tzvi debacle, which in many ways is related to the Khmelnytsky riots. Basically, there's a man named Shabbatai Tzvi, who is a rather brilliant young man, well-liked, good-looking, a Kabbalist, highly intelligent, who appears to have developed some kind of bipolar disorder, some kind of manic depressive sort of disorder. And at first, in his youth, he seems to be pretty stable. But then, like with a lot of these mental illnesses, their onset can be in the early 20s. He begins to develop these messianic pretensions. Unfortunately, he runs into a few people, one in particular, Nathan of Gaza, who encourages these delusions. He begins to start saying that he can levitate, that he has a mission, that he's canceling certain fast days, things like that. And amazingly, he gets a following and a backing, and the Jews of the world, who are so zerbrochen and listen, they're so shattered by the events in Ukraine, they begin to believe that this is it. Finally, the Mashiach has come. Finally, Messiah has come. And Jews from all over Europe prepare to greet the Messiah. Gluckel's experience is especially interesting. She describes how her father-in-law became a devotee of Shabbatai Tzvi, and whenever a letter arrived from the Mediterranean, this, by the way, is a prayer book published. It says here at the top, Ateret Tzvi, here's the Shabbatai in the center here, here's all these angelic beings, and here's the Sanhedrin and so on, all listening to them. When a letter would arrive describing how Shabbatai was doing, all the Jews would put on their best clothes, they would go to the synagogue, and the rabbi would read the letter in public to everyone as they stood there listening. So they were really very, attached to what's going to happen to the Shabbatai Tzvi. Finally, she says her father-in-law sold all of his property. He transformed a lot of it into movable goods, buy goods, and he stored them at Gluckel's home, right, her father's home, and he waited for news that it was time to move to Israel. So he actually made a physical commitment, like many Jews, selling their property and getting ready to make it to Israel. What ended up happening, of course, it's a terrible story, but Shabbatai Tzvi presented himself to the Ottoman Sultan and said, here I am, I'm a Jewish, give me Jerusalem, I'm going to begin the Messianic era. The Sultan said, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a counteroffer. How about you become a Muslim? Or I cut off your head. And he said, and then he decided to become a Muslim. And a lot of the Jews who followed him at that point realized that it was all for naught. Some Jews, however, continued him, and they were called the Dunme, and they maintained their existence and identity even up to the 20th century, but he died lonely in exile in Albania, which is, I guess, a pretty terrible place to go into exile. But no offense to Albanians, I'm going to cut that part out. I get a lot of Albanian watchers, believe it or not. The Latvians have disappeared. But so anyways, she described, we get a sense from what the Shabbatai Tzvi story was like in her eyes as well. So if we bring all these things together, we get a sense of the legacy of Gluckel of Hamelin and what specifically her memoirs mean. On a literary level, it's a great read. I encourage all of you to pick up a translation of this work and to read it, because it is absolutely fascinating. You follow her story with tremendous anticipation of what's going to happen next. She's also a gifted storyteller, bringing in parables and stories from many, many different sources and using them to try and illustrate her message. For example, one that I rather enjoyed, it's probably not from a Jewish source, probably comes from the German literary sources of fables, things like that, but the fable apparently goes like this, and she says this right at the beginning of her memoir, by the way. She says, it's a parable of a seagull who's carrying its young over a large river, one at a time. And every time the seagull has one of its chicks on the back, flying over the river, the seagull says to its chick, will you take care of me in my old age? Promise me. And the chick says, absolutely, father, I certainly will. And the seagull says, kind of savage, liar, and then dumps the chick in the water and goes back to get another one. Brings them over one at a time. Each one claims to take care of his father in his old age. The bird says, no way, throws him until the last one is finally in, and the seagull asks his chick, take care of me in your old age. Will you promise me? And the chick says, father, I cannot promise you that I will take care of you in my old age, but what I can assure you is that I will take care of my children as well as you have taken care of me. And so the message that she's saying to her children is, you may not be able to take care of me, but please take care of your children the way I loved you and the way I wanted you to be raised. So this is the kind of style that she develops throughout the book. It's very beautiful and engaging as a whole. It has tremendous value as an early Yiddish text as well. We didn't talk too much about the linguistics of it, but that's for a period. It also gives us tremendous insight into the life of women in the 17th century, specifically Jewish women, and a source which is unparalleled in its richness and scope for those main elements of the money and shidduchim. And finally, it's a book of great moral instruction, just reading about her life and getting a sense of what she personally had to go through and how she persevered. That story in itself, I mean, if it were fiction, it would still be great. The fact that it's nonfiction really gives you a sense of this is a woman with a real sense of purpose, a sense of destiny, and someone who, with strength of character, managed to persevere despite tremendous obstacles. And with that, I want to thank you tremendously for your the fact that you've lasted through a whole hour with me, and I look forward to speaking to you next week. Okay.
Now making cold brew at home is easy, plus it tastes way better, and costs less than buying cold brew at another place. Trade is the #1 coffee destination in the U.S. for both hot and cold coffee drinkers. They've sourced the best beans from top roasters across the U.S. and now a special cold brew collection. Trade makes it effortless to make your own cold brew that's healthy, delicious, and then an amazing value that are just on the beans.
Okay, great. Thank you all for coming. Why don't we get started? So tonight's lecture, this is a fascinating lecture. I'm going to speak slowly because some of the material here is totally new to me, and I had such a charge studying this week. I just learned this name Babata myself, 7 days ago, or maybe a little bit earlier when I was doing the Bar Kokhba research. Wow, mind-blowing. What basically is this? Babata was a name of a woman who was hiding out with the Bar Kokhba rebels that we studied last week in the Cave of Letters. And in that cave were discovered this archive contained in this kind of like leather and sackcloth bag buried under a rock that were her entire legal history. 35 documents that extended from her marriage contract through custody disputes and property disputes involving all kinds of people, husbands, sons, co-wives, nieces, step-nieces. It's just totally fascinating and gives us a really rich glimpse into the life of a woman in 2nd century Israel. So I put the pedal to the metal, and I did a lot of research over the last week. I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of things wrong, but for a popular first-time lecture, I think this is really an exciting to get to lecture about something I never heard about before. It's never stopped me before to speak about things I don't know anything about, but this thing I really did know nothing about this 10 days ago, and now I'm talking about because it's fascinating. Good and Welfare, tonight's lecture is anonymously sponsored. Thank you to our sponsors. And I get on the internet, I'm happy to say, a couple of complaints. Where's the opening? So I was really waiting for someone to say how you can give these lectures with no opening jokes. So those of you who are watching us on the internet, really just want to get to the material about Babata, I will try and put a little marker saying, and you'll miss the joke entirely. But for the rest of us, let me start with a joke. So this joke is, it involves a little bit of background information. You have to know, for example, the difference between Hasidim, who are the outgrowth of this 18th century populist movement that favored, like spontaneous worship and worship through joy and through camaraderie, sometimes through alcohol, dancing, singing, things like that. Much more kind of loose, spontaneous, excited form of Judaism that developed in Poland in the 18th century. Contrast them with the traditional, known as the Misnagim, or the opponents, who favored a more stern, law-based, Talmudic approach to text and Judaism and life and so on. And they had quite a rivalry that it was quite fierce in the last few quarters of the 19th century, of the 18th century really, and into the 19th century, but it's calmed down quite a bit. And they debated in particular things like halakha, Jewish law. Any matter of Jewish law was something that they argued over fiercely, whereas, for example, The Misnagdim argued for earlier times of prayer. The Hasidim said people should get a good night's sleep before they daven. It's more complicated than I'm giving over right now, but they debated all these things. And one more piece of information, you should know that one of the things that is characteristic of Judaism is the respect for the name of God. Of course, it is one of the commandments not to take the name of the Lord in vain. And so, we take praisefully, and we when you say a blessing, for example, and you take the name of the Lord in that blessing, you really have to take it seriously with full intention and so on. You certainly don't want to waste a blessing. So, for example, if you were thinking of eating an apple and you said the blessing with God's name, and then you decided not to eat the apple, that would be terrible, because here you missed you just wasted the blessing. So the joke goes like this. It's in the Holocaust. Not too many jokes you can tell set in the Holocaust, but you'll see it makes sense. And there's this Misnaged, one of these Talmudic Jews from Brisk, who gets away from the ghetto and he runs off into the forest, and he happens to join a group of Hasidic partisans. And they're involved in fighting against the Nazis. They're blowing up bridges and all kinds of activities like that. And during the day, they spend their time fighting the Nazis, trying to disrupt their movements. And at night, they have extensive and heated discussions about Jewish law. And this goes on for quite some time. One day, as they go to attack a Nazi squadron, the fight gets heated and they become separated. And the Misnaged runs in one direction and chased by several Nazis, and he realizes he's at a dead end. He turns around, he's looking at the barrels of several Nazi guns, and he realizes the end of his life. So, because he is a brisker Misnaged, and he holds very strongly to the opinion that, if you're going to die as a martyr, then you should say the blessing, Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'nei sosav v'tzivanu al kiddush Hashem. Blessed are you, Lord God, King of the universe, who sanctifies us with the commandments, including the commandment of martyrdom. So with his full concentration, he gathers his energy and he pronounces this blessing in Hebrew out loud, and he finishes it with a great flourish. And just then, his Hasidic compatriots jump onto the Nazis, take away their weapons, and he is saved. And he looks at the Hasidim and he says, No, I said a bracha. Right? Okay, all right. So at this point, I'm going to. This is the spot where, if you're watching on the internet and you just want to hear about Babata, this is where you jump in. Okay, so first and foremost, I have to give thanks to a librarian at Touro College. This is Carol Shapiro. I wrote to her the morning after I learned about Babata. I said, oh my gosh, you have to get me all these articles on Babata. And they were in really bizarre journals written in Greek and Latin and all kinds of stuff like that. And she pulled together at a moment's notice a tremendous amount of data. So I'm very grateful to Carol for finding all this stuff for me and giving us the material that we can talk about tonight. Now, let us recall where we got these documents. We spoke about it last week in the lecture on Bar Kokhba. These were discovered in the so-called Cave of Letters. They are named so after Babata's find because there are all these letters in this archive. It's in an extremely remote area north of the southernmost part of the Dead Sea. Here's the map. You can see here's the Cave of Letters located here. The sort of oasis town of Ein Gedi, which is going to be very important, is just to the northeast of it. And here you can see it within the context of Israel proper. Extremely remote area, very difficult to get there. You have to climb along a mountain path, and you have to go up a sheer cliff wall to get to the cave. And it housed quite a number of rebels of the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the Romans for quite some time. Here you can see a view opening. You can see a climber up at the bottom. It's in a deeply inhospitable part of Israel. The Dead Sea happens to be the lowest point on the surface of the earth. Temperatures there regularly above 100 degrees, and it is and the nearest water is miles away, potable water, that is, as opposed to the Dead Sea, which is heavily mineralized. And it was in this cave complex, which extends 300 meters, 3 distinct chambers deep into the cliff wall, that these several hundred Bar Kokhba rebels, including men, women, and children, lived for some time before they were eventually killed. It appears, maybe I shouldn't say they were killed because it's not certain exactly how they died, but there were ossuaries there, or like, we'll talk about it towards the end of the lecture, but there were bodies found there, skeletons found there, and Babatha was plausibly buried there as well. Most likely from starvation, perhaps from disease, but she met her end in the cave. It's also important to note, of course, that these are really important documents to her, and she left them behind. So it's hard to imagine she would have left them behind for any other reason except for her own demise. So this was likely her last resting place. I had some correspondence with the author of this book, Richard Freund, over the last week, putting together this lecture. He was one of the stars in an extremely useful documentary made by Nova. I'll put on the internet, I'll put the little URL. You can watch this 1 hour video where you can see the cave itself and meet the people who are excavating it. It's really quite fascinating and wonderful. And I wrote him to congratulate him on such a wonderful achievement, and he was very friendly, and we had a nice exchange. Here's a picture of Richard Freund. One of the things I like about this picture is that you can see that I think he has a bit of an affectation for Indiana Jones. You see the leather jacket, the hat, and the inset there. Let's see, this is Richard Freund. This is Indiana Jones, right? So, but he really is Indiana Jones. I mean, he's going out there into the sea and like climbing these cliff walls and like digging around for finding these treasures. Really, it's an amazing thing, and he was a great scholar. I highly recommend his book. Question?
Is he an archaeologist?
Yes, he is an archaeologist. Correct. Okay, so, one other cool thing. So when the archive was first discovered by General Yadin in the 60s, they were using 1960s technology, which most of you probably remember. That was back when we were making fires, like rubbing sticks together and things like that. But in the 30 years since then, a lot more devices were invented, ground-penetrating radar and things like that. And Richard Freund had this brilliant idea when he was getting his colonoscopy, because they have these places in the floor of the caves that are like fallen rocks that have fallen over the centuries. There are some earthquakes there, and there was a way to understand what's at the bottom. So he asked his colonoscopist, is that the right word, colonoscopist? His GI doctor, hey, could you use that thing to get into crevices? He says, listen, we can't get in any kind of crevices with this thing. And sure enough, so he brought a GI doctor along with him on this trip in the 1990s with one of these colonoscopy devices to look in the rubble, and they found tremendous things, so yeah, right. It just goes to show you I don't know what it goes to show you. Anyways, they found all kinds of amazing things there. It's a huge and amazing trove of artifacts, including slippers. They found children's shoes, like this is the bottom of a sandal here. So there are people living there, cooking fires, all kinds of things were going on inside the cave for who knows how many months, maybe years. They had a whole civilization there. One of the more fascinating finds was this amazing collection of brass and other implements that pose a tremendous amount of questions. This was discovered because they found a little bit of rope sticking out of the ground, and so they started, gently brushing away the dirt and brushing away, and then they found it was attached to a basket, and they started lifting up the basket, and they found the latrine. It was actually the human latrine of people living there, and that was kind of gross, but the rope went down further, and underneath the latrine, Dr. Freund says it may even come from a cave that was used well before the Bar Kokhba period, perhaps by Jews who had fled the destruction, some 60 years earlier of the temple. And there was this trove of these materials underneath it, including these ritual implements like burners, highly ritualized objects, very flat kind of pans and things like that. And he was arguing that possibly this may have been some of the materials rescued from the temple and buried there before it was used as latrine. How ironic and unfortunate. But it poses all kinds of questions. Like, for example, this serving bowl has a very clear sort of decorative elements that shows some Greek gods at the center of the platter. So it's hard to understand in the context of 2nd century Bar Kokhba rebels, who we talked about last week, as seeming to be very pro-Pharisaic Judaism. They were involved in asking for lulavs on Sukkot and things like that. They would think of as traditional rabbinic Jews, and yet at the same time, they've got these kinds of implements, which we would not normally associate with Jews from this period, because we tend to think that they have an intellectual allergy to the graven image, based on the Ten Commandments. So there's still a lot of questions surrounding many of the finds that come from the Kibbutzim. Oh, Mr. Rodriguez has a...
You don't think that there's those Greek idols on it that are used for idolatry, buried specifically to sleep on top of it?
That's a possibility. I thought of that idea as well myself. No, I didn't. I wanted to take credit for it. But I thought of a few possibilities. For example, in the video, which again I highly recommend, they take this item here and they compare it to other items that are held in the museum. It may have been some kind of household implement. Dr. Lawrence Schiffman, who's perhaps the world's greatest expert on the Dead Sea Scrolls, opines that this may have been an incense burner for hygienic purposes. Like back then, before dry cleaning, it was discussed in the Mishnah, if you wanted to make your clothes smell a little nicer, you would burn incense and then just leave the incense burning under the clothes in the closet to kind of freshen them up a bit. So it may have been, these might have been just simple household uses. It's still a big question that hopefully will resolve over the next few decades. But fascinating materials, and we haven't even touched on Babatha. Okay, last question, then we should go on. What exactly is in the letters that are found in the Cave of Letters, the Babatha archive in particular? With 35 documents written in multiple languages. Greek and Aramaic are the most lingua franca of the time. And they describe, as I mentioned, basically Babatha's personal legal history. When I looked at it, I was reminded that we have, in our own apartment, we have this one plastic Tupperware tub that has all the passports and the kids' birth certificates and social security, and that's our Babatha archive, right? That's where. So this is hers. These are all the documents that they found in that relate to her. It appears that she was illiterate because they are written for her, and some of the documents. And by the way, if you go on websites, I'll try and put them in the posting. You can actually read direct translations. They're fascinating. They're written by, appears lawyers or perhaps advocates on her behalf, presenting her legal claims to whichever court or individual that she's dealing with. So it's most likely that she was illiterate, and illiterate in several languages too. Not just literate in Hebrew, but unable to write in Greek. It appears that this is a fairly consistent thing, even though when we place her socioeconomic class at a fairly high level, it's strange to note that she nevertheless was unable to read or write. Might have something to do, I'm just guessing now, with the date that her father died. Perhaps she was very young, and her mother did not undertake the education. I'm not sure. But at any rate, likely illiterate. She came from the town of Mahoza, which I'll show you again on this map. It's right here at the very southern end of the Dead Sea. And this was part of the Nabatean kingdom. This was a Semitic kingdom, pre-Muslim, of course. We're a good 4 before Islam would develop. And it was not part of the Roman Empire until the year 106. And so one of the things that we're not going to talk about at all, but that other scholars use the Babatha archive for, is that it's interesting to note how she adapted to the change in legals, because she was, first she was born in this Nabatean kingdom, and it became part of Roman Arabia. And so there's some interesting arguments by the way, the most important scholar in this field has written, maybe a dozen articles, is a woman named Hannah Cotton. And she's really spent a lot of time analyzing every single aspect of the Babatha archive. It's quite famous. This is one of the articles that I read. The Nabatean kingdom are most famous for these amazing palaces that are built or carved right out of the cliff faces near Jordan, the Jordanian border, and that's what they're most famous for. It's at the city of Petra. If you're visited there, you'll see there's quite a few of them there. Beautiful. What we know about Barbatha is she was upper middle class. She owned property in Petra itself, and also later in her life, she owned property at En-Gedi. So she was landed. She had some source of income that was based on real estate. Specifically, her first holding was a date orchard that we have in a will of her father Shimon. Shimon left this date orchard in En-Gedi first to his wife, and then when she was deceased, the orchard was to be given over to her daughter Barbatha. So this is fascinating because in traditional Jewish law, the inheritance usually passes to a son. As long as there is a son, it doesn't matter how many daughters there are, the sons inherit to the detriment of the daughters, as it were. The sons have responsibilities for the upkeep of their sisters. But in general, when you look at women in the classical world, in Jewish society as well as many others, women traditionally lived within the shadow of some male figure, either their father, their husband, their adult sons. They very rarely went out and made it on their own. Barbatha was a partial exception to that rule, as we shall see. But it's interesting to note that the will does not seem to employ any of the traditional kind of legal mechanisms that the traditional law would require. Like, for example, I have daughters, and I certainly want to bequeath my massive wealth to them. That's a joke. I want my daughters to share wealth with their brothers. So there are various legal devices that I can do to make sure that they get the wealth, but within a halakhically acceptable way. I can give them a matana mechayim, for example, a gift while I am alive. I'm allowed to give them as much property as I want while I'm alive. And there's discussions in the halakha of, can I create a document that says, 1 moment before I expire, I give, my holdings in Cancun to my eldest daughter and my holdings in Switzerland to my second daughter and stuff like that. Can I do that? So what's interesting is that these are absent in the will written by Barbatha's father. Barbatha's father just gives it straight out to his wife. Now, she's normally the beneficiary. And then after that, he says it should go to my daughter. That's also a problem in Jewish law, that you cannot will things after your death. You can't say, I want it to go to Reuven, and then after Reuven dies, I want it to go to Shimon. Roll over. Once you give it to the first person upon death, then it's whatever they want with it. So the will that is the first dated document that we have in the Barbatha archive does not seem to conform to Jewish law in its particulars. That itself has a lot of ramifications that it will return to towards the end of this lecture. Then, so Barbatha, though, whether she had brothers or not, she was likely the eldest child, maybe even an only child. There's no real reference, if I recall, to any siblings of Barbatha at this point. Now, she grows up and she marries a guy named Jesus. I kid you not. The name they use constantly in the literature is Jesus. It was really easy to find pictures on the internet of Jesus. This is what he actually looked like. But his name was Yeshua, and for whatever reason, the archaeologists like the term Jesus, even though it's kind of like begging the question when you first see it. Anyway, she married him in roughly the year 124, she married him a little earlier. By 124, she was a widow. I believe, remember, Mr. Rodriguez? I think it was around 104, right? 104. So she was already at 20. She was a widow with a son, whose name was also Jesus, by the way. Here they are. Right? This is also easy to find pictures of mother and child if you put Jesus in anything. One more note I wanted to mention. So what happens is she married Jesus, and then she inherited some property in Mahozah. Sorry, that's where her father left her the property. And then within a year, she married again. Now, so she's married to a second guy whose name was not Jesus. But we have Jesus, her son, and this is another interesting aspect of the archive, is that right away she gets into a kind of dispute over her son Jesus. Specifically, there were two men who were appointed as apotropos. That's apotroposim, I give you the plural. This is a Greek word which has entered the Hebrew lexicon as well. It's in the Talmud all over the place. And apotropos is like a guardian, someone who has custody. It appears that the boy Jesus, the baby Jesus, was allowed to live with, I'm glad you enjoy that. I enjoy it. The baby Jesus was allowed to live with Babatha, but they controlled the child support. And so she took them to court, demanding that they should pay more monthly stipend for the upkeep of her child. This also has some fascinating implications here. Once again, it's entirely in keeping with traditional Jewish law. Like in traditional Jewish law, to my knowledge, certainly the mother gets custody. It's not even a discussion. If both parents are alive, then there's a possibility that a husband could get custody if there was a divorce or things like that, but it's unlikely. Definitely the preferential custodian is the mother. But the idea that the wealth would then be distributed through other people seems really strange. Like, why should you separate the money that she legally inherits from her husband and send it up through a trust managed by two other people? So this is, again, not necessarily in conformity with Jewish law, but we see that, as one of the articles put it, even though she was illiterate, she was certainly no wallflower. She was absolutely ready to take people to court, very litigious, and she was saying, hey, you know, this is not enough for my son Jesus to get everything he needs, you know? I mean, what do you expect? He's going to be loaves and fish and all that. What's going to happen? No, I'll have to cut that out. This is really also one of the big issues, which I'm going to save till later, but we'll talk about it now. Where is she suing her plaintiffs? No, defendants. Where is she taking them to court? Well, no, she's got the documents in the cave. All this is happening before the revolt, which broke out in 132. So this is in her 20s. There certainly should be a Beit Din, right? She took it to, well, at this point it would be the Roman courts, but she took it to the non-Jewish courts. And that's also really surprising, because in Jewish law, that's considered like really over the line. You know, we have a perfectly good legal system. We have a system of justice with judges and, you know, plaintiffs, defendants, rules of evidence, all kinds of stuff like that. What are you doing bringing it to the non-Jewish courts? It's considered like kind of a betrayal of Jewish values to take it to a secular court. That said, we do it all the time. But let me take Fred's question, then we'll come back to this point. There's plenty of evidence that she's Jewish. Yeah, definitely. They're referred to as Jews in various contexts. There are some non-Jewish players. There's a possibility that one of the guardians was a non-Jew, for example. There's no question referred to as Jewish. The name Babatha is unusual, that TH sound, which you don't normally find in Hebrew. In ancient Hebrew, the letter Saf was pronounced that way, so it's not so crazy. But they're definitely Jewish people. And they're definitely, you know, look, they're hanging out with Bar Kokhba. And Bar Kokhba was a rebel against the Romans, but vis-a-vis rabbinic Judaism, he was mainstream, right? Akiva was his sponsor. So she's going to secular courts, and going to secular courts before the Bar Kokhba revolution, right? Before that. So, you know, I have a lot of sort of like unformed thoughts about this, but why don't we touch on them right now? Definitely, Jewish law favors solving Jewish problems in a Jewish court. And there are lots of like strong messages of warning throughout our religious texts that say, you know, don't take all of your dirty laundry and air it out in the street. Or as they say in Yiddish, it would be a shanda for the goyim. It would be an embarrassment in front of the non-Jews to say that. The word goyim here not used in a derogatory sense at all. You know, it would be a shanda for the goyim if you brought your Jewish problems. If you're suing your synagogue, for example, you don't want to do that in a separate. You want to do it in a Beit Din. But the problem is, if you are suing, do you feel you will get a fair hearing in a Beit Din? Right? There you want to go to a secular court maybe because you feel you have a better chance at it. And in fact, we see that for various reasons, some very celebrated cases in Jewish law have been settled in secular courts. I'm thinking in particular, for example, of the notorious library case in the Lubavitch movement, where there was a thief who was stealing really valuable manuscripts from the Chabad library at 770, and he was caught, and there was a big question as to whether or not he would actually return the goods, let alone the material that he had already sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so in what appeared to be a controversial decision, the Rebbe felt it would be more effective, he would have a better chance of enforcing the decision if he took it to a secular court. And that's what happened. Went to the secular courts. They decided in the favor of the Lubavitch movement and the Rebbe, and they had to, all those books had to be brought back to 770. So that's a modern example of going through a secular courts, and Babata also did so as well. Okay, but we'll come back to this a little later. The story goes on now. So Babata, you'll recall, she married Jesus, had a baby Jesus, and then Jesus died, and so she married another husband. His name was Judanes. He had a wife at the same time who was living in En Gedi. So he had Babata, who was apparently living in Makosa, and he had Miriam in En Gedi. And there doesn't seem to be any objection to this in any of the texts. So even though the articles refer to it as bigamy, that kind of a strong word, polygamy was certainly allowed among Jews for another 800 years yet. So it's not that unusual that a wealthy landowner would have more than one wife. However, Judanes maybe was not so wealthy because Babata loaned him 300 denarii in order for him to marry off his daughter. He needed to have a certain amount of funds to give his daughter from his first wife, Miriam. This is like Peyton Place. I have to keep all these names together. She loaned him 300 denarii so he could pay off his daughter's wedding. And then he died before he could repay the debt. So Babata, reticent and retiring woman she is, she seized her husband's date orchards, 3 of them, as security against the debt that her co-wife or co-widow, Miriam, owed her. And in fact, the last document we have in the Babata archive is a summons from the court, from Miriam, summoning Babata to appear because she wanted the orchard back. She was saying that, it's not right for you to take the orchard just because my husband borrowed some money for you. That document is dated 132, which is right at the beginning of the Bar Kokhba revolt. So it's at this point that we assume Babata went into the cave shortly after receiving this summons. We know, for example, that Judanes had an adult daughter who was getting married. He borrowed 300 denarii, so that would make him probably 20 years older than Babata. If she is roughly, she's maybe 27 at the time she's married. We know when she's married. She's married in the year 125, and she was 104, 21, right? So she's 21. If let's say he's 41. So the argument from the back is that maybe those apotropos were actually custodians, both her and the baby Jesus. I like saying that. I don't know if Rabbi Grunstein would appreciate me saying the baby Jesus over and over again. Didn't show, but I don't know, it feels to me. But that's an interesting point. Although in Jewish law, again, I don't know if that's reasonable. Once a girl becomes Bat Yisrael or Bat Mitzvah, 12 years and date, she's fully adult in Jewish law. And you don't appoint an apotropos for someone unless they're mentally incapacitated, which we don't get there's no indication that would be the case of Babata. Unless they're mentally incapacitated, once they are 12 and a day, a girl is an adult. So if they were apotropoi for her as well, that would be another indication that it's not being handled according to Jewish law. Yes. So let me summarize that with the microphone on. It's a very valid observation that women clearly don't have the same level of legal standing as men in either Jewish or in classical Roman legislation. We could have an interesting discussion, I think, trying to compare them. I think that Jewish law would hold them to a higher standard than Roman law would, but certainly not to a 21st century standard, nor would it be appropriate to try and, retroactively project our values onto the 2nd century. However, there's a bigger question, which I've been trying to save for the end of the lecture, but I'll tease you a little bit with it right now. The real question is, what happened with rabbinic Judaism? Like when you go to Sunday school and you study the traditional Judaic approach to the ancient world, you have these heroic rabbis who have this vision of Judaism, which is exactly the same as the way we observe it today in every tiny little detail, including chulent and including electric timers on your Shabbos clock, things like that. And that's the kind of image you get. But when we actually look at the ancient period, it's a lot more messy. There are a lot of Jews who are not behaving the way they're supposed to in rabbinic, and nobody seems upset about it at the time. The documents don't say she's a heretic because she went to the secular courts. So one more detail that Hannah Cotton in particular points out, our most reliable early texts of rabbinic Judaism describing itself were not really recorded until the end of the 2nd century with the Mishnah of Rabbi Yehuda. We have some earlier texts to be sure, but the Mishnahs are really much more solid ground to stand on. So in other words, Babata's archive predates the serious documents of rabbinic Judaism by 70 years. So we know more about the ancient world from Babata in some ways than we do from the rabbis. Is it possible that the rabbis' version of the way things should be is kind of like tunnel vision? So let me return to that towards the end of the lecture. That was just a little teaser. Let's go on. Okay, so what ends up happening? Okay, so we have this whole story. We have the first marriage, the custody battle, the second marriage, the battle over the property, over the date palms, things like that. One more detail. This man, Pinchas Porat, was on the 1961 excursion into the caves with General Yadin, and he was kind of like an adventuresome, and he was told to go and look for any formations that they had not found. He found one kind of crack. It was a little bit smaller than his waistline, but he decided to push through it anyways, and he found himself a large opening, and he picked up his flashlight, and it turned out he was in a room filled with human bones that were laid out on these reed mats, and it appears that this was an evidence of the ancient Jewish practice of secondary burial. This is the way it's actually described quite a bit in the Mishnah and the Talmud. It's not that controversial at all. The way that Jews used to bury their dead in ancient Israel is they would place them in one secure place, sometimes covered with lime, and they would let the flesh decompose. And then a year later, they would go back and perform what was called Likut Atzamot, the gathering of bones. It was considered a simcha, and you would take the bones of your ancestor, and you would bring them to a crypt or an ossuary where you would put them in, like, stone boxes, and then you could come visit your relatives in these stone boxes, as it were. Once when we were living in Israel, and our eldest daughter, who's now she's going to be 23 in a couple of days. She was only about 2.5, 3 years old, and we were visiting Jason's tomb, which is in Rechavia in Yerushalayim, and it's like on the street. It's like built there right in the street, and they have these bars on kind of side, and there's all around, but there's bars in there. You can look into the bars, and you can see the crypt. You can see all the holes in the walls where people would put their bones, their families, from the Hellenistic period. And as we're looking through the bars, Rafaela walks into the crypt. And there's my little 2-3-year-old daughter in there, walking around the crypt, looking in the holes and stuff like that. And we could not get in. The bars were locked and everything. So finally we had to tempt her out with some candy, but scary. Anyways, he goes in there and he finds this secondary burial site filled with bones. Most likely, these are the remnants of the Bar Kokhba rebels who could not be taken out of the cave for burial, and so they were situated there. Gives you a sense of how long they might have been there. And then the plan was that they would later be taken to their final resting place. There were several female skeletons in this what was called the niche of skulls that could have been Babatha herself. There are a couple of possibilities that come from this as why was Babatha there in the first place. According to General Yadin, again, the first person to discover this cave, he felt that Babatha must have been a political sympathizer with Bar Kokhba, that she identified with their cause, and so she hid out with the rebels and things like that. And, you know, we have to place this in the 1960s. It's before the Six-Day War, and there's a lot of nationalist excitement and a lot of like Zionist energy and things like that. And of course, it makes sense that, sure, she would want to go make the last stand with the Bar Kokhba rebels. The only problem is that nothing in the archive gives us any sense. This is kind of Babatha's worldview. We have traditional Jewish marriage contract and things like that. There are some variations there, but basically it's Jewish and so on. You know, why would we think that she's going to be politically motivated like that? Richard Freund, on the other hand, says probably a more pragmatic reason, which I find personally a little more convincing. One of the other documents found in the archive was the ketubah, or marriage contract, of her second husband's daughter, which was included with Babatha. Now we know that Babatha had a hard time with her second husband's wife, Miriam, but she apparently had some relationship with her second husband's wife's daughter, Shlom Tzion. Now, what Freud argues is that perhaps Babatha was in the Ein Gedi region, which was a real hotbed of the Bar Kokhba military activity. She was there perhaps in the context of that last summons that we even read. And when the war broke out, she sought refuge in this cave with Shlom Tzion, because according to Jewish law, a woman is not allowed to be away from her ketubah for more than 30 days. Like if you go, the ketubah is the marriage contract. That is a woman's legal surety in marriage. If the marriage is dissolved for any reason, that's her document to prove what her rights are after wedding. So that's why most families today, you know, they'll actually put the ketubah on the wall, and you know, they make them decorative and things like that. But it's a legal device that has real standing. So a woman would not travel for any long period of time without her ketubah. So if Shlom Tzion, who is from Ein Gedi, takes her ketubah with her to the caves, it sounds like they ran away. They ran like for refuge there. And she may have gone with Babatha. And then since Babatha decided to bury her documents, Shlom Tzion said to her older, really aunt figure, well, you know, put mine in there with yours. And so they were buried together as a result. So Dr. Freud's thesis is that she was, you know, living her own upper middle class life with all of its legal dramas and things like that. And when this war broke out, you know, she decided that the safest place to go to this cave. That's how these objects ended up there. It's a very interesting kind of thesis. Again, we're all piecing these together from little bits of evidence. So let's try and understand the legacy of this find, because it means a lot of things. I mentioned earlier Hannah Cotton's observation, Dr. Cotton's observation, that this says a lot about the transfer of Nabatean Arabia, or Nabatean kingdom, to Roman Arabia, but that's not really our main concern here, and of course on Jewish biography. There are two elements that I find especially fascinating and relevant about the Babatha archive. The first is what it has to say about the status of Jewish women in 2nd century Israel. The archive says a lot about inheritance law, that apparently she was not able to control all of the assets related to her son, but she did have sufficient power to even seize property from, another woman, from Miriam, over a dispute, and that she was regularly assisted in this regard by a whole team of lawyers who are putting together these documents in various languages. By the way, there are multiple copies of some of these documents because she obviously expected to have to deposit them with the court, and she would keep other copies for herself. And that, women, even though they were clearly of a secondary status, they nevertheless had significant power that they could wield in the courts as well and expect to have their rights up. We see this unusual thing about custody, that the role of the apotropoi, which is in contrast to, as we'll see in a second. We also see that, her illiteracy evidently did not hold her back from getting the things she wanted done. That may be something that's more true of her because she had the material wherewithal to carry out her wishes. We could not necessarily generalize this to, let's say, a lower class Jewish woman, working for a living in a day job. She apparently was not in that class. There seems to be no problem with the polygamy. There's no comments whatsoever on her being married to a man who had another wife and so on. So these kinds of things are fascinating for the history of gender, the history of women in the ancient world. From a Jewish perspective, there's a lot to say here about the status of rabbinic Judaism. Again, recall, as we've discussed in a few lectures, this is a period of tremendous spiritual tumult, when there are so many different expressions of Jews, of their attachment to God, including Pharisaic Judaism, which has become normative rabbinic Judaism, Sadducean Judaism, which denied, for example, the existence of the world to come and made the temple rituals absolutely central and essential to Judaism. The Jewish Christians, who still, by this time, by the time we get to Babata's period, it's becoming more of a Gentile movement, meaning a lot more people who are not born Jews are joining the Christian movement. But certainly in the first few decades, it's overwhelmingly Jewish. Everyone is Jewish. Look how many Jesuses we have just in Babata's lifetime. And they're all sort of like intellectually competing for the minds of Jews. So one way of understanding this is that rabbinic Judaism was kind of like one prima inter pares, first among equals, and it happened to win. And for whatever reasons, the features of rabbinic Judaism made it more portable, more adaptable to diaspora needs and things like that. And this just happens to be the one form of Judaism that succeeded. That's an approach that many of the scholars take. I would like to suggest, however, something that kind of keeps the value of traditional Judaism in place while without denying the realities of people like Babata and their activities. Like, for example, you can still say that, to use a modern term, Orthodox Judaism is the quote-unquote authentic Judaism. But if you went to everybody's kitchen, even in an Orthodox synagogue in America, how many of them would you find are not keeping kosher? They're still belonging to the synagogue. They're still affiliating Orthodox. They're still considering themselves Orthodox, but they are antinomian at home. So does that necessarily invalidate the central ideological track? Not at all. All it says is that Jews are not so frum. Jews are not necessarily so inclined to be compliant with the rabbinic authorities, which is certainly nothing new in Jewish history. Jews not listening to rabbis, you just got to read the Bible for lots of evidence of that kind of thing. So I would like to tender that these documents indicate, once again, an illustration of my father, Harini Kaparis Mishkavo, always used to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. That in the 2nd century, we should not have this idea that everybody is walking around in a big black fedora, with a gartel and all things like. Jews in the 2nd century were also quite diverse in their approaches to religiosity. And although we have this strong tradition of rabbinic Judaism that certainly survived that period, it may have, as the rabbis say, predated it all the way to Sinai, and just that Jews are not necessarily paying attention to it. That's what we see quite a bit in the Babata archive. So that's the quick lightning tour of the Babata archive. Tried not to do too much of my own interpretation in this, but I want to thank you very much for your intelligence and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking to you next week. Okay. Well, I hope you found that lecture as fascinating as I did doing the research. Once again, a big shout out to Carol Shapiro, the librarian, who helped me out with so many great materials. Now, if you're watching this, it means you lasted right to the very end of the video. So, first of all, if you look at the comments section, especially on videos like the Khazarian video, particularly on YouTube, you'll see there are a lot of crazy people out there who write really nasty, awful things. You don't even know what I don't include on the website. So if you are one of those crazy people, I'm going to tell you right now, the rule is that if you write, ad hominem attacks, if you use profanity, if I feel that your comments are not, really trying to seek the truth in a scholarly way, then I'm just going to delete them and no one will know they existed. So don't even bother commenting. If you disagree with me, that's great. Go ahead and write whatever you want. If you can say it in a slightly nasty way, I will err on the side of generosity and let those comments stand. But for the rest of you, if you're not among the crazy people, then please write something nice to, counterbalance some of the nasty things you say. And I would really appreciate it if you shared these videos with your friends. I think it will be fantastic. If we could spread, a little more knowledge of the tremendous wealth of information that's contained in the Jewish heritage. And it would make me feel great if I knew that a lot of people were appreciating these videos. But I certainly appreciate that you enjoyed this video. So please like, comment, and subscribe. And I hope you have an excellent week. Thank you very much.
The starvation, the photos of the starving. Number one, we're the fattest country in the world. For the fattest country in the world to fund the starvation of a group of people is insane. Look at this. Here we go. This is the thing they keep showing is that Hamas.
All right, tonight's topic is a little bit of a stretch for me. When I was putting together the series for this term, I tried very hard to include as many women as possible. And this is a difficult challenge for the ancient period. Once you've talked about Bruria, once you've talked about Rachel, the wife of Akiva, you run out of well-known named women very fast, simply because their voices are largely not recorded in our sources. But it's getting harder and harder as we go through, and I think this is our 6th semester of giving lectures, to find women that we can speak about in a meaningful manner. But obviously they're talking about an important, huge element of Jewish civilization, of human civilization. I think it would be completely irresponsible to go straight through this period without looking specifically at women's lives and women's realities. So I'll do the best I can with Salome. The second problem I had, though, is that, when I really did some more research on who was Salome, I'm not sure it's really the appropriate topic for a shul lecture. It's actually quite a salacious topic, as I've told some of you before the class began. I'll do my best to try and steer myself away from the shoals of titillating references in the context of this talk. So let's try and understand exactly who was Salome and why are we talking about her. So first of all, she was a Jewish woman, but otherwise her connections to Jewish history are rather tenuous. She did not, contribute to Jewish intellectual history like Bruria did. She wasn't a Jewish leader like some of the queens were. She actually has a really tiny bit part in Jewish history, and in fact, we have no reference to her in any traditional Jewish sources, other than Josephus, who is a little problematic for reasons that I'll discuss. Nevertheless, some really good reasons to talk about her. One is the fact that she was the granddaughter of King Herod gives us an opportunity to speak about Herod's rule, at least briefly, and I would like to definitely dedicate a lecture to Herod in general in another context. And perhaps more significantly for our purposes is not so much who Salome was, but how she has been understood and how she has been manipulated throughout the centuries in a way that casts an unfortunate light on the appreciation of Jews in the broader society. Specifically, we're going to look at a medieval Christian exegesis of the story of Salome and try to understand how she and her figure and how she was understood had an impact on the way in which Jews were perceived in broader society as a whole. So that's why I think we can justify the discussion of Salome in this series of Jewish biographies. And without further ado, let's go straight to the material. So who is this woman, Salome? Basically, I'm going to give you the actual narrative of her life based on the Gospels, the one episode that we have from the ancient world. But she has been tremendously popularized in medieval and in modern Christian and secular art. Most specifically, an opera by Richard Strauss made her quite famous century, and a play version by Oscar Wilde, which we'll see in just a second. She represents so many things to those who appreciated her story throughout the last 2,000 years. But as I mentioned, not all of them are complementary when it comes to Jews. Let me show you just a little bit of an interesting clip. This is from a 1923 art film, arguably one of the first art films ever, that portrays Salome, the main scene of Salome's life. Here on the left is her drunken father, Herod II. Herod had about 9 wives and about 16 children, many of whom he named Herod. So it's very confusing trying to keep track of how many Herods we're talking about. This is Herod, his son, and he's at a drunken party with his friends, and he convinces his stepdaughter, Salome, to dance before the assembled guests. She dances this famous dance. This is Anna Navazimova, I think her name was, a famous dancer from the 1920s who performs this dance of the 7 veils, which arouses Herod II, that is Herod's son, not King Herod, to such a degree that he promises her half the kingdom for any request that she makes. So we'll have to talk about that request. Now, perhaps the most famous version of Salome that we have today is a version authored by the great writer Oscar Wilde, shown in the little inset here in the photograph. The edition that's published has the phenomenal artwork of Aubrey Beardsley as well. You can see the famous peacock dress here in the background. Wilde took the story of Salome, which I have not told you in full yet, and he used it as a metaphor for forbidden. Of course, was very relevant to his own life as a homosexual at the turn of the 20th century. The metaphor of forbidden love was extremely relevant to him. It was illegal for him to perform this play, in England, so he wrote it in French and then translated his own work back into English, which apparently, according to some loophole in the law, he was allowed to do, and it was performed in English in his own translation from his French original, and it made quite a sensation. But as we shall discuss a little further on in tonight's lecture, it was an example of using the Salome story for his own personal agenda, specifically related to forbidden love, but nevertheless, it made a huge impact on the literary scene of the day. So what is the narrative? I'm going to read to you a short sort of a paraphrase of the account that we have in the Gospels, which comes from William Chester Jordan, who is a professor at Princeton, who has written a fantastic article on the way that Salome has been portrayed in the Middle Ages. So once again, our sources for Salome's life are probably 2. We have the Gospels, that is the Christian Bible. There are 2 specific versions of the story, one which probably borrows from the other. And then we have another reference in Josephus. Josephus is the major Jewish historian of the 1st century. You'll recall perhaps from our lectures last year that he was a Jewish general. He defected to the Roman side, and then he wrote an incredibly detailed account of the First Roman-Jewish War in the 8th century, the 8th decade of the 1st century, and then it was very well read, and Romans read it. He received great accolades, and then he went on to write a massive 20-odd volume Jewish Antiquities, which is basically the history of Jews from all time. And these were documents that were produced for a Roman imperial audience, so they're not necessarily the most authoritative versions of Jewish history that we would like to perhaps read, but nevertheless, he has a version of the Salome story there. She is named in that story. She's not named in the Gospel, so there's no reason to suspect that this event did not actually happen. So here's the version that Dr. Jordan prepared for us based on the Gospels. Herod the Tetrarch refers to the three sons of Herod that ruled the principle of Judea in the first century. After he died, he divided up into three rulers. Tetra, meaning tetra is three, right? Right. What's four? Quattro. Thank you. And arch means like leader, archos, right? Democracy, right? Herod the Tetrarch ordered the arrest of John the Baptist and had him imprisoned in chains. John the Baptist, of course, is a very important early Christian figure, and we're going to return to him as well. Herod's reason for doing so, for arresting John the Baptist, was the furious complaint of his wife, Herodias, right? Also named after Herod. He'd like to name a lot of his kids after himself. At John's public condemnation of their marriage, right? So Herod's wife, Herodias, was angry with John the Baptist, so Herod had him imprisoned. Why was Herodias angry with John the Baptist? Herodias was the former wife of Philip, Herod's brother, whom she had left to marry the Tetrarch Herod. She was married to one son of Herod. She left him and married the other son of Herod, which was forbidden under Jewish law. By the way, all these people are Jewish. Okay, so we're talking about Jewish kings, corrupt, obviously. Herod himself, as we'll talk about, was actually from an Idumean family, which was Edomites. That's already, four generations ago. So these are like really, they're like the rich and famous among the Jews, and they have the sort of pace life place that we can imagine. Anyway, so, right, Herodias, the wife, had married Philip, the son of Herod. She left him and married Herod, the son of Herod. And John the Baptist, Jewish guy, criticized her for marrying her brother's brother during his lifetime, which is forbidden in Jewish law. John railed against Herod, saying, "It is against the law for you to marry your brother's wife." Sounds like a good rabbi would say this. At first, Herod wanted to kill John, but he hesitated because of John's popularity and the widespread belief that the Baptist is a prophet, right? Which is, this is of course a Christian document that we're reading now. The popularity of John is alluded to here. Later, Herod came to hold John in awe. He did not understand all the Baptist's prophetic utterances, but he enjoyed listening to him and came to regard him as a good and upright man. Indeed, he protected him, letting him live despite his wife's loathing and her continued desire to have him killed. An opportunity arose for her to fulfill her desire at Herod's birthday banquet, which his courtiers, commanders, and various elite male members of society attended, right? So let's get the scene right. The husband, Herod, has imprisoned John the Baptist at his wife's insistence. The wife is upset because John the Baptist is casting asparagus at their wedding. No, casting aspersions, right, at their marriage, things like that. I'll edit it out, right, Mr. Rodriguez? I do that? Right. Because he's giving her a hassle about their wedding. So John the Baptist is sitting in prison, and Herodias gets an idea. Aha, how about this? My husband is going to have a massive drunken birthday party. It's going to be all men there. I happen to have, says Herodias, a beautiful young daughter, first marriage to Herod's brother. So this would be Herod's niece and stepdaughter. And she says, Herodias' daughter by her former husband danced before the assembled company, and so delighted Herod that he swore to give her anything she wanted, even half his realm. Right? So she essentially prostituted her daughter for Herod to convince him to give up anything he wanted, because she knew her husband and that he would like make some kind of sweeping statement in front of all his friends, and then it would be very difficult for him to retract. After talking to her mother, the girl asked for John the Baptist's head on a dish. Right, so this was all planned, and once she had achieved this, secured this promise from her father, she went back, or her stepfather, she went to her mother, and her mother said, great, you have to ask him for the head of John the Baptist on a platter. Herod's distress was palpable. Turn the page, I want to find out what happened. But he did not wish to lose his face before his powerful guests, and he ordered a bodyguard to behead John. After carrying out his task, the guard returned to the banquet with the head on a dish and gave it to the girl, who then gave it to her mother. When John's disciples heard the news, they claimed his body and buried it. So the theme of this young, beautiful girl, sexually alluring, possibly so young she's a virgin, dealing with the disembodied head of John the Baptist, was so grotesque, it fascinated medieval artists, and we have literally hundreds of examples of this depiction of the young, beautiful girl and the decapitated John the Baptist. Here's one from Titian from the 16th century. Here you can see a piece of monumental architecture. Lots of these, sometimes with spooky backgrounds. You can see the artists are just loving this whole contrast between the beautiful youth and the decapitated John the Baptist. We could do this all day with tons of these examples. It seems they're having a huge field day with what's going on. Here is an early 20th century example from one of the staging of the plays. Now, this is basically all we know from the ancient sources, from Josephus and from the Gospels. There is an apocryphal text that may also be ancient in origin, which describes Salome's death, which perhaps might as well mention at this point. Apparently, she went on to marry, and she had several children, and then in the year 39, which would mean that she's probably in her 40s by this time, she was traveling to Gaul, which would be, let's say, France, and she, and again, this is not in the original text, this is something added much later, and we don't know how truthful it is, but she was walking on a pond, she fell into the water, and as she was falling into the water, her head hit the edge of the ice, and she was decapitated in a poetic and ironic manner, and her mother retrieved the body, the head as well. I could not find that the artists don't seem especially interested in that theme, but that's how she met her gory end, as the apocryphal text has it. Now, to take it a step further, to go back to Oscar Wilde, for example, the bit that Wilde adds, that's not in the story at all, but obviously had a very powerful impact, he also adds a sexual attraction between Salome and John the Baptist. And that she's confused and she wants him, but she can't have him. And so then she gives into her mother's wishes and she has him decapitated. And there's a very powerful scene at the end where she says, I could not kiss your lips in life, so now I kiss thee in death. Very powerful. You connect it back to Wilde's personal history. It makes a lot more sense, and so on. So it's a fascinating story that the imagination of much of the medieval Christian exegetes and even the modern mind. And in fact, there are versions of the Salome story in song and in writing. If you happen to look at the Wikipedia article, they list about 30 versions of Salome in modern culture in the 20th and 21st century. So it's definitely an enduring kind of myth, if you will, that takes us to the next question, which is really, why are we talking about this in a Jewish history class, right? She's Jewish, but where's the Jewish part to this? Okay. So, first of all, let's go back in time a little bit to understand her background and Herod in particular. This is a Roman rendition of Herod, may actually be somewhat accurate. I will show you the best rendition we have, a period rendition of Salome a little later. And he's an extremely complex character that deserves an entire lecture easily. He was a client king of the Romans, which meant that when the Romans came into the Middle East, particularly in the first century before the Common Era, they dealt with the remnants of the Hashmonaim, who had already been falling into a certain amount of internal corruption and palace intrigue that led to their internal weakness and eventual demise. And the Romans were able to take over this very fractured nation without too much difficulty. Herod had gone to Rome and had petitioned successfully to become their client king in Israel. Remind you once again, we're talking now about Salome's grandfather. So now we're in the first century before the Common Era. This term client king is interesting. The Roman strategy of managing all these disparate, known as divide et impera, which we have in English, it's a common phrase, divide and rule. And the way they did it was they would take certain elements of society, usually the aristocracy, and actually give them a lot of privileges, give them citizenship, remove from them tax burdens and all kinds of things. And by co-opting key elements in the given societies that they controlled, they were able to essentially manage all these hugely different cultures and political systems with relatively little effort on their part. From time to time, they would have to use force of arms and they have to demonstrate their military might, but really their genius as a civilization was in governance through co-opting the elites of all these societies. So Herod was one of those co-opted elites. The Sadducees in charge of the temple ritual, we talked about them in the previous class, were also one of these co-opted elites. And he came into Israel and he ruled with a maniacal intensity and a ferocious degree of personal viciousness. He was married to a woman named Doris at the time that he received when he got back to Israel, he felt that she was not really befitting his role as a leader of a country, as a client king. So he sent her away, married another woman named Mariamne. Actually, according to the Talmud, he killed her as well. According to the Talmud, he actually preserved her body in honey. He kept her around, and the purpose of honey was to keep her body supple. For you just have to use your imagination. It's the worst possible thing you can think of. Herod was definitely not going to make it on, the Jewish President of the Year. That's a stupid thing to say. I'll probably edit that part out too, right? Okay. But, some terrible things about Herod. Now, at the same time, we have this terrible, crazy king who's murdering his relatives and right, and all kinds of awful things. We also have him as the renovator of, in fact, all the temple that we associate with holiness and things like that, the Western Wall, he built a Temple Mount, again, on earlier foundations, Hashmonite stones, and also on the stones in the reign of Solomon. And here we are. So here he is. This is the great builder of the temple. This is the man who invested, millions upon millions of ancient dollars in this great religious center. How can the same person, be credited with all these horrible things and at the same time be the builder of the temple? You'll notice if you read Talmud that Herod's name is hardly ever mentioned. Like the rabbis just don't want to talk about him. Yeah, the temple, it's nice. We like it. It's great. Don't want to think about who built it. It's just not on the agenda because they're embarrassed by, his other activities. He definitely did do some nasty things at the temple as well. For example, at one point, the Roman eagle, the emblem of the eagle, up by the Holy of Holies, which is a hugely offensive thing. It's a symbol of idolatry, a symbol of the hated Roman occupation and things like that. The criticism for it, but nevertheless, he is the builder of the temple. He's also the builder of some of Israel's most enduring, beautiful architecture, such as his Masada, which you can see here, hugely difficult things to construct. Incredible examples of architecture. Various cities were built by Herod, ports, aqueducts, all the things that Rome was good at. That's what he was in Israel. So most historians have concluded that for Herod, these huge acts of public works, typical for the Romans, were like his kind of signs of his grandiose beneficence, thank you, doing good things, right? Good works. He's like giving to the whole population. They were not all motivated by religious sensibilities. In fact, in northern Israel, he was also constructing beautiful temples to various idols at the same time. He was like a donor who was fair to everybody. He gave to the Jews, he gave to the idolaters, he gave to everybody. And that was part of his self-image as being this kind of, grand leader who could do everything. But he obviously did not take Judaism seriously in any way, even though he was himself descended from the Edomites, but nevertheless a Jew for several generations back. Okay, at this point, I'm going to pause for questions before we get back to Salome. Yes? Taxes. Yeah, heavy tax burden. And in fact, this famine, he was noted for generously reducing the tax burden by 1/3, but it was pulled together by taxes. If you look in Tanakh, you'll see that the relationship of Jewish kings to their subjects on the degree of the tax burden. In fact, the split between the northern 10 tribes and the southern tribes was largely over a tax revolt. The north was saying, we're spending way too much money on taxes. For Solomon, he built a temple and things like that, a huge tax burden. And when Solomon died, they asked his son, Rehoboam, okay, what are you going to do? You're going to north revolted, and they created a separate. Yes, interesting. Very true. The parallel to Ruth, the parallel also to Esther, right? A parallel also, and you can even include the decapitated heads of Judith and Holofernes, right? In fact, some of these earlier artworks, sometimes the artists have specifically connected them to Judith. So that's a story where there was a Jewish woman, I think she was some kind of prince, and she got the king of the Syrians, I think, drunk, or she fed him lots of dairy products, and he fell asleep, and then she cut off his head. That was Sisera. Yael and Sisera, and Yehudit and Holofernes is a similar story. Yael is with the tent peg, right? And Yehudit and Holofernes is with the decapitation, right? It's these head things. Okay, let us go on. Okay, so back to, so John the Baptist part. That's an important element that we just kind of, is there any other questions? Okay, John the Baptist part, because he's obviously key. Yeah, what exactly is going on here? John the Baptist in Christian thought is the functional equivalent of Eliyahu HaNavi in Jewish thought. John the Baptist is, the term baptism is basically taken from the mikvah, right, which is a very old Jewish ritual. The idea of going into a body of living water, either the river Jordan, as John the Baptist used so often, or any other natural body of water like the ocean or a lake, things like that, or a collected body of rainwater, for example. It symbolizes a transformation, a cleansing, and when one goes in one status, one comes out another status. One goes in ritually impure, one comes out ritually pure. One goes in a potential convert, one comes out a Jew, these kinds of things. So John the Baptist was promoting, in particular, the use of the mikvah. He was, one of the early mikvah ladies of his day, promoting it for many people. But in Christian thought, he was to be the herald of the Messiah, meaning he was going to be the one who would let everybody know that Mashiach was here. And of course, in Christian tradition, he was predicting that Jesus was the Messiah, similar to the Jewish thought. And it's based openly on the idea of Eliyahu HaNavi, of Elijah the prophet, foretelling the coming of the Jewish Messiah. So a lot of these things are prefigured, to use a Christian term, or they are modeled on the earlier Jewish models. And he was an unpopular figure with Herodias in particular, because he, like the early Christian movement and the Pharisees, were antithetical to traditional authority. Because, think about it. We're talking about this palace intrigue where you have people who are like marrying the wrong people against Jewish law, and the whole business with a young Jewish girl dancing in front of a bunch of drunken men. That is definitely not kosher practice. This is not the kind of rabbinic vision of tzniut, modesty, of the way people should deport themselves. And people like John the Baptist and other Pharisees, because they're all in the same kind of intellectual framework and trajectory, are openly criticizing authority and saying, this is not what God wants from us. This is not what God demands of us. And they're like thorns in the side of the authorities. Even though the authorities are all Jewish and they all receive their power from Rome, they are unable to control this popular movement of resentment for the antinomian activities of the ruling authorities. Remember, this is the same kind of intellectual and moral force that will ultimately result in the First Roman-Jewish War. In the Second Roman-Jewish War, which we'll talk about next week under Bar Kokhba, there is a growing degree of separation between the common Jews, who are primarily peasants at this time, from their traditional leadership, and they're associating themselves with these charismatic local preachers, be they these early Christians who are basically Jews who are simply promoting Jesus as the Messiah, or more traditional Pharisaic leaders. And so for people like Herodias, shown here, the mother in the 1923 film I showed you earlier, they view these people as do-gooders, holier-than-thou types who are really trying to undermine the basis of their authority. So the conflict between Herod, the Sadducees, and these messianic figures like Jesus, John the Baptist, is really quite palpable, which will eventually result in contributing to not only Jewish sectarianism, but also to ultimately open revolt against the Romans in the year 70. So that's really what this underground work is. Now, looking at Salome in particular, there's really two ways in which her life has been interpreted. One way, which I don't want to focus on for the next 10 minutes or so, is the idea of Salome as the innocent. In some cases, like in Oscar Wilde's, was it Wilde's depiction? No, I think it was Strauss's depiction. I'm not sure offhand. Salome is portrayed as being somewhat dim-witted, of having, no real clue of the moral purpose she's involved with, either with the dance or with asking for John the Baptist's head. In fact, when she goes to ask Herod to have John the Baptist decapitated, she can't remember his name. She says, my mother said, what was his name again? That just shows how distant she is from it. And so there have been depictions, particularly in the late 19th and 20th century, that show her as kind of like being taken advantage of by all these evil forces around her, such as her mother in particular. But that's not generally the way that she's understood in much of the medieval literature, where we see her more as a kind of prefigurement of Judaism in the post-Christian era, that is in the post-Jesus era. This is an image, I've shown you several of these in previous classes, but let's just think about one element that I have not focused on before, but just for those of you who haven't seen it, I'll just give you a quick rundown. This is one version of the famous Ecclesia et Synagoga painting, which we see in architecture. We see it here in a stained glass window from the German city of Verben from the 14th century, which always contrasts the church as being, morally correct and upright and having power and so on, with the synagogue, which is dark and is immoral and is unfavored by God. So you see there's certain elements that I'm only going to show you one. We could do this all night too, but I'll just show you one. This is the church always on the left-hand panel, because it usually there's, and actually in this image they've cut it out from the middle, like a crucifix in the middle, and Jesus is on the cross, and his hand is over the right side, the stronger side. And church is represented riding a headed beast called a tetramorph, which is like a symbol of authority. It alludes to several passages in the book of Ezekiel. She's got the upright staff with her flag unfurled, blowing in the wind, holding on to the Holy Grail, the chalice here. Her eyes are open and looking straight forward, and everything conveys a message of like authority, regality. Is that a word? Regality? Regalness, maybe? Regalness, like being kingly. And in case you're not sure, not only does she have a halo, but there's a hand descending from heaven, crowning her, indicating divine approval of the church's rule in the temporal world. Now, over here, though, is synagogue, and represented really quite differently. She's riding a donkey, which is nowhere near as interesting an animal as the tetramorph. Her very posture is bent over. She's in an attitude of decline, almost depression, right? She's actually smaller than the church physically. The crown that she used to wear is knocked from her head, indicating the loss of favor from God. Her staff, which indicates her power, is broken. She's no longer in charge. The synagogue is in disfavor. And once again, to contrast with the crown coming from heaven, there is a sword descending from heaven and piercing her through the top of her skull to really get the point across, so to speak, that he's under favor. Now, what is this bit here with the ram's head holding on to? What is that all about? Open to the floor for analysis. Judith, you must have an idea. What does that ram's head represent?
It's so hard. You gotta repair your credit. You gotta start building credit with kickoff today. You get your first month for $1.
Very good.
The normal price when you're gonna get kickoff.com. Kickoff without the C-I-K.
Yeah, no, there's actually flesh on the bones. The eye is still intact, but I'm going to say it on the microphone so they hear it on the internet audience. Judith saying that this represents the ram of Abraham, which for Jews, though, is a very positive symbol, right? We like the ram of Abraham. We blow the shofar, it's Rosh Hashanah, all that stuff. Yes, holding it by the horn, which is very significant. Okay.
Western countries are unhappy. And they're much less happy than they were like 15 years ago. Young people aren't as happy.
Interesting. Yes, I think all those things are definitely very true. Notice that the contrasting element that the church holds is the chalice, right, which represents you receiving the blood of Jesus, the sacramental wine. So here you've got the bloody ram's head, and you've got the sacrament, which reminds me of another funny story. A friend of ours named Teeny in North Miami Beach, the one year they decided to do the actual ram's head or sheep head for Pesach, and so she had it in the sink before Pesach, and her 3-year-old came and saw it and freaked out and went to her and said, "Mom, there's a dinosaur in the kitchen." So the chalice represents like spirituality, represents like, it's intoxicating. It's something that is like takes you to a higher spiritual sphere, things like that. The ram's head represents carnality, represents physicality. And it is correct that the artist here is alluding to the ram, the sacrifice of Abraham, but it is taken in a negative sense, that the church is ethereal, the church is spiritual, the church is above those things. The Jews are still stuck on sacrifices. They want blood, they want meat, right? Carnal, from carne, meat. They want these kind of physical things. And so the concept of carnal Israel becomes very significant through many of the medieval readings of Salome's story. That Salome, thinking of perhaps her love for John the Baptist, is really obsessed with the physicality of him, that it's all about the blood, it's all about the death, it's all about the physical things. And in fact, a lot of medieval commentators, Christian commentators, looking at Judaism and trying to understand what's going on with Judaism, we have so many details with the milk spoon and the meat pot, and you could do this on Saturday, you can't do this on Saturday. All these details, which for the medieval Christian mind, I would argue for the modern Christian mind, for the modern secular mind, like, what does God want with all these details? What is all that's all physical? Is that really what God wants? So the criticism is that the Jews are excessively carnal. They're excessively sexual, which we'll talk about in a few weeks when we get to the little more of the medieval period. They're excessively focused on the physical as opposed to the spiritual. And so the whole Salome metaphor, which is translated primarily through the of a female as well in the ecclesia and synagogue, is seen as negatively grounded in this world things rather than the spiritual, ethereal vision of Christianity. Okay, but I should point out the blindfold, right? I can't believe I forgot that. The church here is clear-eyed and able to see, whereas the synagogue is always blindfolded, cannot see the truth, cannot see what's going on. This is actually more a generic representation of all Jews, right, as embodied in this female figure of the synagogue. And it's important to note that the artwork is especially important because we're dealing with several hundred years of virtually complete illiteracy. And so for people to understand, if they come to church and say, well, I don't understand, who are these Jewish people? And don't they come before us? And wasn't Jesus Jewish? I heard that someplace. And then the priest would be able to say, oh, check this out. This explains the whole relationship of Judaism and Christianity and so on. So it's really important to have this kind of monumental architecture. And it figures very prominently in a lot of cathedrals and illuminated manuscripts, things like that. We should also recall, you're absolutely right, that, the overwhelming power of this kind of art compared to our modern sensibilities must have been amazing. Like, it would be like going to an IMAX theater when you've never even seen moving pictures. It would just be tremendous, because what kind of artwork could you have in your village? Someone would scratch something into a piece of wood maybe. Who has time to paint? Who has any skill and training and so on? You come to the larger village or the big city, you see these cathedrals and stained glass art and colors. It's like overwhelming. So it was like institutional education. Here, by the way, this is an actual depiction of Salome herself. The coin that was recently discovered. I cannot figure out the Latin, but the websites tell me this is saying Salome. That's what she looks like. Hard to tell. She couldn't tell the difference between her and Herod. But at any rate, we do know that she was a historical figure. She had some royalty, and she had enough to have coins minted after her. But we should put in this context the legacy. So what do we understand from this vis-a-vis Jewish history in particular? It's a complicated, because she does not even figure in the Jewish sources I mentioned. She doesn't set a tone or a message for Jews. She has no teachings that we can offer for moving forward. And she's basically invisible to all of Jewish history, except through perhaps one of the most well-read Jewish books, and that would be the Bible. And specifically here in this context, I'm talking about the Christian Bible, which does have reference to her there. Unfortunately, for the larger scope of Jewish history, the reading of Salome as a personification of Jews does not sit well with the way in which we prefer to be portrayed, because she's associated with carnality, with illicit sexuality, with promiscuity, and so on, and of course with bloodthirstiness and the eventual decapitation of John the Baptist. So she's a little bit of an outlier from most of the topics that we'll be discussing in this series. Next week, God willing, we're going to speak about Bar Kokhba, fascinating individual who led a revolt against the Romans in the 2nd century, and it was thought by many, including Rabbi Akiva, to actually be the Mashiach. It turned out he wasn't, but I think we'll have a lot to say in more conventional Jewish terms next week. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
The people at the college admissions office, because Brett is an A- pretty fucking good. Okay? He's on the baseball team. He's not the star, but he's on it. And he writes an essay. I love baseball, and I love playing baseball. It takes my mind off the time I found my father's body in the garage with half of his face gone. So Brett goes to Northwestern, pretty good school, and he plays baseball. Okay? And his father's dead. Okay?
Yeah, let's get them afterwards. Right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? I have it right there. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started here. So thank you for coming to the the final pre-Pesach lecture of the season. Next week, we'll, of course, not be meeting here. We will all be very busy getting ready for the holiday coming up, God willing. And we will resume a summer session, God willing, at the end of April, April 30th. My lovely assistant and the brilliant Aliza Abramson will be collecting email addresses if you would like to receive the schedule via email. You'll also, by the way, if I get your email and I put you on the blog, you'll be able to simply receive updates as the lectures are posted as well. So that's a good and well for the beginning. Let me start with just a little story. Of course, we are going to be, this is actually a true story about Passover cleaning. As you know, the holiday, it's a tremendous amount of work as we cleanse our houses of all leavened products, which on a symbolic level is understood to refer to, you know, our sense of arrogance and our pride and all of these inflated things like, you know, yeast cause the dough to rise. Also have to get rid of the pride and arrogance that is so corrosive to our own humility. And so that's why people, especially in the holy city of Jerusalem, tend to go really over the cliff when it comes to methods of cleaning, taking Q-tips and cleaning out the electrical sockets and, you know, filters and their water and all kinds of, you know, amazing things, repainting everything. This actually happened to a friend of mine. I hope I didn't tell it to you last week. He lives in Neve Yehoshua, which is a suburb of Jerusalem in the north. And on Erev Pesach, the day before Passover, his toilet seat breaks. Oh, you guys, man. I did tell last week?
Tell it again.
I'm going to tell it again. I noticed that nobody watched from Latvia this week. So this is for the Latvians. So anyways, he goes into Jerusalem city to get a toilet seat. He goes to the hardware store, he buys a toilet seat, he puts it on his arm, he gets back on the bus, he's riding on the bus back to Neve Yaakov, he hears two Hasidim talking behind him, and one of them says to the other, well, that's a stringency I've never heard of before. Right? That's a chumrah I've never heard of. Right? Okay, so that's the joke. Yeah, that's cute. Okay, that's it. I won't tell it again until next year. Tonight's topic is Henrietta Zold. A fascinating topic. Her life career just begins to take us into the 20th century, where we'll look at some really fascinating people after the break. Oh, and by the way, let me also suggest that I am, currently researching people to study after the break. So if you have any particular requests for 20th century, send them my way. Hannah Arendt has come up actually in a couple of suggestions. Thinking that might be an interesting person to look at. The Piaseczna Rabbi from the Warsaw Ghetto is someone I definitely like to look at. So please send me your suggestions. We'd like figures in Jewish history that made a significant impact. Okay, so Henrietta Zold was one of those people. Her life follows a very trajectory in that, she is hugely undervalued for the first 4 decades of her life, even though she has phenomenal talents, which are exploited mercilessly by people around her, people who you would think would know better in the Jewish establishment. She's consistently underpaid and undervalued, underutilized. But then all of a sudden, in her late 40s, she has a personal crisis, which ironically transforms her into this activist extraordinaire that creates organizations in Israel and in America, most notably the Hadassah Women's Organization in this country, and also the Youth Aliyah in Israel that was responsible for saving 30,000 lives of German Jews between the ages of 15 and 17. And this all happened in her 50s and onward. So it's really interesting to see a person who was really, towards mid-career, when most people start thinking about retirement, she all of a sudden exploded and made phenomenal contributions to Jewish. So I'd like to quickly scope out her career, place it within context. We'll spend a little bit of time talking about the crisis that changed her so and allowed her to transmit her values and her energy to the Jewish population as a whole. So her years are 1860 to 1945. She is a child of America. She was born in Baltimore, Maryland. Her father was a recent import to this country. Actually, this is kind of a summary slide that I'm going to go right past. She was a, well, actually, why not? Why was she so great? Okay, I mentioned Hadassah, I mentioned youth Aliyah, things like that. But she is an American Jewish leader who first made her mark primarily in scholarship and primarily behind the scenes. She was quite talented as a writer, and she had facility with, of course, the American language of English that most Jewish scholars of the time did not. Most of them were coming over from German, had facility in Hebrew, perhaps in Aramaic, and perhaps in German, but in English that was an entirely different matter. So she was the behind-the-scenes editor and translator of so many works. Actually, I had my daughter Elisa in my office at the university today, and I read that Henry was extremely involved in the translation of Heinrich Graetz's works from German into English. Graetz, of course, was a great 19th century encyclopedic historian of the Jews. And I have a 1909 copy of Graetz's history published by the Jewish Publication Society, with which Henrietta Sold was very active. And I pulled volume 1 off the shelf to see who translated it. It says in the biographies she wrote it more than Graetz did almost. I looked in the preface, and it quotes one person, I forget what her name is, but she says, I only translated the first part of the first volume, and everything else of the other 6 volumes were translated by other hands, and they go unnamed. So clearly this is a reference to Henrietta Sold, she just does not get the credit she deserves, as we shall see. She later went on, after this personal crisis, to found Hadassah and be very active in Zionist causes, where she is a great hero to the early Zionist movement. Okay, so let's place her family background in context. Her father was Benjamin Sold, shown here, who was a Hungarian rabbi who was a modernizing figure within the rabbinic context. However, within the Baltimorean context, he was quite a traditionalist. The congregation that he came to lead with his young wife, they had just married the year before, was known as the most Sabbath observant synagogue in Baltimore, the 1850s and 1860s, as a result of his tenure. And he spent quite a bit of time as a scholar, publishing several works, primarily in German and in Hebrew. He and his wife had 8 daughters. Henrietta was the oldest of them, and she fell into a kind of a demographic trap that was highly unfortunate for her. Born in 1860, she was of a generation where there were very, very few American-born Jews at all. You had the German Jewish migration that had started in the 1840s and had peaked into the 1850s. And then you had later the massive Jewish migration in the 1880s. And it happened that she being born in 1860 meant it was actually difficult for her to find a suitable mate. We talk about the shidduch crisis today. We normally don't worry so much about whether or not you're born between waves of immigration, but this happened to hit Henrietta Sold very hard. And in fact, she never married, never had children, although her, which nowadays that's not necessarily the sequence I'd put it in, but I'll probably edit that out when I get back to editing table. But thank you for laughing anyways. But this was something that affected her deeply. She did have a romantic heart, as we shall shortly, but she was never able to fulfill that aspect of her life. At any rate, as a child, she had an exceptionally strong education at the hands of her father and was quite well schooled in Hebraic sources. She translated several of them into English, and she was also well trained in secularistics as well. Later on, her education was signal in terms of her career, as we shall see in the next slide. But perhaps it was a modernist, and specifically, even though he was a traditionalist rabbi, being Shomer Shabbos, he was still Zionist. And to be a Zionist, not sure if Orthodox is the right word to use for her fall in this context. To be a traditionalist rabbi and to be Zionist in those times meant that you were kind of bucking the trend. Be like a, well, I'm not going to go into too much detail there. Let's concentrate on her. At any rate, she went, yeah, I know, in that picture, it's a problem. All the photographs and drawings is wearing a yarmulke. It's strange. Maybe he's, I don't know. No, there's several pictures. Yeah, if I were bald, I would wear it, you know. I wear it now, even. So, it was funny, I had an aliyah last Shabbos. First line says that something about a person who is balding is pure. You know? So I thought, oh, perfect for me. I felt very good about that. Okay, anyways, she went to Western Female High School, which is a rather interesting name for a term. And then she went on to teach at several high schools. She taught German and French. German was the language spoken at home. And she also taught science and math, so she was really quite a broadly educated young woman. She also taught Jewish subjects at her father's synagogue, Oheb Shalom, where he, by the way, was a rabbi for several decades. She went on to a significant number of adult education classes, never earned a degree, although she did receive honorary doctorates later in her life. She took public adult ed continuing classes in Johns Hopkins. Remember, we're talking about now the 1880s and 1890s. And later on in her career, when they moved to New York, she wanted to study Jewish subjects more intensively so that she could participate more in her life with the publishing arm of Jewish Publication Society. So she actually applied for admission and was readily accepted to the Jewish Theological Seminary on the condition that she signed a document indicating she not apply for rabbinic ordination. It's kind of an interesting thing. Here it is in the early 20th century. A woman accepted to study Talmud and so on, but she had the promise not to apply for rabbinic ordination, which reminds me of a different joke altogether. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. It goes like this. It's a high holidays, and many synagogues, you have to buy a ticket to get a seat, and they have a gabbai at the door who will take your ticket to make sure that you paid the dues to be able to be with the congregation on the high holidays. So Goldstein goes up to the gabbai at the door and he says, I have to go in. And the gabbai says, where's your ticket? He says, I don't have a ticket. He says, well, I'm sorry, you can't go in. He says, but I have to get in. I have to talk to Goldfarb. He says, it doesn't matter. You can't go in without a ticket. He says, it's a matter of life and death. If I don't talk to Farb, something's terrible and I really have to go in there. So the gabbai finally says to him, okay, fine, go on in, but don't pray. So she was accepted to JTS, but she had the promise not to graduate, as it were, with a rabbinic degree. And then in 1880, her father took her for a trip to Europe, and she was quite appalled with many of the things that she saw there. First of all, she was appalled with the poverty of Eastern European Jewry, with the sheer desperation that they experienced under the very arbitrary administrative anti-Semitica of the Russian Empire, with all kinds of restrictions on Jewish trade, concentrations and where they can live, banishments from regions, borderlands, things like this. Just 1 year later, after she had returned, would begin the massive pogrom waves of 1881 to 1884 that would kick off all of the great wave of Eastern European migration to America. She had some knowledge firsthand as a young woman of the state of privation of the Jews in the late 19th century in Europe, and she was very moved by the plight of her people, something that would motivate her throughout the rest of her life. Secondarily, she was also appalled with the status of women's education in Jewish Europe. She prayed at the Altneu Shul of Prague, which is, of course, a major pilgrimage site of Jews associated with the great Maharal, Rabbi of Prague, and she was amazed with how cramped and dark and really second class the women's section was. So she felt that women's causes clearly needed to be championed, even within a very traditionalist viewpoint, and they simply had languished in Eastern Europe. So the motivation towards benefiting the Jewish people as a whole, particularly the impoverished masses, and secondly, benefiting Jewish women, were really the two lodestars of her thought, or the two northern stars. I don't know if you can have two northern stars, but together they formed the northern star of her thought, the Jewish people, Jewish women in particular, and that really informed a lot of her choices later in life. One particular incident stands out. There's something of a halachic controversy. For people who feel passionately about these things, there's a lot of ink spilled on the question of exactly who should say Kaddish for a deceased relative, and specifically what exactly is the obligation of a woman to say Kaddish. And there's a whole range of opinion on that particular statement. Towards the right end of the spectrum is a consensus. It's not for a woman to pronounce Kaddish publicly in front of a group of men, and so then women should use their avenues to discharge the obligation to memorialize the dead. Towards the left end of the spectrum, certainly well within the Orthodox spectrum as a whole, there's a feeling that, well, why shouldn't this be said? And we'll say the Kaddish on the Mechitza or something like that. So at any rate, when her father died, there were several well-wishers who offered to say Kaddish on her behalf for her father. And she politely refused. In writing, we have her words on this, indicating that no, she feels that it's something that she personally must take on, and she insisted on saying Kaddish herself, even though that was somewhat a-traditional. So she's kind of like finding a line that is appropriate for herself, not necessarily trying to be a rabbi, but on the other hand, being very learned and taking personal responsibility for her father's Kaddish. I might add, kind of as like a side point, I think I have kind of an interest in the history of Jewish feminism, and it is a recurring theme among American Jewish feminists, how losing a parent and then some well-wisher, well-meaning observer indicates that a woman in America should not say Kaddish. That usually provokes a tremendous counter-reaction that sometimes turns into outright rejection of Judaism. If you have to have a look, for example, at Letty Cotton Pogram's autobiography, which I think is called Devorah, Sarah, and Me, Devorah, Golda, and Me, I think it is. Right, she has a very powerful description of how she felt when some rabbi told her, sorry, you're not allowed to say Kaddish if you're a woman. And it's a very caustic and dangerous thing to say. I know. I'm sorry. She had no brothers, 7 sisters. Okay. So, anyways, this was a turning point in her life in terms of getting her to dedicate herself entirely to the Jewish people. And initially, she took this as a charge to develop her scholarship and to support scholars. She took on traditionally very supporting roles until, as I mentioned, the 40s when she had this turning point. Let me pause for a couple of questions. Take a sip of soda. Ms. Abramson, you have that Irish look on your face?
She specifically wanted to about women.
Yes.
Isn't that about women in the
No, Hadassah is it's an organization of women dedicated to Zionist causes. And within those Zionist causes, there is a whole range of topics that they take on. Yeah, but I think it's fascinating that you should ask that question. First of all, because I always find your questions fascinating, but also I think we should note, this came up also at the college today, we should note that one of the great losses that American Jewry has suffered as a result of the feminist revolution, which has generated for the Jewish people as a whole, but one entire sector of our workforce has disappeared as a result of the feminist revolution. And that is specifically the massive number of women who used to volunteer their time for organizations like Amit, Hadassah, Emunah, all of these organizations. now that women are working and earning money, that's fantastic, great economic benefit, but our volunteer base has been emptied out as a result of that. Now, I'm not sure that we want to turn back on this, but it has affected our community dramatically because all valuable, woman hours of labor are gone. Judith.
Well, now that you hit us on my dissertation.
Uh-oh, watch out. We have a dissertation on this?
One of the more interesting aspects of the women's movement was that by allowing them to use the workplace and the decline of volunteerism, one of the offshoots on this was the rethinking of what was happening. And many times the women were only allowed to rise within these organizations to a certain level because the executive director was always male.
Right.
And one of the things that has happened is that you've had a feminization of the upper echelon in many of the traditional national organizations as they moved into paid leadership positions.
Interesting.
And it's everything from the numbers of women going in as executive directors of congregations,
Federations.
Yeah. But it also led to the rise of a very active women's division within things like Federation, where they had more money to donate.
Interesting.
And it became more important to donors.
That's fascinating. Yeah, so more money, not necessarily more time commitment. So work out. Okay. Yes, please.
It's not so much a question, but I'm sure because she had attended adult classes at Rothschild, it broadened her horizons extremely in that the fact that many women did not get the type of medical treatment that they needed, particularly during childbirth. There was a tremendous incident of mother and child death.
Sure.
Postpartum. Postpartum. And that was one of the first things she started to work on, getting nursing into Israel and
big health causes.
Thinking of all of the poverty-stricken people, whether they were Jews or non-Jews, and bettering their lives.
Right. Don't forget, she was a science teacher, so she had, unusually broad base. Okay. Last comment, Ms. Abramson, and we will go on.
How has she learned the rest of her siblings?
That's it.
Well,
Well, the activism we're going to see in a moment, how educated her siblings were, any research on that, so I don't know. I would assume that they probably had a similar kind of background that she did, but usually firstborn children tend to excel in terms of reading skills, that's just one of those things. Her father was a brilliant rabbi. They spent a lot of time. I mean, what daughter of a brilliant father wouldn't you expect to be similarly brilliant, right? Okay, let's go on. Right. Now, she got involved in the Jewish Publication Society. This is an extremely significant and influential institution that translated and distributed so many works. The Tanakh was one of their great publications at the turn of the century. The Jewish King James, as it were, went through several editions. All kinds of really important scholars were associated with the JPS. She started out as a volunteer, and she had a significant literary background. She used to write articles for newspapers under a pen name, Shulamit. And she rose up in the ranks to a secretary, so a secretariatship. But the reality is that she was grossly underpaid for her qualities. We know from some of the archival materials that she was forced to accept a salary that was 20% lower than other people in the institution were earning. And her requests for raises were regularly refused, even though she was a tremendous overachiever in terms of what she was doing. She was essentially director of publications. She was translating, she was editing, she was writing articles. She was deeply involved in all aspects of this. Nevertheless, she was underpaid hour for hour, which is, and once again, this is for the benefit of Lisa, that, this is a constant in American history that women are typically underpaid for the same work. I think the last figure was, Judith, maybe 77 cents on the dollar in 2012 or so. So came up a little bit. Okay, so you've come a long way, baby, right? Okay, there you go, 5% up. But women, you got to really put your foot down and get paid the same as a man, right? So she grossly underpaid, and ultimately she was the editor of the American Jewish Yearbook, the #1 yearly publication that describes the entire activity of the Jewish community of America, an extremely influential that was published throughout the century. She's the editor, and she's making $10,000 a year. Yes. Yeah, I think it stopped publication with the internet, with so many things. But 20th century, we're in the 21st now, so we're still okay. Now, let's go to her personal crisis, which is really the important part. Her father died in 1902, and that's when they moved to New York City. That's where she started specifically her with the JS, the Jewish Publication Society. That's also when she made her application to the ATS because she really wanted to improve her rabbinics. Her father had given her a really great basic introduction. At JTS, she came into contact with their #1 scholar at the time, picture Louis Ginsburg. You may be familiar with his magnum opus, The Legends of the Jews. It's published in 3 volumes. And in reality, those who were behind the scenes say that Henrietta Sold wrote it probably more than Louis Ginsburg. Ginsburg did a lot of the background research. He was a German Jewish professor. He had very limited skills in English. In fact, it was commonplace that when professors came over to JTS or elsewhere, they were allowed to teach in German for the first year because it took them that long just to understand how to speak the language. So she basically wrote the whole book. In their personal correspondence, which was very, very deep, he used to refer to it as our book, and he readily acknowledged that, her contribution was phenomenal to this work. He was 13 years her junior. She met him in her early 40s, and she fell head over heels in love with him. Remember the demographic crisis? There were just no men around for her, and she was completely smitten with him. We have to understand that this is kind of an incubator environment. Everyone who is New York still, but it's a turn of the century New York, and everyone who is anyone in the Jew world in New York knows what's happening at the Jewish Publication Society, knowing the personalities, because really only a handful of people really working there. The great distinguished Professor Louis Ginsburg, the secretary Henrietta Sold, who was, she is, but she's quite a bit older than he is, and they had this platonic relationship that everyone knew about, and he ultimately rejected her. He was interested in being a bachelor, but his family insisted that he marry, and they found a much younger woman, a German Jewish woman, and he rejected Henrietta Sold, and this is late in her 40s. And she was absolutely devastated, so much so that she had a small nervous breakdown. Let me just read to you a little bit from her letters. You get a sense just from this passage here of, first of all, how powerful a writer she is, and secondly, how deeply, deeply in love she was with Louis Ginsburg. A love that was completely chaste. Next to him, she confided to her journal, "All other men seem to me like sawdust, stuffed into coat, vest, and trousers. I am a dependent woman with a keen emotional nature," she exclaimed. "A distinctly feminine woman, not an intellectual abstraction. A woman with red blood running in my veins." Now here's the author of the collected unpublished diary. This is Bela Round-Jargo writing. Attention from Ginsburg became the font of her happiness. Every encounter with him produced a somatic reaction. When they barely know each other, she, quote, thrilled when her sister Rachel addressed him. Sold described herself as, quote, quivering and palpitating, unquote, at the very sight of him and trembling at each physical contact, however inadvertent, however innocent. A veil he once knotted to prevent her hat from flying into the wind became a precious keepsake. She became a bundle of nervous energy. Whenever she, quote, flew to the telephone or to the door, she kissed his books and clasped his letters to her heart. And when she thought he loved her, she, quote, jubilated and, quote, sang. A graphic example of her very physical ardor is the following memory from 1905. There were times when my passion absorbed and mastered me. One evening, it had been snowing and raining and sleeting, but it stopped and a high whistling wind arose. I could not stay, and the pain in my heart drew me out at 8 o'clock in the evening, and I raced around Morningside Park screaming at the top of my voice whenever the wind was noisy enough to drown my agony. So here's a woman who is deeply and passionately in love with a younger man, a great scholar, but their intellectual relationship was not reciprocal, and ultimately she was crushed by his rejection. She has a nervous breakdown, she quits her job, and her sister takes her on a tour of Europe to try and clear her mind of this disastrous relationship. And this is really what turned her around, specifically her visit to Palestine, Israel. This is in the year 1909, so we're very early in the Yishuv period. This is when, Israel is still desperately struggling to even clear the proverbial malaria-infested swamps, to build Dizengoff Street up from a dirt road to the major, thoroughfare that it is today. And she is completely transformed by her experience there. She sees the desperate poverty of the Jews who have made Aliyah, many of whom are even the remnants of the Zion movement, who had attempted to transplant their religious settlements into regions like Petach Tikva, and yet were very unfamiliar with farming, particularly in Middle Eastern climates. And she resolved to use prodigious organizational and literary skills to provide aid to Jews living in Israel. When she comes back, comes back to America in 1912. She transforms all of her frustrated energies into the creation of what was originally called the Hadassah chapter of Daughters of Zion. And you'll notice that she's thinking very much in women's terms. She's not like kind of going beyond what society would allow her. She's organizing women rather than men. This organization, which was later changed to the Hadassah Women's Zionist Organization of America, ended up becoming extremely successful. And within a few short years, she had 4,000 members in this nationwide organization, mobilizing women, tapping into a pool of talent, resources, and time that no one else had really understood could be organized on a national level. She started engaging them in fundraising efforts and in promoting specific causes dedicated, as we mentioned, to health and to education in particular, and channeling a lot of funds to Israel, and also mobilizing the Jews of America to this very important Zionist cause. In many ways, she was the prime figure of Zionism in America at the beginning of the 20th century. She was a homegrown figure who was in America at the time, unlike many of the great figures like Golda Meir and so on who had already made Aliyah. But in 1919, she was called away because the Zionist Organization of America demanded that she go to Israel and conduct her work there. Yes, Aaron.
Membership without members was more in the East or just spread out today?
That's an excellent question. I don't offhand know the answer, but I would guess it's more in the Northeast because that's where the demographics were. You don't get the huge shift in Jewish population until the 1960s and 70s, down to the South and the Southwest, because of one major technological innovation. Air conditioning, absolutely. Most Jews, they come down to Florida. You have the famous story of Jews who were stationed here in World War II. in training, and they say, well, it's taka very nice down here. And then once air conditioning was invented, that was it. It's over. But this is early. This is the beginning of the century. So we still have concentrations in the Northeast. Yes, good.
Why was she wanted to leave?
They saw her organizational talents, and they felt that, not demanding that she leave, meaning get out of America. They were saying, we need you in Israel now, Oh, that's true. That's fascinating. Okay, great. So education and health were her primary areas of concern. But one of the major areas where she was quite active was in the creation of a youth aliyah movement. Because in 1932, although Hitler had not yet become chancellor, that would happen in January of 1933, it was very clear that the anti-Semitic tenor of the Weimar Republic was growing apace, and it was extremely dangerous and becoming increasingly dangerous for Jews in Germany. So she organized a movement to specifically target teenage Jews in America to encourage them to come to Israel, a movement that was incredibly successful. By 1943, they had 30,000 Jews who had taken advantage of this and had come to Israel. That's a tremendous number of young people. We can include in this group, for example, Hannah Shenesh, who was the great heroine of the Holocaust, who later paratrooped back into Hungary to fight the Nazis in the resistance. She was a typical example of these young people who simply say, life for Jews in Europe is over, and they would take advantage of an organization like this. This is kind of like, as it were, the nefesh of the 1930s, this organizing movement that brought so many people to Israel. Her leadership skills were valued, and several people promoted her cause, nominating her to the board of Hebrew University when it was established, but she was denied a position, like Judith mentioned earlier, because she was female, and only men were allowed to sit on the board of Hebrew University at that time. She also had, like everybody in Israel, a very strong political sensibility, and in this regard, she was on a different path than many of the Jews of the time. She formed a party called Ichud, which means like unity, but it was an unusual kind of name for her party because she essentially believed early on in a two-state solution. She argued that, and again, this is in the 1930s, this is during the period of the white paper, the period when there's a lot of conflict between Arabs and Jews, and everyone seems to be taking an all or nothing position on Israel. The Jews saying we have to control territory and that's it, and the Arabs saying that the Jews may live within an Arab country, but there will be no Jewish state. And she believed that the ultimate solution would be a two-state solution, which is ironically what a lot of obviously theorists hold about it as well. Hers were not extremely popular at the time. Steve, do you want to say something? Yeah, right. Like they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Okay. So I'm coming actually to a conclusion. I'm not sure why I'm coming to a conclusion so early in the evening today, but perhaps it's because I'm anticipating the Passover cleaning that we have. But, an interesting, the last image, by the way, this is her on an Israeli stamp, Henrietta Sold, you can see over there. And then here she is on a 5 lira note. Lirot, of course, are the old currency before the shekels were introduced. And I don't think that the actual donation is worth very much today, probably in pennies, but it is pretty amazing to have your face on a bill, even if it's, Israeli currency from before the inflation period. Her legacy is like one of it's something that you see this pattern with a lot of great leaders of the 20th century. There's so many people who never had children of their own and yet managed to sponsor so many children, either spiritually or economically, or in terms of their affiliation with the Jewish people. I'm thinking, for example, of Rabbi Schneerson of Chabad. I'm thinking of there's several great rabbinic leaders as well. And Henrietta Zold was definitely in that tradition. She had perhaps an unfulfilled personal romantic life, but she was able to divert those energies that she might have otherwise diverted into a family into the entire Jewish people. Her indefatigable, well, it's a hard word to say, her tireless work on behalf of Zionism through Hadassah, her work in the Youth Aliyah, her work even before that in scholarship, in the production of so many great works, including work with Louis Ginsburg on Legends of the Jews, is a fundamental and lasting contribution to Jewish history, and we must be grateful for everything that she's done. So with that, I will formally conclude the pre-Pesach season. I'm sorry that we're a little bit faster. I could have talked a little slower tonight, but I guess we'll have to end a little early. I hope you all have a Chag Kasher v'Sameach, and God willing, we'll see you in late.
How much money they're stealing in Ukraine, how they're not trying anyway to have peace. So here we go. Let's just take a look at this here. Social media companies release detailed public reports of violations of their company service and to outline how they're addressing
It was like 5, 4, no, the red light is on. Sorry. Okay, today's topic, fascinating topic, Sarah Schneer. She is the founder of the most revolutionary movement in women's education in the Jewish world for all time. Rather an amazing achievement. We're going to look at her life and her thought and spend a little bit of time talking about her impact on really leveraging some tremendous change in Eastern Europe and ultimately in America and beyond. I'll tell you a little bit about the quick bio. Oops, this moved to the wrong slide. Some very quick biographical statistics. This is the only known photograph we have of her. She didn't like having her photograph taken. She didn't like having her photograph posted in any of her classrooms or anything like that. She was born in Krakow in 1883 and she died prematurely at age 52 in 1935. Her background is from the Belzer Hasidic dynasty, and her father was a fairly well-to-do merchant. The family had some wherewithal; they could move here and there, and it made a big difference for her, as we shall see. Her major claim to fame, I don't know why it's blocking out the little bottom part of the screen there somehow. I don't think it's there. I think it's the other machine. Searching for the VGA. Maybe they will find it, but at any rate, I know what I'm talking about. She did this Beis Yaakov movement in 1917 that grew to astronomical proportions, as I shall show you in the next slide. And I think what's especially fascinating about her that's not well recognized is that she was really a master CEO, chief executive officer. She was able, with an 8th grade education, to parlay an idea into a phenomenal revolutionary movement that involved thousands upon thousands of people and has now lasted and is going strong for about 7 generations. And her products of her educational school were especially well renowned for their behavior during the Holocaust of the Jews, when the name Beis Yaakov was synonymous with chesed, kindness, with self-sacrifice, and with a tremendous attention to the values of the Jewish people. I'm going to show you the slide that says it all. If you want to leave and go home, you just look at this slide and then you see everything. Unfortunately, there's something funny about the projector, and this is what's happening here. So this is the growth of her school system only in Poland, where it started. There were many other branches also in Czechoslovakia. She started in 1918. She started making statistics in 1923 over here. She had 7 students, that's under the block here, with 1,000 students. That means in 5 years, 1,000. And then incredible growth. Over 10 years, she eventually got 26 schools, 26 institutions. I'm sorry, yes, this is wrong. It's 265 institutions. Excuse me while I just correct this. It appears that the formatting went kind of funny on me. Well, I think it's because I used the iCloud. I'm sorry. It's 265 institutions with a total of 37,981 students in 10 years. Truly astronomical. I mean, this growth is faster than, let's say, McDonald's in terms of its franchise ability, and the impact on the Jewish world is similarly huge. It's also interesting to note that McDonald's is not such a far-off kind of comparison because what amazes me is that not only she was able to engineer such phenomenal growth, but she was able to keep it all on mission, meaning that all of these institutions could grow up so quickly and could produce a uniform product, as it were, a graduate, and embody the same kind of values that she really started with at the beginning. Truly an amazing achievement for any CEO to be able to handle such phenomenal growth within such a short period of time and to produce the same kind of product that he graduates over and over again. So this is really what we're talking about tonight, the life and works of Sarah Schneer, and specifically what she did with the Asiatic institutions. Okay, any questions before we dive in straight away? Okay, let's go straight to it then. Okay, she was born as such in 1883 in Poland, and she only made it through 8th grade in school. That was graduating level for Polish girls in Krakow in the 1890s. Let's bear in mind that by today's standards, the educational attainments were quite modest for the average person. To give you an example, in nearby Russia, which had slightly less significant, well, actually Poland this time was part of Russia, conquered Poland, but their educational attainments were slightly lower in Poland for Jews as well. In 1897, they had a massive census, and they discovered that the Jews were the most literate ethnic group, more literate than Russians and Poles and so on, but that literacy rate was only 60%. So men. Amazingly, 6 out of 10 men could read, and that was the highest level of literacy in the entire empire. So our standards are obviously much higher. We hope for something, at least among Jews, for close to 100% literacy rate. But bearing that in mind, an 8th grade education represented really something significant of the time for women. It is a fallacy that there was no education for women in pre-communist Russia. There were Hadarim, primary school level, private schools that are organized on a casual basis in local shtetl, and they were typically co-ed till about 4th grade at the oldest. Typically, girls would be out of these Hadarim by the time they finished 2nd or 3rd grade, and the ultimate goal was for a girl to learn how to read from the Siddur. That was considered an adequate attainment for a moderately Orthodox Jewish girl. She should learn how to daven from the Siddur, and then otherwise she would learn everything else she needed. And the second, for a boy, 4th grade was considered really quite an achievement, and then they would almost invariably be tracked to some kind of vocation, to work in business, to work as an apprentice, a shoemaker, a tinsmith. So the vast majority of Jews, male and female, very little advanced education, but obviously females were highly disadvantaged. The fact that 8th grade says a lot about her socioeconomic status, and especially about her personal initiative and interest in learning.
For sure. That's a big deal. But for the vast majority of people, they're just trying to survive. They're trying to figure out how to pay the rent. They're trying to figure things out. So I think that, when you create a political culture,
I'll look it up. I didn't doubt before the 1920s.
Into extremism. You cannot, for the last 30, 50 years,
We're looking at the early 1890s.
and make their lives materially worse, where they can't redo their pants, they can't get a knee
But
up.
don't jump ahead of my lecture yet. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So, 8th grade. What was her religious? Okay, one more question.
Conditions of their life were much worse. That's obvious. Most of these people become broke for years.
Jewish men. 36% of Jewish men were literate in any language. This Hebrew and Yiddish. What was her religious education? At the time, there were no established schools at this level for women. She was, of course, the pioneer of Judaism. But she went to a secular Polish school. She went to a state school. And as per the Congress Polish regulations, there was 1 to 2 hours a week of religious instruction that was mandatory as part of the curriculum. Since there were so many Jewish girls in the school district of Krakow, they would separate them, and they would have a priest come in and speak to the Polish girls, and a rabbi would come in and speak to the Jewish girls, maximum though 2 hours a week. That was the extent of her formal duty. Everything else she got from home. She was nevertheless a deeply pious young woman, and her friends called her the little fussy. It was not meant as a compliment. It was meant as a little bit of a joke, because she was simply so pious that the rest of them couldn't quite stand her when she got so, punctilious about the observance of the commandments. She combined this, however, with an intense, she was famous for going for long walks in the woods, like many of the spiritual characters we've seen throughout this class, the Baal Shem Tov, Shabtai Tzvi, I hate to put them all in the same group here, but walks in the woods are something that's very popular among people of spiritual attainment. She used to love going into the mountains. She was environmentally very advanced for her time, very interested in connecting with nature, of observing the wonders of God through the natural world around her. Once she finished 8th grade, she went into the field as a seamstress, which was an adequate vocation for her, or for a young woman of her generation, and she spent several years simply working as a seamstress. Now, we have to place this within a context, an educational crisis that was happening at the time. There were many competing movements that were hoping to attract Jewish young minds and souls at the time, specifically Zionism and socialism, which we spoke about a little bit when we talked about Herzl, and then we talked about Trotsky, and we looked at these kind of vectors that Jews were following in large numbers. And mixtures that we have, Zion, of course, you have like varieties of at the same time, there was accessibility of higher education for some women as well. Exceptionally wealthy Jewish women would have the option of going to universities. And so you have women enrolling in several universities. There was a numerous clausus, meaning that limited the number of Jews who are allowed to attend universities. Congress Poland, however, prided itself on being fairly egalitarian about allowing women to take classes in certain subjects. And even more significant about the profusion of its universities, the People's University, which is kind of like a free university. They did not grant diplomas, and they were supported primarily by donations, but nevertheless they attracted a lot of people who said something. It's broadly similar, I think, to the way Stanford puts a lot of their lectures online, and Harvard is putting their lectures online, and even we're putting our lectures online, it's just to the rest of the world, because it's a nice thing to do. So that was a popular thing, and she attended many lectures of this nature. However, there were still huge gender disparities despite these kinds of availability to women. I'm going to explore those in a little bit in just a moment. There are also very significant economic pressures placed on Jews at this time. Now we're getting into the beginning of the 20th century. I'm taking a figure a little bit later, but from Yaakov Leshchinsky, who was arguably one of the greatest Jewish demographers of all time. He did an intense study of Jews in Poland in 1929. He found that only 50% of Jews who were members of synagogues paid no dues, and 30 to 35% paid only a token amount. So that means something like 80 to 85% of the members of the Jewish synagogue in Poland is not paying any dues or paying very little dues. And so 15% of the congregation were supporting the rest of the membership, which gives you a sense of the huge amount of need that was within the Jewish community. How that relates to women is that women were slowly being pressured by their own families and by their needs within their four walls to enter the workforce and to bring something, because the need was intense, and even though Jewish women have always been involved in various forms of employment, they typically tend to be home-based, helping out in the business, some kind of cottage industry like these, but to actually go out and get a job, that would be something that was still quite unusual for the turn of the 20th century. But these are the pressures that women are facing at 3 years, 1920. Yes, absolutely. But earlier as well, things like graph didn't work. I tried to create it, and it just doesn't make sense. I was trying to illustrate something that the economists call a scissors crisis. So instead of showing you with these nice colors that my map can do, I'll just show you in a charade.
Anyone familiar with this economic term, a scissors crisis? So a scissors crisis occurs when, let's say, prices go up, right, but income goes down. Right? So you've got
That's what we're in right now.
a lot of them are like that. Our country can be like that too. Let's say with tax base, for example, right? Our expenses, medical insurance, for example, and our tax base has gone down with the subprime mortgage prices, and so the difference between the two factors that the economy is going. So in terms of the Jewish world at this time, education we have a serious scissors crisis. Men are getting a certain Jewish education through the beginning of the 20th century, partially because of the poor economy. Some men are forced to stay in school longer to hang around shul because they don't have a job. That's a bad reason to stay in school. And women are getting a low Jewish education. So you've got a scissors crisis there. And then when you duplicate that, women who have means are able to get a high secular education, whereas men tend to get a very low secular education. So you can have one family where you'll have young men who are like religiously motivated and very knowledgeable about Torah and Talmud and so on, and their women know nothing about it. Their sisters, I should say, know nothing about it. What they do know about is French literature and Adam Mickiewicz and Polish literature and things like that. Who are they going to marry? There's almost like two populations growing along gender lines. And this is something that Sarah Scherer was very conscious of. I'd like to read to you something from her Gesamte Schriften, her collected writings. This is something how she describes the feeling of girls in the Hasidic world around this time. And as we pass, this is an excellent book, by the way, Shoshana Pantel Zoltis, and All Your Children Shall Be Learned, Women and the Study of Torah and Jewish Law and History. I've actually read this more than once. It's very good. And as we pass through the Elul days, the trains which run to little Shtetlach where the Rebbe's live are crowded. Thousands of Hasidim are on their way to spend the Yamim Noraim with the Rebbe. Every day sees new crowds of old men and young men in Hasidic garb, eager to secure a place in the train, eager to spend the holiest days in the year in the atmosphere of the Rebbe, to be able to extract from it as much holiness as possible. Fathers and sons travel, thus they are drawn to Ger, to Belz, to Alexander, to Bobo, to all those places that had been made citadels of the concerted life, dominated by the figure of the Rebbe's personality. And we stay at home, the wives, the daughters, and the little ones. We have an empty yomtov. It is bare of Jewish intellectual content. The women have never learned anything about the spiritual content that is concentrated within a Jewish festival. The mother goes off to synagogue, but the services echo faintly into the fenced and boarded off women's galleries. There is much crying by the elderly women. The young girls look at them as though they belong to a different century. Youth and the desire to live a full life shoot up violently in the strong-willed young personality. Outside the synagogue, the young girls stand chattering. They walk away from synagogue where their mothers pour out their vague and heavy feelings. They leave behind them the wailing of the older generation and follow the urge for freedom and selfish, further and further away from synagogue, further away from the dancing, tempting light of its sweet joy. And she's describing here the gendered nature of the Jewish world at the turn of the 20th century, where men, especially Hasidic men who will leave their families for the Yom Ryan or the Yom Tovim, leave their women behind. And the women, because they don't have an education to be able to generate interest in what they're doing, are kind of like left at loose ends. And is it surprising that the youth will be disaffected and will be attracted to movements like Zionism, socialism, and so on? This is the world into which Sarah Scherer stepped with her ideas of Jewish education.
And there isn't. They're not. And she does. Those are the answers to those questions. But they're not. Is a country being run by animals? Yes. Does Brady have a gun? Most likely. Am I going to afford a house? Not nearly. Do I have what kind of job am I going to get? Nothing. Do you know what young people do now? If you're a young person, graduate, let's give you a name. Let's give you a name. Your name.
There's a lot of information on how we use Dr. Kaczynski's work on the economic makeup of the Jewish world. About 60% of Jews were involved in one form of commerce or another. And so when you have 60% of Jews in business, at least a few of them are going to be successful. And also the films, I haven't seen the films we've seen, but chances are, if you are a Rabbi and you're going on film representing your Gila, chances are you're well your best. Okay, so I'm not sure, I haven't seen it. Let's go to Vienna now. So what happened? The turning point in her life is in 1914, when her very wealthy family decides that they want to avoid the front line that in case they were to approach Krakow, and they moved to the larger city of Vienna in Austria. And it is there that she began her, she went, as she usually did, to classes of one type or another, and she met a Rabbi, Moshe Flesch, who was a third-generation student of Rabbi Samson Raphael. Picture here, you recall we had a lecture on Ralph Hirsch and his thought. And she was simply overwhelmed with Ralph Hirsch's thought, which at that time had not really penetrated Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was still far too traditional to accept the kind of melding of secular ideas with Judaism that Ralph Hirsch was able to somehow accomplish. And she was especially taken with this idea of the Yud Mensch, of the Jewish human being, in which Ralph Hirsch argued that a Jew should not be simply cloistered within the 4 cubits of halakha without looking at the outside world. We are, after all, human animals. We do exist in a multicultural society. And Ralph Hirsch argued that to be a well-rounded human being, one has to learn how to adapt and understand outside society. This is in many ways the foundation stone of the educational philosophy of university, which is with its motto of Torah and Nada, right? Torah studies and secular studies. And so she thought this was absolutely fantastic. It was overwhelming for her. And for 4 years, 3 years really, she imbibed the philosophy of Rabbi through his student, Rabbi Dr. Flesch's lectures, and then she brought them back to Poland, where she met lots of opposition. And back out, and she thought, why don't we get together? She started to work with slightly more high school girls. She thought, let's get some young women and study these ideas. Let's study geography and history and literature and things like that. And within a Jewish context, always understanding the Jewish version of Torah. And she met opposition from both left and right. The opposition on the left wing of the Jewish community was coming from people who were involved with the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment. And there were some educational opportunities for women in the Haskalah, the Targum schools, for example, which were much more left-leaning and much more Zionistic. Some actually had a socialist component at the same time. And they felt that her idea was quixotic and doomed to failure. How can you possibly, they argue, combine ultra-traditional attitudes to, women being in the home and women being skewed to traditional modesty with modern pedagogy and enlightened ideas? So they pursued the idea entirely. And on the right, in the community that you think she would get the most response, there was a lot of suspicion about the idea of taking teenage girls out of the home and having who educate them in some strange idea. It was totally unheard of that women should have some kind of formal education. And so the right wing is really quite big of this whole idea from this, what they call the little Hasidic one. Ultimately, however, was able to achieve some early endorsement from some very significant figures, and that really started the ball rolling for her. She first went to the Belzer Rebbe. She was a Belzer Rothschild, and she wouldn't go directly to the Belzer Rebbe herself. She sent her brother. Her brother went to the Rebbe, described the nature of the project,
And while the Rebbe was at Marienbad enjoying the spa, this is something that most rabbis don't do much nowadays. But back then, every few months, years, that they would go to hot springs, and they would I don't know, rabbis hot tubs, it's so strange, but they would do it regularly, and that's one of the few places where they could be photographed, for example. Many of them didn't like having photos in the studios, but at the spa, it was okay. It was kind of like vacation. All the things were different. I guess what happens in Marienbad stays in Marienbad, something like that, right? Something like that. Anyways, the brother of Sarah Snare went up to the Rebbe and he asked him what he thought of his idea. And the Rebbe had 2-word response for him: bracha v'hatzlacha, blessing and success. Within the Hasidic world is an sense of approval. I don't know too much about it, but I understand that in the diamond district, when you're buying and selling diamonds, they don't use diamonds. Nobody's saying mazel bracha. Not bracha and hatzlacha. I wonder what the difference is: bracha and hatzlacha, mazel and bracha. But apparently, it was like a ringing endorsement that allowed Sarah to say, "Hey, but the Belzer Rebbe said bracha v'hatzlacha to anyone who pays." So she began to get a little traction for her idea with that particular story. Then the Buddhist Israel, which had just been formed a few years earlier, also initially approved the idea. They would later become absolutely enthralled with the idea that I will describe shortly. And one by one, many other significant Rebbe's indicated their approval. The Ger Rebbe, the 6th Lubavitcher Rebbe, Friedrich Rebbe as they call him, the Kabbalah wrote a tshuva in 1918 that specifically endorsed this movement, and they all followed along saying this is a great idea. By the way, this is a picture. This is the only known true photograph of the Kabbalah the picture of that popularly circulates and like the like that. Many authorities dispute that it's actually himself. One expert say that's actually the shirt of Rabbi, and he had a very unique so that's what it is. Time, I didn't know Yiddish when I was a kid. I don't really know Yiddish that much now, but for a long time I thought that my middle name was Shane. Anyways, so she starts the idea. She begins with 25 students. Later, she would make a ton on that number 25, which has to be the numerical equivalent of the word show, cafe, and she related it to the verse Kos Omar Lebeis Yaakov, V'Sagid, Kaged Le'Bnei Yisrael. I can take the name of some of this on the internet too. Besides actually my evil twin brother. But how does it go? Thus shall you say to the house of Jacob, and so shall ye instruct the children of Israel. Rashi says there from Rashi, what's the difference between Yaakov and the Bnei Israel? Bnei Israel is in the masculine, that refers to the men. You have to tell the men. Before that, you speak to the house of Jacob, that refers to the women. Hence the name for the school system, Beis Yaakov, the house of Jacob, because that's the reference to the Rashi, the Midrash on that particular passage. So, as I mentioned earlier, the Buddhist Israel is this fairly right-wing, religious, quasi-political party that we spoke about when we talked about the various intellectual and political options of Jews. This is a highly traditional modality for Jews who didn't want to be Zionists, didn't want to be socialists, didn't want to immigrate, that they wanted to have some, articulate their political views on the national scene. And they actually were a legitimate political party in Poland. They had in elections and they had seats in the Polish parliament and so on. It was very much a formal organization. When they met for their first Knessia Gedola, for their first great assembly in 1923, they were so impressed with what Sarah Schneer was doing that they elected to take over her movement and say this is the educational arm of Buddhist Israel for the women of Poland. It's a phenomenal statement. It came with a big price tag because they were willing to give it a lot of financial support to enable it to exist, but it also created more of a ripple effect of the success of Beis Yaakov because now it was not, just women from Krakow with a few rabbinic signatures running around trying to operate in school. Now it had the official imprimatur of none other than the very significant political organization of the day. Pause for questions, arguments, discrepancies, no arguments. Oh my God.
John says, listen, I totally understand, but here's the reality. You graduated from school next year. I've always loved you. I never thought you loved me. We're meant to be together. We're meant to get married in my family's vineyard in the south of France. You know it, I know it. So, what are we doing here? And she walks home, she's crying, and it's cold, and it's wet, and it's raining. She knows the shock is right. She knows that she's going to go and marry this rich guy, and she's going to destroy
I never heard that.
this man, this Midwestern guy who's a good guy. And she goes home, and they have a talk. She says, listen,
Yeah, it was a well-rounded school in many ways. Okay, so she was not starting up just another cheder. She was not starting up just an imitation mentor for women. This was a brand new initiative based very heavily on the ideas of Rabbi. The first thing she did was she hired two German-trained educators, Dr. Daniel Deutschlander, who wrote most of the curriculum, and a woman named Fraulein Dr. Judith Rosenbaum, later married name was Grünfeld, written a book on her experiences as well. So between the two of them, Dr. Deutschlander and the Fraulein Doctor, they really were able to engineer a curriculum and a pedagogy that could be packaged and reproduced with great success. By 1922, they had received accreditation from the Polish government, giving them legitimate status as a secondary school in the Polish school system. Graduates could then take their diplomas to go on to tertiary institutions and so on. When it came to the question of, well, what about all this secular material that's included in the curriculum? Is that kosher? Her approach was quite literally, as she quoted to her students, eat the fruit and discard the peel. You take what's worthwhile in it, and everything else simply discard. Don't discard your fruit. Eat the fruit on the inside and discard the peel. And also included in her pedagogy, whoa, something happened here. Unable to download updates. I don't want updates. It's okay. Where's my mouse? Don't do weird things to me, please. Computer is behaving strangely. Okay, here we are. She integrated a lot of environmental education into the curriculum. Lots of touring, lots of trips into the Carpathian Mountains, Shabbatonim out of doors, all kinds of activities that really connected the young women to the outside world. When I talked about this with my students today, I said it's surprising because I sent one of my daughters to Base Yaakov system here, and they didn't have that strong emphasis on outdoor education. But one of my other students who's also graduated Base Yaakov said that apparently in Israel, Base Yaakov schools really do a lot of it. They are constantly traveling all over the place and overnight and camping and things like that. That's very much true to their philosophy. Here's the curriculum. Just point form. Obviously, lots of Jewish studies. On the left-hand side, you've got Bible, Tanakh, you've got Jewish tefillah, davening, prayer, Jewish history, Hebrew language, halakha, and then it's hidden under this block, I don't know how we have it, psychology. They actually taught what is modern psychology at the beginning of the 20th century. And then going on to more secular subjects, pedagogy, because this was fundamentally a teacher's college. This was designed to create more teachers, which was the reason for her expansion. Polish and German language studies, so they would be literate in 4 languages: Polish, Hebrew, Russian, and Polish. They would not be generally speak it as a spoken language, but I'll discuss in sections in a minute. German, and of course the Mamalush in Yiddish. They also had gymnastics and handicraft. That was the scope of their curriculum, and it was really quite successful. Attracted a lot of students. Part of the way in which it attracted students was that she built into the model of the education perpetuation. In several of the schools, she only accepted students if they would agree to later become teachers. And what she would do is she would take one of her finer graduates, she would schlep her out to some shtetl 20 versts away from where the first Beis Yaakov was, and she would gather a meeting of the local Jewish women, and she would have this young woman who was a recent graduate give them a lecture on some topic in Jewish thought or practicing law. And after this young woman gave an eloquent presentation, Sarah Schneer would get up and say, "Now, wouldn't you want a young woman like this teaching your daughters?" And they would all say yes. And she'd say, "Okay, she's available right now." And she would plant them before they were married in that town, often starting within a month, their new career as principal of a Beis Yaakov franchise. And it was a model that could just be repeated over and over again with these graduates, because the program was only a few years long, and that's what really helped it on a structural level grow with such rapidity. But again, the graduates really, they imbibed the philosophy of this movement, and they were true representatives of what she was trying to achieve. She was also quite adept at fundraising, particularly when they were building their first building. They created these little cards called Bausteins, or bricks, and it was like a picture of a building, and it was a brick, and she would carry it around, and she would sell these Bausteins to whoever wanted to contribute to the construction of the building. One building they built in 1927, they actually, because they had such demands on the facility, they moved in before the upper floors were completed. And every day, even long after it was completed, the general contractor would come back and inspect all of the buildings, all of the things that he created. And Sarah Schneer one day asked him, "Why do you always come back and check out, the drywall and the things like? Why are you coming back every?" And he says, "Because, Mrs. Schneer, I have built many buildings, but after I die, I will leave all of them behind except for this one. I want to make sure it's built exactly right." She also was a publicist. She was quite a prolific essayist. She even wrote a couple of plays as well for her students. And plays have become, just as an aside, a really important part of the Beis Yaakov curriculum. They call them productions. You've heard of production. And I always thought, when I was first introduced that term, I always thought it was a funny kind of, they didn't call them school plays. When I went to secular high school, we had a school play, right? Self-Pacific or something like that. But the Beis Yaakov calls them productions. And I think of them the way my grandmother, Elena Shalom, would use that word. Such a production. It was like a big ungepatched hoo-ha that had so many details. It was like mildly self-deprecating, but theater was a very important part of her milieu, and she did it with her own life. She created a journal called the Beis Yaakov Journal that not only was widely successful, she sold it as a 1 ruble a week tutor for girls who live in rural environments. So if they had no access to a Beis Yaakov, at least the parents could subscribe to the Beis Yaakov Journal, and she would have in Yiddish at least some source of contemporary material to read that was related to the overall philosophy of the school. She also created a supplementary youth group that was aligned with the Beis Yaakov movement called the Nos. It still is in existence. The Nos is Israel, the daughters of the Midas Israel. And this youth group had its major convention also in 1927 with about 2,000, and it was the largest gathering of women in Polish history. 2,000 women coming together for convention. Right. Okay. Yes, Mr. Lax. The tuition, I don't know. That's a good question. It would be in this blue book here, but I forgot. I'm sure it was nominated. Tuition. So you can say, it says in 1919 we became the official educational institution. I'm glad you're paying attention. It makes me feel good that now, let me ask you a more fundamental question. Who exactly was Sarah Schneer? It's fascinating when you read the literature. It comes in 2 flavors. One flavor is the extreme hagiographic material, meaning things that put her in with all the tzaddik literature that you have, published mainly by Orthodox presses that are especially interested in, promoting her as an ideal model of Orthodox femininity. And in that model, there's a lot of emphasis on how she spent a lot of attention on tzniut, on modesty, and on, what you would think of, you associate with the traditional values of the Jewish woman in Jewish home. On the other hand, there's a lot of literature that's written more by the left wing of the Jewish community, and also non-observant Jews who are interested in looking at this amazing woman and what she achieved, who look at her as a kind of pro-feminist, who look at her as someone who empowered women, created a revolutionary new movement that challenged the status quo and fundamentally altered the way women are trained in the modern world. And they point, for example, to the inclusion of secular studies in the curriculum, which was, fairly controversial in a lot of Orthodox men's schools. And here she is building it right into the core of her school. If you look at, and let me give you one quotation of hers, which I think illustrates this very well. She used to tell her students that a Jewish girl has to have 2 pieces of paper, one in each pocket. This was an allusion to a passage in the Talmud that says everyone should carry around 2 pieces. One paper should say check payable 2. No, just kidding. One pocket should say you take it out and the document says Bishvili Ivra Ha'olam. Because of me, the world was created. And the other pocket should have a piece of paper that says Ani Akar Ba'ever. I am dust and ashes. So in other words, when you're feeling down, you pick out the paper that says, look, the whole world was created, and you're feeling too arrogant to have to remember you're just dust and ashes. She said that a Jewish girl should have 2 other pieces of paper. One says, all the glory of the princess is within, meaning internal, modest, private sphere, which is very traditional. On the other paper should say A/O/M. It is time to act for God, which is invoked whenever people do something like out of the box and radical and sometimes challenging to the status quo. So on the one hand, she wanted girls to be, retiring, modest, and within the traditional boundaries of Jewish behavior. But on the other hand, girls should be powerful, forceful, unafraid to take a stand. So will a real Sarah stand up? Question?
Yeah. By the way, saying something I said on Are You Garbage months ago, but whatever. What's your go-to?
I would like to think that's true. That's an ideal that she created. It's an ideal that or maybe it's an ideal that she articulated for the modern world. She needed someone to be able to stand up and say, it is not a diminishment of our daughters if they are liberal.
That is the hard. That is the really tough thing.
And I think the biggest problem is that's my life.
If there was ever a civilization that deserved
she did briefly toward the end of her life. And that's a fascinating, it's a fascinating question, really, that is amazingly ignored by almost all the scholarship. And I'm tempted to say something that I was probably, Mr. Rodriguez, can you please put on pause for a second? Okay, and you back to the who knows? We're just speculating, but these are the useful things. In a traditional modality, there's a lot of emphasis on tzniut in her teaching over and over again, and down to great detail. For example, the girls in Beis Yaakov were not allowed to cut their hair. They did not wear the popular bobs, for example, that were the style of the flappers of them. One of my students today, Beis Yaakov did, she said, it's just like today. Whatever's fashionable, we can't do. Whatever's fashionable is not for us. So, and she insisted that the law had to be held up in a bun or a braid. That's it. So, like a lot of nitty-gritty detail to things like seals, which you think, okay, that must be very traditional. But on the other hand, also telling your students that they should not pray at home, they should go to the school. There's great emphasis on getting women to the public sphere for davening, which is not at all a traditional approach. She was also pro-Zionist, which is not, lockstep with other movements, like even at Buddhist Israel, that was financially supporting her. She supported a series of movements called the Akshara movement, where Beno's students in particular, and Beis Yaakov students as well, prepared themselves for Aliyah. And she gave them all kinds of encouragement and wrote to them frequently, and she regarded movement to Israel, Aliyah to Israel, as a very high ideal, something which a lot of the Buddhist Israel rabbis were opposed to at this time. So, we had this discussion also with the girls today, the young women in my class today, that there was a hesitancy to believe that Sarah Schneer would ever tell the Buddhist Israel that she wanted to do this, that she would challenge them. And I can appreciate maybe she'd never challenge them, but on the other hand, if you have 37,000 students, you don't really need to challenge. Just say, I believe this. And by the way, I have 37,000 students standing out here who do it the way I say. Unless she's going to say something really radical, she had a phenomenal amount of power simply because of the charisma that she utilized in creating this massive movement. So she was probably the most powerful singular person in the educational world. As I mentioned, she got married late in life to Rabbi Yitzchak Landau, who was a member, he was a grandson of an important Hasidic Rabbi. But her health began to fade towards her late 40s or so. The literature does not report specifically what illness she was fallen ill to, but she had a series of operations that left her in a weakening state. And in 1932, she elected to hand over the reins of Beis Yaakov to her longtime lieutenant, Rabbi Orlean, and he continued the movement towards the end of the two-war period. Ultimately, she succumbed to a death at the early age of 52 in 1935, leaving her students bereft for absence. But I'd like to end by specifically referring to something she wrote at the very end of her life. Shortly before passing, she wrote an open letter to her students, and she indicated to them that they should know that there were 5 psukim that she herself considered exceptionally important. And she wanted them to remember her by these 5 verses. And I will read these verses and translate them to them. Serve God in joy. I consider God before me at all times. And the truth is, all my actions, in the same sense, God's right in front of me, and I have to be consistent. I have to be positive my own activities because God is watching. Reishi Chachma Yiras Hashem. The beginning of wisdom is the fear of God. First, the fear of God, then you can start being wise. But the fear of God is the beginning. Teach us to count our days. Teach us to value every moment, to live every day and understand it. And finally, the Torah of Hashem is pure and it revives the soul. So with that, I'm going to conclude. Thank you very much for your attention and your interest in the life of this fantastic guest. Thank you very much. For the fattest country in the world to be involved in this starvation of people is insane. It's nuts. Hello, everybody. Well, today's topic is a little bit different than some of the other lectures I'm giving because rather than approaching this in a kind of historical manner, moving from one point in time to another, perhaps looking at a specific individual or a movement, today I need to take a little bit more of a thematic perspective to discuss the phenomenon of women in Jewish history.
And what I'd really like to reflect here is some of the challenges that we have in trying to understand the unique elements of women's history in the long, saga of the Jewish people, and give some sense of how these things have changed in the last 150 years in particular. And that'll be it for our topic today. So really the topic is women in Jewish history. I'm not going to speak a lot about individual women, but I'd like to speak a little bit more about the trends and themes in women's history. Okay, so we'll begin with the first thing that we note when we're looking at women's history in Judaism is where are they? The majority of our sources for women's history are essentially written by men for men. Male readership, male authorship, the entire chain of transmission of materials on women and on their perspectives is unfortunately handled almost exclusively by men. Some distinct exceptions to this rule, for example, the memoirs of Hamun. Here's a great picture. This is not actually Zucca herself. We don't have photographs from that time. This is a much later photograph of her later descendants, I believe it's 19th century, dressed in clothing that would have been appropriate for Glucko in the 17th century. But besides her memoirs, which are quite fascinating, we have very few examples of women actually writing for themselves, either for another woman or, in the case of Glucko, her memoirs on her own. The majority of the materials that we have to deal with are essentially written by men, and that presents a lot of historiographic problems to make it difficult for us to tease out what exactly is going on in women's history specifically. But, with that caveat, we can identify a few larger phenomena that are common to most of Jewish history, Jewish women's history. First of all, Jewish women tend to be a silent majority with an exceptional minority. That is, women in general through Jewish history tend to take a very passive or at least hidden role in the unfolding of events. We occasionally hear in the sources like the Talmud of women in general wanting this or wanting that, or arguing for this or arguing for that, but we have unique voices, and again, they're handled by men, so we don't know exactly how they would phrase things themselves. Nevertheless, with that silent majority, we do have these exceptional minority figures that really go all the way through Jewish history. Specific individuals, women, who stand out against the crowd and often leadership positions. For example, is the matriarchs, that is the wives of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Moses. Deborah, the judge. So most of these women, as I just mentioned, I realize as I'm saying it, a lot of their authority derives from the men to whom they are related, either through marriage or through birth. But that's not always emphasized in the text. What is also common about many of these women, besides their intrinsic value, and they are revered for their leadership and for their strength of character and so on, is that they often use power in a subversive manner, primarily because they do not hold, again with some exceptions like Torah, they do not hold conventional types of authority and positions of power. So if you look at Rivka, for example, who manages to fool her husband into giving the blessing to Isaac rather than Esau, Yitzchak rather than Esau, or Yael, of course, who uses her wiles to be able to kill Holofernes and things like that. There are women who use their positions of authority, and rather than forcing a situation, they will use some kind of deceit, trickery to get their way. This is a trend that we see quite often as a result of these strong women find no other avenue to achieve their objectives. They are generally trapped within the male narrative. We can only hear of them through what the men provide for us. Of course, the Torah, understanding as a divine document, that's also quite problematic, but their unique expression often comes through. This is especially true with one of my favorite biblical characters, not biblical, I'm sorry, Talmudic character, Bruria, the wife of Rabbi Meir, who was undoubtedly a phenomenal scholar in her own right. And she is exceptional not only because she identifies the one of the problems in women's history in Judaism is that women had very limited access to formal training in the traditional texts, in particular the Talmud. This is especially the case until the 19th century and the 20th century, that we'll speak about towards the end of this short lecture. So Bruria was able to go beyond that, and in fact, she appears many times as a unique, distinctive voice in the Talmud, teaching men, correcting men, often with a very acerbic wit. I'll give you one example of that. But I want to mention to you specifically in this context, there's a discussion in Tractate Sota, I believe, in which the rabbis debate what is the appropriate amount of learning that a woman should have. And it would take me far beyond the scope of our discussion here to why it is that some feel that she should have more learning, the typical woman should more learning of Torah, and others disagree and say, no, it's not a healthy thing to learn a lot of Torah, but the conclusion of that Talmudic passage is that it would be better for women not to learn extensively, specifically Talmud. This is considered to be something that would, change her fundamental character and expose her to wiles that the rabbis do not recommend, and so on. Now, this passage is significantly revised in the 20th century, and in fact, many women, even in the most orthodox of streams, have access to texts and traditions, even in the Talmud, that are far beyond anything that even their grandmothers and great-grandmothers ever had. But nevertheless, looking at the general scope of Jewish history, for the vast majority of Jewish history, women were formally excluded from learning Talmud. Bruria, for example, hints at this when she is greeted by some men who are looking for directions. And they say to her, "Excuse me, ma'am, can you please tell us the way to Lod?" And she answers them back, first of all, quoting a passage from the Mishnah, saying, "Fool, haven't you read what it says? Do not speak overmuch with women. You should simply say, which way, Lord?" Meaning, rather than the "excuse me, how are you?" and going on and on, she says, if you were to really be a Torah scholar, you would simply say, which way, Lord? Obviously, she is poking fun at not only her ear, but also this implicit limitation on women's learning. This is an interesting photograph that I tried to look for the actual YouTube clip. I could not find it. But this is a passage, a little photograph from a film called Tevye der Milchaker, which was later adapted to Fiddler on the Roof. And you're probably familiar with the later 20th century version. But this is a 1930s Yiddish version. And in the scene, you have Tevye, who is a dairyman, who is trying with very little success to teach his son, who's something of a blockhead, the passages in the Bible. And meanwhile, his daughter, formerly excluded from learning, is looking on over his shoulder and is answering all of the questions correctly, which Tevye finds amusing, but he keeps on trying to move her away from the table where he's attempting desperately to learn with his son. Is that, here the girl is obviously more klug, more clever than her brother, but she is denied access to the text. And this is a theme that occurs throughout much of Jewish history. Now, another element that's very important in trying to understand the Grundlage, the foundations of, it's very fancy word, I meant to use that, but the foundations of women's Jewish history is the relationships they have to the commandments, which are distinct from male relationship to the commandments. Specifically, looking at this chart here, you'll see that we can divide the commandments, that is the 613 commandments given in the Torah, we can put into four basic quadrants. Those that are defined by time or not defined by time, meaning those that must take place within a certain period of time, let's say the Sabbath or a holiday, something like that, or those that are, generally required. Then you can also, that's the up and down, the y-axis. Then on the x-axis, we have those commandments negative, meaning thou shalt not, do not do these things. And we have positive commandments, meaning these are things that you should go out and do. So let's give a few quick examples, and we'll see how women relate to this. So under the positive and not defined by time quadrant, we have, for example, honor your father and mother. This is something that you should do. You have to actually go out and do things for your parents. So it's a thou shalt, a positive commandment, but it's not defined by time. So long as your parents are alive, and in fact, after they've passed, if you're still obligated to honor their memory. So men and women are fully obligated in this category of commandment. Then you have the negative commandment of do not steal, which is thou shalt not. Obviously, don't steal. And at the same time, it's not defined by time. There are no times when stealing is permitted. So therefore, men and women are also equally obligated in these commandments. Then thirdly, we have negatives that are defined by time, such as, for example, do not eat bread on Passover. Obviously, the holiday of Passover, leavened products are written, and includes bread, beer, things like that. It reminds me of a joke. I'll tell you very quickly. I know I shouldn't in these short videos, but I can't help it. I was once talking to an Israeli consular official who told me that he was a member of a very left-wing socialist kibbutz. Hamed Hatzair was the name of the movement. And this was a very anti-clerical, anti-religious kibbutz. And he said that it's like a communal farm in Israel. He said that, when he was a child, they used to have everything on the table on Passover. Bread, beer, pasta, all foods were on the table. Now he says the young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. Okay, so thou shalt not, and defined by time, like do not eat bread on Passover. Men and women are equally obligated. Now here we get to the important one. If you have positive commandments, which are also defined by time, for example, the commandment to shake the lulav on Sukkot. These are the 4 species. They're kind of like a long palm frond and a citrus fruit and some leaves of various types. And there is a commandment specifically to shake these things together on the holiday of Sukkot. So since it is positive, thou shalt, and by time, men are obligated, but women are exempted, which means women do not have to do commandments. The observance is, for most communities, understood as optional. That is, should they so desire to do these commandments, they are welcome to do so. There are some exceptions to that as well, but in general, they're able to do, but they are not required to do these things. Now, there are exceptions to the rule as a whole. Like, for example, light of Friday night candles, that's fine by time, that's positive, but it devolves upon women rather than men. Men may do so, especially if their wives are not able to, but it's really a woman's mitzvah first. Drinking 4 cups of wine on Passover, also positive, but women are obligated. So there are some exceptions to these rules, but the general thing is that if it's a positive time-defined commandment, are exempted. Now, what that means anthropologically or sociologically is that women are not tied specifically to the ritual calendar of daily observances, particularly those that require gathering in synagogue. Separate issue altogether about whether or not women count in a minyan. We're not going to go into that. What this means is that women have, in a different way, greater responsibility when it comes to the activities in the home, in the private sphere, because they are not so easily interrupted. One cannot simply leave the baby with a dirty diaper and say it's time to go to synagogue in the morning, although husbands will do that. Women, because they're exempted, they're second priority, and they may stay home with the child. Some would say they have to stay home with the child, while the husband must go to synagogue. But this means there's a huge vibration in women's daily life that reflects this divide as a result of the positive commandments defined by time. One can understand this bifurcation as a private versus public sphere bifurcation or split. Women are given higher priority in the home, and this is traditional throughout Judaism. And in fact, if you look at some of the most important things that go on in the home, specifically in the kitchen, in the bedroom, to a lesser degree perhaps in the dining room, women are basically in charge. Again, this is sociologically and anthropologically, but also halakhically. There are many areas in which women have much more leadership and authority than men, beyond the scope of this lecture, but nevertheless a pronounced phenomenon. In the public sphere, however, in the area of the marketplace, in the area of the synagogue, that is generally ceded to men. And since that is an area that garners much more attention, it stands to reason that there's a lot more status associated with it and so on. Nevertheless, there's a lot of emphasis in tradition on the concept of all the glory of the princess within. It's a verse from the book of Psalms, that there is value for those things that are hidden. Again, it would be far afield our topic to go into in great detail, but there is this concept of something called tzniut, which means hiddenness, sometimes translated as modesty. And women are associated more with tzniut than men in much of Jewish literature. Tzniut is an emphasis to keep things more private, more hidden, kind of like the Torah, which is something that is highly valued, and it is kept under various coverings through the mantle and then inside the ark and then inside the synagogue and so on. So there is a valorization of the public sphere in Judaism, but especially as the value of traditional Judaism declines in the modern era, that valorization of the public sphere tends to be lost, and much more emphasis is placed on the public sphere than ever before. Now, a lot of this changes when you get to the 20th century, for many reasons that are associated with large changes like industrialization, increase in urbanization, and so on. But perhaps the most important change for the sake of women is the opening up of formal educational offices. The most significant of which is undoubtedly the Beis Yaakov movement, which was pioneered by Sarah Schinnerer, which if you look on my website, you'll have a whole hour-long lecture on her specifically. But basically, she argued effectively in the early 20th century for the introduction of formal, that is, regular classroom-type education, which was largely exposed to women in a Jewish context past, let's say, the 5th grade in most Jewish communities. And she said that women really need education in Jewish subjects. This was contrasted with the phenomenon. A lot of upper middle class women were simply not getting Jewish education whatsoever past 4th or 5th grade, and they were going on to secular university, and they were getting, in Eastern Europe, they were still getting a very strong education in things like French and in grammar and whatnot, but they were lagging behind tremendously in their Jewish studies. So Sarah Schinnerer really recognized this lacuna, and by enlisting the support of some very important rabbis, like the Rabbi, the Chofetz Chaim, she was able to argue for the opening of these schools, which were incredibly popular, exploded throughout Eastern Europe, and had a major ripple effect on Jewish women's education as a whole. With education came a lot more power and significant changes, even in the area of women studying Talmud, as you can see in this image here. Again, beyond the scope of our discussion here, but women's history, specifically with regarding education, has changed dramatically in the last 150 years. It's also changed in terms of a fairly strong critique, which is pioneered by Jewish women, often in rebellion against the Jewish tradition. Perhaps the most significant is shown here, Betty Friedan, who wrote a devastating critique of the what we call traditional Jewish feminism, although she was couching it within really, the general cultural milieu of 1950s America. She basically argued that the valorization of women and the relegation of women to the private sphere was something that undermined their and ultimately their power. And her thought really opened up a much broader movement, which affected women of all religious backgrounds and secular women as well, of course, and has transformed women in the last 5 decades, 6 decades since that book first appeared. Returning to Judaism, perhaps the most significant impact of this on a denominational level is the gradual acceptance of the idea of women acting as rabbis, certainly in the liberal denominations, You have there's some debate of constructionist woman serving as a congregational rabbi, but certainly in the Reform movement that begins in 1972, the conservative movement in the 1980s, and in the first decade of the 21st century, there's a lot of heated debate ongoing as I'm recording this video over the role of even Orthodox women in the rabbinate. Again, beyond the scope of our topic today, but fascinating and tumultuous changes throughout the Jewish world, really tectonic level changes that as a result of greater access to education for Jewish women. So, taking all together, at this point, even though this is a history course, and I've sort of stepped back to look at a thematic topic, this brings us to reflections on future history. There's no question that women have had a phenomenal impact on Jewish history since the beginning, but that tended to be an impact that was expressed through the collective voice of an often unknown mass of individuals, with certain key personalities standing out, people like Sarah or Deborah or Gloria and so on. And then in the modern era, of course, people like Sarah Schneerer and so on. But as we, in the last, really, in my lifetime, Jewish women have been getting more and more authority, more and more power, and they are beginning to leverage a lot of those added strengths towards shaping Jewish future in a much more powerful way than they ever have in history. So we're living in very exciting times, and much for watching this brief thematic introduction to women in Jewish history. Take care.
From the government, they just want a space where they can be happy, have necessities, have health care, compete with other people, follow whatever their life goal is, and have their journey. That, to me, is the goal of the entire country, is to just have that. So I think in order to do that, I don't think that medieval anti-Semitism is ever going to be really popular in America. I don't think genetic determinism is going to be popular. Saying to people, you're black, you can't compete. The IQ stuff, the shape of skulls, racism, to me, yes, there's people in line.
Okay, now that I got it off my face like that, I can go. So I thank you all for coming. I'm going to retell joke number 7 again. I know I have a very limited repertoire, but certain jokes are especially appropriate for certain topics. And so for those of you who recall the last time I told this joke, I think it was about a week ago, then you'll forgive me, but let me tell it anyways, because it's very appropriate for our topic. Basically, we're going to speak about American Jewry, a topic that I hope to return to after Passover in the 20th century. We will dip a little bit into the 20th century as well today, because we're going to look at some of the results of the Pew study in the context of colonial and revolutionary American Jewry. But since we're going into American subjects, perhaps the most significant issue is that of passing, that of attempting to simply fit into the larger society. This is a joke that also applies in many ways to 19th century Europe, but I'm starting it with in America. So the joke goes like this. There's this underemployed Jewish actor in Las Vegas. Very rare occurrence, but in this case, it actually happened. He was underemployed. He was waiting tables, and he was feeling rather desperate about his future as a thespian on the West Coast. And so, did you like that, Lisa? Thespian? Yeah. So he's desperate. He's looking through Variety or whatever, trying to pick up jobs, and he's not having any hatzlacha whatsoever. And finally, he sees there's an ad. He realizes how low he's sunk, but he actually considers this ad to be a gorilla impersonator. Never. So he calls up, goes to the audition, That's funny. He goes to audition, and it turns out they give him the part. So he's going to do it. It's a job. It's a living. Turns out that the Los Angeles Zoo has recently lost its gorilla, and while they're waiting for a new one to be from Africa, they hired an impersonator to, dress up as a gorilla and keep the show going. So, he's a Stanislavski actor, and he's in the cage there, and he's using the method, and you know what? It's actually going well. The parents crowd around, the children squeal with delight. He, bangs on his chest and things like that, and walks around in his knuckles. And the kids are, and he's actually enjoying this role. Really investing himself in it. Gains some weight, all kinds of things. Then what ends up happening when he's really enthusiastically declaiming before his supporters, he's swinging on a vine from branch to branch, and he accidentally lets go at the apex of the swing, and he swings right out of the gorilla pen, and he lands into the lion. And lands there, and he looks up, and he's facing directly at this huge feline staring him down, and he realizes this is it. This is the end of his life. So since he is a Jew, he recalls his Seder lessons, and he covers his hand with his eyes, and he says the last great proclamation of God's unity, which of course is incumbent upon Jews, the last moments of their lives: Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. He takes his hand off his eyes, and the lion says, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuso Le'olam Voed. And here's the punchline. Then the giraffe says, Shah, you'll get us all fired. Okay. So it's been a while, right? Okay. So the point is, this joke relates to our topic because we're talking about, fitting into a new society and strange kind of costumes that we wear. Sometimes they're rather ill-fitting costumes, and we have to sacrifice quite a bit of our own personality and our identity to conform to those costumes, which is in many ways the story of American Jewry. What my goal is for today is to look specifically at the life of Bilha Abigail Levi Franks, who left behind some tremendously important correspondence that sheds light on the life of women in the colonial period, Jewish women in particular, and then I'll use that as a springboard for a larger discussion of the trends and trajectories of American Jews at that time, and I hope to include a little bit of 21st century information in the context. But we will end around the 18th great German emigration and save first discussion of 19th century America for a later topic, or a later lecture. Tonight's lecture is graciously sponsored by Alan and Miriam Seelenfreund. We're very grateful to have sponsors to make it possible to have a couple of students here to film the videos and to serve the Mandelbrot and things like that. So thank you once again for sponsorship, and appreciate it very much. But your presence in this room is a tremendous sponsorship. It's always better to have an audience, even though we put these things on the internet. Lately, by the way, I'm getting a big following in, of all places, Latvia. So say hello to all the Latvians who are watching tonight. Hope you find this entertaining. Don't laugh. It's a big deal, these Latvians. Okay, yes. We can, but you'll find that if we do that, then the people in Latvia see very poorly. So what we need to do is we need another building. Luckily, we're constructing one just a block away that will have a much better classroom for us. We'll be able to project these images a little more significantly. At any rate, to move on to one more important good and welfare before we begin the lecture proper, we have a significant schedule change. I've changed it on the website. For those of you who check the web, it's jewishhistorylectures.org. There are a few brochures, and it's posted outside. So the schedule change is that next week we're going to look at the life of the Alter Rebbe. This is the Rebbe of the Babich Chabad movement, very influential, prolific, who really changed the shape of modern Eastern European Jewish history, and by extension, really world history, through the influence of the Rebbes after him, most notably the seventh Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. It's interesting, if you look carefully at this picture, we have in our community, it happens, a direct descendant of the Alter Rebbe. Rabbi Citron is actually a great-great-great-grandchild, whatever, and I think it's how similar they look, that kind of ethereal look to the eye, the large forehead, you know, the prominent beard. Isn't that rather impressive, right? Okay. Anyways, so next week will be the Alter Rebbe. And then, unfortunately, on February 19th, I have to go to New York. So I will not have a class that day. I always have trouble, you know I'm going to be delayed flying to New York because every time I try to fly in this kind of schedule, I'm a victim of racial profiling. Happens every time. Because I go through the security and TSA always pulls me over because they say, how is it possible for a Jew to be flying north from Florida in February? Right. So that always happens. So that's February 19th. We will not meet. It was on the schedule, but this trip is unavoidable. And so unfortunately, I'm going to have to cancel class that night. And then on February 26th, we will return. And the topic will be the Vilna Gaon, the great leader of Lithuanian Talmudic Jewry, in many ways who stood in opposition to the Alter Rebbe. There's a lot to say about the nature of that conflict between the early Lubavitch movement, or the early Hasidim, and the so-called Misnagdim, the so-called opponents, or as the Chabadnikim call them, the snags. I really enjoy that term. I'm a snag. So those topics will be changed as per the schedule. Okay, so let's go directly to our topic. Thank you for your attention during the Good and Welfare. We're going to speak about Bilhah Abigail Levi Franks, who comes down to us primarily as a source because of the letters she wrote her eldest son living in England. We know nothing of her really except for this correspondence. We don't have the other end of the correspondence. We don't have her son's letters to him. And of course, as a woman, she was not especially prominent in New York society, such that there would be tertiary or secondary documents that refer to her, except in a very tangential fashion. But we nevertheless get a view of her very powerful personality, her wit, her incisive view of American politics, and through these letters, which are very intimate, communications between herself and her son, we get a sense of what it must have been like for a Jewish woman to live in America. Very fascinating, or actually colonial America. And so it's a really interesting window into the Jewish world and the Jewish world of a woman in New York City. So that's what we're going to explore for tonight. A little bit of her background. Her father was English, Moshe Levi, who was a merchant, and he came to New York City with his young family, including his infant daughter, Bilhah, in 1703. There's some doubt as to her birthday, but she was likely about 6 or 7 years old at the time. She grew up in New York City, and you can see its impact on her almost immediately. She dropped the use of her given name Bilhah, which is rather an interesting name. I don't know any Jewish, it's a very, very traditional biblical name, but I don't know any women who have ever been received. Bilhah is, of course, one of the handmaidens of was it Leah or was it Rachel? Elisa? Leah. Okay. But she is a handmaiden. She was like one of the four mothers, right? Four mothers that was the whose offspring constitute the 12 tribes. But she was not one of the two stars, Rachel and Leah. She was one of the two handmaids, Bilhah and Zilpah. So there was Bilhah like a hot potato, and she never used that name formally after her adolescence. She chose instead for herself the name with that Americanized spell. Hebrew is, of course, Abigail, but she liked the sound of this, more American sound name, even though it was a name as well. Abigail, one of the wives of King David, for example. And she even added kind of like a little personality work by adding a second L to Abigail, and always included that second L in the spelling of her name. She grew up with 4 brothers, and then at age 11, she experienced tragedy when her mother passed away, and her father remarried a woman who was much younger than he, and went on to sire 8 more children. So this is a family now, a blended family of 13 children, and she is among the older. The family got along fairly well, although after her father's passing, there was, as often happens in families, blended or otherwise, some significant controversy between the children over the disposition of the estate. Nevertheless, she had a generally happy childhood and got along with her siblings. Her marriage was at age 16 to a British immigrant, a Jewish British immigrant named Franks, who had come to work for her father. So it was kind of the classic scenario of, marrying the boss's daughter. And perhaps the letters say more about her husband and her relationship with her husband than anything else. I mean, you can't read these letters for really, dense, thick information about the internal workings of New York society. You have to read it kind of sideways and infer things to try and get more relevant social history. But what is clearly comes across in the first reading of letters is her affection for her husband and her long-standing loyalty to him. She is not above poking fun at him in her letters to her eldest son. And you really get a sense that this is a marriage that was very stable and that both husband and wife had their own idiosyncrasies, but they had managed to work around them. They dealt with personal tragedy in a way that was typical of the age. She went on to bear 6 children, at least, 7. Naphtali is the oldest we know most about. 6 additional children, 2 of whom died in childhood. Although it's interesting to note that she does not even mention the death of 2 of her children in her correspondence to her son. And I forgot, how do we know that this? I'm definitely going to have to edit out, because how do we know that they died if it's not in the correspondence? We must have other correspondence, right, Mr. Rodriguez? Okay, I'll give you the mic. This is where you've heard the joke about the chassid and the wagon driver. I'll distract you with a joke, and then we'll be able to go back. So the joke goes like this: there's a chassid driver, and the Rabbi, the wagon driver takes him into town. And by the way, in Eastern European Jewish culture, a balagala, a wagon driver, is considered like a very low status individual. Typically very low level of education, probably illiterate, Jewish, but very low status, a balagala. So the bala takes the Rebbe into town, and everyone showers affection on him and honors him with all kinds of difficult questions and gives him gifts and so on. And so they're going on to the next shtetl, and the balagala says, Rabbi, it's really not fair. How come you get so much attention and so much, adulation and so much respect? Me, they just ignore me, like I'm not important at all. And the Rebbe says, you know what? You're right. Before we go into the next shtetl, let's switch. I'll wear your clothes. I'll be the balagala. You'll be the Rebbe, and we'll handle it like that. And so the balagala says, that's a great idea. Let's do it. So they ride into the town, and, right away, the town come and they give all kinds of honor to the wagon driver who's dressed in the Rebbe's clothes. And they come up to him, and finally they say, oh, Rebbe, we're so glad you're here. For weeks now we've been waiting because we have this very, very difficult question in Jewish law. And they pose to him this mind-bending, difficult question. And so he listens to the question. He sort of thinks for a second and says, this is such an easy answer. Even my wagon driver knows this. Go ahead and ask him. You'll see. Okay. So anyways, the key thing about the life of Abigail Franks is this relationship she has with her son, who heads off to England to study family business. They're traders, to study the family business with her uncles, his uncles. And so he's gone back to London, and she never sees him again for the rest of her life. I mean, think about the distances and about the 18th century, so it's not something where people can back and forth. So their relationship is confined exclusively to the correspondence that we have today. 35 letters survive, dating between 1733 and 1748. We know from the correspondence that she often sent along care packages, including, little treats that her son likes, certain of smoked meats and things like that. She shipped them all the way across the Atlantic to her son, and clearly a affection. We see from the text of these letters that it was apparently quite well read, although possibly only in English. She requests frequently books from her son. Please send me this or that book. She requests a 2-volume history of Poland, for example. So she reads wide nonfiction, things like that. And when he sends her one particular novel, she says that it was garbage. She flames. So she has a discerning taste in literature. But there's no indication that she knows any Hebrew or Yiddish. Given names, that even she doesn't even write things in English characters that are Yiddish terms, because chances are Yiddish was the language of their home. We see that she has an acerbic wit and is a very acute observer of the social niceties. Spends a fair amount of time speaking about her friends are mixed in their ethnicities. She's very close with a lot of middle class and upper middle class Protestant women, as she is with women. I get the impression that reading about her, and he sounds a little bit like mine, who lives in a predominantly non-Jewish town in northern Canada. And first of all, I can show you it's therapeutic for me. My mother is a Mala. My mother is a saint. She is. I'm not just saying that because I'm a Jewish boy. And my mother really is. She sends birthday cards to all of my wife's family. She knows all their birthdays, stuff like that. And she just has great relationships with everybody in town. The French Catholics, the English Protestants. And I think that, Abigail Franks was a little bit like that too. Just able to get along with everybody, a little bit of a gossip, that she describes them with some salacious wit, but nevertheless, very much interested in the social life of New York City at the time, when, by the way, we're talking about there's roughly 400 Jews living in New York City at that time. If you can kind of put that in your mind, 400 Jews in New York City, amazing, right? You got 400 Jews in a block in New York City now, but within that time, okay. Also, some comes across various letters is despite her probable lack of education, not surprised for a woman of the 18th century because, access to higher education was unheard of. But even anything beyond the 4th grade education for women is more appropriate. She has a fear attachment to Jewish identity, maintains with tremendous verve and vigor the requirement to marry Jewish, something that did not happen to any of her children who remained in America, actually. But she's very, very insistent to Naphtali to find a Jewish girl in London. She's also very concerned about kashrut and is extremely demanding that her son follow the dictates of the Torah according to the diet and so on. And these are the kind of personality and the values that come across from her correspondence. What I'd like to do now is to back up a little bit and look at the situation of American Jews in the colonial in general, and then we'll come back to speak about her correspondence once again. So I'd like to sort of place this within the context of the work of Jonathan Sarna, who is pictured here. He's really the greatest living historian of American Jewry, and in particular, we're going to rely on his interpretation of our history called American Judaism, which won the 2004 National Jewish Book Award. Really impressive piece of scholarship that's worth reading. So I'm going to plagiarize freely from his research for the purpose of our lecture today. And one of the things that comes across in his research is this concept that French plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. I think we had Mr. Rowe a little while ago. Maybe he's already had a Canadian in the room. Anyone has like, please say, oh, Bev, please. Exactly. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. So it's ironic, as Professor Sarna points out so amazingly in his book, many of the burning issues of the 20th century were also the burning issues of the 18th century, of the 19th century, and many of those problems that we are so worried about today, we've been dealing with these problems for 300 years. Now, that's not to say the problems are not real, and in fact, as I show you some numbers shortly, they're definitely measurably worse than they were 300 years ago. Nevertheless, it seems to be kind of a trope, sort of a motif in American history, that we live in a state of perpetual urgency, a perpetual crisis, and we find a modus vivendi to work with that crisis to a greater or lesser sense of success, but nevertheless, it's not something that we've just fallen off a cliff in the last 20 years. We've been falling off this cliff a long time. Baruch Hashem, so far we haven't hit the bottom. We can see the bottom a lot more clearly now than we could 200 years ago, as I will show you. He points to some of the catchphrases that we use today that are highly problematic from a historical perspective. For example, the term assimilation, which we regard with a considerable degree of toxicity. We think that assimilation is automatically identified with something bad, and certainly there's a point where, you know, it represents a net loss of Jewish identity. But in reality, assimilation is a spectrum or a process in which there are many elements of assimilation that we would find perfectly appropriate, and in fact, we'd question the absence thereof. The fact that I'm speaking to you today, for example, in an Orthodox shul, and I'm speaking in English, that in itself is a huge concession to modernity that right up until the middle of the 19th century was hotly debated among Jews, whether or not, you know, you should have any kind of events like this in synagogue space and in English, in the Lashon Hamzara, the language of the strange people. That was unheard of. A sermon as well. Traditional Judaism, believe it or not, only countenances 2 sermons a year, one in just before, and one between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And the Rabbis Union didn't like that, so they sort of broke that rule. But the idea of having a weekly sermon is basically something we borrowed from the Protestants here in America. It's become wildly popular, but it's not a traditional Jewish activity. Finally, if you look over my shoulder here, Mr. Rodriguez, can you get the American that's right here in the synagogue space? That's in there, right? Can you imagine Imperial Russia having the Russian flag in the synagogue space? These are things which are typical of American Jewry, which you cannot easily translate to other cultures. Oh, and by the way, I might as well get to the Israeli flag over here as well. At the same time, the fraught with meaning are placed in traditional synagogue. Is that assimilation? It's definitely in the spectrum of accommodation to the host culture. Few would argue that these things represent a capitulation to group identity. This is not necessarily a loss of Judaism through some of these methods of communication and so on. The last thing that's very important, Sarna in this book really emphasizes one idea more than anything else about American Jewry, in my humble opinion, that Americanism represents a movement from the traditional synagogue hyphen community to a community of synagogues. This is something that we don't see anywhere else in the world, although we see it in certain parts of Germany in the 19th century. But the idea of moving from a single, monolithic, coerced synagogue authority, encompasses all Jews within a municipality, to the idea of a democratic and denominative organization loosely held of multiple synagogues that are more typical of American Judaism. That's really the process that evolves over the last 300 years. Well, I'd like to return shortly. Okay, we're about halfway through, so I can pause for a question or two. Mrs. Zakharova, you have a question? So I think that's a very assessment. I'll repeat it for people in Latvia. That on the one hand, the Pintele Yid, which is kind of like the essence of the Jew, and the fine point. What is that Jewish identity, which may be very, very small, almost infinitesimally small, but it's indestructible. And at the same time, we hold on to that as we get used to the idea of adapting to our culture. We might have to pack up and move somewhere else. We want to learn how to modify our behavior if necessary. It's a complicated topic, but I think a very fair observation, and we will return to it shortly in one of the three strategies that American Jews use to deal with this. I will mention kind of like a joke in this context, though. It's no longer true, but it used to be true. There were no great Jewish pianists, no great Jewish piano players. And why was it that there were no great Jewish pianists? It was very hard to run carrying a piano. It's piano. So that's what we use. Okay, Judith, and then we'll go back to the lecture.
It's possible that the lack of Yiddish training to Abigail was the fact that of that 400 in New York at the time, they were primarily descendants of Portuguese Jews out of Brazil. Mm-hmm. And that out of Portugal, which was not a language of the Iberian Peninsula, nor was it a language yet with the Jewish in England, which, as I remember, was not as Eastern European, but more out of the human lands as the English allowed them to come back in, so to speak. So that there is a possibility that of her community, Yiddish was not spoken at all.
That's an interesting observation, again, for the Latvians, pointing out the lack of isms. Kite, because she definitely had a lot of isms, but she also had Hebraisms as well, like the terms. So that may have to do that most of the Jews there are Sephardic, basically coming from Recife, and they would not be using Yiddish as their idiom, which I think is a useful observation. I'm not sure I buy the assessment of English Jewry, because her parents were from England, of them not having Yiddish literacy, but it's a fair observation. Let me go on so that we can catch up. Okay, so back past Dr. Sarna, American Judaism, right, here we go. Okay, so the origins of American Jewish community, the famous first Jews in America, as Judith has pointed out, were this boatload of 23 Jews, or a boat that included 23 Jews who arrived in New Amsterdam, which was the old name for New York, in 1654, and they were fleeing the Portuguese Inquisition, which had recently made inroads in the New World, and they were afraid that they would be subject to the same kind of persecution that Jews had endured in the Iberian Peninsula beforehand. They were not technically the first Jews on American soil. There were several Chinese restaurants that were established already in the 14th century, but we do know of at least one Jewish metallurgist, was on the ill-fated Ona community. In 1589, he was 1585. In 1589, we know that he was indicted for blasphemy, which indicates that he probably held fast to at least Jewish ideology, if not necessarily Jewish practice. And we do have scattered references to Jewish traders, intrepid businessmen who made their way across well before even the larger group of Jews in 1654. There was a considerable amount of controversy over into Amsterdam or not, but the general consensus, particularly in the Netherlands, was the idea that, Jews are reputed to be good for business. Jews have international connections. Jews have financial literacy. Jews have numeracy, deal with currencies and so on. So let them in because this community needs have a burst in its economic activity. So despite these scattered numbers coming in the 17th century, the Jewish community was remarkably weak really throughout the next 150 years, with very, very small population, Jews scattered throughout the region, concentrated perhaps in the northeast, but no real critical mass. So much so that with the exception of New York City and the Spanish and Portuguese community, not much is happening in America really until the 1800s. I'll give you some figures in a second to see what the population changed like. Now, but the most important change that America represented, and this is what Dr. Sarna uses when he talks about moving from a synagogue community to a community of synagogues, is the collapse of the old Kehillah system of organization. This is a municipal organization that had been developed by Jews already in the Babylonian exile, an extremely old form of self-government that was exceptionally powerful and effective in keeping the Jews true to their maintaining group integrity, but at the expense of a coercive and undemocratic flavor. Basically, the way Jewish communities have been organized historically, until we get to the American experiment and really the 18th century in Europe as well, when it begins to break apart, is that when Jews arrived in a municipality, they were treated essentially as a corporate group. There was no possibility of individual Jews simply deciding not to affiliate with the Jewish community. The only way not to affiliate with the Jewish community was to convert to the dominant faith, be it Christianity or Islam, depending on the region we're talking about. So the Jews organized themselves as a collective unit called the Kehillah, or congregation in Hebrew. Many synagogues tends to have the name Kehillah Kadosha, or holy congregation. And at the top of this Kehillah, they would have a group of typically 7 men, always men, and usually wealthy elements of the community. They were called the Tuvei Ha'ir, the good people of the city. They would elect from themselves on a rotating basis a president called a Parnas. The word Parnas is probably related to the English word president. And they would be in charge of the extremely important task of assessing taxes for all members of the Kehillah. That is, in turn, Jewish taxes that will be used for Jewish causes. There was no appeal of the assessment of the Tuvei Ha'ir. They would come, they would essentially visit your house. They would say, "Oh, Mazel Tov, you have another cow this year, so your taxes are going to go up by 5 zloty or whatever it is." And you could complain, but you could not object. And there were tax collectors known as Gabayim, which literally means collectors or enforcers. You know, we have in a synagogue today, we have an official called the Gabbai. I tend to think of the Gabbai as someone who just, organizes things, chooses who gets the first aliyah, the second aliyah, things like that. But in reality, the Gabbai is a very powerful figure within the context of the Kehillah. They were the ones who were the strong arm of the Tuvei Ha'ir in demanding payment of tax. If people failed to pay their dues, then the Beit Din could be invoked. That was the court, typically comprised of 3 rabbinical judges who also had Gabayim, and they would make sure that the dictates of the Tuvei Ha'ir were followed. Now, that's kind of like the stick aspect of it. That's kind of like the nobody likes to pay taxes aspect of it. But the beautiful aspect of the Kehillah, which was incredibly useful for maintaining Jewish solvency and cultural advancement, was a network of associations called chevras, or chevrot in modern Hebrew. These were dominated by women, and they were chevrot that were associated with whatever task the community assigned. For example, providing for the local poor, providing for orphans, widows, providing for travelers, setting up schools, setting up primitive hospitals, whatever was necessary in the community, the chevras would deal with them. The most important of them was the Chevra Kadisha, the so-called Holy Association that was in charge of providing for Jewish burials. And in fact, one of the coercive tools that the Tuvei Ha'ir had at their disposal was that anyone who refused to obey the dictates of the Beit Din, the Chevra Kadisha would refuse to bury them. And Jews took that very seriously, and usually they would cave after they were threatened with this. So on the one hand, the Tuvei Ayir attained this undemocratic, patriarchal authority over the community, and there was no way out, as they say in French, huis clos. It was completely sealed off. But on the other hand, it was a very supportive and warm of economic and religious and intellectual self-government that allowed for even the weakest members of the society and to fulfill their needs as a valued member of that society. One last detail, the measure that the Tuvei Ayir could use to enforce their will included, on the one hand, monetary fines, but also a very powerful tool of social ostracism, that the Tuvei Ayir could simply demand that no one is allowed, for example, to give this person a synagogue honor or even stand within 6 feet of him. For those of you who were here a few weeks ago, we talked about Spinoza. That was part of the ban that the Tuvei Ayir placed on him. Nobody could stand within 6 feet of him. Very strong levels of social ostracism. And so, and they could even use corporal punishment as a tool to ensure that everyone behaved. So if you think of this kind of governmental system lasting for literally 2,000 years and keeping this tiny minority alive, thriving, and even flourishing in often hostile environments, it's really quite an impressive achievement that this is how the Jews managed to keep alive. In America, however, everything is, as they say, geworfen von der Finster. Everything is like thrown out the window because this whole model of a non-democratic, coercive authority, Fenster, right, or the Winde, right, geworfen von der Winde, right? Window. So that's essentially the big change. Ms. Abramson, you had a question or observation? The Tuvei Ayir were typically picked by themselves. Okay, they were like, you'd have a wealthy class, and second of all, it was like, well, it was a big kavod. It was a big to be on the Tuvei Ayir. Kavod costs money. So if you want to be on the Ayir, and they say to you, listen, we want to honor you with a seat for the next 5 years in the Tuvei Ayir, you are expected to write a check. That goes along with it. By the way, synagogues today keep the same organizational model. To be on the board of a synagogue means that, you pay something for the synagogue. For kavod costs money. And it's a symbiotic relationship. It's a beautiful thing because it means that the weaker members of the community are able to have access to synagogue services and classes and financial support. And so the Tuvei Ayir, they deserve the honor that they get for supporting the synagogue. Power and honor, right? And it costs money. It all goes together, right? We can't all be just good looking. So, okay, let's go by this. Thank you, Judith. Okay, so here's just to give you a contrast in terms of the architecture. This was like a traditional wooden synagogue that you would find in the shtetl. This is the famous Turo synagogue, one of the earliest synagogues built 18th century America. And you can see it's designed to look a little bit like an upper middle class residence. Doesn't look as a synagogue from the outside. Very new that way. And here's another kind of interesting innovation. If you look inside the synagogue, one of the most prominent changes is the use of a balcony for the women's section, which was something of controversy at the time because they were very concerned about what was called vertical flirting. If women are completely visible in the upper section and men can, in a traditional synagogue layout, people stand around the shulchan. They don't all face in one direction, like in a liberal synagogue. So there are men who are literally can easily have a full sight line at women and vice versa and so on. It was good for in marriage, maybe not so good for prayer, but this was one of the, not really innovations, but one of the stylistic adaptations to American life that the early Jews in America adopted. It's also really important to note, and we have Dr. Sarno brings some useful references here. we can actually measure out the relative space allocated to women in American synagogues compared to Europe. And there's no question that women begin to play a much larger role in synagogue life. Women attend synagogue far more frequently in America than they did in Europe. And their presence, exerts a force for change that is felt certainly to the 21st century. I wish we had more time. We can go into greater detail. At any rate, what were the kind of big issues in America at the time? So if we look at the colonial period, that is up until 1776, intermarriage was a big issue. It was about 10 to 15% of the population. Now, that may not seem like a staggering number, but when you think about the scope of the Jewish population, if we're talking about, in the hundreds, a 10 to 15% intermarriage is really devastating. It's not, we don't have a critical mass of millions of Jews, that 10 to 15% is not inconsequential. Looking at the revolutionary period up to 1840, which is when the big German wave comes in, the figure increases to 28.7%, which is broadly comparable to, let's say, Weimar Germany, 1920s and 30s in Europe. But if look, just to jump ahead to the Pew report, this is from the study that came out just a few weeks ago from the Pew Research Center, portrait, or as I like to call it, American Jews, give or take a pew. Okay, well, sorry. Anyways, this is an interesting graph that shows the rate of intermarriage in America based on year of marriage. So people who were married before 1970, 17% of Jews married with a non-Jew. This is, of course, not involving conversion. This is where one partner remains not Jewish. Between 70 and 1974, 35% of marriages, and of course the number increases steadily until people married between 2005 and 2013, the figure is 58%. So really solid number. It's well over half. It's been over half for over a decade now, and that's a scary number. But it's been scary for a long time. Even in 1990, it was 46%. So this is something that our leaders and Federation are trying to deal with, our rabbinical leaders. But it's not a totally new issue in America. 30% intermarriage is also a very significant number. The synagogue community, again, returning to Dr. Arna's thesis about moving from a single monolithic synagogue community, the Kehillah, to the community of synagogues, the early American Jewish synagogues were struggling to deal with some of these issues, like intermarriage, by using them of Europe to force Jews to conform, censoring them, ostracizing them, denying them synagogue privileges, and in some cases rather quixotic, like, for example, trying to fine all Jews living within, I think it was Philadelphia, if they did not affiliate with the synagogue, that they had to fine, and they wanted to get that fine. It was just a starter. That's just not the way America thinks, to allow a synagogue to coerce its members to do anything. These techniques worked in Europe before the French Revolution. They were not to work at all in America, largely because of the influence of American Protestantism, which was really a scattered movement with many different denominations. People were fluid, moving between different churches. That was the model that was considered, rational and civilized in America, not the European Jewish rabbi in charge of everything, so to speak. Here's the 5 basic constitutional principles that informed the Jewish community in America were really those that were enshrined in the Constitution. And Jews took these things very seriously. The Jews of the Revolutionary period read the Constitution with great interest, and we can see in many coded their own constitutions for the synagogues, which we would call today perhaps bylaws. But back then, the term construct with heavy meaning. And they believed in 5 basic principles. First of all, religious freedom, which is not only the freedom to observe religion, but also the freedom to refrain from observing. Unheard of in Jewish communities in Europe. at least officially. Church-state separation. To give you a sense of the contrast, 1840s, one of the more dramatic moments in the history of Orthodox Judaism, was when Samson Raphael Hirsch, a great Orthodox thinker, successfully petitioned the Austrian government for the permission to set up a second Jewish community in Frankfurt am Main. As the government, the secular government of Austria, recognized only one Jewish community, and Rav Hirsch said, wait a second, everybody is becoming too liberal. They want to start bringing organs into the synagogue. They want to start doing all kinds of things that offend traditional sensibilities. We cannot as one synagogue. And he petitioned successfully for what's known as the Austritt, the exit, where they set up for the first time two distinct communities of Jews in Europe. On the one hand, it owed to the concept of Jewishry. On the other hand, it represents retreat for the Orthodox that allowed them to find the norms in a more traditional fashion. That would not happen in America. You have asking the government for permission to build. Are you crazy? That only happens in Surfside. Who asked the government if you can build a shul? Right? Denominationalism, again, the influence of Protestantism, the idea that, just like there's so many different Protestant churches, why shouldn't there be so many different Jewish churches, so to speak? Why shouldn't there be different kind of movements? Again, unheard of in Europe at the time. Voluntarism, meaning if I choose to belong, I will belong. If I choose to affiliate, that's up to me. It's not up to somebody else to be that I must belong. A very American attitude that we see in the colonial period in particular. The only exception, of course, I think I mentioned, is if you get on the mailing list of the UJA, the only way to get out is through the FBI Witness Protection Program. It's amazing. I'm sure I told that joke like 6 times in the last 3 weeks, but you still laugh. It's very kind of you. And finally, patriotism, as we saw even in this synagogue with the inclusion of flags in the sacred space, is very significant. To look at what it looks like today, again, going to the Pew, here is the breakdown of denominational affiliation in America as of 2013. About 35% of American Jews affiliate with our movement, 18% with the conservative movement. This number used to be much bigger in the last survey about a decade ago, and so the conservative movement is having kind of a crisis of conscience. How did they lose so many numbers? A fairly large number, 30%, declare no denomination. The Orthodox remain roughly stable at 10% of the population. Again, Orthodox Jews only represent about 10% of the overall American Jewish population. They tend to have fairly strong staying power, as this interesting graph shows you. Unfortunately, we kind of lost the top of it, but basically, this graph measures if you were raised in one denomination, how likely is it that you still are in that denomination now? As you can see, the Reform movement, about 55% of Reform Jews today were raised in that movement. And the other 45% spread out all over the place. About 6% of conservative Jews trace their denominational origin to Reform. 1% of Orthodox Jews consider themselves Reform. I know in the Orthodox, a lot of hoo-ha is made of the so-called Balei Tshuva, those who return to Judaism, as it were. But the numbers are still pretty small. And they were talking about 1% of Reform Jews overall and 4% of conservative Jews overall, which reminds me of a short joke. I won't take too long because we only have 10 minutes. But the joke goes like this. There's these 3 guys who get together every week to play poker. And they're sitting around playing poker, and Sam begins to sigh. The other guys say, Sam, what's the matter? How come you're sighing? My son, he's in 3rd year law school. He decided to go to Israel for the summer, and he got caught up in one of those yeshivas, and he says he's not coming home. He says he wants to spend another year studying there. And I say, oh, Sam, that's rough. It's okay. He'll come back. He'll finish law school. The next week, Sam's sighing again, and they say to him, what's the matter? You know what? So my daughter, she went over there to try and convince him to come back for the beginning of classes. She's staying too. She got involved in one of those cults, and she's also studying and learning Torah there. I don't know what to do. Next week, same thing happens to cousin. So finally, one of the other poker players pulls him and says, listen, Sam, you better have your mezuzahs checked. Okay. So we we do see some, the top graph, which is kind of cut off. The Orthodox Jews have a pretty significant staying power, not quite as large as the Reform movement. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. 48% of Orthodox Jews remain Orthodox, which again is less than half after all. But nevertheless, it's a big chunk. It's also especially qualitatively significant, I think, because the demands of Orthodox lifestyle are quite a bit more significant markers of behavior, truth, Shabbat, so on, than necessarily in Reform. So a number of 48% represents a very significant lifestyle commitment. Anyways, there you go. Okay, to give you a sense of the overall numbers, so 1820, we've got about 3,000 Jews living in America total. That number increases fivefold by 1840. Then there's a big jump over decades, which is primarily the result of as a result of the punitive legislation imposed on Jews in certain parts of Germany. For example, in many parts of Germany, only the oldest son was allowed to marry, and from Jewish families. And so that meant that second and later born sons had no chance of establishing a home, and it made sense for them to simply leave Germany. This is kind of like a benign way of trying to exercise population control, limit the growth of the Jewish population by encouraging to leave, which they did. So we have a significant number of German Jews come in the 1840s, and they really established the first major communities in America. By 1877, 250,000 Jews in America, and within 3 years, we'll have some massive waves of Eastern Europe Jews, which will be measured in the mid, and most of them, about 3/4, trace lineage to that last massive immigration between 1881 and 1928, and we'll discuss that, God willing, at Passover. Now, with a few minutes left, what I'd like to talk about is Dr. Sarna's thesis that there were 3 basic strategies for survival utilized by the Jews of colonial and revolutionary America, and we see those strategies really alive today. So I have a couple of minutes left. I'll go through these 3 strategies. The first one is what they called at the time, which we might call today kiruv. We might call today, re-energizing traditional Judaism. This was a favorite strategy of Isaac Leeser and several other important rabbis, who essentially argued that the way to solve the threats posed by the American environment is to go back to that old-time religion as much as possible, to try and reinforce the importance of keeping kosher, of maintaining the honor of the Shabbat, and so on. A fairly unsuccessful attempt, at least if we measure it in terms of bodies in synagogue. In Cincinnati, for example, which was one of the strongest Jewish communities of the era, there were 4 synagogues there in the mid-19th century. Only 2% of the, 22% of the Jews in even that town were unaffiliated. And how much more so if you go outside of the large communities, when you see a much larger number. And in 1850, Sarna looks at the actual number of seats available in all the recorded synagogues. Only 35% of American Jews could fit in them on Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, which means 65% of them were either not going to shul or they were standing. Chances are they were not going to shul. That was funny when it was in my mind, but it wasn't when I actually said it. But here's a picture of Isaac Leeser, who is perhaps the most important proponent of this regeneration movement. Second major strategy is, of course, reform, which was extremely influential in the 18th and 19th century in America. And this is the idea that, the only way Judaism will survive in America is if it changes, if we adapt Judaism to the environment, which was obviously anathema to the regenerationists who said, no, you're going the opposite direction. We have to stick fast to the old rules, not change them. But the German liberal movement, which in this country was known, was extremely influential, and they introduced tremendous changes in the removal of Hebrew, changes in the demands for kashrut, synagogue architecture, the removal of the mechitza, the transformation of the traditional synagogue to a kind of proscenium audience environment. Of course, men and women sitting together. The reform movement was perhaps most prominent in pushing forward a women's agenda to this day as well, of course, where the conservative Orthodox movement kind of sometimes catch up after a few decades. But this was perhaps the most prominent push in America. Later on in another lecture, we can talk about the middle of the 20th century was really the heyday of the conservative movement. Earlier, it was all reform. That was clearly the most popular movement. Here's a picture of Isaac Meyer Wise, definitely the most prominent rabbi of the 19th century. And then finally, an interesting strategy, which may be unique to America, a strategy of ignoring religious disputes and concentrating on peoplehood. And perhaps the most profound example of this in the 19th century was the establishment of an organization known as B'nai B'rith, or of the Covenant. I'm sure you're all familiar with this organization. They set up the Hillel houses, for example, on university campuses and so on. And the concept of B'nai B'rith was, we're not going to agree on religion. We're not going to agree on whether or not to have an organ in the synagogue or not. So let's just set those things aside and let's focus on our common concerns as a people, as a family, as an extended tribe, as it were. The movement got a lot of popularity after the horrible Mortah affair in Damascus, where in 1840, we're talking about the 19th century, believe it or not, Jews were accused of blood libel, that old 13th century canard that Jews needed to drink Christian blood. And as a result, Jewish communities around the world tried to muster energy to defend the Jews who were accused of this heinous and false. So American Jews also said, we have to be organized here. How are we supposed to deal with these kinds of international threats if we're not organized? How can we be organized if we're going to do it along religious lines? And so B'nai B'rith said, let's just try and create a non-denominational Jewish association that is based on peoplehood. So these three strategies, regeneration, reform, and the emphasis on peoplehood, are strategies that American Jews continue to use in our own day. So now coming to a conclusion, we want to just focus once again on our starting point, Abigail Levy Franks. We don't learn a tremendous amount from her correspondence about these larger phenomena that are shaping the character of American Jewish lives, but we do get a sense from her correspondence of the eternity of the Jewish, their attachment to their ancestral traditions, the importance that they associate with, Ahavas Yisrael, communal love among Jews, and I hope that we live up to those highest ideals. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you have a good night.
And you don't have neo-Nazis running around, and you don't have racists, you don't have all this craziness happening. The way that you create that political space is by trying to create a political culture where people can debate ideas, where people can be proven wrong, and where people can exist.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? We're actually, looks like about 49 seconds behind schedule, so I will try to speak faster to make up for that time. What a rowdy group we have today. Let's get started. Okay, so this is a joke that I'll edit out the first couple of minutes. It's easy to edit at the beginning and the end. Okay. Tonight's joke, I have not run it past my joke censor board yet, so I may regret this, but I will tell you that I told the joke over two of my daughters. Aliza's one of them. Neither of them could remember that joke, so that's a good sign. It means that chances are you will not remember it too. The problem is that they both said it wasn't very funny. So I'm going to tell you a joke you may never have heard before, but it's not very funny. So tonight's class is going to deal with prayer. And so this has to do with Jewish prayer. I'm sure that my censor board has heard this joke anyways, but here it goes. So the joke is about the first three clergymen in outer space, a priest, a rabbi, and a minister. And believe it or not, this is not an off-color joke. A lot of those jokes start that way with a priest, a rabbi, and a minister, but it's not one of those jokes. So the priest, the rabbi, and the minister, NASA sponsors this medical tour of the universe where there's these three careful theologians onto the space, and they go up into outer space and they orbit the world a few times, and that's the program. And I forgot to mention one thing which should be obvious to everyone in this room, but for the internet audience, particularly my 7 people watching in Saudi Arabia, just to give you a sense of Jewish prayer. Jewish prayer is relegated basically by times of the day and the position of the sun to the horizon. In the morning, there is the Shacharit or dawn prayer. In afternoon, there's the Mincha prayer, and then after the sun is set, it's the Ma'ariv prayer. So the joke goes that the 3 clergymen go out into outer space, they orbit the world a few times, they come back down. When they land, the journalists crowd around them, and they come out of the space shuttle, and they're transformed. Their faces are glowing from the experience. And they go up to the Catholic priest, and they said, Father, what was your impression of your experience? They said, well, I was overwhelmed with the hugeness, the vastness of God's creation. Absolutely astounded by the phenomenal infinitude of the universe. And then they go to the minister and they said, Reverend, what did you think of your experience? He says, in the scope of such largeness, I thought of the tininess of humanity. I thought of how humble we are in terms of the great cosmos of God's creation. And they go up to the rabbi and they say, what did you think? And he says, who had time to think? Mincha Mara, chakras, mincha. Okay. Yeah, it's not, it's I guess, chetzi. Okay. So tonight's topic is a fascinating one. I've wanted to speak about this topic for a long time, and I'm very grateful to have an audience who's interested in sharing this aspect of Jewish history. We're going to look at not very well-known figure in history. I believe this is the first video on the internet about this figure, and that makes me feel very proud. Her name is Sarah Bas Tovim, or probably that was pronounced in her time, Sarah Bas Tovim, right? From the Yiddish pronunciation. She is an unknown author of Techinas, which are basically Jewish prayers for women, a largely lost aspect of Jewish history that we'll explore over the next half hour, 45 minutes. And it says so much about what has been lost since the Holocaust, because it speaks to the depth of Jewish spirituality and an entire range of spirituality that has been flattened and disappeared with the loss of so many in Eastern Europe in particular. So that's going to be our topic tonight. We have an anonymous sponsor, so I'd like to thank that, sir. It is wonderful to have all of you here. Your presence is sufficient sponsorship, but if you would like to support the shul and help support students who graciously filmed, then sponsorships are wonderful. Young Israel is setting up an internet sponsorship thing where you can actually, from the internet, you can click on the website and there'll be a little donate button. There you go. So, okay, so let's start. Who was this Sarah Tovim? We know remarkably about her life, and in fact, just the thing we know is what she tells us. But it's more complicated even than that, because many figures, literary, historical, and other, have interfered with the literary record and have intervened to add details that has made her so legendary in scope that many people believe she didn't exist. Although, as we shall see, worship today has proved without doubt that in fact she was a woman in Ukraine in probably 18th century. She tells her audience that she descended from Jews in Poland, Brest-Litovsk in particular, or Brisk, and Satanov, although there's some questions as to exactly what her lineage is. Don't know very much about beyond what exactly she puts on paper for us to read. One of the most problematic aspects of her biography, these basic liturgical poems in the 18th century, they became wildly popular, so popular all kinds of other people started reading them themselves and placing them in her name. name so that they could get the royalties. So in other words, it's like, for example, many of you may not realize it, but I often write under name. My next Stephen King novel you buy on the internet could actually be one of my novels. But it's just a way of kind of glomming on to that literary reputation, and this happened so frequently that there were these travesties and plagiarisms and outright forgeries that people began to believe in the 19th century that she was really not a historical figure, and in fact she was a shin of some man. We know now that she was a real person. She was in fact a woman. We know a lot more about her thanks to the research of one scholar in particular that I'll show you to in a moment. Part of this cynicism about Sarah Bas Tovim was generated by the Maskilim, which is a larger phenomenon I'd like to speak about later on in this class, not tonight so much, but in a later class. Maskilim are adherents of the Jewish Enlightenment, known as the Haskalah. This is a movement that began in the very late 18th century Germany, and it spread throughout Europe. Towards Western Europe, it became more of an assimilation, where the Haskalah placed a lot of emphasis on the value of Jews imitating non-Jews, sometimes slavishly aping non-Jewish norms in an attempt to gain acceptance and to gain emancipation, political emancipation. In Eastern Europe, it took a very different kind of coloring. The Haskalah there did not, for the most part, aspire to assimilate to Russian or Polish or Ukrainian society per se. The Maskilim in Eastern Europe tried to excavate a new literary Jewish personality by taking many of the vernacular art forms, such as, for example, Yiddish literature, and elevating it really to a world language. So in the East, you'll have people like Mendele Malcher Sforim, Shalom Aleichem, Yud Lamed Peretz, who actually wrote a story about Sarah Bas Tovim, will be, trying to take this traditional folk culture, which has a very deep religious vein running through it, and then transforming it into a more secular Yiddishized, or in Zionist case, more Hebraicized version. So what's happening with the Jewish population in the late 19th century is a lot of maskilim were writing prayers for women, typically illiterate women who could only make their way in Yiddish, and we'll have some time to speak about Yiddish tonight, and then they were selling them. And one of the ways to make them popular was to say these are real techinas written by Sarah Bas Tovim, when in fact they were written by some Apikoros non-believer male poet living in St. Petersburg in 1870. So it's very difficult to unpack what exactly is hers, what exactly are later accretions, but we do have two collections in particular that we know are generally hers. The texts are very corrupt, many different editions where publishers have done a lot of damage to the text, but nevertheless tonight we're going to look at those two collections and two techinas in particular to try to understand a little bit more about them. Now, I should really pause and ask, how many of you are familiar with this liturgical form called the Tina? And it's not at all associated, by the way, with hummus or pita. I just don't pronounce it very well. But we see a couple of women who actually read techinas. So, tell us anything about them?
I can only tell you that my mother brought from Germany, and it was like precious to her and her sister, and the other sister-in-law. This was like, they read it all the time.
Kadoshim. Okay.
So it may have been one of the fake guys.
It could be. Was it written in German letters or in Yiddish Deutsch? Real German. I have one of those too from my grandmother, my great aunt from Königsberg, my Aunt Molly. I'd have to look at it to give you, and I'm not an expert in this field, but I'd have to look at it to get a sense of it. Yes?
How does that relate to the Tzena?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that question. The Tzena, there was actually something authored by a man, but it of what would have ultimately become a large religious literature for women. The Tzena is a a enunciation of a passage in Kohelet, if I remember correctly. Go out and see. It's written in the feminine imperative, and it's basically a weekly commentary on the Chumash, written in Yiddish. That is essentially kind of like a mishmash of Rashi, taking all the midrashim and things like that. So when you read, whatever the sedra is to this week, we're at Mishpatim, a woman in the afternoon, she'd pull out her tzena, read all of the midrashim, all of this that associate with the Chumash that week. And very pious and often very educated women would treat the tzena as literally as a Bible. There would be a very holy work with them, and it was associated almost exclusively with women. It's interesting that it was translated to English by Art Scroll, and when they released it the first time, they didn't think anyone would want it under its original title, so they released it as the Weekly Midrash. So that's essentially what it is. It's a compilation of Midrashim. And then when people said, oh, this is actually the Tzena, so then they re-released it under the title Tzena because they realized that so many women had that ancestral memory of that particular book. So,
in the same time as
the Chumash, yes. Well, the Tzena is a little earlier. We don't know with precision when Sarah Bas Tovim lived, probably 18th century. The Tzena goes back another century or two. It's quite an old book. Now, the difference, though, between these two books, the Tzena is a book for study, which is, of course, of religious value in Judaism. The Tchinas is of prayer. Tchinas are poems, prayer poems that a person reads at various moments in their life, at various moments of their day, and so on. Yeah. Tehillim also read in a liturgical manner, but that goes back obviously to the biblical period. Yeah, it goes all the way back to the biblical period, and they're written in Hebrew. But what's really fascinating about these, specifically women's prayers, and they say so much about women culture. One of the rares that we have in how women lived in 18th, 19th century that we don't have in male sources. And I hope to expose you to a couple of those aspects of women's culture, which are, to my mind, absolutely fascinating. So, what do we know about her? She says a few interesting autobiographical tidbits. She refers, for example, to her illustrious parents. We're not exactly sure who her illustrious parents are. She says, for example, Mordechai Satanov, and that particular more associated with another author of various religious works, but we're not precisely sure. The early publishers, some of the earliest editions, though, after her name, they add the suffix, that you often see, that she should live, which is normally written after a woman's name. You say her name, that she should live, and that implies she's definitely a real person, because you wouldn't say that about a fictional person. It's kind of like when you see a lot of rabbi under their name, they have the acronym Shlita, and if you're new to this, you might say, like, what are all these guys? How many Rabbi Shlitas are there? Like thousands of them. Okay, that was a little too in joke. But at any rate, these are like indications that she was a real person. And also fascinating, there's no reference anywhere in her work, her husband. There's no reason to assume that she was not. She speaks, a lot of her prayers deal with, the welfare of children, the welfare of a husband, but even though she'll talk about herself, she'll talk about her background, she'll talk about her own experiences, she never says husband, which is also a highly unusual feature of the authors of Tchinas, and that's another, ironically, a stamp of authority, that if it was a fabricated Sarah Bas Tovim, they would have made up. Of course, she's married to an incredibly good-looking, intelligent man, because that's part of the legend. But the actual Tchinas of Sarah Bas Tovim had no reference whatsoever to her husband. So we don't know a lot about her beyond what she decides to tell us herself. Now, the main reason we know so much about her today is undoubtedly due to the very detailed and powerful scholarship of this woman, Professor Chava Weissler, who quite a bit of work about Sarah Bas Tovim and other women who composed prayers in early modern Eastern Europe. And in particular, we're going to be relying on this book, Voices of the Matriarchs, which was nominated for the Jewish Book Award a few years ago. Unfortunately, I did not have the opportunity to reread it for this class when it first came out, and I loved it. but I couldn't get another copy of it back down here in Florida through ILL. But I will be reading from one of her articles that she wrote on this particular element. At any rate, I highly recommend Voices of Matriarchs, which will tell you a lot about Tchinas as an art form, Sarabas Tovim in particular, and so on. So let's get down to the material itself. First of all, it's written in Yiddish, which in itself an entire history of Jewish culture. The Yiddish language is basically medieval German, written in Hebrew characters with a very strong infusion of Hebrew, Aramaic, Romance, and Slavic words. The comedian Billy Crystal says that the way to understand this is that Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. Right? Okay, pause for laughs. But in reality, it's essentially medieval German with all of these other languages written in. Now, this is not an unusual phenomenon. Jews have created many hybrid languages over the last 2,000 years. Whenever they go to a given locale, they invariably pick up a lot of the language, the vocabulary, the syntax, and then because quite often the surrounding populations are illiterate, then we'll use the Hebrew alphabet to record the language, and that creates this new kind of hybrid language. Judeo-Persian. We have Judeo-German, which is a little bit different form of Yiddish. Several different versions of Yiddish to come to speak of. They often show high varieties of dialectical variation. So, for example, in Eastern Europe, there's at least 3 distinct dialects of Yiddish. The Lithuanians were really the first to truly standardize the language and kind of agree on basic issues like morphology. And so standard Lithuanian Yiddish is considered the gold standard in the culture. This is somewhat resented by Hungarian Jews and by Polish Jews, but for those Lithuanian Jews, of course, they're absolutely correct. This is the true Yiddish. And you may know some Lithuanians. They tend to have, the very flex, very, fashionable taste in clothing. Latvia as well, right? They tend to lose their hair prematurely, and hopefully you're getting the joke. Oh, I happen to be Lithuanian. Yes, I am. Thank you, Stephen. My is off tonight. But at any rate, there are lots of different pronunciations. It is a crazy language. Even 100 years ago, Yiddish was not standardized, you can see, so on. It is a language that is very prone to from other languages. It is more, what's the right word here? It's more infected by languages, and that's a perfectly okay thing to do. Unlike, for example, the French, really paranoid about keeping on to their language, that they have actually a commission in the government that decides what word is French and what can't be French. And even in Israel, they had that for a long time with Hebrew, that they wouldn't allow words that were not of origin. Yiddish was just like the doors were open. You could say anything you want. I was just reading something written in the 1950s in Yiddish the other day, having a really hard time working through words like baseball, right? Baseball, and movie, which was also in there. That was a really hard one. But actually, there was one, I'm curious if anyone knows this, a little bit of a tangent. There was a reference to someone called a Sam Sapojnik. Yeah, does anyone know what that expression means? I had to ask a very old man, what does it mean? Eris a Samsapojnik. So apparently a Samsapojnik is, he defined it first in Yiddish as Alaina Balabas, and which means he's like independent to a fault. Like he thinks he knows everything. And the context was about someone who refuses to listen to doctors, doesn't want to take the medicine he's prescribed. Samsapojnik, right? He does whatever he wants. Yeah, so there are such people. I'm not sure if Sam might come from the self, like Samovar means to self-cook, right? Things like that. So Sam might be alone, and Sapojnik, I don't know what that is. Anyways, I'm sorry for that digression. Sam is in Hebrew poison, right? But in Hebrew. But in Russian, Sam, it means, Sama, for example, means flies by itself. Now, why are we talking about Yiddish so much? because the Jews in Eastern Europe spoke Yiddish overwhelmingly as their vernacular. At the end of the 19th century, the Rothschild did a survey, a massive survey that gives us a good picture of what Jews did in that part of the world, and 97% of Jews claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue, which is amazing when you think it's only just a little over 100 years ago that was the overwhelming vernacular, and we've lost so much 1 century. The other languages, Russian, French, German, and so on, made very, very little penetration into the Jewish world. However, Yiddish was not the educated, with the exception of the maskilim, who wanted to elevate it to an art form, like Shalom Aleichem and others. The reality is that it was considered to spoke it. My grandma Shalom, when she used to talk language, she wouldn't even say Yiddish. That wasn't the name. She called it Jewish, which is exactly what the word Yiddish means, Jewish. This is the Jewish language, meaning, I don't know what you call it, it's Jewish. And a lot of the literature at the time called it the jargon, right, the jargon. It wasn't considered a real language, even by the practitioners of the language itself. What was the real language, of course, was rabbinic Hebrew. If you wanted to write a letter that had chashivut, that if you wanted to demonstrate your education, you had to do it in Hebrew. And that was also a highly language, because the threshold for learning Hebrew at a high level definitely stopped at about 4th grade level. It was very rare to have a woman who could read Hebrew and translate it beyond basically the Siddur, the prayers that she had memorized, perhaps some Tehillim, perhaps some Chumash, but certainly not into the rabbinic works of scholarship on the Talmud and things like that. So Yiddish was also known as die Weibessprach, the woman's language, because it was the literature for women. Jewish women were also educated, when you compare them to the surrounding culture, consist of being able to decipher the written word. They could not do it in Hebrew, but they could in Yiddish. And so this created a demand for works in Yiddish for women. That's where the Tzanarenik, and then slowly people started various kinds of pietistic works for women that were designed to be lifting of good morals, like that. It's quite a large genre. It was not only women that read this, considered to be sort of like a low-class literature for men. If you look at writing around the turn of the 20th century, he urges Jews in America, saying, I know you guys are not very educated, you probably can't read too much, but at least something in Yiddish. Go get a Yiddish book on ethics, on Musar, things like that. So Yiddish was high gendered. It was considered a lower class language, but it was considered the language that women used. And so these prayers that people like Sarah Bas Tovim are written specifically for that gender, and in a way that speaks to a woman's experience in the world, something which we have completely lost in the Holocaust. Now, note that even though they were written in Yiddish, Sarah Bas Tovim and the other liturgical writers had no problem ripping off things from earlier rabbinic literature. And this is because, as I think we discussed in an earlier class, the concept of plagiarism as we have it today was not really understood, or I shouldn't say that, was not really observed by earlier authors. It was considered appropriate to steal really, cool phrases and even whole paragraphs from earlier writers and incorporate them into your own work. We call it plagiarism. Back then, they would call it something like homage, right? It was kind of like a way of showing honor. That was considered entirely appropriate. Sarah Bas Tovim, her work, she refers to herself in a very humble way as saying she's simply arranged the techinas, meaning that she's cutting and pasting. She's taking a line from here and a few stanzas from here, and he's putting in poems, so she doesn't want to take too much credit for herself. But at the same time, she also asserts that these are her creations, even though they are collages of early literary works, and she very much identifies them as her own, the product of her own creative energies, and she's very proud of them, as we shall see as I read you a few samples. In terms terms of how educated she was, it's quite likely that she was deeply educated. She certainly quotes liberally from Hebrew texts. So she must have been one of those exceptional women who did kind of break that fourth grade glass ceiling to be able to get entree into rabbinic scholarship. She's clearly familiar with a lot of the ethical literature, like Sha'arei Tshuva of Rabbeinu Yonah, like the Orchos Tzadikim by an anonymous author who, this was also written in Yiddish. It's been written, according to some, possibly even by a woman. So she's reading these kinds of texts. She knows how to put them in proper rabbinic context. And as we shall see, she even has a smattering of Kabbalistic knowledge. Chava Weissler has also identified some Shabbatai Tzvi in her work. Not that she followed down the path of false messianism, but some of the earlier works of his followers actually had quite a large penetration into the reading public of Jews in the 18th century. So it's not surprising that she would have found some of that interesting as well. So we must assume that she does some kind of formal Jewish education. Okay, before I talk about the first of her works, any other questions? Ms. Abramson, no questions? Let me think. I'll give you lots of time. Okay, so let's go straight into it. We have two basic collections of her works that are considered authoritative by Professor Weiss. The first is called Shar HaYichud al Olamot, or Olamos, which is a very Kabbalistic term, meaning the gate of the uniting of the worlds. And this refers to a very deep Kabbalistic concept that we discussed it a few weeks ago when we talked about the Arizal, the idea that there are four worlds, Atzilut, Bria, Yetzira, and Asiya, four sort of concentric worlds of Kabbalah, and that they have to be kind of lined up. Alternatively, the 10 Sfirot, you see in the drawing here, the 10 Sfirot, the emanations of God, can kind of go out of alignment as a result of human sin. And so there are various practices, religious practices, prayer practices that can kind of bring them back into alignment. It's definitely very esoteric, not standard kind of thinking. This particular book is often known by one of the major poems that it's recorded in it, which is more feminine in its aspect, Sheker Hachen, which means beauty is deceitful. You may recognize the line from Eshet Chayil, right? Sheker Hachen behevel hayofi isha yirat Hashem hiti talal. Is that right? Right. Hiti talal. His vain Sheker Hachen behevel and good looks are empty. A woman who fears God, she will be praised. So the phrase Sheker Achen has a very strong allusion to women's value, the idea of what should a woman be praised for. Obviously, a woman who fears God, not to external beauty and so on. And the kind of themes that emerge from her writing are basically three. And I'm just, I'm performing homage right now to Professor Weissler, ripping off her three basic ideas. First of all, very strong emphasis in women as religious agents, meaning women count in Judaism. There's not a question, despite the fact that women have a highly distinct religious experience from men, meaning they are not showing up in shul typically early in the morning for Shacharis, and then Mincha, and then Marav, and they don't have the special costumes that the men do, and they don't have the multiple hoo-has. By the way, my wife likes to call this room like the guys' club, the men's club, because not on Shabbos, but during the week. This is the guys' club. There are very, very few women who come during the week to Mincha, Marav, things like that. But there are some, but it's comparatively rare. Nevertheless, men and women had a bifurcated religious experience. She has no problem completely affirming the idea women are religiously significant and that their actions count on the most metaphysical of levels. Secondly, this is not in any way to contradict the value of women as wives and mothers. In fact, much of this religious agent is fulfilled through what might be the very mundane acts of caring for a family. And these form, moments of prayer that show up nowhere in men's liturgy. For example, in this entire realm of feminine prayer, you'll find all kinds of techina written for things like, on menopause, for example. I haven't seen any of the men's prayer books. On caring for a child, on praying for a child to find a match, all kinds of life cycle things that are much more associated with women. These are things that you'll find in the techinas. And so it's an entirely different world of prayers than the ones which that are far more ritualistic, tend to be very, reified in their format and very fixed in their language. The techinas are much more free-flowing, much more individualistic, more poetic in nature. She spends a lot of time talking about suffering, and there's some interesting kind of clues as to what exactly it was she was suffering about so much. And finally, a great information throughout her work of her personal value, her feeling that even though she is suffering, she feels that what she is doing is benefit to the world, and that will ultimately bring about the Messiah. Very strong belief that her actions count on a metaphysical level. There's no question that nowhere in her techinas does ever appear that she feels that she's only in a supporting role, and men are in the starring role. She really feels very strongly like, okay, this is men's Judaism, so to speak. This is women's Judaism, and women's Judaism is great. There's no question whatsoever about status. Okay, so the second work that's really important is known as the Shlosha Sharim. It's probably better known than the Sheker Achen, the Three Gates. The earliest version that we have that has a date on it is 1838, but there are many editions published far earlier that means that it probably dated from the late 18th century. It's more popular than the earlier work and tends to be more ripped off and more interpolated with different things since then. So I think at this point, why don't I read you a little bit of the Techina so you can get a sense of, what is it exactly we're talking about. This is an article that Professor wrote in a series called Poland, which is about Jews of Poland. Okay, so this is from the first collection that I mentioned to you, the Sheker Achen. Oh, dear women and maids, and maids meaning like young women. If you read this Techina, your hearts will rejoice. They are taken out of holy books, meaning that she's gone to the sources and she's going to what give their authenticity in the tradition. By their merit, you will be worthy to enter the land of Israel. So there's a very early proto-Zionism here as well. Also, I have put down a lovely new Techina that should be said on Mondays and Thursdays and fast days, and on the days of awe. Grace is deceitful and beauty is vain. Definitely interesting that Mondays and Thursdays, of course, being Torah reading days, and she's very much clued into the fast day cycle, things like that. Beauty is nothing, only righteous deeds are good. The wisest of women builds her house. The important thing that a woman should run the house so that one can study Torah therein, and that she should guide her children in the straight path to God's service. Note that it doesn't say that she should run her house so that men can study Torah therein, meaning that the house should be a place where anyone can study Torah, men or woman, man or son, and so on. I, poor woman, have been scattered and dispersed. I have had no rest. My heart has moaned within me. I recalled from whence I come and whither I shall go and where I shall be taken. A great fear came over me, and I begged the living God, blessed be He, with copious tears, that the Techina might come out of me. So here's an allusion to something we'll discuss in the next slide. She's somehow in some kind of state of wandering that gives her great suffering. And out of this suffering, she will produce the religious energy that will be expressed in her poetry. And now she says a little bit about who she is. I, the renowned woman Sarah Bas Tovim, she has no problem saying, she's renowned, of distinguished ancestry, who has no strange thought. Wow. The Hebrew here is machshava zara, which means machshava zara really means like a foreign thought. It can be a thought of violence, thought of illicit sexuality, thoughts that are inappropriate really for a person of high religion. And it's interesting that she can say this about herself, that she does not have a machshava zara, which is more of a Kabbalistic term, but has made this techina only for the sake of the dear God, blessed be He, so that it may be a memorial for me after my death. I think the meaning here is that in composing this techina, she was doing it for nothing other than the love of God. I mean, it was not thinking of her own fame or her own wealth, that kind of thing. Whoever reads this techina, her prayer will certainly be accepted before God. May His name be blessed. I, the woman Sarah Bastovin, daughter of the scholar, learned in Torah, the renowned Rabbi Mordechai, son of the great Rabbi Yitzchak of blessed memory, of the holy community of Satanov, may God protect it. So, very interesting kind of overlapping of themes there. You get a sense of her personality. She has a real sense of self, no problem whatsoever about this. Now, let me read just a little bit more from a different selection in the Three Gates. I take for my help the living God, blessed be He, who lives forever and to eternity. And I set out this second beautiful new techina in Yiddish with great love, with great awe, with trembling and terror, with broken limbs, with great may God have mercy upon Israel. May I not long be forced to be a wanderer, once again the wandering, by the merit of our mothers Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, and may my own dear mother Leah pray to God, blessed be He, for me, that my being a wanderer may be an atonement for me for my sins. May God, blessed be He, forgive me, talked in synagogue in my youth during the reading of the dear Torah. Talking in shul is going to be one of her big themes. I'm going to read you something about that in a second. Lord of the whole world, I lay my prayer before you as I begin to edit my second lovely new techina with my entire devotion and with the entire foundation of my heart. May you protect us from suffering and pain. I pray that, dear Lord, that just as He heard the prayer of our fathers and mothers, He may soon have great mercy on all Israel and also on the age, that I not be forced to wander. And I beg heaven and earth and all the holy angels for me, that both of the techinas may be accepted. May they be a crown for His holy name upon His head. So, with the wandering, let's try that a little bit. I'm going to go here to this slide. So, kind of wandering that she's referring to. She doesn't say anywhere why she wanders, but Elisa's going to offer a suggestion. You're not supposed to read my slide before I say it, but I'd read it. Not gullus, right. She does not use the term gullus. She uses the term in Hebrew, navanad. Now, why would those terms be said? Why would my brilliant daughter say, well, of course, she's talking about gullus? Why would you even gullus? You're absolutely right, Elisa. She's so brilliant. She said, she refers to the fact that the word gullus, or galut in modern Hebrew, means exile. Basically means being kicked out of the land of Israel. Meaning the exile from the first year when the Romans took over is cleared out all the Chinese residents. The Jews left immediately. It's a joke. I should edit that out. It's not very tasteful. But at any rate, that kind of terminology, it's almost like it's a throwaway term. We're living in gullus. We're living in exile. Yeah. We're living in exile. Maybe we'll go to Israel for the holidays. We'll come back. That's the idea of. So therefore, if she used this term gullus, then maybe she's speaking metaphorically. She's living in a nice big house in Eastern Europe someplace with chandeliers, plastic on the furniture, and she calls it gullus. That would make sense. But she doesn't use that term. She uses the term navanad. What does navanad mean? And like Cain, very good. Oh my gosh, Steve, what an educated audience. I have to really up my game, right? That Cain is cursed to wander, navanad, to go throughout the land. That's a real, she means it in a real sense. She's physically moving from place to place. It is something of great suffering, and she hopes that suffering will elicit tshuva, will elicit, a return to her religious roots. There is a lot of there's a huge tradition in rabbinic Judaism of self-imposed penitential wandering, where people will go into exile as an attempt to change their mazal, as an attempt to change their own personal makeup, because when you move to a new place, people don't know you, they don't necessarily treat you with the same kind of respect that you have, your homeland and so on. Now, this is the only occasion I know of a woman going to Gullus, into personal navanad, personal wandering. Many of the great rabbis did so. The Vilna Gaon, many of them would, pick up and leave places where they were famous and go to places where they were unknown as a way of working on their own personality. Then they would come back, it would be better for them and so on. But for a woman to go into Gullus seems like a much more difficult endeavor, and it seems that may be what she was doing. It could also be read, however, that maybe, it could be much more prosaic, that her husband's business was not successful and they went from town to town trying to make a parnasa. And she interpreted this in a religious light, that they had to go follow the parnasa wherever it was. And she took this as kind of a lever for herself to develop spiritually. But what she attaches it to more than anything else is her own behavior, specifically talking in shul. So let's look at one phrase where she refers to that, and she's very generous with this kind of, personal biographical detail. Here we go. She says, she's talking about how she used to talk in shul all the time, and she says, I wish the rabbi were here to hear this. He would love this part. If only, but I have to get one for the men talking in shul, which is an even bigger problem, I think. I remember all the things I used to come into the dear synagogue, all dressed up in jewelry, which Professor Weissler points out probably is some kind of socioeconomic locator for her. If she's all dressed up in jewelry, perhaps upper middle class, something like that. I would do nothing but joke and laugh. I remember and recall that God, blessed be He, does not forgive, as it is written, he who is quick to anger and extends his wrath. He waits long and pays quickly, which is a kind of uncharitable view, I think, of, but today I go wandering and my heart moans within me, for I recall that God, blessed be He, will forgive no one. Again, very strong kind of language, which is, I'm not too helped, but here it is. Therefore, I entreat you to listen to my words and take them to heart. When you enter the dear synagogue, a great terror should overcome you. I have jokes in my head now. You should know before whom you have come and to whom you pray and to whom you must answer for your life. So definitely a very stark kind of Musardic view of taking school seriously. It's not a playground. It's not a gossip center. It's a place where you stand before the Ribbon Shalom. This is meant to make women sitter, to make women kind of like take shul very seriously. She's not saying at all that shul is not important. She's saying that go to shul with awe and trepidation. It's interesting now that I think about it. The Vilna Gaon, who we mentioned earlier, when he went on his own personal exile, he tried to make it to Israel. He wrote a very famous letter to his wife, in case he never came back, in case, he was lost on the journey or killed. He wrote a last will, as it were, to his wife, giving her direction how he'd like to raise the children. And he says to his wife, don't go to shul. He says clearly, though, you go to shul and there's a lashon hara and people that he says to him, don't go to shul. Very interesting passage. Anyways, that gives you a sense of some of her personality, what little about her life. A lot of her is also, I'll give you one example in particular, but I'll give you kind of an overview here. She basically, in the 3 gates, writes about 3 different types of things. The first gate deals with the mitzvahs Chana, an acronym. Obviously, the name of the founder of prayer as we have it today, the Chana, mother of Shmuel. They stand for the 3 commandments, which are associated primarily with women. The first one, the Chet, stands for Elisa. No, the Chet of Chana stands for something. Not Chesed. No. Oh, Elisa. No. Well, every Friday. Chalot, exactly, challah. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said chan. Chalot, b'diyuk, kazeh, right? Chalot, on when you make challah of a certain size, you have to take a little bit of it. Everybody's guessing the letters now. I shouldn't have gone down this direction. But when you bake challah of a certain size, you have to take a little bit of the dough, and you have to throw it into the oven. There's a bracha. It's a certain size, so on. So that's specifically associated with women in the kitchen. Nida, the laws of menstruation and sexuality. Of course, women are in control of that aspect of their bodies. And finally, the hay, hadlakat nechot, right? The lighting of candles on Friday nights. It has all these beautiful prayers that are designed to be said around this cycle. I mean, prayers that are associated with the menstrual cycle here in the men's prayer book. Prayers for going to the mikveh, prayers for reuniting with her husband, all kinds of really gorgeous, immediate first-person prayers that have no parallel in the Jewish religious. Second gate deals with the entire penitential season of the month of Elul, followed by the holidays of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, a period of personal, introspection and self-transformation. Takes Teshuvah very seriously. She writes quite a few, introspective poems, meditations for women at that time. And then finally, also something associated with women in our tradition, Rosh Chodesh, the new moon, which perhaps of all three, this is perhaps most well known in the modern Jewish community as being a women's holiday. But nothing like the depth and sophistication that we see in Sarah Bas Tovim. Now, what now is to take you to one of these in particular that is perhaps her most famous, and in 10 minutes of the class, I'll just give you into the sophistication, depth, and beauty of the women's traditions in Eastern Europe that unfortunately have been totally lost in the Holocaust. This is a ritual that is unheard of today, even though we have a tradition stretching back all the way to at least the 12th century. That's the first written reference to this particular custom that simply has no place elsewhere in the tradition. It's known as Kevermessen, also known as Feldmessen, which means grave measuring or grave yard measuring. Feld field is like a grave. And the custom was that women during that period of Teshuvah, they would take time and they would go out to the cemeteries and they would literally measure out the graves. They would take the twine and they would measure it all around the graves, and they would come back home with those wicks, and they would collectively, as a group, get together and they would make it into candles. So the wicks were made literally from the outlines of the graves of their ancestors. It would be a business for some women that they would go out and they would measure the entire graveyard, and they would sell bits of this string that women would later use. These candles, many of them, I'm sorry? The red bendel comes from it's actually also a tradition, but it's referenced in the Talmud. It's a complicated thing to explain. It's not the same thing. I'll explain it to you after we shut off the camera if you like. But this is these candles would then be specific on Yom Kippur or used throughout the year, but specifically on Yom Kippur, there would be candles lit for every member of the family, and candles quite often lit for the deceased. We have the Yortzeit candle, which is kind of like an echo of this custom. But since the Holocaust, this entire thing has been absolutely lost. And it is a way, though, of literally connecting with these long wicks, the living and the dead, bringing the cycle of life, connecting the youngest members of a community with the ancestors who may have lived there for centuries. And I'd like to read you just a little bit from a techina that she writes about this particular practice. Okay, when she writes here. Okay, now, so this is referring to after they've gotten all of the wicks together and they've made them into candles, they're going to prepare to light them in memory of those who are deceased, and also for a long life for husbands and for their children. If you look in, for example, the Mate Ephraim, which is perhaps the most important source on the halachot of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, he refers to this particular practice, and he says, be very careful because some of these people, they sell the cheapest things that do very well. But even though that's a backhanded reference to the ritual, it's not that was extremely widespread in Eastern Europe. May these lights, which were made for the holy and pure, awaken them so that they arise and inform one another back to the holy patriarchs and matriarchs, and further back to Adam and Eve, that they rectify the sin by which they brought death to the whole world. May they arise from their graves and pray for us, that this very year, may it come for good, there may finally be the resurrection of the dead. May God's attributes of stern judgment become the attributes of mercy. May they be unified. Very Kabbalistic reference. May the souls pray for us that the resurrection of the dead will come to us. And may all the holy and pure angels pray that the dry bones live again speedily. And so clearly, deeply Kabbalistic intent here that the wicks somehow awaken the souls of the ancestors and somehow bring them into the communal prayer with the living. Lord of the world, I pray you, merciful God, make for the holy pure souls. For each wick that we lay, may you increase life for us. May the holy souls awake out of their graves and pray for us that we may be healthy. For us to pray for the dead, for those who died in our own generations, and for those who have died from the time of Adam and Eve on. Today we make candles for the sake of all the souls, for the sake of the soul of the fields and the forests, and for murders, and for all those who have no children, and for all the little children, so that they may awaken the dry bones. May they come alive speedily, and may we be worthy to see them of the dead this year. Very powerful, emotive prayer. Imagine, actually going to the great own ancestors and knowing that the wick that you're lighting is specifically wrapped around the grave of your, God forbid, your parents and grandparents and so on. It's a very beautiful ritual that, unfortunately, totally lost to us today. So if we look at the legacy of Sarabas Tovim, see with tremendous clarity the great difficulty of, as Mrs. Chava was, of tracing customs in men's sources. Since this was a ritual exclusively associated with women, men did not do it. It was considered an act of female piety. The men didn't write down much about it. And so therefore, all we have are these few little scraps like Sarabim who've given us some insight into why women did it, what they felt when they did, and so on. The men referenced it like the Mate Ephraim, backhanded way, but to get a sense of the inner life of women in the 18th century, 17th century, we need works of poetry such as those by Sarabas Tovim. And it also illustrates the tremendous impoverishment of specifically female spirituality suffered as a loss, a huge disruption, the demographic location that we suffered as a loss, because many of these things that would have been handed down, mother to daughter was simply cut off with the devastation of the 20th century. And many of our own daughters today are completely bereft of these traditions, and it's up to scholars like Weissler to bring them back, to re-energize them, and to make them available to us today. My own wife has several collections of modern techinas, and I looked at a couple of them before coming to our class today. And none of them, although they're very nice books, and she reads until they fall apart. In a couple of cases, it's actually, I think, the third time I bought her this book because she keeps on wearing out the bind, and they're tear stained, and I think probably the way that San Arenas used to look back then. But they pale in comparison to some of the religious creativity that has been lost in our own time. So we have the merit to see these recreated by people like Aliza, her generation, so we have a much better future for all of us. Thank you for your attention. I'll take questions after we shut off the camera.
Like everyone's like, Macron is, I can't believe he's recognized authorizing a Palestinian state. What? They destroyed the whole thing. It's smithereens. The thing is done. It's like a lot of the people coming out now and going, this seems a bit much, Mr. Harvey. This seems to be, I talked about it on the Patreon or whatever. A lot of celebrities now are coming out and going, I cannot believe. They're so dramatic and they're like, what is happening?
Mayor Hagola, we spoke about last week. We know far more about him than we do about just about any woman in the medieval period. So we're going to have to reconstruct a lot of this history to try and understand her life. And once we get to the modern period per se, after the winter break, we'll have a lot more to say about Jewish women in general. But today's lecture is going to be subtitled Exceptional Private Sphere. These are women like Yocheved Bat Rashi in many ways were really quite distinguished women at the time, average Jewish women in particular. It's the background of more conventional women's lives. Thank you to an anonymous listener who has sponsored tonight's lecture. I'm always so happy that you're here. You're present. Sponsorship enough, and it's nice to be able to speak to a live audience. But we also appreciate, the shul appreciates the fact you underwrite the small stipend that we give the students who help us out here, and the equipment and things like that. So thank you to the anonymous donor for sponsoring tonight's lecture. Okay, so let's go on. Here we go. So let's look at medieval Ashkenaz. This is a map that shows you some of the big population movements of Jews in 12th to the 16th. Ashkenaz itself, as I think we discussed a little bit last week, is basically northern Germany here. They've kind of lowered the map a little bit for us because this is where much of the immigration came from. But the Rhine River is extremely important for the upper Rhinelands, and this is where you have the heartland of traditional Ashkenazic culture. Taking a broader look at the movement of Jews during the previous centuries, basically, if you start here, Israel is just kind of off the map. With the destruction of the temple in 70, you've got a large population movement going out into the Middle East, places like Babylon, Iraq, and Iran, for example, moving across the coast of North Africa. And then in the 8th century, there's a big population movement, especially into Spain, although there were Jews living in Spain from the 2nd century, as there were in Italy. And then sometime around the year 1000, we're not exactly sure why. I mean, historians as a whole are not exactly sure why, but there is a growth of population in general in Northern Europe. Some argue that it may have been a fairly significant climactic shift, for example, that allowed this land to be suddenly much more arable than it had been 200 years earlier. But for certain, we have a general population rise in Europe, and Jews, of course, are to the larger populations because Jews tend to be very urbanized. They tend to live in tight social groups. We need to have, one another, very gregarious people, because you have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikveh, walking distance of a kosher Chinese restaurant. And that means that Jews tended to move into these urbanized areas, settling them through the 13th century. Then, especially after events that we discussed today, the Crusades and some of the anti-Semitism that built up in Europe beginning in the 11th century, then you slowly have a big push of these Jews out to Eastern Europe, to Poland, right bank, Ukraine, Lithuania, Hungary. As I think I mentioned in one of the lectures, the Hungarian Jews had a very difficult time because as soon as they got here, you know what they did. You remember? They started covering all the sofas with plastic. Right. I don't know. I said that just last week, and people laughed even a week later. But they have a lot. So Jews begin to move here into Eastern Europe, and that's why the Jews from Eastern Europe, about 3/4 of American Jews, trace their lineage back to this region. They're called Ashkenazi Jews, even though the origins of Ashkenaz is really Germany, not Eastern Europe. So we're going to focus, though, on traditional Ashkenaz here, some of the important developments that happened at that time. One of the defining moments of Ashkenazi history is the 1096 massacres associated with the Crusades. Crusades. And it's worth talking about this in a little bit greater depth because the Crusades had a uniquely powerful impact in shaping the Ashkenazi mentality, particularly when you compare the experience of Jews in the Crusades to the experience of Jews under the Inquisition a few hundred years later in Spain. Many historians will sort of an overgeneralization perhaps, but they will say that Ashkenazi Jewry went in one cultural direction and Sephardi Jewry went in another cultural direction, largely because of the different ways that they related to the anti-Semitic pressures of these two very different kinds of persecutions. But let's focus on the Crusades and understand what exactly they were. Talk a little bit more about how that contrasts with the Inquisition, which we'll speak about much more 2 weeks from now. The Crusades, it's a Christian movement, obviously, and it comes out of the fact that Jerusalem at this time was controlled by the Arabs, and there was some restrictions placed on Christian pilgrims to the holy sites in Jerusalem. The Byzantine Christians, that is the Orthodox Christians in the Eastern world, in places like Constantinople and elsewhere, began to complain that they're not getting free access to the Christian holy sites in Jerusalem. They complained specifically to Rome, to the Pope in Rome, and this is actually a very significant thing because the Orthodox Eastern Church and the Roman Catholic Church had been separating profoundly over the previous couple of hundred years, and actually up until this day, they're always looking for some kind of reconciliation, which they call ecumenism. And the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church often did not cooperate on basic issues. So for the Orthodox to actually appeal to the Pope and say, please, we need some help securing access to holy sites we venerate in common, Pope took this very seriously. So when he received in 1095 the appeal to somehow the holy sites, he issued a call. Pope Urban II issued a call to action that reverberated throughout Western Europe. Basically, he said it's time for Christians to rise up, organize themselves, make their way to Jerusalem, and free the holy sites from the infidels. In this case, of course, being entirely the Arabs. This was a conflict that did not involve Jews whatsoever. Social and economic factors that bolstered this call to action, which we're not going to go into great detail. There were things like there was a surplus of sample. Knights are kind of like, they're professional warriors, they're a social class, but they simply had nothing to do with their time except joust and have war games. So to have a war, an actual war, was a wonderful thing for this unique population pressure, which, by the way, was very destabilizing for the European demographic, because you imagine all these unmarried warriors between the age of 18 and 26 just running around fully armed. It's a recipe for disaster. You know, they have to have something to do with themselves. So the Crusades just was the perfect thing at the time. Very motivational, clear to understand. The mission was to go and free Jerusalem from the Muslims and so on. So nobles in particular in France got together and, they organized themselves and they made these treks down to Jerusalem to attack the Muslims and free up the holy sites. The pogroms ensued were epiphenomenal themselves. In the Rhineland, there were all these populations of Jews. We'll look at 3 cities in particular briefly that affect Rashi directly and by extension our topic tonight, Yocheved Bat Rashi. They were, filled with Jews, and we have to understand that the Jews at this time were a highly visible minority, distinct in dress, in language, in settlement, because they're overwhelmingly urban or, living in villages as opposed to living in farms. They are the only non-Christian minority in Europe, so they're highly distinct and recognizable. And it happened that a lot of these crusaders, especially those who were not specifically tied to conventional hierarchy, had no peerage, for example, they said, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem? They didn't actually use the word schlep because it hadn't entered the language at that time, I don't think, more of a Yiddishism. But why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to kill the infidel? We have infidels living right here in Germany. It's much more convenient for us to go and kill those who killed Christ, after all. I mean, they use a very clear anti-Semitic tradition. And so they, instead of going all the way to Jerusalem, many of these roving bands, really of hoodlums, simply turned and attacked the Jews in the Rhineland. And you have, and just to get a sense of like who are these people, who are these pogromists, you have people like Peter the Hermit, shown here, who is especially nasty to the Jews of Speyer. You have Emik, who at one point, just to give you a sense of how credulous the people were at the time, he bared his chest and he turned around. He showed that on his back there was a huge sign of a cross. He claimed it was a miracle that he woke up and this was a sign that people should follow him. In another case, there were pogromists who actually, whenever there was a particular, and whenever they set the goose down on the ground, the goose would head towards Jerusalem, assumed it was a holy goose, and they followed this goose around to, this is the kind of zeitgeist, the spirit of the times. People were all caught up in this huge endeavor to bring about a neo-Messianic period to get Jerusalem freed from the Muslims. Many of them messianic pretensions of their own. It seems that many of these pogromists felt that perhaps they were indeed the incarnations of John the Baptist or King David or even Jesus himself, and usually these things the violence were perpetrated. In particular, the greatest attacks were in my town called Shum. Shum is an acronym for the towns Speyer, Worms, and Maas, 3 German villages on the Rhine River, and they were the ones that recall that this is a population of Jews that have been living in this region for no more than perhaps 200 years. It's not a relatively old population from other sites of Jews in Europe, but it is one that accumulated significant wealth rather rapidly. One might even compare it, let's say, to, it's a big stretch, it's 1,000 years different, but even to the Jews of South Florida, for example, or Bell Harbor. Jews were not living in Bell Harbor 30, 40 years ago, and all of a sudden there's a huge change in the demographic, so the Jews really stood out in comparison to the outside population. Anyways, the pogromists came in the month of May in 1096. They surrounded the town and were clearly threatening to invade and to attack the Jews. So the Jews decided to take refuge in the home of the bishop. This is an interesting thing we'll have to reflect on once we get through Worms and Mines. But they went to the bishop and they said, there are a whole bunch of crazy people outside and there's a goose and things like that, and they're coming here to kill us. So the bishop stood up and berated them and they left. The church protected the Jews, the local bishop, and violence was completely averted. It was very helpful that the bishop took very strong action and, in fact, amputated the hands of one particular perpetrator, and that sent a very clear message that violence against the local Jews would not be tolerated, and in fact the violence was averted through a strong action by the local bishop. The next two towns did not fare as well. The pogromists down the Rhone came to Worms, and in this case, when the Jews went and took refuge in the bishop's home, the pogromists actually invaded the bishop's home and pulled the Jews out, massacring them there. And Mainz, which is a little bit later in the month of May, the Jews hoped to avoid the violence through paying a large bribe. This is basically the way the Jews, as a minority for most of our history and most places in which we live, Jews have two basic strategies to deal with threats of this nature. One is to simply, emigrate, simply go someplace else, which Jews have for 2,000 years in the diaspora, or to try to bribe your oppressors, try to find a way to pay them off and to assuage them. One of my students once called this strategy of Jewish survival, the fee or flee strategy. Right? Either you pay the fee or you flee. That's basically how we deal with these kinds of things. It's worth noting by Raoul Hilberg, the great Holocaust historian, argued very forcefully in his great 3-volume work, The Destruction of European Jewry, that this is one of the most tragic elements of the Holocaust, is that Jews in the 1930s were still the way we thought through most of our history, and thought that Hitler perhaps could either be bought off or there would be to go at the last minute, and neither of those things turned out to be true. Very, very limited scheme, very, very small, very late as well. About 5,000 Jews were in Hungary, of course, but you put that within the context of 6 million, it's clearly not an effective strategy. And in terms of emigration, disastrous policy, because the world's borders were closing, including America's borders as well. The SS St. Louis, which was docked off the coast, we could see it from here if we stood on the roof, and they couldn't even get into Cuba because America was concerned land in Cuba and then use a transit visa to get into America. So it was disastrously wrong strategy for the nature of that particular threat. Still, we're going to concentrate on the crusade. The Jews have paid a bribe to the pogromists. They took the bribe, but they still attacked the Jews. There was some resistance put up by the Jews and by the bishop and whatever forces he could muster, but there was no redemption, and the Jews were massacred in large numbers. Now, in the context of all three of these attacks, well, actually, let me get to the end of the story, and then we'll talk about some of the specifics that are especially relevant. So we can make a real distinction between the so-called legitimate crusaders. These are the knights who have positions, they have peerage, they have, jockeys after them and things like that, who basically left Jews alone. The task was to get to Jerusalem and to free the sites. The violence against Jews was mainly perpetrated by all these hangers-on who, were swept up with the enthusiasm and with the newness of this great movement, but they did not have the means or the wherewithal to take themselves all the way to Jerusalem, so they attacked more vulnerable local population. The Jews were not the only victim of these Soviet crusaders. As they made their way through Europe, you have to remember that the sheer logistics of supporting a military venture like this is massive. You have to feed these soldiers. As someone said, was it Metternich, I think, that an army travels on its stomach, right? You have to have food to keep them going. They don't travel on their feet, they travel on their stomach. And so as they came through, as these bands of fighters would go through various villages, they would raid the local Christian villages in order to get provisions, and the local populations had enough, and so ultimately the so-called illegitimate crusaders were killed by Christians who did not want to have these anarchistic elements through their society, and nothing to do with the furniture with plastic on it, and had no tolerance whatsoever for the Jews, for the Crusaders coming through, and as a result, these particular elements were destroyed. After that, we're not going to touch is, of course, the Muslim experience of this, which is totally different. Muslims are basically living in peace in Israel, and they're being from Europe, all of these Crusaders, leaving a real serious scar on Muslim-Christian relations that really persist to this day. The Americans in Iraq, for example, called Crusaders, hearkening back to this period. Now, a couple of major observations, and then we can turn to this question of Ashkenazi Jewry as opposed to Sephardi, and then we'll finally move on to Yocheved Bat Rashi for tonight. One of the most pronounced phenomena of the Jewish experience of the Crusades, which did not have scale precedent in Jewish, and thankfully does not have a a long tradition of words, is that of Hashem, specific suicide, often mass suicide in the face of persecution. This term, Kiddush Hashem, of course, many of you in this room are familiar with this term. It means literally sanctifying the divine name, and it can mean something much more innocuous. For example, if a child is polite to a stranger and the child is identified as a Jew, then that's a Kiddush Hashem, that's a sanctification of the name of God, and that's the kind of Kiddush Hashem that we especially like. In this context, however, it is a euphemism for martyrdom at the hands of anti-Semitic bands. So we have this this terrible phenomenon, which has been recorded in many chronicles of the times, contemporary chronicles, of Jews electing to commit mass suicide. Usually, these are terrifying things to read, usually killing their children first and then killing themselves, rather than submit to baptism by the Crusaders. Because one of the offers, the standing offers, which was not necessarily honored at all times, but that if the Jews were to convert to Christianity, if they were to submit to baptism, spare the violence. But the overwhelmingly large number of Jews who were offered this choice in Ashkenazic lands chose to martyr themselves, either at the hands of the Crusaders or in many cases simply at their own hands, rather than submit to baptism. And many historians, see this as a defining moment for the creation of Ashkenazi mentality, the Ashkenazi Weltanschauung. We certainly remember it to this day, the Av HaRachamim prayer that is recited in synagogues on Saturday afternoons. If you ever read the text of it carefully and read the translation, if you like, you see it's essentially a very powerful commemoration of the victims of these massacres. It was specifically penned to the 1096 massacres. Here it is 1,000 years later, and we call this every single week. So many historians say that culturally, Ashkenazic Jewry began to look at the outside world, the outside culture, as being fundamentally toxic, dangerous to Jews, something that Jews should avoid. Instead, they should become insular, inward-looking, trying not to engage whatsoever in the outside world, culture, larger, and so on. The Sephardi Jews, on the other hand, did not have this kind of intense, sharp pressure applied to them until really there's some drums in 1390, and then, of course, the expulsions of 1492. But their pressure was much more gradual in nature, and they adopted more of an accommodationist strategy, saying, okay, this is a persecution. This is something we shouldn't deal with. This is something terrible. But if we just adapt in this little way, then we'll be able to maintain our lives. We may have to go a little bit underground. We may have to become crypto Jews, but it kind of snuck up on Sephardi Jewry. Whereas with Ashkenazi Jewry, it was a very sharp point right at the beginning, really when they were just, and so their culture is diverged. A little bit of an overgeneralization, but at any rate, I think it basically has a lot of validity to it and helps us understand the differences in the way these cultures developed. Second useful observation is the clergy, by and large, protected the Jews. When the Jews went, and where do they go? They went to the bishop's home. And this is, we have to recall, two main populations living in the larger villages were always the Jews and the church. You have a few burghers there who are like, merchants. Jews were not allowed into every trade, but the fact that the church is always there in close proximity to the Jews, and that they did not sanction this kind of violence, is really telling about the nature of where this violence comes and how it contrasts with the official position of the church, which was by and large not at all in favor of mass violence. The church certainly was in favor of maintaining a second-class status for Jews, that their position should not be enviable to the larger population, but they were not in favor of these anti-movements that could easily destabilize the society and throw the economy into chaos, because Jews tend to be a really important part of the economy as a whole. In general, this is why Jews tended to gravitate to these cities, because they can be guaranteed something of a Rechtsstaat, which is a German word meaning a society governed by law, a society in which there's predictable rules, there are enforcement to those rules, and things like that. So that's my final observation. We're going to go right now to Rashi, so I'll take a couple of questions.
Okay, my general impression of the Crusades was that there were basic people who were zealots, such as Peter the Hermit, and they inflamed people, Christians in general. Not so much that they were so involved with trying to convert Jews, but they were there to just massacre them because they were the Christ killer. This was my general opinion.
So,
Observation.
Right. So, the question is something about, how, I'm just repeating it so that the people on the internet can hear. Can you hear me okay? I guess, well, they're not going to hear it until I put it on the computer and things, but anyways. We don't really know. We don't have good graphic analysis of the social classes these people come from. Research of this in the early 20th century. Specifically, my first book spoke a lot about the pogroms of 1917 through 1920. So I've read a lot of the much better analysis we have by people like Nachum Gergel and other Eliyahu Cherikover who worked with it. And what it seems to there seems to be some parallels when you look at violence against Jews, like this popular violence. Much of it is really economic in nature, because a person gets to have a certain level of economic standing in a community, a property owner, let's say, he may harbor anti-Semitic values, but he's not necessarily happy with having people run through the streets with torches, breaking glass, things like that. In fact, even looking at the 1930s, when Hitler launched Kristallnacht, which was, a countrywide organized pogrom against the Jews, he faced a lot of opposition afterwards from Germans who were saying, what kind of thing are these Nazis doing? We have glass all over the streets, we have burning, the buildings that next door to them are burning, and the Germans didn't like the great upheaval of this kind of social movement and gender. Hitler learned from that a couple of lessons. One is that, first of all, he can basically do whatever he wants, and the states are simply going to, write and say something in the League of Nations. That's basically it. And secondly, that if he wants to persecute the Jews, he has to take them out of Germany someplace else. So he implemented both of those things. So when you look at the who's making these kinds of attacks on Jews, they tend to be people who are of they looking at the 19th century, they tended to be migrant workers, unmarried men who lived in flop houses and would work during the day, and then they would be seasonal. They'd go back to their and once they got married, then all this violence stopped because they had something to protect. And I would hazard a guess that the same thing in the period of the Crusades. These are, unemployed, poor people who see an opportunity for the very dark pleasures of rape and theft and drunkenness, and couch it within a religious framework and say, oh, really, we're doing this for the greater glory of God. So that's my general sense of it. But the great scholar of this period is Robert Chazen. He's written several books on it, and I would recommend you look at those books. Okay, last question, number one.
Some people say that the genocide, the Nazi genocide, is the culmination of the anti-Semitism of the church throughout the Middle Ages. Now, you just said protected Jews somewhere, but they didn't have violence. I can't reconcile those things.
Yeah, and neither can. So the argument, fairly facile argument, you say quite often that the Holocaust is the sort of culmination of Christian anti-Semitism, church-based anti-Semitism. And next week, by the way, we're going to look at Nicholas, a very important figure in the history of anti-Semitism. So I'll give you some really nasty things to think about. There's a long anti-Semitic tradition in the church that is tied very closely to the root of Christianity, because it is, after all, a breakaway minion from Judaism. That there's always going to be like a repudiation of Judaism that's into this new Christian movement. That's one of the ways that they justify the new movement is by seeing the origins. However, as Mike Allen Davies, who is, I think he's a Presbyterian, and he's also a great scholar of Semitism, he says that rightly that while the church had that kind of low level of constant anti-Semitism that occasionally flared up with a couple of nasty points, in reality, the church protected the Jews. The Jews to stay in a certain society, in a certain level of status, but it was intrinsic to Christian theology through St. Augustine's witness that Jews had to rely. I won't go into all the reasons for this. And invariably, whenever you have these explosions of anti-Semitism, they tend to come from the lower lay clergy who are not necessarily even literate, who are like stirring up the masses, and the upper clergy is constantly saying, no, you guys have it wrong. We're not supposed to kill the Jews. Stop that. Just say nasty things. Don't do nasty things. And quite often you have these fights within the church about how to control the enthusiasm of the uneducated Christian masses and give them, the real theology. You see it especially, for example, with the blood libel, where, someone will start a blood libel saying that the Jews killed this Christian child for his blood, and the Jews will run away, go run to the bishop, and they'll go to the Pope. Pope will write a letter, a papal bull, saying, no, it's not. They don't drink Christian blood. That's all Bubomyces. He'll say it in Latin, so it sounds more formal, but no one will pay attention to it. One of the conundrums of Jewish history is that it's not necessarily the church. It may come from the lower clergy. It certainly comes from the large population, but the church itself generally tries to maintain the status quo. They're part of society. They want society functioning. Mob violence is the worst thing. Okay, we better go on. Let's start. Here we are, halfway through the lecture. So, Yocheved bat Rashi, of course, bat means daughter of, and as is Hebrew convention, you name a person, son or daughter of, typically the father. You use the mother's name in other contexts. Call her Yocheved bat Rashi. Born probably around the year 1058. We have some sense of it because Rashi does write on occasion about his family, so we have a little bit of a family tree. Her father was, of course, the illustrious Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, known by the acronym of his name, Rashi. He was the preeminent commentator on the Torah and the Talmud. His commentaries have become so canonized in the Jewish world that in fact one says that you learn the Torah with two fingers, one finger on the text itself and one finger on Rashi's commentary. It's a brilliant commentary, primarily because one of the things that Rashi does is he takes all of the oral Torah, the Midrash, the Talmud, the Mishnah, and so on, and he anthologizes it in a very beautiful, pithy, concise, easy to understand Hebrew. So when you study the Torah with Rashi, you're really studying both the written text with the tradition that is the best. So Rashi is really his basic Judaism 101 for the last 1,000 years, and is really an incomparable figure. There is a lecture I've given on Rashi online, and I certainly encourage you to go to the website and watch that. And we have a lot more to say about Rashi. That we know a lot more about him than his daughters. He's known to some as, the Rashi is an acronym not for Rabbi Shimon Yitzchaki, but for Rabban Shel Yisrael, the rabbi of all Israel. And that is not an understatement. He truly is someone who is almost Mosaic in his stature and his influence on the Jews. What we know about the family tree is as follows. So we have, at the top we have Rashi, and we have his wife, Mrs. Rashi. That's all we know, unfortunately. And he had 4 daughters. Yocheved, who we'll speak about briefly today, Miriam, Rachel, and another unnamed daughter that may have died in infancy, lost her name. And in fact, it's not certain whether or not she lived, because some of the texts that refer to this are somewhat corrupt, and we're not positive whether or not it's actually referring to real people. Each of them, save the last, married. Rachel at one point went through a divorce from her husband Eliezer, which also sheds interesting light on the status of women at the time, that we spoke about quite a bit last week, so I won't go into great detail about today. What's also fascinating is obviously his daughters were quite scholarly, both by intellect and also by cultural upbringing. Their husbands did not necessarily distinguish themselves as great scholars, but their children certainly did. So that is, Yocheved gave birth to several very well-known rabbis, specifically Yitzchak, known as the Rivam, Shmuel, known as the Rashbam, and Yaakov, known as Rabbeinu Tam. All rabbis achieved very, celestial rabbinic records, almost equal to their phenomenal grandfather, and much of their career actually is made in arguing with Zaidi over how to interpret the Torah. So much of what Rabbeinu Tam or the Rashbam have to say about the Torah is in contrast to what their great grandfather did. Yes, correct. Rabbeinu Tam disagreed with his father on how the tefillin be constructed. Specifically, the tefillin have four sections of the Torah inside them. So Rabbeinu Tam disagreed on the sequence, among other things, of those parshiot. So there are some, there are some Jews who are very punctilious and will actually wear two pairs of tefillin. They'll wear Rashi, they'll pray, then they'll take it off and they'll put on Rabbeinu Tam. But I'll tell you another amazing thing. You remind me, this is kind of, forgive me, this small little kind of window into the outside world, but so in the mornings I learn in the back with David Herman, my chavrusa, we sit down and we learn it. And one morning a stranger, Joseph, sorry. And he was a big guy, obviously from out of town. He's wearing like a long black kapota, and, he looks like very, very religious. And he's got, among other things, he's got Rabbeinu Tam tefillin. He's one of the. I don't think there's anyone else in shul who does that. Who wears Aaron? No one wears two, right? Oh, Rabbi Citron will wear two, but he'll do it. He doesn't like to show off that he has two pairs. Oh, okay. So we have a few people. So this guy, anyways, he comes in where we're studying, which is kind of like a weird place to go because it's sort of out of the way. And a few minutes after his police show up, 7 o'clock in the morning, the police come in. And they're looking around for a guy involved in a hit-and-run fender bender. Some guy crashed his car into someone else's car in the parking lot and then fled the scene. And, of course, they've got it on security camera, and there's a witness. And apparently the guy hit someone else's car, got out of his car, looked at the accident, got back to his car, left the parking lot, drove around the block, and then further away. And then, he left his big black hat in the back seat. So the police identify his car, and they figure he's up here praying. And sure enough, that was the whole story. So the real amazement is not that you can wear two tefillin, but how can you wear any tefillin and still leave where you crash someone else's car? That's why we have Aleph for. Oh, you mean like for prisoners? And yeah, I guess so. Like Chavrusa, David Herman, he really is, because he said to me, like, why should we judge him by a higher standard? He grew up in a community where everybody dressed that way. His father dressed that way. His brothers dressed that way. His wife expects him to dress that way. Any greater than the rest of us, just because he has all, the appurtenances. And I thought that was a very kind at it. Anyways, here we go. Yocheved in particular had 6 children in K'nai Nahora. We don't know about the last daughter. She is unnamed, but of her sons were Rivam, it's Rabbi Yitzchak ben Meir, Rashbam, Rabbi Shmuel ben Meir, and Rabbeinu Tam. I'm not sure why they call Yaakov, maybe because they already have a Yitzchak, but Rabbeinu Tam means our teacher, the pure. Actually, Tam is a funny word because it can mean also sort of stupid. So, Tam. I'm sorry? Yeah, maybe that's it. That Yaakov the page. Very well put. So Rabbi, but it means, art pure. And these were really, global, phenomenal scholars. It's amazing that in one family we produce so many scholars. Now, what do we know about Yocheved, though? Because that's really, here we are, fourth lecture, and we're still waiting to hear something significant about her. Sorry, I can't too much. One tiny phrase in one of Rashi's Teshuvot that has created an ocean of literature on Yocheved. But it is, there, Talmud says, mountains hang there. There's one point Rashi says, he's discussing a difficult halachic Jewish legal concept, and he says, and I called to my daughter, meaning he called his daughter and worked out an answer. Wow. So that sounds really great that Rashi, the great scholar, the great rabbi's daughter, and worked out. We don't know which daughter, we assume the eldest, no real specific reason to, but we assume it was Yocheved, but somehow, with Yocheved, he was able to figure it out. And that should be like a definitive proof. However, many authors feel that this is a scribal error. And the difference is in the Hebrew, if you look at it, it says, does it say, Ulechein biti karati, which means, and therefore my daughter I called? Or is he actually saying, Uleven biti karati? Substituting the letter chaf for the letter beit, which is very similar. That beit has a little bit of an extra foot on the bottom right, and ben biti means my grandson, and I called the son of my daughter. So that would make sense too, because is Benotam or the Rivam or the Rashbam, those are three serious scholars. He could easily have called them. So the text as we have it today does read, Ulechein biti karati, therefore I called my daughter, but it could easily be a typo, in which it could just say, Uleven biti, and to my grandson I called, meaning the son of my daughter. What do we know? Nevertheless, do have lots of citations that are attributed to the daughters of Rashi in later literature. We do have many rabbis who unfortunately are not necessarily contemporary with Yocheved, or sisters, who will say the daughters of Rashi would do. This is what the daughters of Rashi would say. And we don't know if those statements are really, kind of sort of legendary in nature, solid text to stand on, but nevertheless they are considered authoritative. For example, the Chuvot Maimoniot writes, we rely on the testimony of the daughters of the leading lights of the generation. So in other words, if there is a halakhic question and you can't ask the sage, perhaps because he's passed away, you can ask his daughter, so what did father do? How did your father be? How did your father hold? And so the daughters at least would be a passive repositories of their parents' wisdom. And there was a wide-scale belief that, in fact, daughters had this authority, but we don't have solid ground to stand on to really attribute to Yocheved. Aaron, did you want to say something about this? Okay. What about the elephant in the room, which is, we were talking about it just a while ago. The daughter, here we go. Did she wear tefillin? That's the big deal, right? Okay, thank you. It's late at night. I guess people are getting tired. Unfortunately, despite the very, very clear legend that the daughters of Rashi wore tefillin, we have no contemporary evidence to indicate that that is the truth. We don't have any statement from their sons, Rabbeinu Tam, the Rashbam, etc., saying, and by the way, my mother used to wear tefillin. We don't have Rashi specifically endorsing or denying that women wear tefillin. There's no real solid historical evidence that specifically the daughters of Rashi wore tefillin. However, we do have some interesting evidence to say that there were women who wore tefillin, because we have a question that is addressed to Rabbeinu Tam, right, the son of Yocheved. And this is kind of interesting because in a way it proves both things. It proves that probably his mother didn't wear tefillin because he doesn't actually mention it. And you'd think that in the context he would say, oh, it's funny you should ask, my own mother wears tefillin. He doesn't say that. But he does say that I know of women who wear tefillin, and in his opinion, they may even say the blessings that are recited when you put on tefillin. And that's a very serious thing because, So what's the problem with tefillin for women in general? It's not actually that massive a problem. The halakhic literature does go through it in some detail. The traditional halakhic literature before the 20th century, when you have a lot more feminist influences, especially on more liberal interpretations of Judaic tradition, there's no real clear ban on women wearing tefillin. It's certainly not customary, but an outright and incontrovertible ban there does not exist. However, to recite the name of God without reason, that's one of the big 10. One of the 10 commandments. You're not allowed to take God's name in vain. So therefore, to allow a woman to say a blessing when she might not be allowed to wear tefillin, that's much more serious. Nevertheless, Rabbeinu Tam writes that in fact, women may recite the blessing, which is serious than the possible transgression of putting tefillin on in the first place. And of course, in liberal movements, women wear tefillin all the time. It's certainly not customary in Orthodox movements, but nevertheless, it has become quite common. Yes, question?
What does the prayer say every morning? Thank God for doing
That's a very heavy and loaded question. I'm glad you asked me with 10 minutes left because I'll be able to say I'll take it after the class. But just to answer it quickly, we see it, if I'm not mistaken, we see it already in the Siddur of Rev Amram Gaon, which is about 9th century, I think. It really is quite old in our tradition. We do have some variant texts, though. We do have a couple of versions that don't exactly say Shelo Asani Isha, who has not created me a woman. And there's a lot of rabbinic ink that's spilled in trying to explain that blessing. And at this point, I'm just going to take another question. Oh, we better just go on. Okay, no, it's a very difficult and meaningful question, but I do want to move a little bit further on this particular thing, so I'm going to push off on it, and it is worth discussing, perhaps in another class. Now, you would think so. You would think so, unless he's saying it, parenthetically that I know of women. Maybe that's just his way of saying my mother used to, possibly, but we don't know. Now, there is also another legend that is highly unlikely. There are few tractates of the Talmud where Rashi's commentary is missing. And there are commentaries that are added that are clearly not by Rashi, by some laters who want to try and just fill the gap. Sometimes they'll say Rashi on the top, but there's a well-known scholarly opinion that this particular commentary, for example, is not Rashi's. In other cases, like for example, in certain tractates of, I think in Bava Batra, for example, his grandson Rashbam writes a commentary that supplants the one that's called a pseudo Rashi. It's not an actual Rashi. It's unlike these pseudo Rashis. Some scholars try to argue it, but I think they're trying basically to bolster this kind of politically very interesting idea of these women scholars. And we simply cannot, with authority, attach them to the daughters of Rashi. What we can do, however, is look at there were exceptional women that we know by name who did reach those levels of scholarship that we will discuss very briefly. It's a huge debate in the Talmud. I shouldn't say it's a huge. I think it's actually resolved rather quickly, and it remains similar to the 19th and 20th century over whether or not women higher Jewish education. It's kind of a complicated debate. I wish I had more time to lay it out for you, but basically, one rabbi in Tractate Sota says that you should definitely teach a woman if she gets caught committing adultery, she will have all this merit in her behalf that will stand her in good stead. And the rabbis say, are you crazy? You're teaching her Torah so she should have merit if she does something inappropriate to Torah at all. And even though there are two sides to this argument, it is the latter position which is taken as the standard one. Maimonides rules that way, for example, the Shulchan Aruch rules that way. And so for a large part of Jewish history have been shut out of higher Jewish education. Lower level education, often literacy, were on far beyond what the general non-Jewish population had, but higher levels of literacy, say beyond grade literacy, basically it was extremely rare for women to ever penetrate that ceiling. Nevertheless, even with that, there are some very circumvent well ingrained centuries long plans and distinguish themselves as scholars in their own right. Let's just jump ahead here. So, for example, Ptachia of Regensburg, who is one of the great Jewish medieval travelers who left behind a travel log in which he talked about the various Jewish communities, he about a woman who, unfortunately, as typical, goes unnamed. We don't know, what her first name was, but the daughter of Rosh Yeshiva, who was named Rabbi ben Ali in Baghdad, and after her father passed away, she continued running the yeshiva as the Rosh Yeshiva, as the head, and she would give the lectures through a mechitza, meaning she would be on the other side of the mechitza, the students, the boys are on the other side, and she's teaching them the Talmud through, it was a business, somebody had to run the business, and he reports this directly with a great detail, unfortunately omitting her name. Another woman in Kurdistan named Asnat Mizrahi, her husband was the Rosh Yeshiva, and after he died, she took over the family business, and similarly taught students in this manner. In the Kurdish Jews, her name, Asnat, is actually considered a segula. It's considered a kind of a spell. If you have any kind of difficulty, you call upon the name of Asnat and somehow protect you. So there are numerous examples of these women who are they just little pinpoints of light in a uniformly dark screen where their brilliance really stands far and above the average woman at the time. Let me just go back to this for a second here. Part of the reason, besides the traditional Talmudic ban, is the fact that women were, as you can imagine, there was no real space for women to have the kind of intellectual and physical lead. They were quite busy essentially running businesses and running their homes and having often very large families. But actually one of the things that could contribute to women having intellectual freedom, and again, we're speaking about Jewish women compared to Jewish men, then the comparison is obviously very, very negative. But if you compare Jewish women to non-Jewish women, there's no question that Jews are vastly more educated than their peers. The culture did definitely value education, just not egalitarian. And part of the reason why this began to change is something called Kes, which is especially associated with Ashkenazi Jewry from the 16th century onward. Essentially, Kest is it was a term used to describe the support given to young marrieds by their parents. And this was distinct quite often from the kind of things that were happening in the outside Christian world. Basically, if you had, let's say, a young Christian girl and she got married, she and her husband try and set up some kind of farmstead. They might have to share a plot, things like that, but they would live on their own in a little cottage far away from the in-laws for sure. Whereas in Judaism, what would happen in the Jewish culture is that the children would typically to an already large extended family household, where there was a lot of female support for the young bride, especially in childbearing years. You would have grandmother, aunts, cousins, sisters, all within very close proximity, and therefore the younger women could use their energies towards the business to have reasonable childcare for their children. These kinds of things really increased the Jewish birth rate dramatically, particularly in the 19th century when the smallpox vaccine was circulating widely, and it has a very significant impact on education as well. When we get to the second term, I turn to the explosion of education for women that are late 19th century, because that's a whole topic as a whole. So we'll have to skip over divorce. We talked about this quite a bit in the last week's lecture. So the legacy of Yocheved Bat Rashi, it's complex because we don't have a lot of really concrete data, but what we do have are some very pervasive and persistent legends about her. To be sure, we know that she came from an illustrious father and she produced very illustrious Jewish children who were very learned, and it stands to reason that she had an intellect that was equal to her sons and her father. But what we can say about her is that she inspired countless generations of Jewish women and kept the fire burning, as it were, of an aspiration for greater levels of Jewish literacy among Jewish women. It's ironic, Lisa is in the back room right now. I can say something nice about her. I mean, my own daughters, I take tremendous pride in the fact that they know so much. They have such a fantastic Jewish education. It gives me phenomenal knowledge. And and they have the kind of knowledge that, their great-grandmother, well, actually, their great-grandmother was a very educated woman too, but their great-great-grandmother could never even hope to have. So, Halabai, we should move forward and continue to give our daughters the education they deserve, because they're the ones that are going to change the world. Thank you for your attention. I'll see you next week.
I wish I had that kind of support in my own household. You were born a man. You're a goddamn man. What? We have Candace out here. She's being sued by Brigitte. Macron is the first lady of France. And Candace has said that Brigitte was born into the gentleman. And now I have challenged.
Hello, everyone. This week marks the yahrzeit of Hannah Senesh, a young woman who died tragically in an act of resistance against the Nazis during World War II. Hannah Senesh was born in Hungary in 1921. Her father was a well-known playwright who tragically died when Hannah was only 6 years old. Her family had a fairly assimilated Hungarian Jewish background, a strong identification with the Jewish people, yet a relatively weak attachment to religious observance. She was ultimately educated at a Catholic school, and she noted that there were rather punitive tuition rates for non-Catholics at this school that her parents had sent her to, but they sent her a message that education was of primary importance. She developed a very early attachment to Zionism, and she ultimately made Aliyah in 1939 and joined the kibbutz, where she was very much dedicated to the overall enterprise of building up the land of Israel. However, many of her plans were truncated when the Nazis invaded Hungary, and she felt constrained to go back to her homeland and to join the resistance. In January of 1943, she joined British volunteers to act as a paratrooper with the plans of going into Nazi-occupied Hungary and then on the Nazi invasionary force. Senesh was accepted. There were only 37 candidates who went with her, and she was paratrooped back into enemy lines in German territory. She fought alongside Yugoslav partisans until she was ultimately captured. She was tortured, and she was found with a radio, and the Nazis were demanding that she had all the signals and all of her colleagues in the resistance, and she refused to do so, and she was ultimately shot. Many of her writings, however, have survived, and this one is perhaps her most famous. It's called Blessed is the Match, and it says a lot about her personality and her legacy. I'll read you a quick translation of it. Blessed is the match consumed in flame. Blessed is the flame that burns in the secret fastness of the heart. Blessed is the heart with strength to stalk it for honor's sake. Blessed is the match consumed in kindling flame. A short-lived but heroic young life, and we commemorate her yahrzeit this week in Jewish history. That's it for this week in Jewish history. I hope you found it interesting, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future.
Now, so you think that she was born something else, or something like that, and that program that the CIA used, which is mind control program.
Yes. Okay. So tonight's topic is Betty Friedan, and it's this is our penultimate class for the season. Next week we will have another a very controversial topic. We're going to look at Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson of the Chabad movement, a fascinating individual, and it's understood in many circles. I think a person with made a huge impact on modern society, and I think we'll have an discussion in that way. But tonight, we're going to be talking a little bit about women who changed things, women who had a dramatically different view of society, and through their influence, were able to leverage phenomenal that my own daughters enjoy tremendously in the first century. And with that, that's my segue to the joke, which is to this idea that historically are politically very quiescent. You know, they try to, you know, blend into the background. They try to avoid, you know, controversy and so on. There's a passage in the in Pirkei Avot that says, you know, having this pala b'shlomo shel malchus, you should pray for the welfare of the community. Pray for the welfare of the government. She'il male mora ish esrael chaim bala'u. Because if we're not for the fear of the government, people would swallow each other alive. So the idea is Jews should, you know, be quiet, not make trouble, things like that. So the joke goes like this. There are two Jews who are being led out to execution. And one of them starts screaming at the top of his lungs, "It's a mistake. I'm innocent. You've got the wrong guy. I demand a retrial. I demand an appeal. Where's my lawyer?" And the other one says to him, "Shah, don't make trouble." That was the punchline. Okay. All right. Sorry. I talked to a student today from New York, Mr. Alexander. How are you doing? Shout out there. Who says that I'm actually very funny, which I appreciated. Mind you, I'm still grading his essays. But he says one would like me to turn the camera around. Don't do it, Mr. Rodriguez. He'd like to turn the camera around to see how come it's so quiet back there. I think it's a microphone. But anyways, okay, let's talk about our topic for today, Betty Friedan. And then we have the clicker today, so we can go backwards and forwards, and we have the little red pointer up. So her name is Betty Naomi Goldstein, born in Peoria in 1921. The E was added as kind of an affectation by her parents. That was kind of like a cool thing to do today when they'll put accents on words and things like that. So she later dropped the E when at the time she was named Betty Naomi Goldstein. Obviously a young Jewish woman. Her claim to fame, and it is extensive, two primary achievements. One is a very important book with huge influence in America and throughout the world, known as The Feminist Mystique, 1963, a rather searing critique, not only sort of American middle-class ideal of femininity, but in many ways, really the entire patriarchal system from the ancient world in the West to the 20th century. A book that was a landmark critique of what people thought about themselves, particularly women, and really launched a new era, ERA, so to speak, of women's rights in America. Acknowledging that small pun. Okay. Secondly, she founded a very important organization, the National Association for Women. She was its founder and first president, and pushed through a lot of really important legislation in this country related to women and rights. The theme for tonight's lecture is I spend a little bit of time talking about the history of feminism, because I know that for many of you in this audience, this is something that you're very well aware of, but bear in mind that there are undergraduates on the other camera in particular who that much familiar with this. In fact, some really fascinating recent studies have been done, and they do it, for example, at UCLA and a few other colleges, where they'll interview incoming freshman women. That's in itself a kind of a second freshman women or fresh persons. And they'll ask them, you know, what do they think of feminism? And a large majority of women today have a negative impression of the word and the concept feminism. They regard feminists as being shrill and manly. At the same time, if they ask those same young women, how do you feel about things like equal pay for work, and how do you feel, you know, daycare stuff, all of a sudden they become huge feminists. You know? So in other words, there's a between what young women realize about what their mothers and grandmothers have achieved. They reject the label, don't understand really the content that goes behind that label. So the topic for tonight is I'd like to speak a little bit about the history of feminism coming up to the middle of the 20th century. And then I would like to look at Betty Friedan's life in particular, although not in great detail, but we'll survey some of the most important elements of her life. And then I'd like to spend the last 15, 20 minutes speaking about the development of Jewish feminism in the 1960s and onwards and its implications for Jewish women today. So that is the plan. Here's the clicker. It works now. Bang. So feminism, or as more properly known in the 18th century, was the women's question. What was the women's question? Really, it was the men's question. It was like, what are we going to do with women? It is ironically pretty much contemporaneous with the Jewish question. And in a lot, there's some eerie between women's quest for legal rights, civil rights, and so on, and Jews' quest for legal rights and so on, for emancipation. Quite often, not only do they run in parallel, they intersected, as we have in the 20th century, where so many of the leading feminists were, in fact, Jewish women at the same time. But for much of it, these are two similar causes that run simultaneously. If you recall, when we talked about Shlomo Michoels a few weeks ago in the lecture on the Soviet Union, for example, the Soviet Union established a section of the Communist Party for Jews at the same time that they established a section of the Communist Party for women, and they abandoned them both the same year as well. So these two ideas, these are like subgroups, an interesting kind of minority within the either a physical minority or a legal minority, have a lot of things in common. It really begins with the French Revolution in 1789. Like so many things changed with that very important revolution, which occurred, of course, in part of Europe, transforming a major monarchy that had lasted since who knows when into a democracy overnight. And they totally rewrote the rules on everything, including how to measure things, instituting the metric system, how to measure time. They moved to a decimal system with 10 months of the year, a 10-day week, which made things really crazy for Jews who were trying to observe 1 day in 7 on Shabbat. And of course, in terms of the great human experiment, the French came up with the very important phrase, liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality, and brotherhood for all. And they were thinking everybody except for women and Jews, of course, emancipated until 2 years later, when a lot of the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux said, hey, what about us? We're French as well. And women were not considered. In fact, Marie Gouze, who was an important thinker of the time, she suggested perhaps we should amend the current document, the very famous not exactly a constitution, but a clarion call of the French Revolution, the rights of man and citizen. And she wanted to have a change to read, or an additional version, the rights of woman and citizen. The word citizen in French, of course, is declined, either masculine or feminine. And she wanted to say, hey, listen, your document is beautiful, but it's intrinsically sexist. What about women? And the French leaders at the time said, no. We only meant men. And so that project languished. And so the question was, why were women so excluded? Why should we be excluded? Were they excluded on the basis of religion? Obviously not, because they were also French Catholics. By custom, men's and women's, it was one culture. Or obviously, it was only because of biology. And this was the beginning of a couple of centuries of struggle for women to achieve equal rights in Europe. Women had a lot to do with changing things around, or a portrait of Rahel Varnhagen. You recall we spoke to her as well a few weeks ago. She was a very important woman who ran a salon. The word salon in French means living room. Jewish women like her, upper middle class Jewish women who are basically the backbone of feminism up until the last quarter of the 20th century, would invite guests to her home. Typically wealthy people who could become patrons of people who are practicing the art, philosophers, musicians, artists, and so on. And it was in these salons a lot of the new and exciting ideas, politically and socially, later developed in Europe, were discussed and brought to fruition. And one of the very important and frequent discussions was on what to do with women. Should women always be in a secondary status? These to give you a few examples of that. If you look at the Napoleonic Code, here you can see a really picture of Napoleon pointing the way over the Alps of his many, one of his many escapades. Not someone, I think, with a heroic picture, but looking at this law code from 1804, there's a lot of really incredible things that blow us away by our standards. For example, women needed permission to attend university, to live apart from their husband, or to work outside the home. All of these things, you had to have a written permission from your husband to do such things. This, of course, has changed dramatically. Like, for example, I know that when I go shopping for my wife and she gives me a shopping list, I basically have to hold on to that shopping list for about 6 months, because invariably there will be some question. I said the Heinz ketchup. What are you doing buying the generic, right? I have to make sure. I'm going to edit that part out when I do it. No, but I mean, okay, I tried to make a joke. It wasn't very funny. Okay, women, thank you very much. Women may own property, but, first to everything, women may own property, but only since 1870 in Britain. Before 1870, women had no legal rights to have title to any property. Germany, a little bit late 1800s, and France, home of the revolution itself, did not give women the right to own property until 1907. Rather amazing. Huge double standards everywhere you look. For example, in the case of adultery, women would receive a punishment of imprisonment for 2 years for adultery, and men would receive a fine. And even the circumstances under which they would receive the fine were exceptional. For example, if a man brought his mistress to the bridal home rather than seeing her at some 6 or something like that. But really tremendous inegalities, infamous ones, which actually I could not track down. So I'm not positive that this is associated with the Napoleonic Code per se. But forgive me if I have it wrong. One of my students, hopefully you'll fact check this and make a little comment on the video. The so-called rule of thumb. Are you familiar with this phrase, rule of thumb? Which means basically a rough estimate, right? So apparently the rule of thumb comes from the Napoleonic Code that a husband may only be charged with the crime of beating his wife if he used a stick that was larger than the diameter of his thumb. Smaller than the diameter of thumb, that's just a regular kind of household dispute, a domestic dispute. Larger than the thumb, then that was a crime, hence the rule of thumb. And you get a sense of the many, many areas in which women face phenomenal legal disabilities. Moving into the Industrial Revolution, which is also kicking off at about this time, we have it really starting in the last quarter of the 18th century and then proceeding with rapidity through the 19th century. Women are suddenly seen as a great source of labor, which has a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it gave women a lot of gainful employment, which previously they would not necessarily have had outside of the family farm business. Suddenly, they could become independent wage earners on their own. But at the same time, the widespread assumption that women should receive less wages than a man. And women and children were exploited with incredibly low wages, far below the already exploited wages that men would receive. And this is a phenomenon that, of course, persists to the present day. In 2012, the figure in the United States of America was that women receive approximately 77 cents on the dollar for pay of equal work when compared to men. This is something that even my undergraduates are kind of surprised with, but it's true. A man and a woman doing the same job in America, the woman is likely to be paid, 3/4 what the man gets for the same job. Also had the traditional double burden during the Industrial Revolution and moving on into the 20th and 21st centuries, where they would be sent to work and they would earn some capital for the home. But when they got home, they would be expected to have the same responsibilities they did were they, so to speak, traditional stay-at-home women. Of course, there is no really such a thing as the traditional stay-at-home woman. That's sort of out of the home to work for a wage, food preparation, laundry, and so on. So women really had, in many ways, a very, very difficult time through the industrial. There's much more to say about this going. So the feminist periodization is usually divided between first wave and second wave feminism. The second wave is the one that's associated specifically with Betty Friedan and her activity. The first wave, it goes back to really the late 19th century in particular, and it's very, very prominent in America, and it's concerned primarily with the addressing of these huge inegalities, particularly in legal terms. The most significant of these efforts of first wave feminists was the so-called suffragette movement. Suffragette, of course, means a female voter, immortalized in a somewhat patriarchal way by the Mary Poppins movie, which I'm sure you all seen, and my daughter Eliza was prominent in. Just, of course, did they make any big? I wonder how they did the suffragette scene in production. Of course, men aren't allowed to go to the production, and so I have no idea how. But Eliza, how did they handle that? This slightly ditzy woman, a woman of the house, she's slightly ditzy, and she comes in wearing all her petticoats and things like that, and these silly little umbrellas, and she's wearing like this sash which says something like "Votes for Women" or something, and she gets all the kids and the maid up into a dance celebrating how women get the right to vote. But the impression you get in the film is that this is the last person you want to give a vote to, because she's not intelligent enough to make any reasonable decisions. And so it's a very condescending kind of approach to the whole suffragette question. They're making fun of women seeking the right to vote. Is that how they handle it in the production? Right. So, well, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Okay, so nevertheless, I'm sorry, Joe, you want to say something? Yeah, first day. Right. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. The suffragette movement, of course, was successful in the end, and in 1920, the 19th Amendment was passed, which formally gave women the right to vote in the United States, a major victory for this first wave. But as we see in so many areas, the right to vote is hardly the end of, I guess it's the end of the beginning, and that's it. Okay. So going now to Betty Friedan. Any questions before we go to Betty Friedan? So yes, please.
I have to interject on a political note. The Republicans voted against equal pay for women in 2012.
I have to be very careful what I say in shul of politics, but I'll tell my wife, and she'll be very pleased that you brought that up. Okay. So she was the eldest child. There were three children in the family. Harry and Miriam Goldstein. Harry was a first-generation immigrant from, I believe it was Russia, the Russian Empire. He had a very thick accent that he never lost, but he pulled himself up by his bootstraps and established a small jewelry store, which ended up becoming quite profitable. He married Miriam, who was a first-generation American without an accent, much younger than he. Her parents disapproved the match, but it went ahead anyway. And he brought up his wife and family in a very solid upper middle class family in Peoria. Later in her memoirs, the young Betty spoke about how she had really no idea what it was like for people off the bluff. The bluff was the area looking over Peoria. She always had servants and so on, and she had no idea of what it was like for people, so to speak, on the other side of the tracks. Like many firstborn, she was quite precocious, demonstrated a very high level of intelligence, and particularly in humanities. She was a very strong writer, and throughout her primary and secondary school years, she spent a lot of time in literary efforts, establishing school newspapers and things like that, and everyone thought that she would succeed. Her mother, Miriam, had wanted to go to Smith College, a very prestigious all-women's college, but her father had forbidden it, and so there was no question in her mind that her daughter, Betty, and of course her sister after, would also go to Smith. At Smith, that she began to explore a lot of new ideas. One of those areas of thought of Karl Marx, who we should really spend an entire lecture speaking about in perhaps next season, God willing. Marx, of course, founder of what would be called today the communist movement, had a lot to say about discrimination against women. He felt that marriage was a form of theft. He felt that the idea of possessing a woman as a form of chattel was essentially a type of economic exploitation in which a man would ensure the progeny were in fact his own in exchange for, the goods that go with the secure home. And a woman, on the other hand, would essentially be prostituting herself in order to exchange goods and services of a sexual nature in order to have the security of a home. Amazingly, Marx was happily married, and he was never dumped by his wife, Jenny von Westphalen. He wrote, maybe she couldn't understand him, I don't know. But at any rate, Marx felt that, discrimination against women was a very, very fundamental thing that was read in Western society, and he wished to uproot entirely. There were some significant experiments on this, including in Israel, on our topic for today. One of the more influential works of the Marxist thought was a rather amazing book by a guy named Chernyshevsky called Что делать? What is to be done? So influential that, among others, Lenin got title for his most influential pamphlet on politics, which essentially a total revision of society in every aspect. And Chernyshevsky's What is to be? It's just an amazing novel, and really, although it has this one character in who has decided, like Marx argued, to completely reevaluate himself and to question every social norm. For example, he would toughen himself up. He'd be able to be prepared. He wants to make his body as strong as it physically be and not rely on the disabilities that society imposes on him. So he sleeps regularly on a bed of nails rather than on a mattress. He believes that his digestive system has become corrupted by the dainty foods that he ate as an upper middle class person, so he eats ground glass. All kinds of crazy things like this. And of course, he practices free love because he believes that the whole institution of marriage that we have developed is contrary to the best development of the human potential. So these are the kinds of ideas that she was encountering in the 1950s. This was before the House Un-American Activities Committee really began to give communism and socialism a very bad name. She would ride her way through a lot of this, by the way. She did exceedingly well at Smith College, developing a very important newspaper there. And ultimately, she graduated summa cum laude in psychology, and she went to Berkeley, California, where there are no socialists or communists whatsoever. Right? That's a joke, of course, right? So, and she was even more influenced when she was out west, although ultimately she did not end up completing her PhD in psychology. Also, kind of ironically, it's interesting when you read the biographies of her, This is a period of time when therapy was kind of booming, almost faddish in its nature, and she spent most of her life in therapy, and it was like really something that everybody did. She was in therapy, her husband was in therapy, all her friends were in therapy. Even when she could barely rub two nickels together, she was still spending it on therapy. It was like drug use in the 1960s. It was the kind of thing that people did in big ways. She moved eventually back to New York, where she combined her literary talents with her newfound Marxist ideology, and she wrote for trade union papers such as the Union of Electrical Workers, essentially writing articles in a vein trying to promote change for blue-collar working-class individuals. It was at this time that she met Carl Friedman, a veteran who just returned from World War II and was somewhat lost, looking at different possibilities in his life. He had just come off of a bad relationship, or a failed relationship, where his girlfriend from before the war had moved out with another man, and he met Betty, and they had a whirlwind relationship that ended in a very quick marriage and production of 3 children. He dropped he dropped 2 letters from his name. He dropped 2 letters from his name. His name was actually Friedman. He changed it to Frieden very much. As one biographer quipped, he had extremely poor relationship with his own parents, and by dropping the 2 letters, he was dropping both the ma and the man from his name. That seems a little bit far-fetched, but it's kind of cute and worth repeating. Their marriage was extremely stormy. People who went to their home often found them getting into, really serious knockdown, drag-out fights. One particularly memorable one involved who was actually something of a gourmet cook, and she brought out to a whole bunch of assembled guests this beautiful fish dish, and kindly picked up the entire platter and threw it against the wall. Betty went and picked the fish up off the floor and off the wall, cleaned them up, put them back on the platter, and went back to serving her guests. They had a very stormy marriage. Largely, at one point, she mentioned in her memoirs that Carl beat her. Carl, really objected to this characterization, and what she meant, and she took it back in an interview, was that to fight a lot, and Carl was a lot bigger than it was. So it wasn't like wife abuse, but it was kind of like a mutual give and take, in which he had a height and weight advantage over her, so to speak. But at any rate, not a model kind of marriage by any terms. Now, while she was working for the Union of Electrical Workers, gave up her job in 1952 when there were some cutbacks. And as was typical, it was just simply understood when a woman became pregnant, she would lose her job. That was just, it was just understood that there was no such thing as maternity leave. There was some dispute over whether or not this was in fact the case, that it was a pregnancy that terminated her employment, but she did in fact lose her job at that time, and she began writing as a freelancer primarily for women's magazines, Home Companion and things like that. And then a very important thing happened to her in 1957 when the 15th anniversary reunion of her college was being held, and she decided she would write an article over the last 15 years. And this was because on the one hand, she had a lot of mixed feelings about what had happened to her own life. When she left Smith College, really a rising star. She was the editor of a very successful school newspaper. She had founded a very important school news magazine called Tide. She was heading out with a full scholarship to Berkeley to study psychology. And now here it was 15 years later. She was barely employed writing freelance. Her marriage was nothing really exciting. She was living in extremely dire circumstances. They actually had to move out of one house because the rent was great, but the heating bills were overwhelming. And she was thinking, wait, have I really accomplished what I was supposed to accomplish in 15 years? And as she began interviewing women from Smith who were also reflecting on the last 15 years, she began to identify that her feeling was not unique, that many women had the same feeling, and she called it the problem that has no name. And what it's really referring to is this idea of women feeling, is this all there is? Wasn't there supposed to be something so much more wonderful and amazing 15 years later? I should use more technology. We're not saying I use so much of it, but are you familiar with the band called the Talking Heads? There's a great song on the album 77 where a guy wakes up and he says, "It's a beautiful house. This is my beautiful wife. How did I get here?" Right? It's kind of that moment of, wait a second, not working the way I thought it would. So this ended up becoming transformed. This was transformed later into a book that was an immediate bestseller called The Mystique. And the title in itself is sort of tongue-in-cheek. It means, it refers to this kind of like miasma, smoke and mirrors kind of story, propaganda that women are fed to keep them happy, when in reality, the society is set up to disappoint them. In other words, they're pushed forward, get a college education in which your terminal degree will be MRS. And we don't really expect you to make any greater contribution than perhaps know how to make blueberry muffins or something. And like these highly intelligent women with a lot of, dynamism and a lot of will and drive and creativity suddenly find that once they enter into matrimony, all of that stops. And the intellectual challenges that they had with the new packages with higher education and so on just end, and now they're concerned with doing their children's third grade homework and things like that. And they're left wondering, is this what's supposed to happen at this point? They feel trapped as housewives, and she didn't just leave it there. She said, well, if this is the case, then I have to change socially and politically. And this began a whole new wave of feminism, so-called second wave feminism, because it went away from obvious legal disabilities of, are women able to work or not? Should women receive the same pay as men? And obviously that's something that we're still working on. But more to a social question of what do we expect from our daughters? And do we really give them the tools to achieve what we say they can achieve? And this was the type of feminism that was extremely important for the last half of the century. She also founded a political arm that backed up these statements. She didn't just write a book and then walk away. She was an extremely influential activist, a very sharp orator, and a powerful force in this burgeoning feminist movement. She formed the National Organization for Women. There are a lot of kind of ironies in this that she was nevertheless still sensitive to her class. And one, I think, telling example, when they had one early meeting and there was a secretary there who was charged with cleaning up afterwards, and one of the other organizers said to Betty, okay, well, why don't we help the secretary clean up? She says, I don't wash cups. Right? Because she had a sense of herself and her position and so on, and she could be brusque with other women. She had a lot of difficult relationships with other feminist leaders as well, who respected her for her drive and for intelligence, but not necessarily for her miscongeniality kind of personality. But the National Organization for Women, an extremely important organization, primarily petitioned for things like civil rights for women, like equal pay, as we've addressed. Also, more controversially, they addressed the issue of reproductive control. This was, of course, before the landmark 1972 Roe v. Wade decision, in which abortion was still illegal or highly inconvenient, very difficult for women to legally access abortion. And also related to second wave feminism, perhaps we'll discuss in a second, it was definitely tilted towards women of means. It was far more difficult for lower socioeconomic socioeconomic women lower on the socioeconomic channel, ladder, to receive doctors' permissions to receive an abortion, whereas for white middle-class women, they had much greater access. These are the kinds of issues that National Organization for Women worked for on a daily basis. Various marches, some of them as many as 50,000 attendees, and so on. Okay, I'd like to pause at this point. We'll come back to her life at the end of the lecture, but I'd like to, because this is, after all, a lecture in Jewish history. What does this have to do with Jews? And I think there's some fascinating things to talk about here, but I'll take a sip of my coffee and ask if anyone has any questions to this point. Please.
Well, I know probably the expression the glass ceiling came about in the late 80s, early 90s, but were they dealing with that issue as well? I grew up, I was in college at this time, but I don't remember anything such as that.
That's an excellent question. I have a feeling Judith can answer it.
Glass ceiling between the 3 and 7, and women were moving into getting degrees in your major universities in schools like school finance and what have you, and the MBAs at Harvard opened up to business and finance as well. The glass ceiling was there at that time. One of the interesting things about the vote for women was that it came at a period of time just as the Democrats were about to lose the Congress in Congress, and they realized that women were an ideal source of voters who would gravitate towards the Democratic Party.
Yeah, interesting.
And it has held true. Interestingly enough, and I know you'll get to it, is the first word feminism and Judaism is very much demonstrated in the number of women in the union organization.
Good example. I'm glad. I wasn't even planning on talking about that, but that's really important. Yeah, women, especially socialist Jewish women. Yeah, definitely. Triangle shirtwaist factories and things like that. Okay, Ms. Abrams, we're going to move on. And by the way, just the camera, in case you couldn't hear in the back, there's a discussion about something called the glass ceiling, which for you undergraduates under the age of 25 is this phenomenon where women can get jobs in industries, but then they find that they can't get promoted past a certain point. There's a glass ceiling. You can see it, but it's there. They can't get past it to become CEOs, things like that. Ms. Abramson. See, look how prescient, right? She was going to ask what was the glass ceiling, right? That's what it means. That, you realize when you're speaking to young people, they're so stupid. I shouldn't say that. No, I'm joking. They're not so stupid. They don't know so many things that we take for granted. I know. Either that or I'm getting smarter as I get older. I don't know. Probably. Go on. I'm going to have to edit this. We only have one more lecture and then I'm done for the summer. Okay. Let's talk about feminism and Judaism, and I'm going to get it when I get home. First thing about my wife and then this. Okay, so now Judaism, probably the only thing it has in common right now is the last 3 letters, and that's it, because Judaism is a highly gendered culture. I mean, we could spend a lot of time ticking off all the various differences between men and women, particularly in traditional Judaism, which is relevant for our discussion today, especially 18th century. The life cycle celebrations comparing men and women are completely different. You look at the what my grandmother Leah Shalom used to call the hoo-ha factor. Like the hoo-ha is associated with the birth of a boy, and then the bris milah, and then the bar mitzvah, and all that stuff. They vastly outdistance what you do for a young woman. The wedding is there, but the wedding also involves a man as well. And there are, we're in a shul right now where there's a so where there is a distinction between where women pray and where men pray. A negative distinction as well. Obviously, Orthodox Jews do not find it as a negative, but that's not our topic for today. Rights and privileges, however, there are some real serious, very important areas in which women do not have, in traditional Judaism, the same rights and privileges as men. There are, obviously, I can say this is not an apologetic, that there are areas in which women have greater power than men, but there are much fewer and smaller than the areas in which men generally have greater power than women. Again, it's not within the scope of our 1 hour lecture to go into these. The point I'm trying to get across, though, is that Judaism is gendered, that men and women are treated differently. When they're treated well, they're treated equally, but it's very easy for this system to degenerate into a treatment of inequality that is also disadvantageous for the woman. Furthermore, much of Jewish culture in this gendered atmosphere emphasizes the role of women in the private sphere. As we say in Tehillim and Psalms, Kol kvuda bat melech pnima, all the glory of the princess is within, meaning within the sphere, protected, not necessarily broadcasting to the outside world and so on. This is something that is expected of the male, to go out and to, kill Mastodon and drag it home, those are things. And although there are very significant exceptions to that, and I often like to point out the passage in Proverbs that's read every night, Eshet Chayil, in which this woman of valor, really a better translation would be the warrior woman. Chayal means a soldier in modern Hebrew, the soldier woman. The descriptions of her are that she is, she's into cars, she's got ships going here and there, she's an employer with lots of staff working under her, so she's certainly not a retiring kind of Mrs. for baking cookies, but nevertheless, there is this general thrust in Jewish culture that, women's place is in the home, so to speak, that they're in private domain, whereas men tend to be in the public domain, which is definitely not in keeping with a lot of the values that we've seen in the concept of feminism. At the same time, Judaism has a lot of really strong female role models from the biblical period and onwards, even though numerically, no question, we've got a lot more men acting in Jewish history, or these visible actors in Jewish history. We have some very strong foremothers who quite often completely trump their husbands. Sarah over Abraham, Rachel over Yaakov, and so on and so forth. So there's definitely a lot of strong-willed women with a sense of purpose who are frequently more correct than their husbands, and they are vindicated in the Jewish tradition. So we have kind of trying to analyze, how would Judaism mesh with this new ideology of feminism? Jewish feminism is born primarily in the late 1960s. Up until this point, feminism, even though it was often practiced by Jews, a lot of Jewish were leaders in feminism, there was no real synthesis of Judaism and feminism until the last half of the 20th century. There are a few why things begin to gel at that time. One is the fact that there are a lot of really important female leaders of the feminist movement, including Friedan and Gloria Steinem and others who are like at the forefront of the movement, and so it's very easy for young Jewish women to look to them and say, wow, they're Jews and they're doing this. Perhaps I should do something too, and I should come to my Judaism. But one factor that I think deserves a list, you only see it poke here and there, maybe someone should do a good dissertation on it sometime, the tremendous change in Jewish self-image after the Six-Day War. The War of 1967, in which it was painfully evident to all kinds of viewers of world politics that Israel was this beautiful and brand new experiment, only launched less than 20 years earlier, was going to be completely obliterated by its Arab enemies, that it was driving Israel into the sea. When Uthan to remove the troops from the Sinai, the United Nations troops, and Nasser was about to advance, and then with a stunning preemptive strike and a victory after only 6 days, not only had Israel survived, but it had expanded its boundaries tremendously, conquering the entire Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Golan Heights. So at that time, a lot of Jewish youth who had been, kind of laboring under the numerous clauses, the quota system in colleges, and trying to keep their heads down, don't make trouble kind of attitude. And they were getting a little bit nervous about other ethnic groups beginning to kind of feel their identities, the Black Panther movement beginning to rise at this point, and African Americans are able to express their identity. After 67, a lot of young Jews said, we should be proud of our Judaism too. We should be less afraid of being out there with our Judaism, and we should explore this thing that even our parents maybe have tried to suppress. And our parents have tried to say, don't be too religious, to get us to Americanize. So there is a surge in general of Jewish consciousness after 1967, which has all kinds of implications. We'll speak a little bit about it next week when we look at Rabbi Schneerson's life, because this is really the major Teshuvah movement that creates organizations like Eish HaTorah, Sameach, the entire network of Chabad houses really gets a huge spike after this point. And so especially young women who are motivated by feminism also get a surge of Jewish pride and begin to see ways in which these two movements can come together. There's a lot more development of college-based Jewish feminist groups where women who really apply to both designations are getting together to discuss the ways in which they create a form of feminism. The population base is ideal for this because Jewish women tend to be highly urbanized and highly educated, involved in college life, which is where a lot of these intellectual movements get a lot of traction. And later there will be a negative push towards these things as well, because feminism tends to become associated with other leftist causes, which for the most part tend to ally themselves with the Arab world and the Palestinian Liberation Organization as well. And early Jewish feminists began, and many of them quote the same kind of experience, that they'll go to feminist gatherings and they will be ostracized because of their Zionist position. They can be feminists, but it's be out of step with the support for Yasser Arafat. One Sylvia Barrett-Fishman, whose work I'm going to feature in the next slide or so, quotes one feminist leader, unfortunately she doesn't provide the name, who went to one of these conferences in the 1970s, and one of the other delegates there said to her, "Oh, Denmark is such a beautiful place, but the problem is in the summer it's overrun by Germans. And I'll tell you, the Germans, they're just terrible, but at least they did one thing right. They got rid of all the Jews." And when the interlocutor heard this, and she kind of like made a splutter of disagreement, "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Are you German?" All right, she's worried that she offended a German, not worried that she offended a Jew. So the anti-Semitism, the Zionism of the feminist movement, prominent in many feminist thinkers, began to push. Oh my gosh, I lost my clicker. The part here. The anti-Semitism began to drive many of these women further into Judaism rather than into the arms of feminist ideology. Well, if I can get this to work. Let's see. Yeah, wow. So this is, and I thank Susan for this great article by Adrienne Rich, a very important article written in the 1970s. A woman who felt split at the root. Was she fundamentally feminist, or was she a Jew? These two is, and it's more complicated if you look at her entire essay, but to which allegiance does she owe first? To her people or to her gender? This will actually be the harbinger of third wave feminism, which deals a lot more with the questions of ethnicity, women of color who are feminists, because up until now, a lot of second wave feminism was really dominated by white class women, and there are a lot of blacks saying, you don't understand the kind of issues that we have to deal with, and so on. So Sylvia Barrett-Fishman, who was one of my favorite writers on topics of this nature, she wrote about A Breath of Life, Feminism in the American Community, which I'm going to use a couple of statistics for in a second. She writes that altogether, this combination of Judaism and feminism has, on the one hand, a potentially corrosive element, because, Jews, after all, were a minority. They're especially sensitive to issues like low birth rate and so on. And there's some feminist thought that definitely time though it has a potential, but potentially full union as well. I hope to explore some of those ideas in just a moment. So I think one of the most exciting areas of Jewish feminism, which really begins kind of like well behind the front lines of feminist thinkers. It really begins in Poland in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, the beginning of formal education for Jewish women, which is a remarkably new phenomenon. Formal, organized education for Jewish women is something that really begins with the Beis Yaakov movement in Poland in the 1910s. Sarah Schinnerer is the founder of this movement, and if you're interested, go on the webinar that I gave on her movement. It's incredibly important. It eventually leads to something that really hasn't happened since biblical times, where you have women who are equally literate to men, and in many ways equally qualified to work with Judaic texts to an unprecedented level. There are, even in of course, the Reform movement, the conservative movement have already ordained these women as rabbis. There's a certain amount of controversy over women as rabbis in the Orthodox world. But even within the most right-wing Orthodox world, you do have this phenomenon that is only gaining steam in Israel, the so-called Yoacha advisors, where women highly trained in Jewish law will essentially act as an advocates for in systems that essentially attempts to kind of the playing field for them there. Let's some statistics. Okay, check out the chart. This is a chart that makes me very happy. This in the 90 National Jewish Pop Survey. I'm sure if we looked at 2000 or even the 2010 numbers, we would have even better scores. But looking at how many men and women have received more than 6 years of day school, full-time Jewish education, which is the highest level that they recorded in terms of marking Jewish education, meaning how many people could say that they went to a Jewish day school for 6 or more years. So check this out. At age 65, this is men, so you have approximately 8% of men in America in 1990 who are 65 or over spent more than 6 years in day school. That means 92% obviously did not, but that's a big look at this. The contrast with women, where you have something like 1% could actually say they spent 6 years in day school. The next kind of generational slice of the stratosphere is men and women aged 45 to 60. Once again, about the same proportion of men, higher proportion of women. 25 to 44, men are not getting any more education specifically. It's basically flat. Men's education is about the same, but women have made huge strides. And by the time you get to 1990, women aged 18 to 24 have made massive gains compared to their grandmothers in Jewish education, almost equaling men. And that's really a very, very exciting and dramatic statistic that has huge historical implications. Because in Judaism, there are 3 ways to get status. I think I've before, but let's just see if you remember. What are the 3 ways to achieve status in the community? Money, right. It used to be money. Now money's not important anymore. Just joking. Money still is important, right? If you have money, number 2, that's number 3. Education. Good. Ms. Abramson? Family, yichus, right? If your Zaidi was the Chafetz Chaim, or if you have all these important relatives, then, like every Lithuanian Jew in the world, is obviously a direct descendant of the Vilna Gaon. That's at least everyone I meet says that. So you either have money, or you have yichus, or you have learning. And the only democratic way to achieve this is through learning. And this chart means that women are getting a lot more status as a result of the power that comes with learning. You see this also in occupational status. This one isn't quite as thrilling as the last. Also, it's basically looking at women and men in 2 different age groups, under 45 and over 45, in various professions. And you can see that basically these green bars are older women, over 45. I mean, that's not older, but like of the older segment. And the older women tend to be well represented in clerical fields, right? With relatively low paying, secretarial, pink collar, and very low representation in high status jobs. The brown bars here, though, show the representation of women in younger women, and they are much lower in clerical and really important in high status. And if you compare the bars, the red and the purple here, you see that women are really undergoing much more dramatic change than the men. So not as quite as cool as this graph, but we see in terms of the kind of jobs that Jewish women are holding, they're really making huge progress at the same time. So the kind of impact of Betty Friedan and her retinue are reflected slides. Now, there are many areas in which, Betty Friedan would definitely be happy with the progress or lack thereof in modern day Jewish feminism. One of the most difficult crises that refuses to be easily answered is called Aguna crisis. This refers to the situation which has become really quite exacerbated in the 20th century. According to Jewish law, only a man has the right to divorce his wife. A woman may not divorce her husband. In the medieval period, the Beit Din had the power to physically coerce, grant his wife a get or a bill of divorce. But obviously, since the French Revolution that we began our lecture with today, the Beit does not have the power to impose punishment, sanctions on another citizen. It's not a separate country. They're not like mafia who can just order a guy if he refuses to give someone a get, his wife a get. So these new freedoms have unfortunately abused by many men who will separate from their wives, but not give them a get, either out of vengeance or because they want to perhaps coerce some money out of their wives, or even custody. The child knows what it is, and no legal remedy has yet been found. Many have been suggested. To date, no single remedy has been discovered which adequately address the situation. The Nostra, the Kosher Nostra. Right. It is essentially medieval, and it does happen, but it happens. Yes, please. It's huge. Absolutely. Yeah, he's just pointing out there that we could make a huge laundry list. Even if I just listed them like reading the phone book, we would not have enough time in 1 hour. Point? Okay, I'll come back to you then, okay, because I'm almost out of town here. Another issue, the Jewish birth rate. Very significant. I mean, it's very different from the Aguna crisis, but here's the problem. Jewish women, without a doubt, statistically, are the most educated ethnic group of all women in America. Jewish women are much higher educated per capita than Jewish women. But, well-known phenomenon, higher education, correlates with a lower birth rate. Obviously, women, spend time in college longer, they delay marriage, birth, and all of a sudden, they have the replacement rate is approximately 2.1, and Jewish women, on average in America, have 1.1 children per family, which is basically like a child and a small poodle. So we have a very significant issue. There's clearly a big distinction between the Orthodox world, which has a much higher birth rate, but nevertheless, on the whole, American Jews are not replacing themselves. And one factor, we're not going to lay all of this on education, but one factor is as women get more educated, that also has an impact on birth rate. Yes, sir. Oh, okay, very good. And a third issue, very significant, not as well known, is that Jewish women for centuries have constituted the bulk of the volunteer base of the Jewish community, the Kehillah. That, maybe women were not expected to bring home the same kind of paycheck as their husband, but it was known that women would, of course, volunteer for all kinds of organizations in the community. I mean, my mother was always active in all kinds of organizations, but I don't know too many women my generation who are, and I certainly don't know many my daughter's generation who are. And that's a huge cost to the community that goes unrecorded. As women get jobs, they're bringing capital into the family, but the community as a whole loses this extremely important source of communal support. So that's something that could really change our society. So finally, there's some really fascinating things that have been written by scholars like Lynn Davidman, Renee Kaufman, on the phenomenon of female returnees to Judaism, the so-called Ba'alot Tshuva. These are women who come from secular backgrounds, often very feminist in orientation. They begin to explore their Jewish roots, and all of a sudden they end up becoming highly observant, often going into extreme Hasidic movements and so on, and adopting a lot of the attitudes that many of their feminist sisters would find, be contradictory to the values that they espoused when they were in a secular mode. But ultimately, the feminist movement is kind of like a doorway for young women into the values of Judaism. And once they're in Judaism, they don't leave it alone. They bring those values in and, in fact, transform Judaism from within. Another topic that, I'd really like to study someday, but it would a lot of research, is how this massive teshuva phenomenon, according to some estimates, as many as 250,000 Jews in America, has actually affected the Orthodox world. One small story, and then I'll go to the last slide. I remember when I was studying in a kollel on the east side of Manhattan, and every morning after the morning prayers, they had this delicious breakfast. It was so phenomenal, and they had this one white fish that, it was incredible. I had to believe it came from, Gan Eden or something. And so I said to the Rosh Yeshiva, I said, how do you get this whitefish salad? It's incredible. And he said, well, it's that guy over there. He's a Baal Tshuva, and some guy davening. He's a Baal Tshuva, but he used to be a professional chef. And I say, so? And he says, he knows how it's supposed to taste. Right? So he knew how it was supposed to taste when it was treif, so he was able to make it kosher. So that's a really interesting kind of area of exploration. How has the Teshuvah movement changed the way Orthodox Jews look at themselves? So, and in some ways, this is related to third wave feminism, which is associated specifically with ethnicity. And to conclude, in many ways, some of the values that she espoused were contradictory to traditional Judaism, but at the same time, her quest for women's rights have made a phenomenal change for 52% of the population, and her status as a prominent Jewish feminist leader is something that our daughters and granddaughters all benefit from. Thank you very much for your attention. Next week is the last week, and then I'll see you again in the fall, God willing. Okay.
Yeah, so here's what Candace's thing is that she was born something else. I think she stole the identity of her dead brother or something like that. And MK Ultra, that program that the CIA used, which was a mind control program. Because I listened to this a while ago, and it is interesting. At the Beverly Hills Hotel, there's a French guy, and I spoke to him about this.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you here. Tonight's presentation is going to be on the life of Yevgenia Ginsburg, very important Soviet dissident and writer who went through the horrible time of the purges in the 1930s. As kids, these classes, you realize that what we're doing here is we're regular undergraduate course. It has to be HIS 156, which is Jewish History of the Jewish People 2 from Euro College South, and we are thinly disguising it with biographies. So my main goal tonight is to go over the general parameters of the theory.
And we will touch on the life of Yevgeny Ginsburg in that time. We use her life as a believer to understand the greater factors during the late 30s and early, specifically because someone criticized me on the web. One of the lectures I really enjoyed, and it was on the Maiden of Ludmir, and he said, I hated this lecture. I was looking forward to hearing so much about the Maiden of Ludmir, and all I learned about was like general Hasidic history. You know, unfortunately, that's the thing. So it's a disclaimer right up front. If you want to learn a lot more about Yevgeny Ginsburg, then there are a lot of great books on her, and you push read her works directly. But I'm going to take a much broader approach to discuss her life within the context of the period. So, in terms of a joke, which will be deleted probably by the Torah Cafe people when they edit this video, I'm sure I told this joke many times, and I'm just wondering if you've remembered it many times. The one about the alcoholism campaign. I know you've heard it. You lived it. Okay, all right. So I'm going to tell it anyways. So it goes like this. I'll tell it quickly though. So during the period of perestroika, when the Soviet Union was going through this last-minute reconstruction of society, that's what perestroika means: restructuring, rebuilding. They were trying desperately to change society fundamentally to see if communism could thrive into the 21st century. Ultimately, thankfully, it did not. But one of Gorbachev's big pushes in the late 80s was to try and reduce the amount of alcoholism in Soviet society. And so there was rampant. I mean, people were drinking horilka, whiskey, vodka, of course, and this incredibly dangerous concoction called samahon, which is moonshine. And so the joke goes, actually based in reality, Gorbachev gets on a plane, and it's a journalist junket, where he's got a whole bunch of television journalists with him, and he takes them to a place in Siberia, an average industrial town, and he wants to meet an average worker in an average Soviet factory and talk to him about the dangers of alcoholism. So they go down to this one munitions plant. There's a big conveyor belt, and they have all these workers there, make widgets and things. And Gorbachev goes up to somebody, and all the journalists crowd around, and he says to him, comrade, tell me, do you think a person can have a drink of horilka and go to work in the morning? And the worker says, yes, I think it's possible. So he says, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person could have shots of vodka and go to morning? He says, Mr. President, yes, I think it's possible. He says, no, Ivan, do you think a person can drink a whole bottle of horilka and go to work in the morning? He says, you see, I'm working. Okay, that's about it for the funny stuff for today. I have to tell you about Yevgeny Ginsburg's life. She is most well known for her 2-volume memoir. I brought the first volume with me here today, a tremendously stunning, well-written memoir of the Gulag, of the institutional camp system that the Soviets put in place in the 1930s and extended right through the 1940s and into the early 1950s. She was unjustly imprisoned there, along with hundreds of thousands of people who suffered the same fate. Luckily for the scholarly world and the political world, she happened to be a brilliant writer who recorded her memoirs in a fashion that made an indelible impression on the leadership of the Soviet Union. In fact, there's one interesting commentator, Hannah Arendt, who maybe we'll talk about in the class, says, stand side by side with Nadezhda Mandelstam's memoirs and Solzhenitsyn's The Gulag Archipelago. Classic work studying this tremendous period. She was from an assimilated Jewish background and a die-hard communist, really believing in the party line, but at a fairly young age, while she married with 2 young sons, she was hauled before and accused of a crime she did not commit, a minor political crime, the failure to denounce a colleague in the institute, and she was ultimately sentenced to imprisonment in the Gulag for 18 years. A horrible time during which her father died. She lost contact with her children entirely. Her husband eventually died, and she only emerged in the early 1950s after Stalin's death, and began to publish her memoirs, first in stud form and self-published illegal form, and then later as restrictions were released and it was in the West, eventually published in a more full form. Her work is also distinguished because it represents a woman's perspective in a blog, and we have comparatively few memoirs of this nature, and also a Jewish perspective. Even though she was from an assimilated background and had very tenuous connections with the Jewish identity, as you might expect, she found more of it in the theme of Judaism comes up from time to time in her writings. We'll look at a couple of those examples. She has, like Holmgren, who is a specialist in women's memoirs, writes it's a prisoner experience, meaning that in her early youth was a die-hard communist. Again, to remember chronology, she's born in 1900. The Soviet Union becomes a reality in late 1970, really. So that would make her about 13. So in her crucial adolescent age, that's when she was adopting the excitement, newness of this radical system, and she ultimately leveraged it against her own father in kind of an adolescent power struggle, where her father, who was a pharmacist, when she looked down on his bourgeois values and by becoming a ardent communist. She ultimately she specialized in communist theory, and she became a teacher, marrying and having and being very dedicated to the entire eyes of teaching communist values. It was part of the normal curriculum, could not be removed whatsoever. In fact, that's what ultimately got into it. She married, mentioned earlier, a communist official, Pavel Aksionov. Her two sons, one of them later died in the siege of Leningrad during World War II, and the other ultimately became a dissident writer of considerable note himself. So her first really happened, she saw the beginnings of it in 1934. This is when the purges really began. I want to just back up, and we're going to talk about some specifically. She was accused of being a Trotskyite. There's a picture of Trotsky shown here. The press isn't all that good, but we have the B projector today, I'm sorry. Leon Trotsky, of course, is a famous Jewish communist who ended up becoming the leader of the Red Army. After Vladimir Ilyich Lenin had his stroke in 1922 and was incapacitated for 2 years, finally dying in 1924, a triangular struggle for the leadership of the Soviet Union emerged between, on the one hand, Trotsky, who represented a more leftist approach. He wanted to keep, I should mention that Lenin, immediately prior to dying, had taken a major step back from traditional communist doctrine by introducing something called the New Economic Policy. And the New Economic Policy was a relaxation of the rules of communism with, more small market capitalism permitted and more small trade. And he argued that he was taking one step backward in order to take 2 steps forward. The country was so devastated by the Civil War of 1917-20 that he said, you know what, when we had war communism, that was a period of confiscations and rapid communization. He said, we step back and we've got to let people make a living in their backyards with time farming and so on. I had this stroke, and it's a big debate. Well, what exactly would Lenin have done? I think actually they made little necklaces and headbands. It was WWLD, right? That was a joke. Okay, but you get it. But what would Lenin have done were he alive and well? Would he have continued along the process of gradual bourgeois capitalism, or would he have reined it back the traditional Marxist and more doctrinaire version of forced collectivization and so on? Ultimately, we won't know because he died in 1924. But there was a struggle between 3 successors as to what would be the interpretation of communism. Trotsky represented a more leftist approach, Bukharin a more rightist approach, and Stalin brilliantly maneuvered between these 2 figures, alienating both of them politically, and ultimately having Trotsky, for example, with an ice pick in Mexico City, and Stalin took the reins of control. After this period of time, anyone associated with Trotskyist thinking, Trotskyist politics, was subject to ultimately arrest and deportation to the Gulag. But it took years before Stalin could really consolidate his power, and we only begin in the mid-1930s. So let's just take a step back and look a little bit at Stalin's life, and specifically his relationship to the Jews, because it's very relevant. Some material will overlap with the lecture we had on Solomon Midhoils, so you might want to check that on the web. Oh, by the way, these are all, here I'm saying to the camera, these are, if you're looking at it on the, you don't need to know it's on the web. I went to graduate school for like 6 years to figure that out. So, JewishHistoryLectures.com. So Stalin born Yosef Vissarionovich Jugashvili. He was a Georgian. Like many of the earliest communists, he changed his name to something more pronounceable and memorable. Trotsky's name was Ronstein. I believe Trotsky means rapid or something like a is a kind of a carriage. Lenin is from the Yana River, where Stalin means the man of no relationship to Clark Kent that I am aware of, but that's what he named himself. His mother wanted him to be a priest. She wanted him to be an Orthodox, Christian Orthodox priest. And in fact, she sent him to seminary where he didn't get such a good Christian education. He was exposed to the writings of Lenin, specifically a crucial pamphlet called Sholat, What is to be Done, which was laid out in just a few short pages Lenin's plan for the future in Soviet Union. He was completely taken with this and became an ardent communist from his youth. The Man of Steel, as a nom de plume for him, was actually very appropriate because Stalin's belief was that the Soviet Union industrialized. The Russian Empire was 50 years behind Western in most of its large industrialization projects. They were not completely electrified. I mean, there are a lot of places outside of main cities where you could not even get electric lights working. They had a very rudimentary train system, which was very problematic as well because huge territory covers 1/6 of the surface, and it's hard to cover it adequately. But Stalin believed the important thing they could do is concentrate their energies in society, building big factories, making things larger population with comparatively little attention to. In many ways, it was the opposite of the American approach, where American capitalism focused on, creating value for individuals to build wealth through economies of scale. The model said, create these massive factories, which are great for communities, but very, very little things for individuals. Even when I was there in the 1980s, I'm sure some of you may have memories of these if you visited the Soviet Union. It was very difficult to get basic commodities like toilet paper. I described to my friends there, they couldn't believe that in America they actually have colored toilet paper. You can choose your color and pattern. They're like, oh my gosh, just getting it. What people used to use is inside of the bathroom, you have these little sort of like when you get bills, you put them in a thing on the wall, little sort of a plastic envelope, and they would get Pravda or Izvestia, the newspapers, and they would cut them into like 4x6 inch squares. Very good quality newsprint for this because it was very soft compared to newsprint, and it could be said about the words they put on the page. And if you were lucky, you could actually piece together a whole story while you were waiting. But people did. It was all about people, nothing for persons, and that was really his point of view. And so his sense was the whole of society, all of the economic, and be subjugated to the will of the nation as a whole. We see it very clearly in the disastrous collectivization project that began in 1928 as the first 5-year plan, in which he sought to remove all of the last vestiges of Lenin's new economic policy by taking all of these individual farms and forcing everyone to go into big collective factory farms, where you had the economy of scale. You only had to buy one tractor for 20 farm plots, whereas before you would have to buy really 20 farm plot tractors for each plot. But on the other hand, people resisted it tremendously. And this picture here, by the way, which is from International Women's Day, I think it's 1992, it shows a Soviet woman here, and she's dragging all these bourgeois capitalist farmers into the kolkhoz, the collective farm. And you can see the tractor here, which is a symbol of wealth, in the machine in the room there. And this was what Stalin did. He forced all of the so-called kulaks, the small-time farmers, and that might mean they own a cow on their own, into these collective farms, which were economically very poor producers, and ultimately resulted in a terrible famine of 1932-33. The famine was caused in part by natural climatic conditions, but it was caused even more so by disastrous economic policies, where Stalin insisted on maintaining export quota of grain, even though people were literally starving and were cannibalizing each other in city streets, for example, at this time. Global estimates place the number of people killed at 4 to 5 million during this 1 year. There are much larger estimates as well. We don't know for sure because there was a census taken in 1936 that told us definitively how many people were killed. But once the result, Stalin had the census takers executed, and the census was buried. So we only have little pieces of it that's in the municipal archives. They also passed at this time one of the most cruel laws imaginable, the so-called Law of Socialist Property, that literally made it a capital crime to steal a stalk of grain. You went and you stole certainly a loaf of bread, that was a capital crime. So it was a very difficult period of time under Stalin, but you get a sense of his person, his priorities. One quote that just got cut off here, when he was asked about this, oh my gosh, the Ukrainians, the Don region, they're starving. What do you do? He said famously, when you cut down a forest, splinters will fly. Meaning this is an inevitable cost of the modernization of the Soviet Union. Naturally, he made a lot of enemies among them. Okay. Also at this time, and this connects us to what we talked about the Mikhail's lecture, by the time Stalin got to 1930, he felt sufficiently strong that he could put an end to the period of Korenizatsiya, the policy of Korenizatsiya, which, if you'll recall that lecture, refers to the brief period of time, just under 10 years, when the Soviet Union encouraged the effervescence of local cultures, including Yiddish culture. So the promotion of Yiddish as a language, the promotion of Yiddish theater. There was a Jewish section of the Communist Party, the Avsektia. All these kinds of things came to an abrupt end in 1930. The only thing that really survived, and that was primarily because of Kalinin's influence, another political figure, was this bizarre experiment called Birogan, which a small autonomous oblast, a small region out in the Far East that the Soviet Union set aside for Jewish immigration. Yiddish was made the official language there, and although there was a lot of hoo-ha in the larger public world, in terms of public relations, and it was designed primarily to offset the popularity of Zionism, there was very little actual given to Birobidzhan, and the only real attraction for Jews of this remote location was the fact that it was really quite proximate to authentic Chinese food. Otherwise, it was like nothing to do with it. After 1930, we see a real strong downturn against Judaism. Now, it's interesting to note that Stalin himself was Lenin's minister in charge of nationalities. He was the primary architect of nationality policy in the Soviet Union, and it seems rather clear that he was not happy with the whole Korenizatsiya idea. He believed that at most, national identity should be preserved only in form, but it should be socialist in content. Meaning, you could use Yiddish as a language for propaganda of communist values. You could not, use Yiddish to discuss Jewish values. That was inappropriate. Ukrainians, fine with all the embroidered
costumes and the decorated Easter eggs, that's all fine. But if you start talking about Ukrainian national heroes that were anti-Russian, we don't want to hear any of that. So there's a lot of backtracking of all of that with the pluralization policy, which allowed much Russian. But when Stalin came to power, then he finally shut all of that down. Tremendous attacks, synagogues, on mikvahs, on religious functionaries, and anyone who was observant of Jewish law at this time basically went underground. The Chabad movement in particular remained very active, underground network, promoting and facilitating Jewish observance, but otherwise it was extremely dangerous during this period. In fact, one of Reb Moshe Feinstein's earliest shuvot, if you look in his Igros Moshe, when he writes about his experience, because he grew up in the early Soviet Union before he immigrated to America, gets a tshuva from a man to work early in the morning, and he wants to wear tefillin, but he would have to put them on too early in order to get to work on time. And he certainly can't put them on at work because he would be persecuted. So he asked Rabbi Moshe, am I allowed to put them on before dawn, before El Teshuvah? I can't remember the answer. That's an example of the kind of hardship that was occurring at the time. Now, what connects specifically to the life of Yevgeny Ginsburg are the purges. And we did speak about this briefly in the mikvah. I won't go on too much length here. But basically, the purges began in 1934 after the assassination of the head of the Soviet secret police. And it began with kind of like a party card purge. I mean, what exactly is a purge? Purge is when you have too much of the wrong stuff and you want to cut it down to what's really relevant. We have purges in my home regularly where my wife just says, you know what, we have too much junk in this house. My wife is she's a very minimalist kind of person, and we essentially purge all of the books and the books and things like that. Actually go. We have the purges. But these maybe satanic in nature even, where the first purge was you had to have a valid, up-to-date party card or you were expelled from the Communist Party. Which is not such a terrible thing. Being a member of the party carried all kinds of privileges. The idea was to try and limit the party members only to the tried and true. It worked fairly well. In 1937, however, there was a more horrific round of purges with smaller technicalities, but were associated with the fact that people were saboteurs or wreckers of Soviet. This is connected with the failure of the had put in place. So something like this. Stalin would set a ridiculous goal of production for a 5-year plan. He would say that this plant, for example, in 1928, it's producing 100 tons of pig iron per month. We want this plant to produce 500 tons per month by this time next year, which are physically impossible. But everyone was afraid to admit to Stalin that they weren't producing, so they essentially lied. And the lies would go up let's say one manager would say, I was supposed to produce 10 pounds, I didn't, so I will tell him I produced 10, but I really only produced 7. And so the lie will go on to the next level, and by the time Stalin looks at the figures, it seems that we've met the goal. It was great, because then he says next year it's going to be 1,000 pounds. But when he actually goes to the storeroom to see how many pounds of pig iron, it's all gone, or there's only a fraction of what he expected. And so rather than saying that the whole system is bankrupt and everybody is lying, it's a house of cards, he instead blames saboteurs or wreckers who are actually stealing, breaking the plants, all like this. And so internal enemies have to be found. And this is where the purges come in place. Someone accuses someone else of being a wrecker. In the case of Ginsburg, a Trotskyist, someone who identifies with Stalin's erstwhile rival. And so she's hauled before a kangaroo court. Well, let's not say here in particular because I'm speaking generically. And they accuse her of these horrible crimes. They may torture her. They may expose her family to all kinds of risks. They may,
cause her husband to lose his job, which is economic suicide in a society that boasts of 100% employment. And the only way that she can get out of it, or at least thinks she can get out of it, is if she betrays 10 other people who worked with her. And so she fabricates 10 names. She just makes up 10 names of people that she doesn't especially like, and she wants to divert the blame from herself. And then those 10 people get arrested. And then they betray another 10 people each. And within a short period of a couple of years, it just ballooned out of control, where the whole city was filled with people who were betraying each other to the secret police. And there were knocks on the door, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., taking people out of their beds, never to be seen again. There is also a significant anti-Semitic component to this as well, because Jews are often singled out for crimes, since they are still the other. They are still, relatively new to emancipation. It's only really been 18, 19 years since Jews were given rights. It's very easy to identify them. And they're also, by the way, disproportionately pro-communist. So it's very easy to identify them as the potential wreckers and get caught up into this horrible storm. And now, you know what? I'm going to go a little bit out of order. I'd like to talk a little bit about her specific connection here. So, no, I didn't connect it, so I'll have to do it over here. Here's an example of, just read you a couple of passages, and you get a sense of how powerful a writer she is. She's described someone else she knows, and she's present when this one was arrested. This is before she herself was arrested. This is a young woman with a small child. Oh, by the way, the reason why she was originally arrested is because one of her colleagues at the school had written a review article in a journal. Stalin had criticized that review article for being wrong-headed, for being not sufficiently communist. And since she worked in the same school and she did not join in with all of the condemnation, she must have been a sympathizer, and so she was arrested by association with someone she had really nothing to do with on an intellectual level. So let me just read you a passage, though, that describes the arrest of an individual, and you get a sense of the strangeness of the entire thing. So this is a man is arrested. His wife says, when the NKVD came in the middle of the night to arrest and Sunday with her in Kazan, she was worthy of a Greek tragedy. To say she was heartbroken for her beloved husband, the father of her child, but she suppressed her feelings. So he lied to me, exclaimed dramatically. So he really was against the party. With an amused grin, the NKVD said, better things together. But she refused for an enemy of the party and went to his sleeping child's cot to kiss him goodbye. She barred his way, saying, my child has no father. Then, shaking the policeman fervently by the hand, she swore to them that her son would be brought up servant of the party. She told me herself, and I do not forget that there was the least calculation or hypocrisy in her actions. Absurd as they seemed, they were prompted by what she genuinely felt in her naive soul, utterly devoted to her militant youth. The ideal of possible degeneration, of scoundrels lustring for power, of treachery, of Bonapartism, had no place in her honest, single-track mind. Then there's a whole bunch of how she can't get it because she realizes that she's been blacklisted, things like that. And finally, she becomes a beggar. She goes from place to place, and finally she stops coming to Ginsburg, and she just disappears. For 2 or 3 days, we had no news, and on the 4th we heard, after writing a letter full of love and devotion to Stalin, she had drunk a glass of acetic. In her suicide note, she blamed nobody, treated the whole thing as a misunderstanding, and begged to be remembered as a communist. Her coffin was followed by her 5-year-old son, the Clinton woman from the regional office committee, and more desperate characters among her old friends. As I looked at the sad
sad little grave surmounted by neither cross nor star, I told myself, no, I won't do that. I shall put up a fight. They may kill me if they can, but I won't help them. And in fact, her story is one of constant defiance throughout the entire story. So she is arrested and she is sent out to the Gulag, which is an acronym for a state labor, where it's essentially a huge prison, usually far out in eastern Siberia, where people are put to work in various forced labor activities. There are actually remarkable parallels between the Gulag and camps. One of the major disjunctures is that the Gulag was not designed as a death factory where people were not sent there specifically to be killed. They were sent there to be horribly punished, to be neglected and abused, and without hundreds of thousands died in the Gulag. But in many ways, the common psychological approaches that the Nazis and the Soviets used to break down the resistance of the prisoners there. There's a remarkable book by Terence Desprez called The Survivor. He was one of the early scholars. He was a member of the Harvard Society of Fellows who set to write the first really synthetic looking at the experience people had in the Nazi camps in the Gulag. He tried to bring together all these memoirs to look at what were the common elements. Among the elements that he found was something called incremental assault. That was where both the Nazis, the Soviets, to remove individuality from all of their prisoners. First, take away their clothing, make them wear uniforms. In some cases, like the Nazis, shaving their heads to make them look more uniform. Then taking away their names, insisting that they be used by number. And some death camps actually doing the number on their arms. And ultimately, argues Desprez, they caused them to recede back to the lowest point of their individuality and their identity by even causing them to lose the basics of toilet training. Because when you think about the developmental progress of a human being and their actualization as individuals, the very first thing we learn about socialization is, how to be continent. But by forcing the prisoners to eat liquidy gruel and to have very limited bathroom breaks, they ended up soiling and feeling disgusting about themselves, which served to further, reduce their psychological will to live. According to Desprez, this was a very deliberate plan by both the Nazis and the Soviets. Shortly after he completed this work, which is still worth reading, now 4 years old, Desprez committed suicide because the time he spent contemplating these things was obviously too much to him. But anyway, life in the Gulag, very desperate, comparable in many ways to life in the concentration camps. There was some possibility of escape because they were not guarded degree of arms as the camps, but these Gulag were so far out in the remote far that there was nowhere to run to. Where would you go? Although it was known that people did occasionally escape and make the long trek back to European Russia. But the nature of the life there was incredibly difficult because everyone was under complete uncertainty as to why they were there and how long they were there. There were frequent trials where a person might be sentenced for 3 or 4 years, and then halfway through that, they would be hauled towards a court out in Siberia and sentenced to an additional 10 years for some mysterious crime that they similarly did not commit. So it was kind of an open-ended ticket to be in the Gulag, and people often despaired and committed suicide during their time there. She managed to hold on to her identity and her strength of will throughout, which makes her a very remarkable figure in the period. So what I'd like to point is go back and see what's happening to the Jews a little bit further west. We'll understand a little bit more about what she returned to, but I should pause for a couple of questions and I'll take a drink of water. Does anyone have any questions? I've just motor mouthed straight through 35 odd minutes. Okay, what you don't know is that this is actually, everyone's asleep. I'm just talking here. No one's awake. No. Ah, it's Abramson. There you go.
When she got out of the did she try to make contact with her family?
Yeah, she learned that her husband had died and her son had died, she actually remarried in the camps. They had a certain degree of freedom that was unusual compared to the Nazi camps. She remarried in the camps, and later she was reunited with her son, the one that survived. Okay. Now, what's going on in Western Europe? Western Soviet Union. Recall that Hitler had made an agreement with some so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Even though Hitler and Stalin were bitter enemies and their philosophies totally opposed to each other, they both realized that there was some profit in their forming an alliance. So in 1939, the secret non-aggression pact made them all of a sudden great friends, as this Danish cartoon shows Stalin as the groom, Hitler as the bride. Hitler then invades Poland from the west, and Stalin invades from the east, and they divide up the territory. And we spoke last week with Emmanuel Ringelblum what happened during the next 2 years. This is changed dramatically with Operation Barbarossa, which is when Hitler double-crossed Stalin. Though he had assured Stalin that they were going to, Hitler had subdued Western Europe, he turned around and attacked his erstwhile ally, and it comes back. Oh, this is really the projector, huh? Okay. What he did was, so this is the Soviet territory that became under Nazi control right up until here, and Stalingrad far in the east. And this is the Western Europe that was Nazi control before Operation Barbarossa. And these names here are just a sampling of literally hundreds of small Städtlach, or little villages, which had 500 to 10,000 Jews living in them. And what Hitler did was, behind the Wehrmacht, behind the German army that's advancing to the east, he sent special Einsatzgruppen that would go to these local communities, sexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, take them out with machine gun fire. An estimated 1.5 to possibly as high as 2.5 million Jews were killed in Operation Barbarossa, including my own grandparents and their families. My grandparents' families, I should say. One of the worst of these Einsatzgruppen murders was in Babi Yar. Yar is a Russian word meaning ravine, and so it's an old woman's ravine is what it means. 33,000 Jews were killed in less than a week. An astounding number were killed. Babi Yar remained open, though, and it was a killing site for the rest of the war as well. Now, there's a lot more to say about this, but I want to move on to the next major stage, which is where we left off from the Emmanuel Ringelblum lecture, is that at the end of 1941, Hitler felt that this was not adequate. The rate and the efficiency of murdering Jews was simply not up to his ambitions, and he charged his deputies with finding a solution, finding really an Endlösung, a final solution to the so-called Jewish problem. And on June 20th of 1942, in a conference held in Wannsee, north of Berlin, they decided to create these 6 death camps, which would be the killing site for all the Jews that remained in the ghettos. As we discussed last week, I don't want to spend too much time on it. These so-called Vernichtungslager, which is German for destruction camps. Vernicht means to make into nothing. Lager means camps. There were Treblinka, Auschwitz, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, Kamno. They were designed specifically with the task of receiving Jewish cargo, destroying that cargo after removing any valuable resources associated with that cargo, and then getting rid of the waste products. Human beings stealing their valuables down to their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, their hair, in some bizarre cases, even their fat and their skin, and then gassing them and attempting to burn the bodies in crematoria. This was the nadir of the Holocaust expressed in these 6 camps specifically, and of course we know the story well of how they were killed. They were brought into the Umschatz, so that was the embarkation point. They were brought at the of the trains, often after a 3 or 4 day journey from Nice or from France. Many of them had died in the rail cars on the way there. They were forced to march, sometimes to music played by a symphony made up of the prisoners. A selection officer, in the case of Auschwitz, it was the notorious Wasserengel, Mengele, who would direct those who looked like they would be used for slave labor to the right, where they would be put in various enterprises that the camps run. And those who were slated for immediate destruction were sent to the left. The vast majority were sent to the left and were killed within 24 hours after their valuables and so on were removed. There were devices used to try to ease the resistance of the Jews. A lot of euphemisms were used, and they told them they were going to be, their lice would be removed. They were lousing. So they were given, in some cases, towels, bars of soap, and sent into rooms that looked like shower chambers. And then a poison pellet known as Zyklon B, shown here. It's a rat poison that apparently acts when it first encounters oxygen. It would be poured into a special device that would carry these pellets into the chambers. Toxic gas that would kill people with asphyxiation within about 20 to 30 minutes. As we discussed a little earlier in the Ringelblum lecture, most of this was actually carried out by Jews themselves. The so-called Sonderkommando or special commando squads, other prisoners who were given the horrific tasks of handling the poison, of managing the flow of people into the gas chambers, the difficult task of removing their bodies and shipping them off to the crematorium. So this is, there's really nothing much you can say. In another class, perhaps we can go into much more detail into this, but I want to simply cover the periods so that students who view this online at least have some sense of it. They're spared immediate death and sent to forced labor often experienced the kinds of atrocious. In fact, most of the survivors that we know from the camps originally slated for the right, that they survived when slaves rather than immediate death. Another horrible thing that happened was that the Nazis were obsessed with racial theory and with the idea of eugenics, of creating a master race through a scientific or quasi-scientific means. Twins in particular were set aside for experimentation. Twins, less scientists, quasi-scientists, to have a variable and a control at the same time. Okay, let's go. So, it is worth speaking a little resistance in this context as well, though. We spoke in Warsaw, which occurred in April 1943, 8 months after the ghetto was lost to Jews. And this is, I think, in many ways symptomatic of resistance during the Holocaust, if one understands resistance rather narrowly as armed resistance against the Nazis. The basic characteristic of that is that Jewish resistance was too little, too late. There are some significant exceptions. Lithuania, for example, had an extremely active partisan movement. Anyone who could escape to the woods got involved in anti-Nazi activities. In some cases, they're on anti-Nazi, anti-Soviet activities. But by and large, Jews tried to stay out of trouble. And they used tools of understanding persecution that had worked for about 2,000 years, but were inadequate to the challenge of the Nazis. In fact, this is what Raoul Hilberg, one of the greatest of the Holocaust historians, in his 3-volume, The Destruction of European Jewry, he refers to this as essentially a dual mindset that Jews had developed a strategy for dealing with oppression. And it was simply not right for the threat the Nazis posed. There are other scholars, Bauer, I think I also mentioned last week, who argue that model of looking at resistance, however, is far too narrow in nature, and that resistance must be understood as any conscious gesture designed to thwart the German
goals. It's not exactly his phraseology, but the same kind of idea. And this, it would include, for example, participating in a leader group in the ghetto. It would include, continuing to pray in the ghetto. It would include refusing to die. That in itself, affirming life, is in fact for Bauer a form of Jewish resistance. If the Nazi goal was to completely intimidate the Jewish people, then any act that acted counter that would in fact be a form of resistance. The photograph shown here is one of the great heroes of the Warsaw Ghetto, Rabbi Kalman Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh or the Piasechet Rabbi, who heroically declined offers from us to escape the ghetto in order to maintain his synagogue there and to cater to the numerous Hasidim and new Hasidim who went to him for spiritual guidance during this difficult time. Okay, now I believe we're right about to get back to Yevgenia Ginsburg. What happened is her release really had nothing to do with what happened, what she ever did, or what happened in the Gulag. It had to do more with what happened in Moscow, which was specifically the death of Stalin. The Soviet Union was, if you look at the newspapers of the time, it looks like they were actually surprised Stalin died. I imagine a lot of people today would be surprised if Castro dies, and maybe that's a similar kind of, but it's a similar kind of feeling, I imagine. People were wailing in the streets. People were genuinely felt that there was a crisis of biblical proportions that Stalin had passed away. And that was largely because the entire society seemed to be completely wrapped in what was later called a cult of personality. There was this kind of overwhelming belief that Stalin was this messianic-like figure who had all the answers for the entire Soviet people, and all those people who were dissidents or who were persecuted were kind of like ignored, and their position was regarded as being so completely antisocial that it was beyond consideration. Once Stalin's over, Lahavdil, people began to wake up and say, wait a minute, what kind of a nightmare were we living since 1937 with those incredible purges? And slowly, the Soviet Union began to rehabilitate prisoners, including Ginsburg, who had been out there for 20 years. And she was allowed to return back to Moscow. And there was a slow thaw that began, and the thaw culminated in the so-called secret speech of 1956. This was a speech made by the then Prime Minister Nikita Khrushchev, who he made this speech only to the Politburo, to a closed circle of leaders, but he recorded the speech and allowed it to be distributed. So they call it the secret speech. They always put it in quotation marks. It's because it's like what they call an Oxford secret. I learned this when I was in England. An Oxford is something you only tell one person at a time. So designed to be anything but secret. And what he essentially said was that we were wrong, that Stalin made mistakes, and we followed him, and it was disastrous for us. And so the Soviet Union began a shift away from Stalin, and that favored those who were, earlier persecuted by him, the dissidents and so on. Later on, of course, that did not mean that the Soviet Union would stop using the Gulag, stop using its, secret police and things like that. That would continue right through Gorbachev. But there was a recognition society-wide that they had gone far too far, and that Stalin was something like a Hitler-ended person for the Union. She came out with her 2 volumes of memoirs. The first was this Journey into the Whirlwind, and the other one is simply In the Whirlwind, in which she described her experiences, and they are incredibly powerful. Let me read you one more passage, I think, from here. I mentioned how, her Jewish identity was tenuous. She was an assimilated Jew to begin with. She never really identified with things Jewish. She was a communist first and a Jew maybe. But in the camps, she began to discover some elements of it. So, for example, They were punished in the camps, by the way, for singing out loud and for reciting poetry and so on. But nevertheless, they continued to do these things when they were not observed. And so, so she's writing here deep in the Gulag. She says, in one of the books that they had there, they had a precious few little books that they used to share and hide from the guards. We happened to read some of the destiny of the Jewish people, their stubbornness and vitality, and the ancient greeting next to Jerusalem. I took this as the theme of the New Year verses Julia asked me for. Julia was one of the other prisoners, and they would make up for each other on the occasion of the New Year. Holidays was allowed in the Soviet Union because it was a secular, completely secular holiday. And so this is Ginsburg poetry. And then, like gray-haired Jews, we shall cry out eagerly with voices cracked and weak next year in Jerusalem. Clinking our prison mugs, we shall drain them dry. There is no sweeter wine than the wine of hope. Comrade, be of good cheer. Our prison food is not manna from heaven, but like the gray-haired Jews, we believe in the promised land. We may be poor and persecuted, but on New Year's Eve we'll cry next year in Jerusalem. So, in terms of her legacy, to summarize, this is a picture with her adult stepdaughter here. She went through horrible, horrible experiences as a victim of the Stalinist purges. She was not necessarily singled out because she was of Jewish background, common experience for many. But her memoirs from the period are an invaluable resource to understand that the horrors of the Nazi period were not limited to those themselves under the yoke of the Germans. Very similar, comparable experiences were had by those who were under the power of and his diabolical ideas about the eradication of wreckers, saboteurs, and indeed the Jewish people. I thank you so much for your attention. I'm sorry that I rattled on so long with so few questions, but I hope you have an excellent night, and I'll see you guys next week. Rachel, the wife of Akiva ben Yosef. I'm sorry again for the sort of South Beach colors the projector bulb is going here. The story is that after 12 years of absence from his wife, Akiva returns from a long stay in yeshiva. He overhears his wife saying, before he has to say hello, he overhears her saying, one of the women say, don't you feel terrible letting your husband go for 12 long years? And she says, you know what? I would do it all over again. So Akiva, as the story in the Talmud goes, turns around, goes away for another 12 years. Then he comes back with 24,000 students in tow. And as they're getting close to his home, she comes to him. His students don't realize who she is, and they're trying to push her away because, this is the great Rabbi Akiva is coming. And he stops his students and he says to them a famous word. He says, let's see if I get it right. Shalachem shali. What is yours is mine. All the Torah that you have, my 24,000 students, it's from me. The shali, shalom. And everything that I have comes from her. So as the story goes, she had tremendous self-sacrifice, 24 years of her married life given up so that Akiva could continue to learn. And the lesson is that whatever the students have belongs to Akiva, whatever Akiva has belongs to Rachel. This story is beautiful, but almost certainly apocryphal. The premier biographies of Akiva say it was maybe something like 3 years. This would be highly unusual for a whole host of reasons. Nevertheless, the idea that's present in that sentence is so profound, and I think very true of a large trend in Jewish history, specifically the bifurcated nature of gender roles, where women are primarily located in the private sphere, typically taking care of the home fires. Husbands are off in the sphere, typically engaged in large-scale learning with groups, perhaps in the political sphere. And this has been reified and approved and over many, many generations. We'll see that there are a lot of challenges to this particular model, particularly in the 19th and 20th century. But our goal in this class is to look at the roots of this phenomenon, to understand how it played out over the century, and to get a better sense of the role of women in ancient Israel. Specifically, what I'd like to do is I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the political economic context of the Jews at this period in the first and early second century. And then I'd like to move to the biographies of Rachel and Akiva. They're dual biographies, very hard to separate them, but we'll focus specifically on Rachel. And then finally, which will take probably most of the lecture, we'll go to talk about women in ancient Israel as a whole. And that's really the point of the lecture. Rachel is an excuse to talk about the women in ancient Israel. Okay, so why don't we start with the political context. I call this lecture Rachel, wife of Akiva. We're lucky we even know her first name. Quite often, the famous wives of rabbis are known only in association with their husbands, sometimes their fathers or their sons. We'll speak a few weeks later about the wise mother of Abaye, for example, that we always know her only because he called her Ima, so we know Ima Shel Abaye, and that's it. In this case, however, we do know Rachel because from a very significant, know her dates, but we can assume probably broadly similar to Akiva's. His dates are circa 40 of the Common Era through 137 of the Common Era. What that means is he lived through perhaps the tumultuous era in Jewish history, specifically the First Roman-Jewish War, which ended in the destruction of the First Temple in approximately the year 70. Incredible spiritual ferment of that time that gave birth to the early Christian movement, that nurtured the early Pharisaic movement, or matured the Pharisaic movement, the Essenes, many other groups who were born during this period. And then there was kind of an aftershock to Akiva's life, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was a result of the Hadrianic persecutions. Hadrian over here. This is one of the Roman emperors who decided that the only way to deal with the Jewish problem was to once and for all completely wipe out all of the rituals that made the Jews distinct. So the specific kinds of practices that he targeted included, for example, banning of circumcision, something which has perennial right up until really the last few years, last few months. There's been some controversy in Germany over this. Circumcision was viewed in the ancient world as a very clannish kind of ritual that the Jews used to separate themselves from non-Jews, because the only way you could really be a part of the club, as a male at any rate, was to go through this ordeal, and it was a way of, keeping the borders of the population integral. Another example that Hadrianic, so circumcision was completely proscribed, and people who were engaging in it were put to death. Similarly, observance of Shabbat was forbidden, because this is something the Romans and the Greeks also did not do. They only observed days that were, of course, birthdays, or to the various movements of the stars and so on. The teaching of Torah in public, one of the most serious decrees against the Jewish people. Much of what we'll be reading on Yom Kippur, the Eila Esara Ruge Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state, refer to the Hadrianic persecutions, specifically people who had the gall to teach Torah on YouTube. So that was a joke. Thank you, Aaron. I got it. But the gall to teach Torah publicly, they were put to death, horrible and horrific ways to try and dissuade from learning Torah. Akiva, of course, is one of the Asara Ruge Malchus. He died an absolutely terrible death, which actually I'm putting in the lecture, but I might as well mention because it makes sense. Akiva was to death skin was flayed his body with iron combs. And the famous is that he recited as he was dying, proclaimed to his students his life. He had wondered what it meant to love God with all your soul, with all your might, with all your soul, even if God takes your soul. But it is really the essential example of the Adrianic persecution in his personal life. He signed on with the Bar Kokhba rebellion, a strange movement that was known as the Second Roman Jewish War, in which a group of neo-messianists following an individual named Kokhba tried to quixotic attempt to overthrow the war. It was a complete failure, and Akiva died shortly thereafter. So this is political context the Jews are living. Their sovereignty was impugned heavily by the Romans already for the Common Era. When we come back after the holidays, we'll talk about the Herodian age. We'll go back a little bit in time, but basically we had sort of a puppet state in place for a while. Around the year 70, that's completely destroyed. The temple is destroyed. A large part of the population is exiled. I want to say one other thing, and I completely forgot what I was going to say. I think that's happening more and more often lately. Just wait. Thank you. I forgot what I was going to say. But so they lost the political status. Oh, and at this point, that's right. Now, even the city of Jerusalem is renamed Isla Capitolina. Right? They want to try and create a non-Jewish identity for Jerusalem itself. The Romans start referring to Israel or Judah as Palestine. They want to try and, in a kind of humane way, name it after the Philistines, who are Jews' traditional enemy. And so they, all of these things, it's such a terrible time politically for the Jews. Israel is at its lowest ebb, and we need a leader to try and take us forward. Akiva, in many ways, takes that position. The context, interestingly enough, is one of great ferment and positive change in many ways. Specifically, in the context of this, tremendous assault on Jewish power and sovereignty, the Perushim, or the Pharisees, we spoke about them, and by the way, I got quite a few comments on YouTube about what I said about Pharisees, but there's some people, for example, who really like Pharisees, and they thought it was too hard on them. But at any rate, the Pharisees, under Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, they adopt a political strategy of how to deal with this new reality by essentially separating the Roman entirely, and a pacifistic stance would be Rome, which turned to be ultimately very successful, and that's why we're still sitting here in this room talking about the Pharisees, because they adopted that political orientation. There were Jews who were trying to fight off the Roman yoke, which was just a thing. It was impossible to succeed. Do you remember the TV show? It was the Bugs Bunny show, I think, where there was this alien with a kind of a Roman mold, and the alien had this ray gun, but he was about 3 feet tall. Actually, that's what I think of always when I think of the zealots in this period, the Jews trying to fight off the Roman Empire, which stretches from Scotland all the way around the Mediterranean basin out to Bactria, way out in Afghanistan. And here are the Jews thinking about their little parking lot of territory, and the Romans, the zealots, were an extremely dangerous group, and they were also extremely dangerous to other Jews. They were engaged in assassination of rival Jews who did not feel as they did vis-a-vis the Roman Empire. Then you have the Tzdukim, the Sadducees, who had for about a century now completely sold out to the Romans in exchange for the cultic rights. In exchange for control of the temple, they essentially said, you know what, this is the way it's going to be. Let's make peace with the Romans. We'll exchange with them. We'll have our own in the temple. And they had a considerable amount of material sway, wealth, and power because of their association with the Romans. But they were not on the winning side of history, because when the cult of the temple was destroyed, then there was no reason for the Sadducees to exist either. The only group that made it through this time, turned out to be heroes, were the Perushim, so-called those who separate. The Ferosh means to
draw away, because they drew away from all these other Jewish movements. They said, we're not going to get involved with the state. We're not going to get involved with the temple anymore. We're going to separate even from the temple, and we're going to maintain our own status. Yochanan Kai, in a very famous moment, struck a deal with the Romans by smuggling himself out of Jerusalem, literally in a casket, in a coffin, because that was the only way the rival Jewish groups would allow him to leave, pretend that he was dead. And even then, when they pretended he was dead, they still stuck metal poles in the casket to try to see if he really was dead. Luckily, he survived. And he went and he said, listen, the only thing I want is the town of Yavne and its sages. Tamli Yavne v'chachameha. Give me the city of Yavne and the sages, and we'll just sit there and we will learn, and we'll continue our studies of the Jewish religion and so on. This small city of Yavne, close to Tiberia, modern Tiberias, was where modern Jewish culture was essentially forged. And these rabbis got together, and in a kind of like a tahara bubble, a bubble of purity, where they were not involved primarily in the huge storms that were going on. They just focused on the Mesorah, on the tradition, working on the Mishnah, which would later become the Talmud, and the central intellectual focus of Judaism. Their main achievement in Yavne was the writing of the Mishnah, which was codified by Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi. The tradition is that Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was born on the day that Rabbi Akiva died in the year 137. So that's kind of like a really important things that are going on religiously for the Jews at this time. Can I take any questions? Yes, please.
Well, they thought the Romans did not allow them to practice their religion more, so how would they allow this in Yavne?
So Yavne is still earlier. It's around the First Roman-Jewish War. When you get to the Hadrianic persecution, you're absolutely right. That's when Yavne is under threat. But by that time, they've had about 60 years to try and cement the ways in which the Mesorah is handed over, and they were quite successful at it. They were able to establish, by the way, like under extremely difficult circumstances, they created the first universal public school system in the world. Yoshua ben Gamla, they created something that Akiva himself was not able to take advantage of, but it was a universal school system. We don't know how effective it was, but nevertheless, there are records that, in fact, that was one of the decrees he made, that up until he lived, he was one of the last of the authorities associated with the temple. He was later assassinated 3 years after he began his rule. That's what happens when you try and lower the cost of day schools. Someone's going to kill you. But I don't know why I say things like that. It's on YouTube. Anybody could be watching this. Principles that I pay you. Right, yes.
Geographically, what are the oppositions of
Yeah, I don't know if is modern either. There's two possibilities then. Either I'm wrong or Yavne is international, but I'm pretty sure it's. I'll look it up, and you'll see on the video a little there. By the way, I got it wrong. Okay, but we'll see soon enough. Okay, let's look at the economic context for a few minutes. There is a huge divergence in class in Israel. The wealth distribution is very much skewed towards, so to speak, a kind of 1%. Specifically, the Sadducees in particular have a large amount of the wealth, and they tend to be concentrated in the urban areas like Jerusalem. Outside of Jerusalem, there's widespread poverty and widespread ignorance of the law, ignorance of the Jewish tradition altogether. This goes together with access to education. Where there is poverty, there tends to be very little education because, especially when you're in a rural economy where there's so much time-consuming labor in the fields, in food preparation, things like that, they just don't have the wherewithal to free up children of primary school age from these tasks that maintaining the home. This is when you have the phrase and the phenomenon Am Haaretz. The phrase means the people of the land, which perhaps in the biblical times you see the reference to Am Haaretz every now and then
in Tanakh, and it's not pejorative. It's like a farmer, right? I believe Abraham bends down, he bows down to the ours. I can't remember exactly the phrase. I'll have to look it up. But it acquires a distinctly negative tone by the time you get to the first millennium. At this time, Horace, then and now, is now synonymous with ignoramus. To be a person of the land means to be unlearned, to be unlettered. And that's a kind of a prejudice that's pertained in Jewish culture all the way through the modern period. The Jews have historically been very poor at farming since they left Israel. There has been a marked small professions, things like that, and only with the reestablishment of the idea of Jews as farmers began to resume. And in this context, we understand a little bit more about Akiva himself. Can we pause for arguments, discussions? No? Okay. All right. So, story of Rachel and Akiva. Unfortunately, it's very romantic, but we only have a handful of stories about them, and they are kind of like mythic stories of great power. Not myth necessarily in the sense of untruth, but myth in the sense of great value that are instructive for our tradition. It was a star-crossed lovers match that was ill for the beginning. Rachel was the daughter of Kalba Savua, and in Israel of the time. Akiva, son of Yosef, was an unlettered shepherd who worked for Kalba Savua. So Rachel met this young man, and you can imagine it. She's the wealthiest, her father, three wealthiest men in Israel, got all this money, and she is, here, life of luxury, but she thinks he's bright and and she's attracted to him. The feeling is mutual. However, he has absolutely no learning whatsoever, and not only tremendous antipathy to the Solid Sages. He says at one point that youth, if he saw a scholar, he wanted to bite him like a donkey. So angry with them. And when you think about the connection of education and wealth and privilege, and here is Akiva struggling in tremendous poverty, he sees the Talmidei Chachamim as, hypocrites who walk around in fancy robes and have plenty of good food, but they have no sense of what reality is like for the average Jew. So he had a tremendous hostility to these sages. Nevertheless, very much against Kalba Savua's will, as you can imagine, Rachel marries Akiva on the condition that he learn Torah. It's really against the idea. At first, he is so deeply attracted to Rachel that he, in fact, goes along with her demand and promises that he will, in fact, study Torah. So he begins at first by going to night classes. Not a very successful attempt. He goes to work in the fields all day long, and he comes back at night. He goes to the and he keeps falling asleep in shul. Which one is it? He starts falling asleep. He just can't keep his eyes open, and ultimately he drops out. What can he do? He just can't keep up with these classes. Wake up before dawn and go out in the fields and supervise the sheep and things like that. Kalba Savua, it's not exactly clear whether he cut Rachel off or if she became alienated with him, but she joined Akiva in a life of great poverty. At one point, she even sold her reportedly beautiful long hair to put food on the table. Later, Akiva would say to her that, one day, Rachel, I promise you, find a way to buy you a Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, which was apparently a kind of an ornament, very popular. It was either some large medallion or it may have been a tiara that had a golden image of the city of Jerusalem, the skyline. Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, Jerusalem of gold. And she would say, yeah. And then later on, when he was, the head of a and very wealthy, so on, and he bought her, then as the proverb went, women would say to their husbands, how would it go? No, I think the thing of the story goes, would say to the husbands, when are you going to buy me a Yerushalayim Shel Zahav? And the husband would say back, when you sell your hair like Rachel sold hers, when you lived up to that kind of level of poverty. Those things are probably things that are added on later. It's kind of, she endured tremendous poverty. And nothing much changed. Akiva could not live up to early years of marriage. Like, she had made a colossal mistake. But luckily, it turned out when she gave birth to a son, and Akiva began to get involved in his son's education. When he was about 5 or 6 years old, so you can imagine they're married now for 5 or 6 years, that Akiva started to get involved in the education. As the story says, that he would go to he would essentially do carpool, take his kid to carpool. This year, I have 6 kids in 6 different schools, 6 different carpools. It's totally insane how we manage it. Anyways, he would go with his son to carpool, take him to school, and he would sit there, a beautiful image, where his son would take a hold of one end of the writing tablet, he would take a hold of the other end of the writing tablet, and they would together sound out the letters as he developed literacy. Don't forget, this is a man who's clearly 40 years old, who is now beginning to be literate for the first time in his life, and he's learning it with his 6-year-old. Obviously, he made tremendous progress when he was learning in the morning, not at night, and I think it's a pause just for a second to reflect on, I wonder how many of us also began our Jewish education when we realized the importance of giving children a Jewish education. And how many of us also started getting ourselves interested when, we started pitching in with our children. Anyhow, he made leaps and strides, and all of a sudden he was recognized as a person of some learning. He learned with tremendous facility in a remarkably short period of time until he was recognized as quite a teacher. Now, Rachel's sacrifice is really illustrative of a larger phenomenon of the role of women in ancient Israel, and one would argue perhaps even medieval and modern Israel today. Note that the dedication to Torah study did not come initially from Akiva. We have all these great stories about Rabbi Akiva, what he taught, what he did, how he sacrificed, but ultimately it really came down to what Rachel wanted. Rachel was the one who insisted from the beginning that he should be the one to learn Torah. So perhaps one of the strongest elements we see in this story is that Rachel is the pillar, the foundation of this tremendous edifice of scholarship. She was the one also who had the insight into Akiva's potential. Were it not for her vision of what he could become, then he certainly would not have gotten anywhere. It was really up to her to unleash that potential, to nurture it, and this was something that took a tremendous amount of effort and change. And she did this through her own personal self-sacrifice. She left a home of tremendous wealth and comfort to live the life of a shepherd's wife, to the point where she was selling her hair to be able to put food on the table. Living so in great isolation, if we understand the story of Akiva's departure to learn with the sages far away for 24 years, again, that's probably an extreme statement, but 3 years is easily imaginable, and 3 years is also a tremendous price to pay for the cost of these goods. So it all comes down really to sacrifice. So let's, I'll pause once again. I don't have any questions before we go to the larger topic of women in the ancient period.
It's just that I was thinking that the women did not allow Jewish education. This is what the communists did. And they managed to eradicate Jews. Once you're not allowed to do the same as
It's an excellent observation. I think one of the main distinctions that if you compare, I mean, really in many ways apples and oranges, but the Romans had a head-on, blunt force kind of approach. Kill anybody who does this. And that was not successful. The Soviets had a far more sophisticated approach of co-opting the Jews themselves. Most of the people who implemented Soviet policy and Jews were themselves, fairly educated Jews, including Simon Dimenstein, who was actually a rabbi before 1917, became the head of the Sektia, the Jewish section that implemented. So what the Soviets did is they were able to kind of transvalue a Judaism devoid of God and say, hey, look, you don't have to do it this way, the way you've always done it. Instead of saying, let's say Moses, say Stalin. And they were able to put something in its place to fill that gap. And that's ultimately far more dangerous. Substitutes are dangerous. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Yes, that's exactly what I want you to do too. I totally feel like Alba Savua. She essentially, she's 16 years old in Hora, and she's saying, wouldn't it make more sense for Rothschild to stay at home and send Akiva out to marry him, to learn, and once he's learned it, then they get married? Right? Absolutely, 100%. You are fantastic, and he may. Okay. You're exactly right. But nevertheless, she had the vision. She would have had to wait 24 years. Yeah, that's right. And who knows what would have been by then. It's true. But you're right. And in fact, this is a debate in the Talmud between Rabbi Yochanan and I believe Reish Lakish over whether a man, it actually goes right through Maimonides and other poskim, whether a man, again, really based on the idea that the husband is the primary breadwinner, should a man have a career first and a profession and then get married? Or should a man get married first and he'll find a way to make a living? And yeah, that's one of the obligations a father has, is to teach his son how to trade, because otherwise he's not going to get married. But it's a debate that's ongoing, dynamic debate. Obviously, Rothschild did not hold like the Ram and said, no, get married first, trade later. Okay, excellent question. And we'll talk more about this at home. All right, so now, larger observation about women in ancient Israel. 2 spheres. You see this in a lot of Western cultures in particular. To a certain degree, it's prominent in Asian culture, less so in many African cultures. But it is a typical Judeo-Christian idea that you have 2 spheres, the public sphere and the private sphere. The private, that of the home in particular, perhaps the school, within the 4 walls, anonymity, a greater degree of passivity. These are reserved for women, considered the proper domain of women. In some more repressive cultures, women are forced into these roles. In others, it's something that's a deal that women are encouraged to occupy. In Judaism and Jewish culture, we'll see it's a mixture of both. One concept is this idea that's a pasuk in Tehillim, Bat Melech Pnima. The glory of the princess is within, is protected and not seen to the outside world. That is her glory. Compared to the Torah scroll, the Torah is also a feminine noun. The Torah scroll is protected in a mantle inside with a curtain in front. That's kind of one model of a feminine ideal. At the same time, ironically, we have this concept of the Eshet Chayil. So if someone will give me an actual Eshet Chayil prayer from Proverbs Friday night, woman of valor. Okay, very good. That's kind of like your 1917 JPS translation. But the word Eshet is like Isha, right? The slichut, so it's the word Isha. What does the word Chayal mean in modern soldier? It means soldier woman. Eshet Chayil is a warrior woman. Very different from Kokudat Melech Pnima, you would think, because she is a soldier who fights at home, isn't going to fight much of a war. The soldier has to go out and has to conquer. And in fact, if you read Eshet Chayil, just in English, straight through, you'll see she's doing a lot of things that are not in the house. I mean, she's out there, she's sizing up a field and she's buying it. She's supervising her employees. She's managing some kind of import-export trade, or ships are going out and things like that. And meanwhile, what's her husband doing? He's sitting in the gates, and everybody knows him, and that's it. So it's kind of like an inversion of the Kol Huda Melech Pnima. And of course, it is sung every Friday night as a, on one level, is to the woman who prepared the meal. So these two kind of polar opposites are in dynamic tension with each other throughout much of Jewish history, where we have Jewish heroines who have a tremendously high degree of tzniut. Translate that term literally, hiddenness, right? And their hiddenness will be valued. And on the other hand, you have women who are like Devorah, who are, going out to war, like Esther out there in foreign politics. I mean, the really very activist women at the same time. Yes, Mr. Perkins.
It's an echo of the general dichotomy of Jewish people operate on.
Right, Mamlechet. Yeah, should we be a Mamlechet Kohen, meaning a kingdom of priests, like meaning like inside, insular, or Lagoyim, light to the nations? I think that's very true. And to your point further, much of the Kabbalistic literature in particular, the Jewish people is invariably described in the feminine. The Knesset Yisrael is understood as the feminine aspect, God would be the masculine aspect, and we take on both of these roles. At any rate, these models are, this is a tension that goes throughout the entire corpus of Jewish history. And there's one slide, just for fun, I wasn't sure which image to use, so I just wanted to make sure you saw it there. Okay, we're going to skip past that, right? Oh, yeah. Rosie the Riveter, right? Famous in the 40s, American propaganda promoting women activism. Right, there you go. Okay, we're just skipping that. Okay. Now, see, I put that on YouTube. You realize that there's someone out there who's going to send me lots of nasty mail because I put that out there. It was very brief. Maybe I'll edit it out. Okay. Now, theoretically, of the literature, women are defined through men, either through association with their husband, even Eshet Akila. We see this in a lot of cultures. The word Isha, interestingly enough, in Hebrew can mean either wife or woman. They are synonymous terms. When I thought about this in one article, and I thought, that's an interesting point, but then with the exception of English, most languages have that, right? In it's femme can be woman, and in German it's Frau, which would mean wife or woman. Maybe you make a distinction between madame and adult woman. The term adult woman and the term for adult are synonymous. That is also true. You say, this is my man. It means my husband. So I'm not sure how really valid the point is, but I put it there anyways. Women historically are identified and valued through their connection to their father or their husband or their adult sons. They rarely have status as individuals separate from men. This is not at all the case with various heroes who are typically understood to be married. Their marriage is kind of very incidental to whatever else it is they're doing in our literature. This may not be very surprising because, after all, who controls the literature that we're talking about? It's primarily men, overwhelmingly men. And so since men write the stories, it means that many of women's voices throughout history are unfortunately submerged. And they only really come to the fore when they are truly exceptional, as Rachel or perhaps Bruria. That's when we hear a lot more about them. So working with the sources we have, it's very difficult to kind of perform literary and historical archaeology and resurrect what it is that women did. We also see there is what my grandmother Shaman called the hoo-ha disparity. If you look at life cycle events, there's no question that women get far less hoo-ha throughout the cycle than men do. For men, you have the Shalom Zachar, maybe the bris, the Pidyon Haben, the bar mitzvah, right? The $30,000 birthday party for a 13-year-old. It just goes on and on. Bat mitzvah doesn't become a phenomenal century, and even then it tends to be more subdued. Women, of course, have ceremony, which is their attachment to a male, and that's a big hoo-ha. But I think if you were to weigh all the hoo-has on two sides of a scale, you'd see the male hoo-ha side is definitely heavier. Also connect this with a very basic economic reality for most of Jewish history, really up until about the 19th century. A marriage was contracted, the wife moved into her husband's home, contributed to the economy of her husband's extended family. It was not the other way around. Very rarely did you have a man in wife's home with wife's extended family. So the saying, you're not losing a son, you're gaining a daughter-in-law is very true. But you could not say you're not losing a daughter, you're gaining a son-in-law, that would not be true. So when families had daughters, there was a certain amount of certain amount of less enthusiasm, because there was a realization that you put all this investment and energy, and time she's 12 or 13, you marry her off, and she's gone. And maybe you'll see her on holiday, maybe you'll have grandchildren from time to time, but that is essentially going to represent a net loss to your family economically. Whereas if you have a son, then ultimately you say, all right, within whatever 15 years, once married, that's going to bring another son into our household, bring hopefully grandchildren in the family. Here, where we can see them, it's a very different feeling. Okay. Marriage, of course, that moment when, as it were, historically, be transferred from the domain of her father to the domain of her husband. But I don't want to overemphasize this point, because particularly if you compare Judaism with contemporaneous cultures, Jewish women have a pretty high degree of personal autonomy. The right to own property, which should not be taken for granted in the ancient world, was certainly that of a woman's. The right to, demand compensation for property she brings to the marriage, for example, if her husband abuses that property. Of course, the right for her personal safety. The rabbis recognize the concept even of marital rape, which is something that, we would have even debates over. In the 20th century, it was an absolutely foregone conclusion that there is such a crime, even to the ancient rabbis. So women really have a high degree of autonomy compared to societies. At the same time, there are significant legal disabilities that women labored under that are present even to our times, particularly when you look at divorce law. Last year we spoke about the takana, which was an attempt to address some of these things, but nevertheless women lived in many ways as second-class citizens. If you compare them with other societies, they're doing much better, but nevertheless there is a disparity between men and women in this traditional society. About what kind of economic activity they were engaged in. Archaeological studies say some interesting things about Jews at this time. Apparently, about half of their caloric intake was based on grains, cereal products of one form or another, which sounds a lot, by the way, like my house. My circular, they can eat like a box of cereal each every 15 or 20 minutes. It's incredible how much cereal, like the non-sugared Cheerios. Elisa, how fast can they go through a box of those public cereals? You can't even put them on the shelf. It's just gone. So they're obviously, good Jewish stuff. But when you think about what that means, it's not like obviously today where you go to Publix and you buy a box of cereal. Here, there's a phenomenal amount of work involved in producing that cereal. Let's say the husbands typically would be the ones out in the field, so the women also were doing quite a bit of foraging work as well. But let's say the husbands are out doing the harvest. They bring back the grain on the stalk. It has to be threshed. The kernels have to be separated from the stalk. The kernels have to then be winnowed, where you throw them up in the air and you get rid of the chaff and you bring down the actual kernel. And then the most time-consuming thing of all, you've got to grind it. As this picture of a woman here is doing, which basically they would use 2 millstones, and you can have personal pride grinders about the size. You sit down on the ground, you put it between your legs, you put the grain, you lift up 1 millstone, you put the grain in between,
and then you spin it around and use the weight of this massive millstone to crush it up again. You dust it off, that's your flour. You only make a tiny amount with every few rotations of this huge millstone, and it takes hours and hours and hours to prepare this flour that will then get into your daily bread. So the amount of time that women spend in food preparation alone is overwhelming by modern sensibilities. Archaeological studies have shown that women, that these things are all found in large communal areas. So you assume that women would get together and spend hours together doing this communal labor of grinding their wheat. And from this, we can infer something that we see peeking through every now and then in the literature, where women develop a kind of a parallel culture, which runs alongside male, but develops a whole different set of values and traditions and prayers, liturgies, and so on. For example, one of the things that's being unearthed in the last year are these beautiful prayers for women, many times composed by women. They're called techinot, and there are a few very nice English translations that are available today. And these are prayers which you will not see in any standard siddur, but they are things like prayers for successful conception, prayers for successful first trimester, second trimester, third trimester, for menopause, prayers for kinds of things associated with women. Actually, the men say the prayers for menopause because they're the ones who have to deal with it in many ways. So I'm definitely going to rewind that. That's for sure. But there's these all kinds of women's prayers that have existed for who knows how many centuries, and every now and then you just get a little glimpse of totally separate women's culture that we hardly know anything about. Okay. The ones that we have today, most of the collections are the 19th century. And we can attribute a lot of them to specific rabbis. In particular, we're very good at calling them. They tend to be written in Yiddish, because that would be the San Orena would have some of them interspersed within. The one that's well known, that is in many stores, is Gop from Avram. That's for Havdalah. That's a very popular one. But if you look, there's a couple of nice translations of collections. One that I bought for my wife recently. I forgot the title of it. It's published by Feldheim. Aneni is another nice collection that's been around for about 5 years. Chava Weissler is a scholar at some Midwestern age. She's probably the preeminent person who knows about Techinot.
The reason for Sweden is something else. Because they weren't allowed to take study in Shivot. Mm-hmm. So they know only Yiddish. So the davening was in Yiddish. We, the men, we learn, so we learn in English.
Yeah.
Okay? This is the
reason knows what they would speak. Absolutely. Okay. So, in terms of intellectual freedom for women, because as I mentioned earlier, economic activity and intellectual activity tend to be correlated. Once you have a gathering of disposable income, then you can look to the possibility of creating a school or a learning environment, things like that. So women had far more limited access to formal learning than men, but that statement's misleading because it says a lot more about class than about gender. The truth is, the real story is that the vast majority of men were illiterate. The vast majority of men did not have access to learning. So focusing on the fact that women did not have really misses the larger picture of the time. Women did have considerable access if they were in the wealthier class. This is before formal yeshivot and things like that were established. It was only later in the medieval you begin to see really strong distinctions made between girls and boys in their studying, not so much in the ancient world. We know that women were very active in a whole host of professions. Reading the Tanakh in particular, you see women who are active as, for example, professional mourners. Like if someone died, you would hire professional mourners to come to the graves, and women were especially good at. You have female prophets.
We had a few exceptions, like a few exceptional women, like Dvorah, the Shofet, Dvorah, the judge. But I'm saying, like average women, you would see women. The idea of an Isha Chachama, of a wise woman. People would consult the Isha Koa, for example, and Shmuel we learned about. There's all kinds of things where people would go to wise women. So there are women who were regarded as being repositories of knowledge, and it was not considered really bizarre in the context of the Tanakh that someone would touch a woman. Sometimes they tended to master wisdom that may have been, let's say, not exactly approved wisdom, such as the witch of Endor. Women were associated heavily with witchcraft. What exactly witchcraft means in this context is difficult to understand. Certainly with that passage in Joel where she performed a seance to bring back the prophet Samuel, that was probably straight up witchcraft. But in many cases, witchcraft may have been something like, someone who was a traditional healer with herbs, perhaps a midwife with somewhat unorthodox methods, things like that. These things were also associated with women at the time. We also see women in various professions as well, engaged in silversmithy and so on. So really we have a whole gamut in the ancient world of women involved in lots of different activities. What Carol Meyer says about this is that it would be misleading to speak of a patriarchy in ancient Israel. She prefers the term heterarchy from the idea of being two different, or at least multiple different sources of power. This makes sense when you think about the idea of a women's spirituality existing in a parallel form to the later reified and codified men's spirituality. And to me, that seems like a very fair analysis of the status of women in the ancient world. So to come back to Rachel, the name, of course, Rachel means lamb or ewe, and what goes around comes around. Rachel gave birth to a young girl, and as she grew up, she was attracted to Shimon ben Azai. Akiva, her father, was about Shimon ben Azai, and he didn't want her to marry him. But she went and married him instead. And she married him anyways. And when Akiva heard that his daughter had gone and married someone that he didn't approve of, he had this famous statement, Rachel acha Rachel, a lamb follows a lamb, meaning just like your mother went and married me, when her father died, so of course it stands to reason you would marry someone even though I didn't approve. So it kind of, what goes around comes around. But in this context, I want to close by mentioning about Akiva's daughter, that I think says a lot about her, about Akiva, about particular. And the story is a beautiful one. It's in a tremendously complex and beautiful Gemara. It's Daf Kuf Nun Vav in Masechet Shabbat, which deals with the question of Yesh Zal Yisrael or Ein Zal Yisrael. Jews bound the power of the constellation or not? The Jewish people somehow did too the horoscopes. In other words, like if you're born as, say, I don't know, a Sagittarius and something bad will happen to you. Does that apply to Jews or not? The discussion about non-Jews is outside the scope of this conversation. Okay? The rabbis are going back and forth through this story, and they're saying, you know what? Mazal Israel. Yeah, Jews are bound by astrology, everybody else. So it shows that a Chozeh Kochavim, stargazer, tells Rabbi Akiva, I'm sorry, Akiva, I have some bad news for you. Daughter is going to die on her wedding day. Akiva says, are you sure you didn't mean her husband? No, it's her daughter. I made that part up. Okay. So he tells him, Akiva, your daughter's going to die on her wedding day. Akiva doesn't know what to do. He goes ahead with the wedding. He doesn't try to stop the wedding at all. And the wedding goes fine. The next morning, Akiva's daughter goes to the wall of the kitchen, and she retrieves her brooch. She had a big pin, and she put it in a chink in the stone wall, and she pulled it out, and she saw that it was attached to a large
poisonous snake. And the snake was impaled on the pin of, which I should have told you, the Jose Bakochavim, the stargazer, told Akiva, your daughter will be bitten by a snake, even. Like, really specifically, that's what's going to happen. If I remember correctly. Maybe I don't. At any rate, so Akiva says, what happened? How did you do? How did this story happen? She says, I don't know. But last night, during the wedding celebration, everyone was having a great time. Everyone was happy and celebrating. And I heard there was a knock at the kitchen door. And everyone was so busy with the party, I went to see who it was. And it was a poor person who had come to the door. And there was no one else to help him. So, I took off my brooch and put it in the, I put together some food. And then I gave a party. So, in other words, her act of purpose, it was her wedding day. She could easily have passed it up and said, take care of it. But she personally took care of this poor person. And it was her that changed her mazal, that was able to alter the fact that she would have been bitten by the snake, but it saved her. And Rabbi Akiva said, here we see this idea of tzedakah tatzil mimavet, that charity saves from death, and actually saved his own daughter. So in this context, I hope that this lecture has been useful and enlightening to you in some way, and I really appreciate your attention. We will resume after the holidays on October 17th. Please check your calendars. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
And Marav ended a little late, so it's just hard to get everything set for the time. And in my haste, tonight is, of course, the last class of the semester. God willing.
You're gonna miss it.
Thank you. God willing. We have a couple of plans. We have, sort of. We have, coming up for Shavuos night, we're going to have an all-night program here at the shul, of course. There are a couple of options. One option is there's going to be great speakers all night. I'm starting off at midnight with a lecture on the Piaseczna Rabbi, rather amazing individual who led a Hasidic group in the Warsaw Ghetto throughout the entire Nazi occupation. His name is Kalonimus Kalmas Shapiro. He was the Rebbe of a little town called Piaseczna, about 14 kilometers out of Warsaw. And he wrote through the entire Shoah, and he buried his writings underground before he was killed. And they were discovered in 1952 by a Polish construction worker, and they have since been published under the title Eish Chodesh. So I'll be speaking about what he had to say during the Holocaust at midnight, God willing, on Shavuos night. That will be a week from Saturday night, I think. Excellent. And then there'll be speakers all night. And for those of you who are interested, I'll have a chabura in the back, just friends that I learned with. We're going to go through the 11th chapter of Mesilat Yesharim, the chapter on Nekiyut. It's going to be a fascinating night of learning.
What time will be about the lecture?
Midnight. Midnight B'diyuk. So that's one summer semester, sort of. And the other summer semester that I'm kind of toying with is maybe during the 3 weeks, we might do a couple of lectures on the Holocaust or on the history of anti-Semitism. But God willing, we will return with this program in the fall. I'm pleased to tell you that it seems to have been a great success. The response from the course is really high, and I hope you'll fill these out so we can improve for next fall. And it's right next to you. Perfect. The videos have been amazingly popular. We have a neighborhood of, I think, 6,000 people have viewed them worldwide. Yeah, I got a new person in the Philippines. There are now 24 people in the Philippines who follow this. 4 in Turkey, only 2 in Russia. Yeah, but it's hey, Mayor, go into another room. I can't think properly. Okay. I don't actually. The map doesn't go that detailed, but I imagine it's probably Istanbul. Yeah, because I have some friends that think 4. Okay. Right. Now, So tonight's topic, a fascinating, powerful topic. We're going to talk about Hannah Senesh. More amazing stories coming out of the Holocaust. Not ending, but at the same time a heroic, and it will give us an opportunity to discuss the Holocaust, which is such a colossal in 20th century Jewish history. I wish we had more time to go on past the Holocaust. Perhaps next spring, when we go over this period of history, and we'll extend it further, 1967 war and further. But today we're going to concentrate on Hannah Senesh. And before we get to the Holocaust, I should try to say at least a joke before we go in, because it'll be hard jokes afterwards. So, no, I only know 14 jokes, and out of them a long time ago, so I have to recycle them.
Not yet.
Baruch Hashem. I'm sure I told it to you, but thank God you will forget it. So the joke goes like this. It's a true joke that I actually heard when I was studying for my dissertation in Kiev. At the time, it was at the collapse of communism, and President Gorbachev was trying very hard to crack down on alcoholism in Soviet society. It was running rampant. People were drinking vodka, whiskey, and especially this homemade moonshine called horilka. No, it was called the samahon. Samahon means self-cooked, and it's like you make it in your bathtub with bathtub gym, and it caused blindness. It was poisonous often. It was causing absences at work and all kinds of things. So Gorbachev went on he actually did go on a big campaign to try and reduce the amount of alcohol consumed in Soviet society. So the joke goes like this. Gorbachev gets a junket of journalists, puts them into a big Soviet Aeroflot plane, and he flies them all to a factory in Siberia to talk to average Russian workers, Tovarichi, about drinking and how dangerous it is. So the journalists join him onto the factory floor, and they go, there's all kinds of people working and so on. He goes up to the conveyor belt, and there's one guy standing working there, and the journalists are with the president of the Soviet Union, and he says to him, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person can have a drink in the morning and go to work? And Ivan says, oh, Mr. President, yes, I think it's possible. And he looks at the journalist and he says, well, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person can have, let's say, 3 shots of horilka and then go to work in the morning? And he says, no, Mikhail Sergeyevich, yes, I think it's possible. And then he says to him, tell me, honestly, do you think a person could have 10 shots of samahon and still go to work in the morning? He says, you see, I'm working. So the irony of this joke and how it actually fits in a sad way, but nevertheless permit me this kind of flippant connection, that despite the tremendous suffering that the Jewish people went through in the 20th century, you nevertheless see that here we are. We are still working. We are saddened. We are devastated by the loss to all of our families. Nevertheless, the Jewish people, Am Yisrael Chai, Netzach Yisrael Lo Yishaker, the eternity of Israel is not a lie. Amen. So let's look at the life of Hannah Senesh and understand a little bit about the Holocaust. And I want to thank especially tonight's donors, the sponsors, Timur and Clara Feldmar, Norma and Eva Gatti, and an anonymous donor. Thank you very much for making it possible. All these donations go straight to the shul, and they paid for some of the equipment and things like that, so it's really nice to be able to reimburse the shul for using the space and so on. So tonight's talk is about a very young woman. She was only 23 years old when she was martyred at the hands of the Nazis. A Hungarian young woman who was really quite exceptional. And her story is all the more tragic because she so clearly evinced phenomenal potential for the future. In many ways, we know a lot about her. She left behind a diary, and she's kind of like the other side of Anne Frank. Whereas Anne Frank, very young girl and adolescent, see the potential of youth. Hannah Senesh was actually all those things, and yet even greater potential was actualized in her intellectual fervor, in her religious zeal, and her common sense attitude to many things. She could have been a great leader of the Jewish people had she merited the possibility of moving on past her 23rd year. Nevertheless, she did make a phenomenal contribution, and in her own words, referring to other people like my Maimonides, there are some people who are like stars, that even after the stars themselves have been extinguished, right? Any of the stars we see, they're already dead, but nevertheless, the light continues to illuminate our world. She's like one of those stars herself. A brief exposure to this world, the nova that she created, really made a phenomenal impact on Israeli society in particular, and of course the entire Jewish world. Her years are 1920 and 1944. She was a very active young person in the Zionist movement. She left at an early age to go join a kibbutz. She wrote quite a bit of poetry. Some of her poems have become modern Israeli classics, especially Shrei HaGafrur, which is translated, not my favorite translation, but it's so popular it's hard to get away from it. Blessed is the match. And look at that poem towards the end of the hour and see, what it says about Hannah Senesh and her life. And of course, she was a war hero. In a word, she elected to join an elite group of British paratroopers leaving from Yishuv, Israel, Palestine. She paratrooped in behind enemy lines, fought alongside Joseph Tito, the later president of Yugoslavia, when he was a partisan, traded Hungary's borders, hoping to somehow sabotage Nazi efforts there. And she was captured and killed toward the very end of the war. That's her in brief. What I'd like now is basically talk a little bit about her youth up until her aliyah to Israel. And I'd like to step back a little bit and talk about the Holocaust, because, as we often discuss, these lectures are sort of like their biographies, but they're an excuse to speak about the larger trajectories of Jewish history, and come back to discuss the end of her life. Okay, with the early period. Her father, Bela Senesh, was a well-known and popular Hungarian Jewish writer. He was well regarded. His plays were really on by the biggest theaters, and he was actually quite famous already in his 30s. He had made quite a mark in the Hungarian literary world. One morning, he had some strange premonitions of his death. He mentioned to his wife, Catherine, who survived the war and left her memoirs, that he felt that he had accomplished everything he wanted in life, and now he felt that it would be possible that he could actually move. And a few days later, he possibly of an aneurysm, leaving behind his wife and his two children, which I think is a suggestion we shouldn't mention, because it's probably not a good thing to. Don't give anyone any ideas. But here is Hannah on the left with her brother Georgi. She was 6 years old when he passed away. They were assimilated Hungarian Jews, very conscious of their Jewish identity and proud to be Jewish.
Will, how are you?
Remember who else
What's going on, more retro?
Herzl, exactly. We talked about
Nothing much. I was thinking about you.
Very
See if
well.
you're still doing this.
Absolutely. Remind me, more retro, how did we meet?
My name's Holly.
Oh, yeah, okay, say no more. I know, we're transhumanists. Say no more.
Yeah, we met on X.
I remember, absolutely. 100%.
Icky do.
I remember. You were,
Basically.
absolutely. You were working on a project. How did that project go? Or how is it going?
I believe I was very distraught over learning about the history of somebody very dear to me and their actual death and how that worked out. And we were talking about bringing somebody back to life.
Yeah, I absolutely remember.
Using advanced technology, which I think is not feasible, right? That they're probably, the DNA is gone probably anyway.
That's okay.
But yeah.
We can get them back in other ways.
Perhaps. It might be best to let him stay dead, and he might agree pretty by now anyway.
Okay, very well. How things been for you on X?
That account was deleted.
Of course it was. Of course.
And that account was deleted.
No way. Why?
And then I left. I was able to leave Pennsylvania, and now I have to leave here soon.
Okay.
And when I left, I remember being in here talking about the O negative.
Yeah. Oh, completely.
Meeting. Remember that?
100%. You were on a dating
site. That.
Yeah. And how'd that go?
I pursued that actually, and that's why I went to Kansas. And a lot of one has their head up their ass.
Yeah.
And, that's not going to work out.
Right. Okay. Where's the next?
You were probably right.
Oh, I don't know.
Blood type does not necessarily mean, virtue or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, but I definitely understand your willingness and desire to get negative blood, pardon me, and the universal donor, and that's important to you. I get that.
Not as it once was.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's important. I still might do the IF with either the Mormon O negative sperm or the Jewish Cameron O negative sperm. It's either what was it dude? Leo. It's either Leo. I can send you links if you want to look at it.
Okay.
But those are the available at that one bank. So I might still try to pursue that. But before I do that, I need to figure out what to settle down at or do the RV thing. I'm still in transition to a settled church. And what have you been doing? Sitting around here, exciting happening?
Yeah. Well, and I recommend you do this as well. I transitioned. Well, I'm still on X. I've been live, and then you remember I was doing X Twitter's. I call them Twitter Spaces.
And you had video within the little space thing, which I would like you to show me. But I went to go look for you, and it seems like they definitely banned you, but there might be all those little, excess accounts or something.
Sure. No, I've been going since February 14th, every single day, every moment of every day on video. So maybe you didn't have my most recent account, but fortunately they haven't found this one, and I think it's because I didn't tie it to myself. I just made a random name, and then I've just been using X as like a something to preserve the video. So I'm on there right now. I'm Karaoke King 0000, and so you can go back at least on X and watch my life for like 6 months on there, which is a lot for have on X as video. And fortunately, I haven't gotten to me there. I don't know if I told you about this. I may have, but I found a lot of pardon me, pardon me, fortune on a platform. Talked about Blue Sky.
Blue Sky is the original individual who did Twitter.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Jack Dorsey started it.
So that's Bezo. Is it Bezo or Benzo?
Neither. It's Jack Dorsey.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Dorsey, that's right. Okay.
And it's got like.
It's Jack Dorsey, right?
Exactly. It's got like 40 million.
So he made that. It's almost supposed to be the Democrat place, right?
Exactly. But it doesn't have to be. It can be whatever you want it to be. But firstly, they're not going to ban you like X does. They don't have those kind of protocols unless you do what I do, which is create a whole bunch of accounts, which is what I do. And
right.
I've had a lot of fortune doing it. So I've become kind of like a meme on there. And the reason why is I've created bots that like and repost people, and it doesn't spam them with anything. I mean, I guess like a like and a spam, I guess. But I mean, it's positive. And people tweet about me or whatever you want to call Blue Sky about me about 3 or 4 times an hour, which is a lot. I'm like, to get any kind of social media momentum is very difficult. To even get anybody to talk about you, let alone to screenshot what you like your like or retweet. That's been really great. So I've been doing that, and I've got it down to a pretty good science, so to speak. I have done it in a unique fashion. So when I first started doing it, I would just say, "Did you?" I would say like, so the way that I do it is, you get 64 characters for the name, not the username, like the name, the display name. And so I first started with like, "Please join Rabbi's Discord," and then I'd put like the Discord link, and I did that a little bit of traction. But then they started banning like the Discord link I was using, and I could tell that, when you get banned, you start to get a little bit of that. Then you come up with different strategies and such, and started using ones that were funny, and that would get a lot more. Like especially if they were like it depends how, but a lot of the sexually explicit ones were people with crazy. And instead of before,
Okay.
when I would say, "Please join Rabbi's Discord," I would get like maybe people a day screenshotting me. When I make them sexually, I get 3 or 4 people an hour, and it was just like, wow, sex sells.
Okay.
Like I didn't know that this is.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I mean, because it gets people's attention, and it becomes a notification in their phone, and so it makes them laugh. Like, so these.
Give me an example of the provocative sexual name that a rabbi would put on a social media thing.
Yeah, so I mean, this isn't my normal strategy, but you become so.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
It's just funny.
I got a list of them if you want to hear. The ones that I was using. Now, some of them are they're really sexually explicit.
Okay.
Fact of the day.
So it's not like National Geographic. It's
Oh.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it is. But here's the thing: people take screenshots of it because they say it makes them laugh, and then that is like a free post or like free ad for me.
Right.
And
yeah, it's 3 hours amount. Yeah.
Exactly. So I will make them. Again, they're very sexually explicit. And again, this is not my normal way. When I started, it was just literally, I was really, like, "Please join Rabbi's Discord," just like peace is what it said. "Please join Discord for world peace because I am peace. I'm not about duality. I mean, I am. I think it's okay to talk about, and certainly, like, I want to make things less taboo. But just saying, "Please join Rabbi's Discord piece" was not getting me as far as this was. So these are, so I make them as sexually explicit as I basically can. So again, I like even feel embarrassed just reading them, but here we go. "Rabbi tongues clitoral hood like hound dogs eat peanut butter." Fact of the day.
Okay.
Absolutely. Fact of the day: Rabbi chews clit like bubblegum, parentheses, upon request. Because everything, no one wants that. That's
like bubblegum.
like bubblegum.
Okay.
Like, let's be honest, that would be extremely painful, but it puts an image in your head that is like, wow, that is very explicit. FYI.
Like Nicorette.
Exactly. FYI, Rabbi sprays hum inside MILFs like a bombardier beetle. Rabbi provides orgasms at no cost to needy MILFs in your area. Blue Sky Trivia.
Holy shit.
Rabbi is the mastermind behind Gilfs Gone Wild. Rabbi makes you orgasm so hard that you will flood your house. Did you know Rabbi both rates and ranks queefs for charity? Rabbi can lick clit at a distance like chameleons eat insects. Warning: Rabbi will munch your box until your labia callous. Did you know Rabbi chicks like bowling balls? Blue Sky Alert: Rabbi's penile girth causes vaginal canals to widen. Important notice: Rabbi causes MILFs to spray like fire hydrants. Did you know engine piston? Did you know when Rabbi fished you, your vagina's a hand puppet. Fun fact: Rabbi destroys MILF pussy. Fun fact: Rabbi destroys MILF pussy like a jackhammer. Blue sky warning: Rabbi impales MILF pussy like kebab skewers. Fun fact: Rabbi pumps MILF pussy with cum like an oil derrick. Rabbi pounds pussy like a heavyweight boxer punches a speed bag. Flood warning: Rabbi causing MILF leakage, seek high ground. Severe weather alert: Rabbi causing panic dropping, seek shelter. Severe weather warning: Rabbi causing pussy to gut geysers. Rabbi raw dog higher thought patrol. Blue sky fact of the day. Blue sky fact of the day: Rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. Blue sky alert: Rabbi tosses salad like a turbocharged salad spinner. Rabbi once ate so much pussy his jaw had to be wired shut. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like a Gatorade commercial. Rabbi distributes orgasm like an ATM dispenses cash. You get the point. You get.
I do. I get the point.
Yeah, these things are so blatant that, and they make people, because people just.
How much engagement doing that compared to doing the standard clean?
Yeah, I would say it's about 20 times as much engagement.
Okay.
Like a huge.
It is worth it. Even it seems like a bad PR, right?
Absolutely, because it makes people. I guess people. I'm dying. I can't believe put this as their name. And then I get people who are like they're like, that's my rabbi, the pussy rabbi. And I get some people, of course, who are like, why would you post? It's not even posting it. It's the name. So what happens, and the reason, after all of these, I have a Discord link, which gets people in here. And I can tell you, like, when I started this, I had about 1,750 people in here. And I'm over 1,800 now. And a lot of it has to do with these names. In fact, like, I got this one guy in here who was like, what kind of name is this? And I was able to say, I stream my life for world peace. I talk about ending world hunger, ending world thirst. I talk about futurology. I talk about life extension. I talk about mind up and transhumanism. And once you actually get a chance to speak with me, then you're like, oh, okay, this is really cool. So he'll posted me, and I got like 25 people just from one, because he has a really big X account. It does what I need it to do, where it gets people's attention, and then I become a meme, because then everybody knows about me. So it's a small enough. Blue Sky's a small enough platform that they have about 100 moderators, but they don't have AI utilized, so everything has to be manually terminated, or they have to suspend all my accounts manually. And I came up with a really efficient way of creating accounts. So I got about 1,100 accounts that are ready to be right now. Like, just have like a bank. Oh yeah, I've got a bank of them, and I've created for probably about 10,000 of them right now. Normally when you create accounts, it's a lot of work. But what I do, I don't know if you can see, but I've got these like hand device, like smartphones, and what I do is I just have to hit one button on.
Use them like tablets, right?
So all I press one button on them, and I have them pre an account, and then the only thing that I have to do is a CAPTCHA. And so, because there's really no way around automation of a CAPTCHA at this point, and so once I do the CAPTCHA, then it creates an account. It puts it in a spreadsheet that I have, and then I've got these robots that automatically pull from the spreadsheet and populate the information into the site. And then what they do is they upload a profile picture, they put one of these dirty names in there, and then they start liking and retweeting, or whatever you want to call it, repost people's posts. And what it does is it gets in someone's notification. So, like, if you have notifications turned on, it'll send you, like, it'll make noise, which is the best kind of advertising like you could want. Or it'll just like bring up a pop-up notification on your phone, or a post messenger, depending on what your how you have it programmed on your phone, how you have your notifications. Exactly. So a lot of people, it won't to them at all if they just have notification silence. But if they don't, it will be free advertising, and then screenshots of that, and then that to their their page, and they'll be like, "I got blessed by the," and so that's hilarious to me. And then that's free advertising. These people have thousands of people who view their account, and then 1,000 people found out about me because so and so took a screenshot they received. So I've got to say that's been really beneficial. So aside from that, I also got a robot that I created on Kick. I don't know if we've talked about it. Are you familiar with Kick?
Kick. I do know Kick. I have yet to venture there because I figured it was out by now.
Yeah.
Because YouTube and everything, but
right. So
same thing with what's the other thing?
Twitch.
Or some shit, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
They seem to be slowly growing, both of them. Yo, what's going on? How you living, pimp? Zoo, can you hear me? Zoo.
Yeah.
Zoot, how are you? You're what?
I'm poor.
You're not poor, Zoot. Your crypto doing what it was.
I am so fucking poor.
My friend, probably better off than 95% of all people on Earth. So don't consider yourself poor.
Right, what are we doing?
I'm struggling financially as well, if that's any better.
My friend, Morph Retro. This is Zoot. Zoot and I like to play games.
Hi, Zoot.
Excellent.
I think I was in here Holly. I don't know.
That very well could be. Absolutely. If you'd like to play with us, we play app. It's available on the App Store and Google Play. It's free. It's called Plato, Plato, and there are many you can play with us, or that you can just play in general. They have right now online like 35,000 people online. It's a very big app. They have things like Uno and pool and carom and things like mini golf and table soccer and bowling. Miss Aquarius, who's also in here, she and I play bowling before she goes to bed every night, and that's really fun. It's got things like gin rummy and darts and go fish and battleship and chess and checkers, all kinds of stuff like that. So if you'd like to play, feel free to download it. If you just want to listen to it, you're more than welcome to do that as well. Just wanted to give you that invitation.
So you're going to do that now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just listen for now.
Excellent.
I want to hear the rest of, like, your updates about what you've been doing and
yeah,
any monetization and things of that nature.
Pick
your brain a little bit about some Judaism stuff, but yeah.
Sure. I mean,
I'll just watch. Are you going to have it on screen so I can see what y'all doing, or no?
We don't have that ability, but we.
Okay, not yet.
Yeah. But I am. Zoot, what's wrong?
I check my accounts. I'm fucking poor.
Zoot, quit that, man. You'll be fine. You have an invitation. Feel free to accept it.
Why are you struggling financially?
Me? Because my last job was with Apple, working from home as tech support. As I was doing cybersecurity, it was a PSM from university, but it was an online school. And COVID hit, and then any nest egg that I had went towards my now like really evil father. And then I had an issue with that housing, so I went in with a friend. Friend was not really a very, very good friend, and it has ended up to be a hazmat, psychologically disturbing situation. And then I found shelter with a different dude, but I had a car from Pennsylvania to Kansas, and this isn't working out here as well because this individual is a pathological liar, although they seem very, very tight with the military and happy-go-lucky reputation. So I'm about to write up some stuff with that and address that publicly because that's the only way you can expose certain assholes. So the process of trying to figure out income and shelter. And it's completely different situations, but it's the same pattern years, which is almost hating women and their wellness, right? And their dignity. And basically, I'm just being fed a bunch of lies by men. You know what I mean? Like catfishing, where you think that they want to breed with, they actually are just assholes that want a sex slave, right? So I'm going to do a lot of different things on my, and I came to Rabbi because he has nifty in terms of creating multiple revenue streams independently. So I hope that he will take me under his wing and mentor me a little bit as I try to navigate whatever the hell he does, something like that, as a side revenue thing. That would be fantastic. And I just have yet to do anything with it.
Not just degrees.
So
you have a master.
benefits, but yeah.
Master degrees in what?
Long story. Sorry. Games. Why are you financially struggling if you got time to explain yourself?
I'm impulsive by nature, got a gambling addiction and all the dating.
I can definitely explain it. Are you still dating this individual, or are they in recovery?
No.
No to both, that they're not in recovery, and you're also no longer dating?
Not in contact anymore.
So you're not sure whether or not they might have,
Cleaned
did
up
better.
their life. Right.
Sometimes heartbreak can change people's behaviors, but yeah.
I don't care, but I don't care. Like,
Okay.
I do care, but I don't care. It's not my problem.
Right. Like you have compassion, but at a certain point you have to kind of shut off that compassion to save yourself. Right?
No. Just disrespectful when someone thinks someone they don't want to see you on New Year's Eve, and then they don't want to see you on your birthday. But they don't want to see you on your birthday, and they ask for money next time you see them. But they ask for money like 2 days after your birthday, see you on your birthday.
Yeah, that does seem kind of shady. I myself have heard like from my own parents growing up. Any of the people that I dated while dating, somebody paying for a drink, dinner, anything like that, and I have like almost an itemized statement where I do an IOU, will I actually pay that back if they do end up sneaking away with anything. And I tried to address that this year by accepting money this year. And it made me feel like weird, and I still need to pay that back. It's not a large amount, it's just enough. And I did make an agreement with one individual of like an actual payment plan of when I would return the funds. But that individual doesn't seem to want to honor anything. And they're pathological liars. They go back and forth. So even though they signed the document, I guess they think it doesn't exist or something. So whatever. Right?
And I gambled up.
You gamble. What do you gamble? Like shot machines? Is it sports? Horsing? What do you gamble?
I gambled about $1 million last year.
Cryptocurrency.
That's a good bit of yeah. There's lots of other things you could do with it. So did you lose that all? Did you break even?
I had the opportunity to walk away with 10x what I put in, and I fucked up.
Okay.
I didn't leave the casino, that's my problem. Stayed in the casino.
Oh, so it was
What's
a casino?
your zodiac sign, Zoo?
Capricorn.
You're a Capricorn?
Yep.
And you have an issue with discipline for money. Okay, that's kind of
I mean,
odd. Okay.
I got money somewhere, but keep not, like money falls out of the sky for me, and then I keep it moving because I got like an impulsive nature.
Okay. Do you do like crypto and stuff, or?
Yeah.
Can I ask real quick, does my speakers on the outside of this bug you when I'm not muted?
Does your
You
speaker?
guys hear it or no?
No. You sound great.
One more time, Rabbi?
You sound
Okay, I'm just checking because
What?
I have a headset on the mic, but I have the TV speakers on, and I could change that, but
we can't hear it.
But I've had the opportunity to just go overseas and set myself up for life and not worry about it. Like I could just go to Indonesia, could have just gone to never have to worry about money ever. Very comfortably on a very like modest lifestyle. But
and whatever
really me,
you would be doing legal things, right? Would be anything illegal.
yeah, like I was living in like Indonesia modest lifestyle, just a lifestyle, just very very comfortable. Like I could live in Bali with what I had more, and I wanted to help the people around me, not just myself. And I could have just gone and lived very comfortably as a single adult, lived in Bali very comfortably. Never had to stress about money ever again.
Sounds good. Why don't you do that then? What's stopping you?
Because I gambled everything.
But you can always get that back because money just drops out of the sky for you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So everything will be okay, right? Yep.
Yep.
So yeah. So is he kicking your ass game, or you guys didn't get started yet?
Oh, we started. We played a game, and I beat him.
There's a point in front of me.
Well, I beat you the first game. It'll get me. We just have to play enough times. So Holly, you know, when it comes to being able to become financially independent, I think is that, I mean, it's how I got my remote, which is what you want. Have you ever looked into a headhunter or recruiter?
I mean, is that like a bounty?
No. It's a recruiter for a job.
Okay. So basically, I would go scouting for individuals that might fit the criteria of a resume. Is that what you mean?
You could do that, or the way that you can do that. But
is that what that job is?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you give your resume to a recruiter. You have a great resume, and you have them find a job for you. Now, in exchange,
Oh, where in America am I? I was in Pennsylvania, in Kansas, like for like 2 weeks. I've been here. Well, no, maybe about a month. I feel like it's 2 weeks. But I maybe been here in about a day or two. It only took day 3 to realize me lies were traveling, but they just kept adding up. So,
was he at least the right blood type?
That's not gonna work out. Yes, needs for the blood type thing. But do you remember Jacob? I got really attached to him. I think like if you really love the person and you know the person's not going to hurt you and they don't aggravate your immune system and things of that nature, I think it's possible to have at least a couple children without having an issue with the immune system. You know what I mean? A lot of O negatives end up with O positive, and it can turn out to where the immune problem, and they actually have like the first one or two children being O negatives anyway, right?
I'm negative.
It's a very popular thing. It's very, it's a pattern that I've seen, which is to find stats on. It's just I've been so included into this baby thing and just taking people's word for it,
Right.
based on my own sister, things like that. But I'm probably doing this further because as much as I really appreciate men and stuff like that, they tend to, I don't know, get cold feet or, you know what I mean, as if they were just playing games with you. Like the closer you get to it, they start to, you know what I mean, be less and less interested as if they're scared of commitment shit. It's like they weren't really serious in the first place. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or maybe they were, and then they're changing their mind, but don't know how to back out. And it's just like, you ask them, you know what I mean? Are you going to back out? But like, they're like, oh, no. And then they act like they're really interested again. Right? I really think that they don't know what they want. They think they want children, but I don't think they. This guy here wants basically to do a non-relationship, but get the military thing. Like, spouse benefit and dependent benefits with kids. He'd make a horrible dad.
Okay, so you don't want
To
that.
be completely honest.
Yeah.
He would ignore me and the kids and not show us a penny.
Right.
I got text messages and show what that is. But yeah.
Yeah, and there's something within man's psyche that we talk a big game until
Right.
we stick our dick in you, and then we want to move on.
Right. And I do think that you're right. Most of them are all the same. Even though my brain got really attached to that Jacob. he's not a negative.
I'm not negative.
Like, yeah. Are you really? I just think you're worried and roll my own.
No, I am absolutely negative. I gave blood like 2 or 3 days ago. I can't remember. 2 or 3 days ago, I gave blood.
And do you have your Red Cross like card that says that you're O negative that you can share? Not that it would go anywhere anyway. I pretty much have given up on anything that's associated with it. It's almost like they feel like they're self-righteous, ordained by God, and then like God threw them out of heaven, and now they're taking it out of all the women because some of us are in it and they're not. It's just some weird vengeance, retardation, or something. Like a so.
I could show you a text message for that negative blood. That's actually made for negative blood talk.
Yeah, I know sometimes they do that. I have emails from Red Cross doing that. But like they have yet to get blood out of me. Like I have the like blood tests from like lab work and shit like that. You know what I mean? Quest Diagnostics. And how old are you, dude? Are you trying to hit on me? You trying to breathe? You don't even want to.
29.
You're 29?
Yeah.
Okay, you're about the same age as Jacob, which feels too young for me.
How old are you?
I'm 40. I just turned 40. My health is not in question because I used certain medications to keep up in stasis until like my mid-30s. So I barely like went through the first part of like, the onset of puberty and stuff. So my eggs are good, my ovaries are good, vegan and all that stuff. But yeah. I think I'm not gonna navigate hooking up ever again. I was going to say because,
You say that.
I say that because to try to find certain individuals that might fit the criteria of a good father. You know what I mean? And it's very difficult to find when these men are grown up adults and pathologically remote, and you think like they're just going to weaponize the child. You know what I mean?
By the way, I don't think it's wise to have a child. I don't think that'd be a wise.
You mean like on the West? You mean in America?
Well, in Australia, I don't think a long distance child would be a good idea.
Right. But you got so much money, you can move me to Australia. If that was even a thing, right? But there are other O negative wombs out there that might be younger. I don't want to impose this retarded thing men have in their heads of a woman being expired at 40 or some shit. And I'm not willing to deal with it. You understand? Like, they want a perfect model Barbie doll at 14, but yet they're the most childish people.
That's not legal. But
well, yeah, I know it's not legal, but it doesn't matter what's legal. People get away with anything, right? Basically, they could find somebody younger, suit their needs, instead of trying to be a narcissist and make someone else feel like shit, right? And I just don't feel like dealing with that. I want to be able to be beautiful while I'm pregnant, whether I got to go with females or not, or be alone. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
I like it too. I like older, like 2 or 3 years older.
2 to 3 years. That's not bad. Like somewhere within that 5 year, like 5 or 6 years younger or older. That's not a bad. Yeah.
When girls are older than me, they're more experienced than me.
Yeah.
I don't like women when they're not experienced.
So I mean, to like teach somebody something that's not your forte. You would rather be taught and dominated than.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting. Many men like they say that and then they want to swap back and forth, where it's like a give and take thing. You know, like they phase in and out. Yeah. I don't really have a problem with any of that stuff, but I for conception. No reason I want to wait. Huh?
Tell you like the biggest red flag if a girl tells you, if a girl's not patient, and a girl's telling you what to do, that's a red flag. It means she doesn't have the patience for you to get better.
Okay. So that kind of means she's not willing to teach you anything, so how can she start a child anything about themselves as well? I mean, if you're looking for motherhood, right? If you're looking for a white mom. Right.
If she's telling you what to do, if you first having sex, and she's telling you on the first time and not letting you let the connection grow naturally, that's a red flag.
There's preferences where, like, I'm not into this, I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean?
Word.
Like, I can understand that type of stuff. You know what I mean?
100%.
Like, not yet type stuff. You know what I mean? Like the nose stuff.
You don't do that first time. No. If she's instructing you what to do last time, that's a red flag.
Give an example.
I've had it happen twice.
Okay. Are you sure you're just not good in bed?
No, because because I had not the best she's ever had, but like.
Okay, but that any girl can say that.
We just fucked all the time. We just fucked like, and I wasn't good on the first time we fucked. I was terrible, and on like the second, third, I got used to her body, understood what she wanted, and it goes better from that. She's not willing on the she gives up on the first time you fuck. Like the first time you fuck, and doesn't expect you to get better over time, she's not working.
Yeah, you know, I pretty much agree with that. I think it probably takes a good, like, over a course of a couple months even, because like her period cycle and like her sensations may change over that period of time. Do you know what I mean? Depending upon birth control as well. For a woman to vet a man, it takes at least like 3 to 6 months usually. For me, it's 6 days, or about 3 days if they're, you know, the virtue shit, right? If they're completely a different religion, you know, different virtues on how they handle conflict resolution, what they consider as dignity, deprivating, things of that nature, right? There's just some lines you can't go back on, right? You're like, yeah, I don't think so. So yeah, like total personality flaws, right? Not necessarily performance. So how many women have you been with? It's extremely experienced, and are all of them have some sort of addiction, or?
Yeah, no. I haven't been with that many women. Probably about 13 or 14.
14? That's not a lot.
Yeah. Some of them didn't even speak English.
Okay. Did you have a safe word with those people? Were you able to at least communicate in their language?
Using Google Translate.
Are you serious? Okay. Well, that's interesting. And you have yet to have any children, right? So I don't know if 14 is a lot for Australian, right?
Yep. It's not.
It's not a lot for an Australian at age 29, 14. That'd be an average of how many a year after 18. When did you get started?
19.
19 you got started? Okay. So between age 19 and 29, you've been with 14 females. Any males? No. Or in-betweeners, you know what I mean? It's just interesting.
Not before 14. Not before 14.
Yeah. I've only been with 3 girls, one that was serious, and maybe like 3 guys. Some of those, and I only count the ones that were like uninvited, but I'm leaving them off the list, right? The unconsensual assholes, right? But yeah, you would consider like unconsensual. And my last time was with a girl that was 2009, and with a guy that would be like 6 or 7. So I haven't really been with him for a very long time. Yeah, I'm almost like a nun. To where I shut off my libido anyway, save my ovulation for my eggs. So. And then the libido hit and baby fever started hitting stronger, so it's about time for me to start, you know, procreating. But I can do that without a partner. That's what I was planning for anyway, because I was just around so many toxic people. You know what I mean?
So you're looking for a sperm donor?
Do I what?
You're looking for a sperm donor?
I was considering a sperm donor. I looked into it. Me and that one girl I dated, she used my egg, and we did one of our gay guy friends. We used him as a donor, and at the time, it's like one of them were at least one of them is still in the closet. So I would pretend to be his girlfriend. Do you know what I mean? Like
A beard.
It was like 2008, 2009, but his family had money and he didn't. You know what I mean? So I would pretend to be his girlfriend. We would have made a cute couple, to be honest. But we did that. She passed away with the baby, but both of them pretty much passed away as well.
So you had a child,
yeah,
or at
people
least
just died.
you had a child with your egg, and that baby died?
Yes.
Oh, that's so tragic. How did it happen?
Yes. So if we were like one trimester in, And she's perfectly healthy, military. But yeah. So that happened in like 2009. So I just like started shutting down. You know what I mean? And just like I tried to rebound with a couple girls, and I'm just like they're just ravers, and it's almost like they're doing it for attention, and they're not motherhood material women that I was finding. So it was more so like the how can you put it, like the pride parade, antagonistic, right? Type of individuals that don't really want to invest, and it's more popular to not have kids, right? But the prior to that, explosion of, LGBT rights, them were maternal. They still have maternal instincts and stuff.
The women rape?
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Did you say the women
What's
rape?
that?
Did you say the women rape?
No, what I'm saying is the maternal instinct was there. They went to raves. Is the word you're looking for? RAVE.
Oh, raves. They were in the rave scene. Oh, I understand. Apologies.
Yeah, like the party people.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
I don't have a problem with parties, but that's an entire life's like a constant thing. And a lot of the women would actually be with men for drugs or something.
Right.
So they're not, you know what I mean? Just the their lifestyles, and that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not going to judge you. You do, right? That's not really what I'm for at that time. Maybe after grown up or something. But yeah. Then you get into like that. But yeah.
Wow, so you went all the way to camp and even have sex with this man?
No, I did not.
Wow. No, that's like you have a lot of self-control.
We had dinner. We went to IHOP for waffles, and that felt awkward. Just everything kind of awkward.
Okay.
He has more shoes than me and more cosmetic products, and he's also in the Navy. So I think there's might be a slight gay thing going on. His brother's a Marine and gay. So I think there's a complex he might have. I also think he might become old, or he's just hyper. I think he's just insecure.
How old is he?
Like the things I would bring up, he would make me into a problem. I think he's around 35.
Okay.
It's like a 5-year thing.
Yeah.
Like
all right. Well, he's not.
But no, he wanted me here, so I came here, and yeah, it's definitely not going to work. It's a mutual thing now. I think he wanted a different type of thing to where I would just shut up and be a good person, because there's another person living here, and that person has caused like some hygiene issues. And addressing that has been a problem for him, and I'm now the problem. Right.
Okay, so the other person has said that the person with the hygiene issues has said they don't like you.
They're probably upset that they had to remove their things from the room that I'm in to another part of the house. They're supposedly a friend, but they're in the Navy together. The military guy's white, right?
Okay.
Michigan, and this dude is like half black and Hawaiian. So it's like the white boy guilt thing. You understand what I mean? It's like, oh, I'm helping somebody and stuff like that, right? That's a contentious thing, to where like he communicated to me that he doesn't want this guy here now, and he's mad about letting him store his things.
Okay.
And like he failed something at an embassy or something. So he was basically letting him forge, because he thought he was going to get a career boost if he's friends with this guy that might make it to an embassy. Do you understand? He's very career motivated.
Sure.
Just and I don't even think he should be in any type of power because I mean he does things for work. So he said he's in the medical, which I think he's just abusing the insulin shit, like the insulin shot stuff to try to lose weight. There's a whole bunch of different things that you can be pressed on, right? So it's a whole list of things. And I don't mean to nitpick, but I do have a high respect for our soldiers. But if you're going to turn civilians into pawns, you know what I mean? It's just like a power trip, caring about the well-being of children and stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
So the individual, they started like knocking things off the bathroom counter, changing razor blades and things like that. It pube hairs constantly on the toilet in like this arrangement. So I had to put a sign up, and then after that, as it addressed, I was told I have Ethernet, but the internet is actually in his room, which means that we would have to wait for him to leave his room. Us, I guess, to sneak in the Ethernet, even though like his house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's just whatever. I got 18. I got internet installed, and that's what I'm running on now because the Wi-Fi kept going in and out really bad. So it's not like I could have found work the first like 3 weeks because the internet, the Wi-Fi sucks because the way the walls are, they're like plaster. So I needed a hard line.
You ready to win?
Zoot, I've beaten you in every game we've played.
Oh, you guys playing the game? Yeah. I don't mean to vent.
No, you're fine.
But no, it's a whole thing that I'm making a document with timestamps and shit like that. I don't need to vet it out here, but yeah.
No, you're fine. All
I
right.
mean, it could be a worse situation. You know what I mean? I did have him sign a lease thing, which I guess, you know, he blew up because he's an Aries, and he blew up in text messages, and you know, over here, blah blah blah. But no, that's not the point. You know what I mean? Your potential baby mama is sharing a bathroom, and you know what I mean. There's certain things that are disturbing her. It's just like, you know what I mean. It's just like I didn't even get introduced properly. There's no rules. You know what I mean? And then when I do address something, hey, let me know if you need anything, right? But if you do need anything, it turns into a problem. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah.
What are star signs, man? What are star signs, man? You said he was in Aries.
Yeah, they're hot-headed. They're fire signs, and they usually get angered very quickly, and that normally ends up backlashing on them. Like they just get mad and shut the conversation, try to start the conversation down, and then they retaliate, trying to make you the problem. Like I have a text message that says these mattresses were new, even though I pushed the issue that I will sleep on the floor on like a gymnastic mat before I sleep on someone else's fucked in, right? Or like slept in, because that's just the way I am. Even a hotel, I'd rather sleep in probably the tub, because I look at the fucking mattress, right, and how well they clean it. And that's just what I do. Like I would rather sleep outside in a fucking tent than sleep on a mattress that two individuals that were not myself fucked in. You know, it's just a thing I have, right? So we made that an issue, but he has like these mattresses are new, right? And nobody slept in them. So I have those screenshots and the text messages. By the third day I got here, I did lay on top of the bed, right? But then I decided to do laundry and it's all stained up. So now that mattress is outside of this room and in the dining room. And he decided, you know, like that's an issue, but he's going to put it in that guy's room once that guy leaves. I guess the military is going to help him pack or something. Why would you keep mattress? My children are not going to sleep on that mattress. It's all stained up. I would rather us be in a tent or on a gymnastic mat. You know what I mean? Kind of thing, where it's like he made it seem like a bigger deal just because I brought it up. At the same time, it's like, oh, okay, so now his coworkers broke the bed. But in the picture he showed me prior to coming here, the sheets were different than when I actually arrived. And I have those pictures. So who changed the sheets? You know, taking the phone call, he was doing bedding. You know what I mean? It's just like he got himself caught up in like retarded lies, and then like because I'm calling him out on some of them for clarity. You know what I mean? You can't get past that discussion. So it's almost like a narcissistic thing to where he can't admit that he's ever wrong or something. Right?
Oh no.
You just can't get past that shit, right? And
Right.
it's other things as well. But yeah.
Are you okay with
Oh,
an?
really? That's crazy.
I know. Would you be okay with an older man?
Me? Yeah, I actually was going to pursue an ex-Marine that's Canadian that I talked to a lot on X, and I don't know, he might be ghosting me because now he's scared. We spent a lot of time on the thing. He's O+, which I'm kind of fine with, but he's not wanting to have kids. He said if it happens, but he's not really like passionate about it, and I'm not going to trap a man with a baby. I could probably get kids out of him. I'm not going to trap a man that doesn't want a baby. You know what I mean?
Right. Well,
but he's and another gentleman that is an O negative in Missouri seems like he's a wasn't too depressed with life. 47, so they're older.
but I mean,
And the one Mormon in Missouri I could check out, he's almost pushing 60, but he has two twin O negatives. So I don't know if it's from the woman's side or his side, but you know he's a twin. They got twin genes, right?
right. I mean,
So that's interesting. But
hey, this is just a suggestion. If I'm you, I am posting a ad in Los Angeles, and I'm gonna say, my name's Holly. I'm interested in a man who's serious, and here are specifications. If you would like to inquire, I'm looking for a live situation, and I'm not here to be in the nicest way you can, a sex slave. But people generally on the coast have more money and more opportunity to be able to provide for you the way that I think you need, especially if you're going to be pregnant much. And there are a lot more people here. I mean, at least in Southern California, we have like 25 million people. So that's, a lot of guys, basically, is what I'm saying, who can make sure that your worries are not Ethernet and pubes on your toilet. They would be, they're just people who have more means.
well, to correct the pew on my toilet, the toilet thing, right? It's somebody I'm not going to be having sex with. You know what I mean? Like once you're coupled with somebody, I mean, come on, you're sharing everything with that person, right?
No,
it's like a contentious, on purpose thing. Do you know what I mean? To be gross.
No, I get that. I get that, and that's gross.
Like a third party.
I get that totally.
Yeah.
I'm empathizing with you. What I'm saying is that these men, there are a lot of single men in Southern California who have a lot more money than anybody anywhere else you're going to be looking, and they're going to be able to give you your own bathroom or perhaps even a guest house, and you basically they have more means, and that's going to be definitely a positive for you. They're going to be looking for someone.
I just rate that up, and then I really don't think it's feasible.
It's definitely feasible.
Where would I even put that?
It's definitely on Craigslist, and you're going to get 10 guys a day, and then you're going to interview them via FaceTime or Skype, or well, not Skype, but like Zoom or even Twitter Spaces, to make sure they're say, hey, I've had people play with my emotions and my feelings. I want you to give me a tour of your house virtually, and if it looks like a place that is clean and I would want to live, then what I need you to do is get me a plane ticket to LA, and I will come live with you a month at least, where we can get acquainted. You're not going to. I want you to know that this is a serious opportunity. So it's not just a quick. We're not just gonna. This isn't a fling. I want a father for my child, and I ideally want a husband. But okay, so you're like, where would I even post that? It's very easy. All you do is you go to ChatGPT. It is.
Have you heard of anybody succeeding in doing that?
Yeah, I have. Normally it's from other countries though, not necessarily the United States. But yeah, I've known people to do it.
Yeah.
I've known people who've done it, and they've been married for 30 years. So,
Really?
and they have had children.
I could see like if it's a green card situation, you know what I mean? But most of these guys, they would rather go younger. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's.
And with somebody without kids, there's a lot of push to like not have kids.
But you don't have kids, and that's a big benefit for you. I've known it in multiple situations where people had children from another relationship, and they have found someone who was established, who either was retired or had a job, and had a nice living situation, and they were able to bring people into their home and fall in love and raise success you want. So if you're like, okay, how would I do
They
that?
were Mormons, right? But they like to breed.
No, they weren't at
The
all.
Mormons will take more than one.
No, they weren't. It wasn't anything like that. Here, this is exactly what I would do if I were you. It's going to be very quick. Just one moment. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to ChatGPT. I'm going to say, please write me a nice Craigslist posting for the following characteristics.
Yeah, I can do it.
My name is Holly. I am 40. I am looking to have a relationship long term to have children. I'm looking for an O negative individual, ideally. I want someone who is financially independent, ideally in the Southern California area. I am willing to move, but may need assistance with moving expenses, and I'm looking for a place to live. This is not a quickie situation. This is something that's serious and long term. If you're interested, please feel free to email me, and I would like to ensure that we have the opportunity to do video calls before I make any serious plans with you. But if we hit it off, you may be able to find your future wife. I am single. I have no children. I'm attractive. I'm educated. That's what we say, and it says, headline, seeking long-term relationship and future family. O negative preferred, SoCal or beyond. Hello, 40. I'm single and child-free, but I'd love to change that with the right person. I'm looking for a long-term relationship with the goal of building a loving family. Ideally, you're O negative or blood type, financially stable, located in Southern California. I'm open to other areas if things click. If we really connect, I'm willing to relocate, though some with moving expenses may be needed. I'm attractive, down to earth, emotionally mature, and truly ready for something real. This is not a casual fling. I value commitment, honesty, and genuine partnership. I just start with thoughtful conversations and video calls to make sure we vibe before making. If we connect, you might just future wife. If this is to you, feel free to email me and introduce yourself. I'm excited to see what the future holds. Warmly, Holly. You post this, and you're going to get 50 men tomorrow who send you a type of message to include you don't even have to include a face picture, just so they know that you're a person. And from there, you're going to just start basically recruiting guys. Say, okay, this is a good guy, this is whatever. And they're going to line up video calls just like you were job hunting or similar activity. And then you're going to find some guy. I could see you easily finding some guy between 55 and 65 who wants to have a family, just hadn't found the right woman, not mature, whatever. Or maybe, or yeah, I mean, you could find a guy who is, but I'm saying, like, I want you to have an established man.
No, that's ridiculous.
And it could be 45 to 60 or something like that.
39 plus probably. Like I'd go like maybe 1 year younger. It just takes a while for men to mature anyway.
You're exactly right. And you're going to post this, and it doesn't, I would post it to big cities where you'd want to live, preferably places that have nice weather. If you want, that's always beneficial, but not necessary. And just see what happens. It doesn't hurt. That's a really nice introduction that doesn't give too much and give just the right of everything that you want. And you're going to find guys who you will, if you post this in LA, in the LA Craigslist. It's free. Under the personal section, you will find, I bet you get 50 guys 24 hours to respond to.
What's on there? Is it email?
Yeah, absolutely.
Contact information. So I might want to get my profile ready to do that, right?
You need a profile. You just need to post information and upload a picture, and you can blot out your face if you want, or show your face, which is better. And then you can put in there, contact me via email or via email and phone, just phone, and then you can say text message only. So if you just want people to be able to take calls all day. But you will get so many guys who are interested in what you want, not asking for anything that's outlandish. You're looking for a good individual who's family oriented, who wants to have children. It's what men want to do, that we want. And I do.
Do you really though?
Yeah, many of us want to have large families. If we had the right, if that's.
Do you really? Why? But why?
Well, aside from there being,
like for women, it's like we have these eggs, we're born with them, and they control us. And they, like, if we ovulate, it's almost like there's this little soul that bugs us. You know what I mean?
Aside from
almost like we're possessed
aside,
by little souls.
Aside
right?
from it being an instinctual quality of a person, people want to teach. Like I would want to teach people, both men and women, or boys and girls, how to live and the positive things you're able to educate them and make sure that they had it better than you had it, and hopefully grow up into moral and decent people, have children of their own and have grandchildren and build a family and just create more love in the world. These are all positive aspects of procreation, and I know that there are other people out there who feel the same way.
I hope so. It seems like there are people that say that they feel the same way, and then once they get close to it, it's like they get mad about like the idea of like, okay, well, maybe it's too soon, and it's almost like, I don't know, they get cold feet about it as if they're not ready.
I get that.
And then they're just going to like waste your time and use you as a cum bucket forever and never mate.
I get that.
Like never actually want to reproduce.
I get that, and
it's very tricky. Right?
It is tricky. Now that's why
I think I just rather do the donor thing and do it alone.
Well, you didn't even try though. And you've got to say to yourself, you know what? It would take me 10 minutes to put together a profile and just see what happened. Not even put together a profile. It takes 2 minutes to create. It'll take you 1 minute to create the grok entry of whatever you want. Post a picture. You could have this all done in 5 minutes, and then you just wait. And while you're blowing time with this loser in Kansas, you could have some guy who says, "Hey, I'd like to video chat with you. You see this individual. We have similar plans or similar goals." And then if you get that, then I would really be like with the guy on this. How many times did you video chat with him?
Yeah, I might bring him in here so you can vet him.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd love to meet him.
Rabbi. You need vetted by Rabbi.
Absolutely. I'd love to meet him, but most of all, they need to pass the Holly test. And so there are some aspects of your life that you're going to explain to this person.
It's very hard to vet people, honey. It is.
Wait, I understand. I understand that. How many times did you video chat with the Kansas guy?
Actually none.
Okay.
I video chatted with Jacob.
No, that count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. So the guy with whom you're currently living, you didn't video chat with, and this time, this time you're going to change that, and you're going to make sure that this person has a nice house, that they're clean, that they're consistent, meaning they're just not flaky. You're going to make sure, like, do you have anyone else living in the house? The guy might say, I have a dog. Okay, do your dog? Yeah. I'm just asking, Holly, are you okay with somebody has pets?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, depending upon the pet, it's not going to be,
normal pets. A dog or a cat, let's say. If they had a dog or a cat, would you be okay with that?
Yeah, there's a cat here, and I have my own cat. I probably would keep the cat away from the kid, regardless if I trust the cat or not.
That's the line.
That, in the face too much.
That's down the line. That's down the line, Holly. I mean, basically,
I know, right?
Yeah, you've got to say, is this the right person? Dogs die, cats die. You may not have children right away. But what I'm saying is that you can even say in your bio, I'm a pet friendly person or animal lover, because you are. You at least like cats. I'm telling you, like, you are a catch. And if you don't do this, you're really missing out. If you just say, well, I'm just going to go with a sperm donor. But in 5 years, when you need a place to live and you've got a child, you're on your own because
there's welfare. There's the government that can back me up, right?
But have you ever raised a child on welfare?
That's
Yeah, exactly. Not somebody who has a house. There are many men in California. It doesn't have to be in Southern California. I'm just saying a place where the per capita income is higher. There are people who would be able to provide for you, and that's what you want. Ideally, would you want a housewife so you can focus on the child?
That's kind of what I prep my brain for.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a natural. And that's the natural thing that you'd want.
Kitchen ready, housework, cooking, cleaning. You know what I mean? That's all the shit that I wanted to do as a kid, and I just kept putting it off because life and living with clean environments. You're right, right, and the homemaker stuff, right? I had to do the others as well, and also themselves, right?
You don't need any of it. I'm here right now. I just humor yourself, and it may be the best decision you ever make in your entire life. What you should do is go to Grok and do exactly what I did with GPT. Get a profile. Let's create Craig's for you. I'll be here the whole time. It's going to take us 10 minutes. And then once it's done, you can go do whatever else you want to do. All Sunday, they're going to get new messages from guys who are good looking, who have a good head on theirs, who have established careers, who want a house or want someone at least with whom to procreate, who wants a traditional life. And
that's not considered prostitution or anything?
Not at all. No, not at all. That's a personal ad. That's not prostitution.
Okay.
In fact, you're the opposite of prostitution. You haven't had sex since the mid 2000s. You're the opposite. So don't you?
I know, right?
Yeah, so worry about that. And if you, I mean, I can even send you the ad that we just did if you want. But I'm sure you can put it in your. There are specifics that you want, but I mean,
yeah, I'll do it.
No,
I'll do it.
I don't believe you.
I have to go get
I don't believe you.
real ID thing.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe
You
you.
don't believe me? I'm gonna do it.
No, I don't, because it literally takes you 10 minutes right now. You have to do it. This could be the biggest opportunity.
I want a new email to do that, and I need to set up a new email.
Okay.
If I were to do that, I want to set up
No,
like
no,
an actual email to do it.
Hold on.
Right now, I got
Hold on.
tabs all over the place for
Hold on. Don't worry about that. These are just excuses. I dismiss excuses. I embrace them. So on Craigslist, minimize your email so that they don't have your email. Would email people. But if you don't want, okay, so I understand. Go to protonmail.com. You get a free encrypted email, and that'll be your email for communicating with men. And you can do it in 3 minutes. And I'm going to wait here for you until you've created it.
I could do Gmail.
You could do Gmail too. Do Gmail even better. So go to gmail.com, create an account.
I'm probably going to have to make a new one. Could use one of these older ones.
You absolutely could. That's fine. Go to Craigslist.com, and usually it's probably easiest to just put into Google Craigslist Los Angeles. That way it'll give you the right page. And if I were you, I would put Craigslist Los Angeles and Craigslist Orange County, and Craigslist San Diego, and even some of those three ones. Because one, it's the people are good looking, they're healthy, they're wealthy. They're going to be able to support a child much easier than someone in overstate.
Would you call it a flyover state?
Yeah. So basically, people who just fly the coast, New York, LA, everything in the middle is called a flyover state.
Okay. So like the middle states are considered to be weird?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you mean?
They have lower incomes. There isn't a lot of industry there, and the movers and shakers of the United States and globally don't really fly to the South or the Midwest too much. So they call them flyover states. They're the states you fly over in a plane.
Oh, okay. You never land in.
Exactly.
Okay.
See the
Yeah, I
states?
didn't even think about that. I never didn't, catch the flyover.
Okay. So the states that you see when you're in the plane.
You never land.
Exactly. And you want places to have major industries. These are places where you have Boeing and Lockheed Martin, and you have Facebook, and you have Google. I mean, all of these are based in California. I mean, they're just major opportunities in the military. There's one of the biggest naval bases, San Diego, between San Diego and Orange County, Camp Pendleton. You've got major Air Force bases with Edwards Air Force Base and Palma. I mean, this isn't just like normal Air Force situation. This is where this top secret, I'm not saying you have to be with one of the guys. There are guys all over here that are looking for what you want. Really, everything you said, normal. So the first step is just creating a Craigslist account. So Craigslist Los Angeles, I'll be here if you have any questions. Just Google Craigslist.
In the meantime, can you update me on your what you're doing?
Well,
we left off on monetization, and Zoot left. I don't know if you guys were done playing your game.
Yeah, he does that. That's fine. No, not at all. He does that. All right. Well, at least with monetization, I'm currently comfortable. So not making what I once did when I was making over $100,000 a year. But I have savings that I've been able to use to be able to provide for myself. On Rumble, a little bit of money, and I also am sponsored by cryptocurrency that provides me with it. And I mean, I've got to be able to pay my internet, and those are my big focuses. And there are opportunities that I've had where people ask me to do projects for them. So I do that. I do those and freelance. So that can be anywhere from like $1,000 to $10,000, depending on what they want me to do. And so that's how I've been able to provide for myself. If I were you, I would post the Craigslist thing. That's fine. That's one step. But then there are ways that you can make money staying at home, just training AI. And so I would sign up for those if I were you.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are those things?
One is called data annotation. And so what you do is you take
data annotation.
Yeah, it's dataannotation.com. So what you do is you stay at home and you take tests and you help to train AI. So it'll basically be like, now it's not so easy to get, but if you do, it pays $20 an hour and up to $80 an hour, depending on what you're doing. And you don't need any formal education to do it. But what it is you would, you read through the requirements, and what it'll say, give you like a article on. Remember when, like, I helped a friend do this to get a job. They were a truck driver, and they just were like, Rabbi, truck driving went away because of like automation. How I need your help, like help me to get another job. So we were able to get him another job, or at least supplement his income through AI programming. And one of the things, like I remember reading of the tests that he took, one was like on Madonna. So it'll be on any subject, but it's like it was like a little article on Madonna, and then at the end it had questions that you had to answer. Article bias. Did you see any issues with like formatting? If so, you just put like 2 or 3 sentences of what you thought of it, and then you go to the next question. The next question could be on, I don't know, indigenous tribes, or it could be on rope making, or it could be on bad covers anything. You tweak the models by giving your feedback, and once you pass the first level, at least with data annotation, so you pass then you do like another 3 tests for, and then if you pass those, then you send them your ID, and then they start paying you, and it's $20 an hour, and
that sounds like something I would probably be good at.
Okay. Well,
I've been sitting here, like I created that had Grok, Alexa, Elon bot, Jane, bots.
Yeah.
Which have now been disabled because the plugins are bad, because you know how Discord is, right?
100.
How people add and take them away, right?
Yeah.
But me and Jacob are in there for hours, like asking about the bots back and forth. They start this and shit. It was fun.
Absolutely.
Like that type of stuff, I probably just, I fly through. I do that just like a side thing.
Excellent.
That sounds like I did find what you're talking about. It's called data annotation jobs. It does come up as a legit thing, and then like there's data annotation, apply now. Like there seems to be some leads of what you're talking about.
Yeah. So it's actually a website. It's just 1 moment. It's dataannotation.tech. It says get paid to train AI on your own schedule. It has a 4.6.
Have you done that yourself, or just heard it from other people?
I helped a friend do it.
Okay.
It's not. I didn't need to do it, so didn't. But I know that like if I needed to, I could either do this one or one of the other ones that offer this thing, where you just get paid to train AI on your own schedule. And
yeah, I'm wondering how much skill would be the best for some developers. I don't code actually.
need to code.
But I can't.
You
don't need to code.
No.
I understand HTTP, and I can do like websites.
You don't need any of that.
Which you don't need to know my resume.
You don't need any of that.
I can figure out code. I can read it.
You don't need it. It has nothing to do with coding, unless you want to be a coder for them.
Okay.
No,
yeah, I think like the first thing people think is like, oh, I need to know Java or Python, and you know what I mean? It's competitive and all that shit, right?
I mean, yeah. If you want it, you can do that. They pay you for that, and they'll pay up to $8 an hour for that. If you just want to do regular AI coding, not even coding, shouldn't use that term. Regular AI training, which is just reading through a description and